眺めて遠くで揺れる光同じ先見つめ、yeah、 心はもうきっと気づいてる、君じゃなきゃ意味ない、ありきたりかな口ずさむラブソング唇に、Your eyes tell me everything I need, Your smile笑い合えたら宝物だね。約束なんて時代遅れと笑うけど、僕ららしくていい、離さないと誓うよ、先読みなんてもう終わりにして、僕の手を握って少し切ない、それもまた風情な胸味、Your eyes tell me everything I 限られたこの時よ月夜に混ざり合うと息よ二人だけが知る秘密
瞳をそっと拭い憎らしい気持ちにそっとさよならこのままではいても立ってもいられない受け止めてありのまま
Medusa, Epasos, Ashalalala, Susus, Minerva, Ecobubus. I love it when you couscous. Aphrodite, Ventusca, Osteonusus, Hera, Hermes, Icarus, Narcissus, Medusa, Epasos, Ashalalala, Susus, Minerva, Ecobubus. I love it when you couscous. Aphrodite, then this, her messy colors. Na 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 na. This never become Christmas. I love Aphrodite, then this, her messy colors. Na 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 na. This never become Christmas. I love it when you couscous. Love it when you couscous. Love it when you couscous. Couscous. Couscous.
can't do it with this bloke beside me. But before we get there, hello and welcome to the APL playoffs. We're back in studio. APAC North is up on the chopping block today. There's 4 teams that are going to kickstart our day, and I've got 2 very interesting gentlemen to join me. I don't know why we allow this bloke to have a mic. I personally don't know why we do it every single time. Jake Zenox and Diddy. Michael Guzgari joins me on the desk here. And you'll also be casting, so you kind of dual wielding.
I've got a little antenna going at the moment with my hair.
Yeah, you do. It's actually quite heavy.
You just leave it.
Probably noticed it and probably should have said something, but
That's
that's not an antenna. That's a cocky. That is an absolute cocky. Right
we'll
there,
fix
mate.
that later. Yeah, good to be back. As we were kind of discussing a little bit before, we basically got home last night, went to bed, and now we're back. Even probably more so for you. We only had 4 maps yesterday, so we're actually pretty chill.
I thought Rob slept here, to be honest.
Shift.
The
Yeah, I
couch is
thought
a
he-
bit warm today. So
I thought about sleeping here. I will say there's a sleeping bag I brought with me just in case. You never know. You never know when you might need to sleep overnight. But gentlemen, APAC North is what we've got on the agenda for today. An exciting one because the league has been bonkers. Xenox, it has been absolutely all over the shop. Probably one of the more competitive stages we've had of APAC North in a while.
yeah, I mean, we came into the stage probably just expecting FearX, Dplus do their thing as they did in stage 1, and then 2nd and 3rd, and it's CAG on top. You know, I think APAC North for me is a region where it's really difficult to kind of gauge where a lot of the teams are at. And speaking to certain players in other sub-regions of Asia and O's, they feel like APAC North is behind those 2 regions now.
Crazy, because coming into it, many actually had, specifically FearX, up at the top end of APAC.
Yeah.
Coming into the APL major qualifiers, guys, of course, which is what we're all playing for here, this gets a little spicy.
Yeah, APAC North's been really difficult to read. I know that we didn't actually
We
cast
did not
it
cover
at
it.
all. So we were kind of watching from the sidelines, and I would check in and see how the standings were shaping up. And yeah, it was kind of crazy how it ultimately ended up. I mean, for me personally, at least, the biggest storyline was really CAG. Like, after everything that happened in stage 1, to bounce back and top the group stage is a pretty remarkable performance.
It certainly is. Let's have a look at the bracket. And what I'll do while we look at the bracket is kind of just break down what's happened in terms of qualifying here. So CAG finished top of the ladder with 15 points. FearX underneath them with only 14 points. So they're only 1 point behind, but they go straight through to the semi-final of the upper bracket. Then from there, that's where things just get really interesting. Dplus, PSG Talon, Enterforce all had actually really solid stages. So it's been a very top-heavy region. There's only 5 points that separate 1st to 5th. Then Scarz kind of drop off a little bit down to 8 points. But knowing what Scarz are like, I mean, anything on their given day, Scarz could well and truly manhandle and throw their weight around. But the first 2 matches we've got up, Dplus Kia take on Scarz. That one I'm sure will be interesting. The Brazilian powerhouse teams will still be trying to knock on the door of what has been an interesting APAC North stage. But then obviously our first and opening match of the APAC North playoffs, PSG Talon take on Enterforce. This matchup for me is actually, like I will say, last stage it would have been a sleeper match, but CAG have only lost 2 games in the entirety of this stage, Michael, and who do you think they've lost to? I'll tell you right now, it's not the top end. They haven't lost to FearX. They didn't lose to Dplus. They lost to PSG Talon and Enterforce. I don't understand what is going on in this region, but what I can say is this first matchup is going to be competitive. It's going to be close, and given the fact that it's a best of 3, I do think that we will probably end up at all 3. What's your take on everything at the moment, Jake, especially moving into this first match?
Well, I wanted to just take 2 seconds for CAG, just because we're not
take
going
a
to be
moment.
able to cover
We wanna take a
CAG
beat.
later tonight, obviously, because they finished first.
Yep.
I
Take a
think it's a tremendous stage for them, considering the fact that they've obviously had to bring in a 5th player. DD was coach for the better part of almost a year, I think, when he joined CAG, comes in. And DD actually, there's a bit of fun fact, there's a bit of Xenox fun fact about it in the air.
I love this.
For those unfamiliar, was actually, of course, a player, first and foremost. In 2021, he won the Japan Championship with which team, Robert?
Donuts Varel.
That's correct.
Let's
Donuts
go.
go nuts. All the way back in 21. You
We
ended up
love it.
casting that with James Dev Marta Stewart.
I do remember that
jeez.
very vividly.
Yeah.
I do remember that. And I'm pretty sure they beat
They beat
CAG.
CAG in the grand final. So DD is a player that, isn't foreign by any means to the game or anything along those lines. It may take a bit of time to fully gel, but clearly they've been able to work wonders with him. And in some ways, I think with DD in this roster, and we've seen this in previous rosters as well, when you have that sort of coach-player type in the team, you can get a lot out of them more than just ranking power. And so clearly for CAG, they've done their work. They've really nailed down this group stage, and hopefully for their sake, they can have a strong playoffs. And speaking on playoffs, of course, as we know in APAC North, top 4 make the major qualifier LAN, which I'm pretty sure. So how does this work then, Rob? The last 2 games tonight, if you win those games, are you just in?
You are straight in.
Are you just straight in?
Yeah, the top.
Both of those 2.
Yeah, both
so
those
there you
2
go.
winners. And
So
then
we're going to qualify 2 teams today. Well,
So-
me and Guz aren't, but you and James and Pengu will.
Yes, we will be a part of that. It's actually, I had not even thought about the outcome of that, but that is a very good point. Tonight we will qualify 2 teams to a LAN.
So CAG only won at the 3 away.
I'm losing it over that. I actually
It's an
can't
all-timer,
believe
the
that.
format for 2025. It's an all-timer.
They are literally 1 game away from booking their ticket. But it is time for us to start talking about PSG Talon, a team that is only 2 games away from making it to a LAN. A main stage for this roster would be, I mean, that has to be the agenda here. For all of these teams, granted, yes, I understand that's probably a stupid comment to make. But for PSG Talon, they have just been missing for such a long period of time now. It feels like, and this is no slight to Joker, who's done a great job taking over the mantle from Fabian, but like when Fabian left, the roster really just fell into disarray and haven't really been able to find their way back until Guz. I want to say this stage. I really feel like this stage has turned a new leaf for them, and they've started finding ways to compete where they just haven't been able to before.
Yeah, they've definitely improved, sitting currently number 3 for attack and 5th defensively here in APN. So they're kind of middle of the road at the moment, and I guess framing that as an improvement is probably a reflection of kind of where they were at.
Fortunately,
in the post-Fabian era, they did have that drop-off period where the team wasn't connecting and gelling particularly well. Feels like they've been able to slowly recover from that. Do I think it's a position to put them in the realm of a top 2 for the region? Probably not. But as you're alluding to, APN has the luxury of having 4 spots at the major. We could, talk all day as to whether or not that is justified, but that is the position in which they find themselves, and I think a top 4 is very realistic.
They're not top 2 in any category, statistically.
they are the most mid-pack
Yeah.
team we've ever had.
They've got 1 player that's within the top 10, which is Ryder.
Yeah.
To be fair, he's 6th with 112 EPS. So outside of that, as you just kind of alluded to and said it perfectly, they're not a top team at the moment. But they're also not that far off it. There's quite a few categories there, like 3rd in, for example, and there's nothing that they're ultra dead last. So they're not clearly awful in certain areas. So really, they've just got to go from mid and just add a little bit extra. And clearly, as we know in APAC North, the gap isn't maybe as large as your Elevates and your Weibos, for instance, in Asia. So I think that they can definitely catch up to the likes of CAG, FearX, Dplus. I don't think they're that far behind.
No.
But as things do stand, they might be around that 4th, 5th spot, which fortunately for them, 4 teams do go to the Major Land qualifier for APAC North, and that might be just their goal. Get there, get that extra experience, but I think they should be reaching a little higher than that. I think they should be trying to cause an upset, and if they can time their run perfectly here in playoffs, they are good enough that if they can be just a bit better, they can knock off one of the top 3.
You are literally talking about a rounds difference in most of their games, and they would have either had an extra point or they would have won the game outright. And that's just how this has panned out for PSG Talon. So they've felt a lot of pressure throughout the stage, but they've performed actually quite well when you look at their results. Speaking of performing quite well, Enterforce, 36. I had just completely written this team off after stage 1. I really didn't think that they had enough in there for me to really highlight as a conversation. Nina, half upper. Obviously, you know, I feel as though Nina's just been the talking point for such a long time now. Moved to the roster, I believe, in the middle of the transfer window and started looking really dangerous. Their stats have actually been really quite highlighted outside of just Nina as a player as well. And you look at the kind of operators that he's playing, a gadget type operator, as once a great BT said. Shout out for the Aussies that would understand that. But Interforce 36 has really had a great stage, and I don't want to understate that. Their second best attack overall, 54% win rate on attack, is incredibly high. They've actually had the second best opening kill conversion rate to a round win, which is just absolutely bonkers. This team has really bolstered themselves.
Number one for plants as well at 38%. The next best FearX at 33%. So they've got a lot of statistical categories where they're either one or two. Unfortunately, they've also got a couple where they're like dead last, so deaths traded. They're dead last on that 12%. CAG the best of that at 20%, and also opening kills traded. So when they do lose that first player, they're not getting trades.
Which is insane.
Only twice out of 44 opening kills have they been able to get a quick trade back. So there are a couple of avenues, I guess, where their weaknesses may lie, and in some areas.
Isn't that the other way around? I thought it was the other way around. Their opening kills get traded. So that's where I get confused on the stats. Is it that their opening kills don't get traded, or that their opening kills do get traded? Because the way I read that is their opening kills aren't getting traded because they're down at like 4%.
I mean, I will have to clarify.
We will clarify with everyone, because if it's the way that I read it, that's a crazy stat.
Either way, it's concerning.
Either way, it's concerning. You don't want to be last.
It's very true. You never want to
in
be
that
last.
in that metric, but yeah, I mean, in terms of actual opening kill, they are at 51%, which is the average. It's Dplus and CAG the outliers in that top two. So I think when you kind of look at the numbers in this matchup, especially, like everything kind of suggests that this is as even as it can possibly be.
Yep.
I think that PSG Talon are maybe the more well-rounded team, and Interforce have certainly got some areas they're very much stronger in, and some top players. But clearly, there's not enough between the two of them to really say, oh, X team should win or Y team should win.
Yeah, sure.
Outside of just looking to the strengths of either. So it's going to come down to the maps. It's going to come down to small moments. And to me, this might be a three-mapper.
I think it will be. I actually don't know if it matters for me where we go. Now, just to contextualize this, they have already played back in group stages. A 7-5 win to PSG on Consulate, and it has been left up, but not picked. It's actually going to be floated up until pretty much the 6th pick, in which case we then head to Clubhouse. But Skyscraper, Cafe, and Clubhouse, if I have a quick look at my notes, Club and Cafe probably lean a little bit toward Interforce, and Cafe, I don't know. I don't know where I land with that one. But I do think that we go to 3 maps, irrespective of this tournament. It is a great curtain raiser here for the APL of APAC North. An exciting prospect. 4 teams will qualify through to the major qualifiers. Wow, that's a crazy little tongue twist, if you don't mind me. When it heads to Melbourne, PAX is waiting. 4 teams can answer that call, but will it be either of these 2 teams? That's really the question that we need to answer today. Both have had a pretty good stage, all things considered, but now they need to turn on the back burners. Now is when they need to stand tall, as they have 2 absolute giants in in CAG. And I'm just waiting to make sure that my co-casters are ready. And FearX waiting for them in the upper bracket semi-final. Boys, get your bloody headsets on. It's time to get into the game.
Yeah, good job, Rob. We always like to test you, but you always come through.
I mean, that's why he's the one-time major host.
2-time SI. 1-time kickoff. When's it ever going to end?
I don't know.
Honestly, they could just get Ian Chambers to do it all.
That's an ominous message.
Well, here we head into APAC North. PSG Talon, Interforce 36. And as we were kind of alluding to on the desk as well, I mean, with top 4 being really the core of what you're trying to aim for to get to that major qualifier land. There's their SI points differentials, of course, later on, grand final, 300, 150, 50, etc. So that there is importance beyond just making top 4. But I think for these 2 teams, it really should just be a case of can we get to that major qualifier land? The spot is there. You know, when you kind of look at the APAC North region, if CAG keep their form up, you've got FearX, you've got Dplus. That's kind of like 3 out of the 4 slots you imagine get filled. Who's the 4th slot? Like, that's going to be the tricky part. Is it PSG Talon? Is it Interforce? Is it Scarz? You know, like, there's a very open spot there to get to land and get a lot of good experience, and then have a decent little crack at making the major, which might be for these teams as well, respectively, one of their better routes to actually getting SI points. That's not just the LCQ, for instance. Yeah, I'm expecting this one to be a 3-mapper. Winning the first map's going to be really, really important. We've got a Skyscraper. It's only been played once so far this stage of APAC North. The stats are skewed widely from that one game. It had a 78% attacker win rate in that one game.
Which is almost directly opposing to what their global number is. I think last I checked it was like low 70s to defense. Skyscraper, it is the most defender-sided map in the pool. So PSG getting a free shot here to try and accumulate as many rounds as possible. The bans as well for this half, Kaid Bandit, Ying and Deimos. Opening site choice Karaoke. Sense in play here from PSG, so perhaps looking to posture over towards the backstairs position and make a play off that. Gotti down below already, so they have good control over this corner of the map. Initially Ryder as well in kitchen. E36 have given them quite a bit of breathing room to open up this round with that horizontal focus and extension. I really don't think PSG are going to be too far away here from posturing for this execute. Once they layer this utility, E36 may have a difficult time denying. No way to play from below and deny. And horizontally with the sense in play will be a challenge as well.
Yeah, ROU blocks off that left side. Geisha's where the double stack of nitro cells are located with Jinim and Nina. And they're going to try and get in position, I imagine, to get the throw over for these nitro cells. But so far, no, not a lot of movement. They do clear out Misa. There is that nitro cell, but it's onto Soldier. Plant does go down. Yunseng's going to go gun up, but he needed to go shield up due to the close contact. Good swing by Akuzu. Numbers now with E36 in the retake, right towards Black Stairs. Oh, beautiful Jin. Well, that's going to put an end to the round. Shot in the back of the head of Ryder. Gotti trying to do his best on the long line of sight, but it's an up-close shotgun prone shot from Jinim. And E36 will take the opening round.
I think positionally and tactically, that was actually pretty sound from PSG. They had control below, they had the sense for the horizontal clear, and they were able to get that plant down. Just unable to then peel back in the post and play positions to hold that diffuser. E36 kind of sprung to life. They pushed forward. That was all at the same time. They hit a couple of really nice shots in that transitional period, kind of just prior to this replay package. But
right there, you want the Blackbeard shield up, but because they had lost players,
he had to make
a play.
Otherwise, you just get flooded.
So that's where like the strategy is great, but the execution of it is having to be a little bit more on the fly. And credit to E36. I mean, they didn't panic. They didn't rush.
I think that I don't know if it did happen and didn't eventuate. It was kind of hard to capture in the moment. But I think PSG in that instance, you need to send like someone up main stairs, right? You have to have a bit of back pressure. Otherwise, those defenders are allowed to flood in.
Good round for E36. Here's the map pick for PSG Talon. Starting on the attack first up, though. In terms of the group stage for both of these two teams, 2 regulation wins for PSG. Only the 1 regulation win for Enterforce, but they did get 4 wins. So 3 of those were in overtime, which actually, you kind of look at the big 3, CAG, Fearex, Dplus. They all got 4 wins. 4 regulation wins, and then 5 overall for CAG and Fearex, one of those being overtime. So they were kind of around the mark, and had they been able to convert those OTs into regulation wins, you'd get an extra 3 points. That would have propped them up third, tied with Dplus. So if they just had a little bit better conversion, they had the 2 regulation losses, which was the same as PSG, Dplus, Fearex. So it's a very, very tight race in APAC North, especially when you're considering top 4. And what that entails, quite honestly, with the 6 teams you've got, all 6 of those can make top 4 in this playoffs.
Yes.
Which you can't probably say for OS and Asia. Even if you were to make those regions top 4, you would still maybe have 1 or 2 teams that you go, probably not. It will be cutthroat, and then you add in the grand final later on, the SI points, etc. Mugi with the opening pick on to Gotti. That's going to deal with the Grim, so no Koan Hive Launcher on the remainder of this round. Opening kill goes the way of E36. That's going to be their 2nd in a row. Akuzu, already 2 and 0s, had a great stage, top 10 EPS. Him and Nina will be the two to watch for E36. And speaking of, Nina gets his opening kill. Shuts down Soldier. So no Glaz. That's a big part of the win column for PSG Talon off the board.
Oh.
And push in, though, from Misa. Hits the go button. One caught in behind. That's going to be Yun Seng going down to Harper. And nice kill from Misa again. Well, knows where Akuzu is roughly as well. Knows he's down below. This is very winnable for PSG Talon.
BBC on site, though, relaying info to this defense. But the defenders are cut off.
Oh, good shot, though, from Jin. Misa was low. Ryder just has to stick this plant. Now he's got to know the fact that there is one close left by. Hits the shot. Pixel angle tags up Akuzu. 1v1 at the doorway, and Ryder does not falter. Wow. Big round win for PSG Talon on the attack here at Skyscraper.
What a clutch. Play into the mirror window, gets that first kill, and then isolates the second. The tradability there from E36 lacking.
A 5v3 win for PSG Talon.
I mean, it was the solo play from Misa that cracked things open, able to push up house stairs, gets the first, pressure onto the second, able to stay alive here. Massive kill there onto Harper. Harper would have been really, really frustrated by that one.
Well, I want to see this mirror one, though, here from Ryder. Look at this. Oh,
what a pre-fire.
That is a pixel on the helmet. Pre-fire swing to clear the angle. And at that point, Akuzu, once he got tagged and spotted before that final kill, it was going to make it difficult for him in the 1v1. Really well played for PSG Talon to take that round. Yeah, Ryder with a 3K in the 1v2, all in that round. That is a significant round from PSG Talon's best player. He starts 3-1. Good signs for him and PSG Talon. Winner of this series, of course, will move forward into the upper bracket semi-final. They will play CAG for a spot at the major qualifier tonight. And then, of course, the game we've got after this is massive. Dplus versus Scarz. And the winner of that will play Fear X. It's action-packed today here for APAC North, that's for sure. And I know we'll harp on the major qualifier land, but there's even more to that, more than that in this stage. Again, finishing first gets you the 300 SI points, majority of the prize pool. It's only 150 for second, and then it's only 50 SI points. But like, if you're finishing, let's be honest, third, fourth with 50 SI points, you're not getting enough SI points this year to qual on points.
Well, unless you...
And even second is like...
Unless you go to Munich and get a massive bag and finish second or something.
Yellow ping info over towards Geisha. Gotti holding the line. Pre-fire swing. Jin will fall. Oryx dealt with.
Yeah, losing the Oryx as well is going to be quite impactful with the Blitz and the Blackbeard in play. That hard counter now off the board.
Double shield set up for PSG Talon. So they can have a little bit of an easier time entering into the building. So far, they're keeping it rather cool. 90 seconds left. Still all 5 players outside of the building, except for Misa, who's just made entry. Right, trying to play off of this yellow ping information. They're trying to do their drone work, try and force back E36.
Changing mags.
Akuzu to push forward over towards Dragon, trying to contest Mugi up close to house stairs. So maybe Akuzu trying to provide a distraction here for house stairs.
Does get the kill onto Soldier. Rush start so far for Soldier.
Oh, they drove Side Control, but the diffuser dropped.
Miyuki coming in from behind, by the way, as well. He's one to watch. There you go. Gets the kill onto Misa. Well, suddenly, despite the good start for PSG Talon, credit to E36, they've been able to adapt at mid-round and get themselves into a very winnable position now in a 4v2. They've got the last 3 kills straight. Here comes Ryder.
He's dead. No, he's not checking hard left. He doesn't check this. Ever. Not in a bazillion years.
I really hope he does. Oh, damn it.
Come on.
Man, that's the round. Well, Mugi gets impatient, wants to close it and get into the next round as quick as possible. Very easy little run out. Back and forth. so far to begin. That's also now 2 rounds straight where the opening kill is not being converted.
Yeah, PSG getting stalled out. Didn't really get their teeth in towards site. They tried to ignore vert play. And the horizontal structure that they kind of went for ended up leaving them pretty vulnerable to late round flanks from the defense on that opposing corner of the map. I mean, it's not the worst initial rotation. PSG, yes, the round in which they did get was scrappy, but sometimes that's kind of the nature of Skyscraper, Mirror, and Grim as the additional bans.
Well, the concern right now, if you're PSG Talon, is Mugi is having a life game. He's a bottom 5 rated player in the league through group stage. Minus 16 KD, 86 EPS. But he is the hard breacher, firstly. Plays more of the supportive role operators. So for him to be fragging right now is a concern when Nina's only got the 1 kill. So there's more firepower available for E36 if their star player begins to perform. Good signs early on for E36 in this opening map. Cafe to follow after this, which has been played a little bit more often than this particular map of Skyscraper. 5 times so far through the group stage. It is wildly the most defender-sided map in APAC North at a 68.5% defensive win rate. The next best is Consulate at 61, which has only been played twice. After that, it's Lair at 54. So Cafe is the map of choice when it comes to defensive side in APAC North. Run out, Nina.
Oh, no.
Only gets Misa to half health. He didn't want to spend too long out there.
Misa's so lucky there. I don't know how he was able to absorb that.
He had the armor plates in, apparently.
That was a good opportunity on the run out to essentially...
That could have been almost round defining.
Exactly. I was about to say, essentially secure the round. Having advantage that early in the round on defense, Skyscraper is massive.
It still does put Misa low, now has to be very careful. And so far, E36 have also shown to PSG Talon, we're happy to go for these runouts. It puts pressure, even if it's just perceived pressure. So far, so good from E36. Really liking the way they're playing this. PSG Talon leaning into the Montaigne this time around. And E36 have also not banned away these shields. So they're more than happy to deal with it. While Akuzu gets baited in by the Monty, an upside down rappel headshot. Misa, oh, there's the snowball effect by not getting that earlier kill. Misa then goes on, gets a kill onto Akuzu. That doesn't happen if Nina had it converted. Nina with a close angle. Oh, he's going to go for it onto Soldier. Good headshot. Can't quite get the second. Was that onto Misa again? It was.
Misa's just dodging every bullet fired his way. Nina does eventually fall, though. PSG retain advantage.
That's twice he should have killed Misa. And Nina ended up dying for that. He got Soldier, who's struggled so far to begin, but PSG Talon still with the slight advantage. So fall back to site now for E36. Double stack T-Room. Jin will hold towards Geisha and Makeup. No, he will drop and play the Nitrocell. There's a Valkyrie camera over towards Drum.
Well, the
Because
attack,
they have been hacked.
Yeah, attack does have that info.
So bunker inside for E36 into the final 30 seconds. Good shot from Harper. Pop the Vulcan canister, fall back. Delay play time. One less gun up for Talon, and of course Misa low on health. Mugi, close angle towards Karaoke. Coming in though will be Yunsang on the Montaigne, forcing him back. Harper, flames go out from Gotti. Into red time. Shot from Gotti. Lands onto Jin. Now can Yunsang find a safe location to start sticking this plant? He can due to the cover that he's been able to receive. Harper got one back onto Gotti. Plant will go down successfully. Does not matter. The guy who should have died 30 seconds into the round, then should have died another 50 seconds later, ends up getting the final kill of the round. Yeah. That is a
That's pretty amazing.
Oh, wow. Well, talk about not really.
How is it not a
'cause
headshot?
Well, yeah. I mean, he started the swing animation.
Yeah.
It's just timing. And then this one right here as well. Yeah, just
he just dodges it.
He just dodges it. Wow. He took one little sidestep. That is amazing, and then gets the final kill at the end of this round. Which the thing is, even if Misa's not alive there, that's very winnable. Yeah, that's crazy. It's the swing animation timing that has saved him massively.
Two rounds for PSG in the half as well. That's very significant.
Well, E36 win that. I will categorically say they win that round if that kills Misa at the start. What he went on and did that round.
The numbers would suggest as much, yeah.
Well, huge change of fortune for PSG Talon. They get their second attacking round here in Skyscraper. And I said on the couch, I think this one's the kind of series that could go 3 maps. There's clearly close margins between these two teams. And as is the case through the first 4 rounds, you couldn't split them. 2-2, 2 opening kills apiece. 1 of those converted each. You've had multiple 3Ks from both teams. Ryder with a 3K, Gotti with a 3K from PSG Talon, Mugi and Jin with 3Ks from E36. It may as well just be 0-0 right now. I've gone as even as possible. It is 3 rounds, though, out of the 4 PSG Talon have got plant. A very nice statistic for them. They are top 3 for plant percentage. These numbers will maybe get them into the top 2 with the way they're going. Well, very quickly, if we do have some time, if anything happens, feel free. But what was your take on the opening kill statistic? Because me and Rob, and I didn't even think about it from his perspective in terms of the opening kill traded. Is it, which way is it, do you think? Because I read it as opening kill traded. So it means that you got like the opening kill, or you had the opening kill, it didn't get traded. I don't know.
Well, if you look at CAG's numbers, they've gotten 50 of their 80 opening duels their way. And the opening kill traded stat has the 30 remaining listed. So I'm assuming it's on the 30 occasions they didn't get the opening kill. And then they traded it back. So they lost the opening duel and then traded it. Is that correct?
That's how I read it.
Yeah, we need some clarification.
That's how I read it. I don't know.
We'll have to speak to Derek.
Short swing, and it's big from Misa, straight into the back of Mugi. Harper gets lit up as well. Pressure being brought here by PSG Talon. They got their tails up. Jidam, headshot onto Yun Sang. He's still 0 kills. Soldier with a pick onto Harper, who's been active on the defense for E36. It's Akuzu, though, still over towards Geisha. That offers a point of difference, and Misa gets caught towards Lounge. Akuzu does find that kill onto Ryder from Geisha on the lurk position across the map. Misa's been able to crawl out. Should be able to get revived by Gotti safely. Soldier towards Drum will now battle Akuzu.
Akuzu's in an awkward position here.
Well, he got one at least. And Nina catches Misa on the entry back in. Gotti needs to try and find the trade. Knows roughly where he is. Left side, though, he doesn't realize he's crossed. Well, now he's realized. Gotti will go down. Soldier in the 1v3. E36 are going to take the lead here. And Akuzu's lurk has paid dividends. He got 2 kills from Geisha, then back over towards Drum. And just offered that point of contact outside of the site that PSG Talon couldn't deal with.
Yeah, it's a good opener from Misa to find that pocket of space.
What's Mugi looking at there?
Yeah.
Yeah, Gotti had no idea.
The on-site hold and the anchor work there from E36 was really, really good. The lurk from Akuzu as well just made the push a little awkward. Big round though here, and an opportunity for PSG to extend beyond the benchmark of 2 rounds here into the tertiary. Last time out, their attack was a little bit underwhelming though. They pretty much essentially didn't go for the top-down clear, and then horizontally they were pretty exposed to flanks. So we'll see if they look to change that up. This round they bring the Ram into play, so suggesting that they will go for presence above, although that's actually back onto the Monty. So I do wonder if it's a map clear across from above or what.
not often you see this, but 5 rounds played, 5 straight 3Ks from individual players.
Really?
Yeah. And Jin, Ryder, Mugi, Gotti, and Akuzu have all had a 3K in the last 5 rounds.
So 5 different players.
Five different players in 5 straight rounds. 7-2 start for Akuzu, who's had a good stage so far for E36. Coming into the playoffs, he was rated inside the top 10 for EPS, just barely 9th, but you take it. Nina, of course, 3rd rated with a 117. The only 2 players that had a better group stage than Nina were Goodboy and Sharip from FearX and CAG, respectively. As you said, though, an opportunity heading into Barbecue Kitchen for PSG Talon to try and get that 3rd attacking round. Would mean more for them. It would be big going into their defensive half. And nothing too unconventional right now by E36. Kuzu will play the opposite end of really where the main hold is. Kind of did that in the previous round. Mugi's playing delivery to stop any kind of front entrance push. So they've got a lot of things covered in terms of the entry positions. Mugi does actually find that kill onto Yun Sang, who has had a shocker to begin so far.
Oh, Misa got caught. Really good shutdown there from Harper, who saved his teammate.
That's the dot could be dealt with. Right, it falls to Nina. The battle of the 2 top-rated players for their respective teams. Nina comes out on top. Now Soldier Gotti with a lot of work to be done. Otherwise, this is going to be a round that they lose comfortably.
Yeah, difficult half to assess. PSG looking weak on the tertiaries. One of the rounds they won on attack was a low percentage clutch.
Good swing, easy swing. And Nina's starting to get going, which is not good news for PSG Talon. I just think the way that they actually played this, though, defensively, just had a lot of areas covered. Put themselves in good positions to take these early contact fights. Now they got control of the kit as well. Soldiers, yeah, in sight, but irrelevant when he doesn't have the kit. 45 seconds in a 1v3. Nina low, Mugi not full health. Akuzu just from above, though, and patience will pay off. He gets the easy kill through the hatch. It's a 4-2 half for E36 on Skyscraper. Really nothing out of the ordinary, though, considering the side that they started on defense, but it's probably the sides that they won. Winning Barbecue Kitchen twice. They gave up once Office Exhibition, once Tea Room and Karaoke. So they were a little bit more susceptible on I guess, the primary sites, but locked down on tertiary to deny PSG Talon any kind of advantage going into the second half as we head to the bans.
E36 probably feeling a little bit hard done by. They couldn't have a 1-5 half there. The clutch in round 2 from Ryder was, you know, really big. Back on that exhibition side in particular. Outside of that, defensively though, really sound, and the tertiary looked good. PSG, in terms of round count though, will be feeling comfortable that they can add to their tally here on defense.
Well, the 3K streak comes to an end, unfortunately. They're in that 6th round.
Yeah.
A bit more of an even spread for E36. And they're just in the green. Every single player, 100 plus EPS right now. No one going negative in terms of KD. 4 players positive, and then Harper is equal. And look at the cost percentages right now as well. 83% for everyone that's not Akuzu, who's at 67%, but he's also 8-2. And then on the flip side for PSG Talon, everyone's 50% and lower in cost. A lot of their numbers are in the red. Yun Sang 0.546 EPS has had no impact. Now, you know, you kind of look at the operators. He's been playing Blackbeard, Blitz, Montang, so sometimes you can be a little bit limited. He did get plant down twice as well in the half. So if you want to look for some of the positives in terms of what he's doing, sometimes those metrics aren't kind of added into things like EPS all that much. But he's got the same cost as Gotti, who's 6-6, best performing right now for PSG Talon, 105 EPS. I do kind of wish the EPS was a little bit more cost-like in looking at the bigger picture. So far, Soldier, Gotti have not survived a single round either. He only plays in the server where that is the case. But they go defense now, PSG Talon, and should look a little bit more comfortable. Admittedly, they're only the 5th best team in the region when it comes to defense. They are a better attacking team than they are defensive, but a good shot back from Misa onto Jin, who thought he found the angle on the Blackbeard early. Opening kill goes the way of PSG Talon. That'll be their 4th of 7 now, so slightly leading that category. And this will actually just aid them massively now on the defense. No Blackbeard to deal with, one less player on the attack. They can really start to fall back really quickly now towards the site, Office and Exhibition. So Ryder, if he wants, could start to push really out of his spot. Either down below and then wrap it around, or he could push through drum with the Soldier and Misa.
Wow, Kuzu almost gets caught from main. Ryder now forced to peel. Oh, and actually into the Nitro, so good work there defensively.
They do lose Soldier.
Yeah, defensive structure not really broken all too much. Able to retreat back towards the objective now. Forfeits map control. Minute on the clock for E36, but still a player down.
Yeah, and Mugi very low on health now. So this feels like the first round in a little while that E36 are really on the back foot. I mean, this would be a backbreaker. If E36 win a 3v4 from here, Mugi low on health, go 5-2 up. That not only would force a tactical timeout, but it would really make it very difficult for PSG Talon to get back into this. They must convert from this position. 30 seconds left in the round. It's essentially a triple stack for E36. So they've got no kind of pressure elsewhere. Mugi does find the pick onto Misa. Surely they don't throw this one. Gotti will hold by himself. He's on an island. Yunsang Ryder playing together towards VIP.
Oh, Gotti almost got caught.
Gotti does get the kill onto Mugi. Nina actually spots the prone Gotti. 1 second left though, no kid in hand. Nina can't win the round. It will be PSG Talon. A little bit of nerves at the end of the round, but nerves of steel that they hold on. Three to 4.
Yeah, it's going to be a grind here for E36 to try and keep head above water here.
That had to be a kill.
It's an awkward, I mean, it's awkward starts around. You have to be hitting those. Just a whiff.
Good reaction as well from Misa. I mean, like for Jinam, yeah, it's a whiff, and maybe should have done a little bit better in that department. But for Misa to react that quickly, turn around, quick shot, headshot, great reaction. So Office and Exhibition won successfully for PSG Talon. Now we go Barbecue Kitchen for the 8th round. They will avoid Tyrion Karaoke. That also means in that previous round, Yun Sang gets himself off the donut.
He actually has a 29% survival rate, equal highest on the team, despite going 1 in 5.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's also down to, as I said before, the role he plays is a bit more of a defensive role on the attack than it is an attacking one. Mugi on the blitz. On tank band out. But they do want to still play around these shield operators.
Intrigued to see how the tertiary shapes up here. So round 8, second side of choice for the defense. We saw PSG themselves have quite a few teething issues on their own attacks.
I wonder if this is a case of you go Barbecue Kitchen now while you've still got the mirror. You know the mirror is going to get banned out soon.
Yeah, potentially, sure.
Like, I wonder if teams are going to start to think, do we want to play the weaker sites earlier before the bans come in? But I mean, at the end of the day, it's also double bans. It's not like you're the only one getting banned. So might be overthinking it a little bit. It depends on, I guess, if you feel like your ban is maybe not going to be as strong as their ban, especially on a certain site. This might be a rush hit, by the way. Yugi will go straight into kitchen. He doesn't know really where to look, but it is a cleanup crew. And this is an absolute execution here by E36. Talk about a strategy that they are all on the same page, all executing at the same time, and all flawlessly at that. E36, a quick hit. PSG Talon were just not ready for that one at all. Decimated on the tertiary of Barbecue Kitchen. A 5th round acquired for E36, and by a large stretch, that is the most dominant round that we've had so far. Not even close.
Yeah, I really like the combination of the delivery hit in combination with sight window itself with the shield. Put a lot of pressure over towards that position, and the defense pretty much just capitulated. There was not a ton of posturing around the map. E36 certainly didn't fluff around as much as PSG did in comparison on their own attacks. That was really good, well directed. Of course, it could have gone haywire. The shield could have died to the player delivery earlier. There were windows of opportunity there for PSG, but I just don't think they were very well prepared for it. Essentially caught off guard in that round. T karaoke in response for the 9th.
Well, the most dominant rounds so far have both come from E36. Flawless in that round, and then in round 3, which was on the very same site, but defense, they had 4 players alive. Every single other round has been 3 or less players alive. And if you look at it from PSG Talon's perspective, in terms of their round wins, it actually looks quite damning. We had a similar game yesterday where it did not pan out well for this team. PSG Talon, 1 alive, 2 alive, 2 alive in their round wins. So they're winning their rounds very, very closely. They're not dominating their round wins. Whereas E36 have shown a little bit more proficiency when they are getting these round wins, and they look more comfortable as well. All of their round wins have had 3 or more players alive.
Clash in play then for round number 9. You're saying 1-6 thus far in the game. Expect that stat line to perhaps continue a little longer here. Well, his focus should be in terms of placing that shield, providing information and pressure, and posturing Shine side currently. E36 for map entry on the opposing side, spearheaded by the Blitz. I don't think we're going to see too much of a contest on this side of the map. Misa to play first contact drum. Nina lurking below, but Gotti is in position on the staircase. Barbed wire as well will give away this position.
He's got to be a little bit careful. Yeah, he's got the barbed wire, but if he does back up a little bit too much, then Nina might be in a position. He's going to get info here, Nina, off the logic bomb. Knows full well Gotti's going to be here on Black Stairs. Right, if I see when you pick onto Nina, though. So he must have caught him in the back from below, or at least from above. Yeah, really good angle. And that's good cover onto Gotti. No wonder he felt so comfortable and not worried at all. He not only had the barbed wire, but he had Ryder watching his back. They lose Jinam too, despite getting the kill onto Misa. Advantage PSG Talon here with a minute remaining in the round. Yun Sang trying to get right into the face of Akuzu. And Akuzu trying to fire back, but he can't land the shots on the guard break. A pistol shot into the foot. And so far, it's a ring around the dragon. Well, can Yun Sang get some help here? No, no one's really close by. And eventually, E36 have now taken control of this round.
Yeah, Harper was able to wait on that pinch. 1v3 now, right up. A lot on his plate. Does have Nitro. Well, that's about it. It'll take a massive effort, but he can't produce a result. E36 flipping the round.
Wonderful. 6-3. Timeout, PSG Talon. E36 starting to flex their muscles a little bit here on Skyscraper. They've now won. And this might surprise you because it doesn't maybe feel like this on paper and what we're watching. 4 of the last 5 rounds, E36. They've actually started to gain the ascendancy quite heavily.
Yeah, Harper did eventually come in and assist, but that was quite the awkward engagement. I mean, PSG really probably should have better capitalized on that and actually done the opposite in flipping that. Joker currently communicating to the team. Bottom left of screen. Marshalling the troops. It is a late tactical, though. I mean, they've got to be flawless from here. It's only possible defensively on Skyscraper, but still tough.
From the PSG Talon perspective, it looks like it's midnight. Even though over there right now, it would be
midday.
Like it would be like, what? What is the time?
2 hours
like
behind
11:40 or
us.
something?
Yeah.
1 hour. Okay, so it's like 12:40 over there. There's only 1 hour difference.
I guess so. Yeah. Even though it probably takes us 9 hours to fly there.
The world is crazy. I mean, to be fair, from where they're almost like
We're looking
straight
up at
up
them.
and then slightly to the right.
Left.
Left.
Left. They're to the west. I'm pretty sure.
No, to our right, like
To the east. No.
slightly. If you go straight up, right? If you were to go from Melbourne, just straight up, you're going like to Hong Kong, aren't you?
Well, we go past Papua New Guinea, and then it's up
Oh,
to the,
no,
it is
you
up
are
to the
right.
left.
No,
yeah.
you are right.
Yeah,
You
it's
are
to
right.
to the west.
There it is actually. Japan is literally just straight up.
Wow. I'm not quite straight up. I guess maybe the very, very north. Yeah.
You know what I was thinking of is actually when I flew to Hong Kong.
How did you go to Hong Kong?
I did, and the way the route is, they kind of go a bit to the left, and then because you go to the left to Hong Kong, then it's right when you go to Korea. When I went to Korea,
Did you go to Korea?
so it's left and right.
Okay.
So I got confused. Don't skip out on geography lessons at school. I did not go.
Don't drop out of school, kids.
I did drop out of school, and look where I left.
Yeah, it explains quite a lot.
It explains a lot. All right, Rush
Oh,
attempts
another
again.
quick one.
Number 2. Last time was very, very successful. Gotti with a double nitro to deny a lot of this pressure, though, from E36. Well, they didn't get that last time out. He is down, so 3v3. Miyuki will put an end to Gotti. And a lot of time remaining in this round. EE1D goes out again. Miyuki to put the plant inside her office, but no one really close by at all to deny this. Nina's got the angle cut. This one is looking done unless Ryder and Yun Sang can combine to bring it back for
Nitro
PSG
below.
Talon.
Nitro below.
Nitro below, not being
Okay.
watched by Alex McCullum. Harper goes down. Miyuki and Nina in a 2v2.
Yeah, they're on BPC. This is still possible for PSG, but a tough position with the shield still standing.
Nina is the one to probably watch here. He's going to be more likely to get the kill and does get that onto Yun Sang. 2v1. Ryder still has to deal with the blitz. Guz has already taken his headset off and started walking, and rightfully so. E36 enter with force on Skyscraper as they close out the opening map here against PSG Talon. And they are heading to their map pick as well of Cathay after this. What a statement. 7-3 result.
It's gonna get personal. Don't give a loose. Don't get it. That's what you get when you act the fool. You're gonna get hurt. Better watch your back. It's gonna get personal.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Is that good?
That one's kind of default. It's just lemonade.
Lemonade.
This one is like less default, but yeah.
That, how to say that? New pedal pop.
Yeah, pedal
That is
pop.
good. How do you feel about the newcomer in Asia?
There's not that many newcomers in Asia. Like a lot of teams recycle the old players. When there are newcomers, I usually like bullying them, especially on their first game. Get unlucky and verse us on their first game, then I just love bullying them in the all chat, in the game, shooting their bodies, and it's hilarious. When you're a newcomer, getting welcomed to the league by getting dumpstered is a good experience.
Newcomers import roster. How about that? About your thing about that?
I don't like them personally. That's why I try my best to always win against the import rosters and make sure they can't, get the free spots out of Asia and out of the rest of APL. It's always good to see import rosters lose.
Mr. Protector, you saved our region now. That's good.
Oh.
What are you hope for stage 2, and how far do you think you and boys can take it?
For stage 2, I hope we win the league, but winning the league doesn't really stop there. We still need to go to the major qualifier in Australia, and after that, we still need to perform good in Munich as well. So I'm hoping we get first place for stage 2 in our own league. I'm hoping we win the major qualifier, hopefully with the first seed as well. And then I'm hoping we at least get top 8 in Munich, because I don't want to go backwards.
That's cool. Without your team, who is best team in APL now?
I would say probably Fearx, and I think they have the most potential and they're in the best form right now, apart from us. Other than that, I don't think there are any other good teams in the APL, to be honest. Oh, no, those guys left.
Wait, GG?
Yeah, that's about it. That's about it.
Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's about to kick some serious ass? Remember, I'll be watching. Now you see me, now you don't.
Get ready! I'm taking them out!
Changing mags. I got this. Got my eyes on you. Located enemy.
Sugar sweet, you got what I need. Sipping on the potion, all that good emotion. Just my kind of heat. Keep it on repeat. Destined by the motion. Loving this devotion. Live it up, live it up, live it up, sweet emotion. 'Cause every time, every night, you and I on a roll. Switch it up, switch it up, switch it up where I'm going. Stay on the fly just in time, know the right way to go. I'm on the road, it's my time. Taking control of my life. I want to run the red lights. I've got to run this show. You always take me so high. You always make the highlights. I love the way we vibe. You're like a centerfold.
Just always shenanigans here. I hope one day that those mics go live just half a second before they should. I tell you what, everyone will have a great laugh at home, as Enterforce would be after that matchup, because PSG Talon really struggled. I mean, you look at the just the baseline stats of it, and there were a lot of big rounds in there from individual players, lots of 3Ks kind of popping up. But the one thing, guys, that stands out to me, opening kills.
Yeah.
Not converting to round wins, which is very different to what we saw yesterday. I think I can probably count 10 rounds yesterday out of 4 best of 3s that weren't converted. Today it's for 50% mark.
Yeah, which is quite strange on Skyscraper. You would imagine that the defense would be able to compound those advantages a little bit better. I think the big difference maker in this match ended up being kind of tempo in the end. We saw PSG on their tertiary attacks specifically really flounder around and kind of lack the direction in those particular rounds, whereas E36 in comparison, not only just on the tertiaries, but in more general play and on other sides as well, they really utilized that blitz really nicely.
Yep.
They were able to get quick pressure on the map and then thinking about, plant conditions later on as well. So that I think they just were a bit more well-rounded.
Sure.
On any map, attack is typically the point of difference, but more so, especially on one as defender-sided as Skyscraper. So they've done a really good job to set the tempo for this series. PSG lacking depth on this map.
As you were saying, Rob, 6 of the last 8 rounds opening kills went the way of PSG Talon. 6 of 8. And they failed to convert on 4 of those 6.
Yeah.
I mean, that is a big, big turnaround. And credit as well goes to Enterforce. And I think strategy-wise, they looked like they understood and played their map better. They knew when to go fast and how to execute quickly. And then they also knew when to slow things down.
Well, they played the Blitz 3 of the last 4 attacks, right? It worked well on that kitchen barbecue, that rush round with the pinch delivery. And I think at that point onwards, something just clicked and they're like, well, it worked there. Let's just throw it at the primaries and kind of see what happens. We get a free shot on
but
those
their
sides
pacing
anyway.
was different each time.
Yeah, they varied it just enough to keep PSG sort of guessing, and they kind of just fell into a heap defensively.
But the very last round was the quickest round of the entire game. The opening kill was at 2 minutes and 35 seconds. So, I mean, that was something I don't imagine PSG Talon were really expecting. And Exhibition Office usually can play it quite slow, but you can also hit it the way that they did. Clearly came down and it was close, but I think PSG Talon for me didn't show enough rounds where they won dominantly. All their round wins, 2 alive, 2 alive, 1 alive.
Yeah. Too many close rounds for them. And I think the inverse of that as well for Enterforce. We talked about their attacking win percentage going into this game, right? Second best in the league. They're sitting up at 54, something like that %, which is quite high in Siege. They win 3 out of 4 attacking rounds. That's what closes the game out. Yep. Granted, yes, they had a phenomenal first half. You go 4-2 on defense, Skyscraper. That's probably par for the course. You're doing your job. The second you pivot onto attack, you can find those round wins on attack. Now we're hard to kind of keep a closer eye on Enterforce, especially as this playoffs continue, because if they are a team that can turn attacking round wins into game wins, then it's going to completely change the course of their trajectory, because we know that in APAC North, in APAC as a whole, attacks are always so hit and miss. They're so inconsistent. One round, they're fantastic. The next round, you're trying to figure out whether we're watching T3 Siege or Tier 1 Siege.
I don't know if this is too big of a call after just seeing one map of playoffs. It probably is, but I'm starting to think that of the entire APN region, do they end up going, presuming they finish top 4, if that ends up happening, do they go to the playoffs as potentially like the biggest dark horse? Like they wouldn't go into that event with the expectation of making Munich, but there is that possibility. Like given their rise in competency over the group stage and what we've seen so far,
it's 4 teams from APAC North and it's 4 teams from the major qualifier. It's absolutely in there.
Dark horse for what though? Because if you take into account, let's say, as
I'm just saying because I feel like we had this discussion the other day, right? Trying to find a team that is potentially the dark horse, just for the sake of making things interesting.
I don't think
any other team falls
from
into
APAC North can be the dark horse in a tournament where top 4 make the major, and you're including teams like Elevate, Weibo, Enterprise, for instance. And I think there's a difference between being a dark horse to say do maybe in these playoffs and maybe make a top 2, top 3. I think they could be a dark horse. But at the major qualifier lane, if you're qualifying 4th from APAC North, you're behind the 8 ball.
We'll clip it and ship it. We can play it at PAX. Or maybe they're going to look silly or...
you know what? I will actually say I don't often disagree with you. I love to disagree with you, though. I'm in
I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there as just a possibility. It's an outside chance.
It is an outside chance, and it's 1 round against PSG Talon that obviously...
But any team that makes the major qualifier lane should feel like they have a chance to make the top 4.
If any team's going to have
an outside
chance, if any team's going to have an outside chance, it's from APAC North.
Well, yeah, because they've got more teams.
So... You've just proven Michael's point right.
I'll tell you what, I will change my tune on it, Michael. Congratulations.
Whoa. This might be the first time in 5 years he has ever said anything remotely close to that.
The greatest moment in Rainbow Six Siege
There's something in the air.
history. There is something in the air. Actually, I was going to double down on a comment made in the break, but maybe I won't. Maybe I won't reveal the curtains just yet on how things roll in the studio. However, what we can do is reveal what can be expected on Cafe. Both of these teams are pretty well versed on it. I will say I'm still leaning Interforce's way after a very strong first map. We've seen them play this before, and we'll see them play it again. Hopefully, they can take that momentum and continue to surge through the APAC North playoffs. But it is time for us to get underway. PSG Talon, they need to bounce back.
Alrighty, let's get underway. Second map of the series. E36 flexing their muscles at the conclusion of the opening map on Skyscraper. We'll see if they're able to do the same here on Cafe. Both teams statistically not great defensive teams, 51%, but this is the easily most defender-sided map in the APAC North region. So it's really going to test both teams. Right now, with E36 taking all the momentum from the opening map, I think coming into Cafe on the attack isn't really going to be such a bad thing. It puts the pressure immediately on PSG Talon. Defender-sided map for a team that's not ultra great at defending. Have they got what it takes? Bands, Montang, and Ying banned out by PSG Talon. Mirror and Castle by E36. Does leave the Blitz available, which can have decent impact on Cafe. Kitchen, where we go for the opening round.
Yeah, just got my lunch order in, so ready to go.
Oh, there's lunch orders?
Yeah, chuck it in the chat, mate. Bit of cheeky Nando's today.
Mum called.
Did she?
Yeah.
Is she bringing us lunch? That's very nice of her.
Cheeky Nando's.
Did you touch on the bands just for
I did.
the audio listeners out there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mentioned the fact also the Blitz technically left up, which had impact as we saw in the last 3 rounds on Skyscraper.
Yes.
And, not being chosen this round, but it certainly can be utilized on Cafe. We've seen it quite a few times, like reading Fireplace, the pushing in from pillar straight through reading to open up that default position, push the close defenders back. Top floor, skylight.
Well, I can only assume this is a bakery posture with the Rayora in play, right? Use that to cut off bot red. You have the sledge for the vert.
Smoky Churrasco Burger?
Yeah, that's what I'm getting. I don't think I've seen that one before. It's
Sounds like
something new.
Churro Gaming.
I get the reference. Okay, it's okay. We've already lost the pot. It's day 2 of playoffs. How many days consecutively do we actually work? I think it ends up being like 6 days or something. So by the end of that, we're going to be cooked.
Oh, it's more like 7.
Is it actually?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Maybe 6.
So again, top down here from E36. Now looking to get to work on the vert with Harper on the sledge. No real contest from PSG up above, as anticipated. Again, leading heavily into the Goya smoke denial late round. Soldiers while on the Warden for the smoke line up here from the attack for total. Now, I thought that it would potentially be a bakery posture, but there is the possibility as well of a freezer drop. The Rayora can be used to cut off some of the playmaking potential from that VIP side.
Ooh, classic feast for 1. Have you had that one before?
I have not. No, it looks pretty good though. And that opening pick looking pretty good for PSG. Nina falls right at low on HP. Still a big win for the defense early on in this opening round. Final vert in play now from E36, who will be looking to clamber back in this round. Not the best of positions currently. Only 45 seconds on the clock. VIP not cleared. I presume they're posturing for the clear. I don't know if Goyo utility on site's been cleared. We might be able to get a quick look on that. Thank you very much, Alex Sky McCullum. It is clear for the plant, but getting towards that plant position, certainly easier said than done. The clash close by.
Well, time ticks down. Akuzu with the pick onto Ryder evens things back up to a 4v4 margin. Harper making his way down bot white in towards Freezer. Akuzu trying to get it clear over towards Kochek. Jidam lost his life, so did Harper as well. So the drop comes through from Yugi. Desperation time now for E36. But a stronghold on the clash from Misa means that they denied that Freezer entry. Good start for PSG Talon on the defense at Cafe. Off the back of losing the opening map, this is the kind of round win they needed. And with 4 players alive, that round already better than any of their round wins back on Skyscraper.
Yeah, losing that pick on trader for E36 ended up being quite costly. They really didn't have great utility layering either to look remotely competitive in that round. Yeah, unfortunately, kind of lacking the ferocity that we saw on several of those Skyscraper attacks. PSG over to mining for round number 2. Feels like at least here in APN we're seeing more and more teams turning away from the top 4. And mining becoming more popular here. Triple Nitro in play. Valkyrie as well for information. On the side of attack, tools to deal with flanks. The gridlock brought into play. Valkyrie in response to, pardon me, IQ in response to that Valkyrie. Bravo as well available to hack that information.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
We'll see if E36 can pick up the tempo potentially a little bit more so in this round. Again, electing not to bring the blitz. They brought it in the final 3 rounds back on Skyscraper, and it was key in helping unlock map control and find opening kills and a lot of early pressure. Not really in the playbook, though, for Cafe, it would appear, at least in these early stages. As we'll see things spearheaded from the top.
Yeah, again, coming into Cafe, both teams not really the best defensive teams. So it's really kind of difficult to gain an understanding as to the amount of rounds required. But if PSG Talon do get to 4 defensive rounds, which usually you would just kind of say that's expected. I think in this game, that might be slightly better than expected. 5 would be amazing. But I wouldn't be too shocked if we get like 3-3 half territory. Yugi's going to lose that clutch drone. Jidam onto the Blackbeard. So once again, they avoid the blitz, which is quite strange. I mean, it's a different map, but they found a lot of success with the blitz at the back end of Skyscraper. Mining the site of choice in the second round is not always the most conventional one. At times can be contentious. Saw it a couple of times yesterday for Asia. Which we haven't really had the time. We didn't touch on Asia, of course. We didn't get to do the last 2 games of it. Elevate as expected, got through comfortably. Fury, though, pushing Weibo to 3 maps was interesting.
Yeah.
Winning out on Lair on the opening map. And then Weibo kind of just did their thing. So Weibo elevate in the upper bracket final. Winner makes the major qualifier LAN.
That'll be a really good game if both teams play at their best. When is that play day?
I was going to say,
I mean, again,
it theoretically should be tomorrow.
Right at a fall. So better start here from E36. Right a court down below over towards VIP. Plant now attempted by Mugi as Akuzu confirms that pick. Will defuse a B, denied it will. Great Nitro. Traded over towards that 90 position. 3 versus 3, now 2-3. E36 keeping pace, but Misa to trade back.
Yeah, it's just trades back everywhere. I mean, Akuzu did well to get the double kill, but couldn't quite stop that Nitro from you and saying in time, and that was enough to deny the plant. Harper's now filled in towards mining to pick it up. Taps it. Misa, though, has control now over towards Pillar. Deals with Jidam. So Harper in sight by himself, 1v2. Opens up a bit more of the wall. Knows there's one inside a train. Soldier, close angle. They trade. No, it's Misa that got the kill at the exact same time. To close out the round for PSG Talon, a quick response to begin on Cafe after losing Skyscraper. They take the opening 2 rounds, and more importantly, on a site like mining to convert. I tell you what, good signs for Talon that they're switched on here on Cafe.
Yeah, allowing Yun Sang there to get the Nitro off from E36 was ultimately their biggest mistake in the round. They still kept pace, even post that. 2 versus 2, but then whittled down.
It is tomorrow, by the way.
Okay. Cool. that the first game of the day or the second?
It was the third game. So we don't get to do that one. Oh, no, we're on late tomorrow.
I thought it was a 2B03 day tomorrow. Oh, no, tomorrow's Friday.
No.
It is a 4. Sorry.
Yeah, 4. I think we're on late tomorrow, so it looks like we will get to do that upper bracket final.
We're late, yeah. So, yeah, we'll be doing that. Cool.
Yeah, Saltart Rival 7, Fury Daystar, of course, the first 2 matches, lower bracket quarterfinals, loser, and you're out of playoffs. Winner progresses then to play the winner of the other one. Elevate Weibo play as well. And then, yeah, of course, the lower bracket semi-final will also be played tomorrow. So 3 elimination games tomorrow already for Asia is... it's quick. It's a quick group stage into a quick playoffs bracket. It's cutthroat. And the big thing as well from that upper bracket final tomorrow, and the importance of it, not only do you qualify for the major qualifier land, at minimum you've now gotten 150 SI points for making the grand final. It's a big game tomorrow. Yeah, Stage 1 champions Weibo taking on now what are looking to be the best team in Asia in Elevate, based on the stage they've had thus far. They got no contest at all from Soul's Heart yesterday, 7-2, 7-2. Move our attention, of course, back to this, and so far so good for PSG Talon. And I think that's what they needed is this start. The response after losing the first map and losing it emphatically towards the end, losing 7-3, massive win streak for E36, dominated the last couple of rounds. Everything just was going their way. For PSG Talon to begin Cafe in this style goes a long way. Yellow ping from Ikuzu onto Gotti in bar. Gotti can drop and will do so safely.
You didn't mute your mic.
this button, look, see, you can press it, look.
Yeah, I know.
Look at that. I'm pressing this button and nothing's happening. It's ridiculous.
2 big picks in the meantime for E36, and perhaps their best opportunity to find around here on Cafe. Attack, midpoint of the round. PSG under the pump. Soldier will try his best to hold top white, and Ryder to come alongside and support.
Jin goes down.
Yeah. Should be resable though.
And Mugi just making sure that it is safe to do so and does get Jinnum back up. 1 gas bomb available for Soldier, gets droned out towards planks. Ryder with a big nitro cell onto Mugi, which is quite massive because Jinnum was the one who was low, so you get rid of the full health Mugi. Now Jinnum falls, who was lower in health, to Gotti, and suddenly 3v3, despite the opening 2 kills for Enterforce. PSG Talon showing a bit more resilience so far. The swing, but the shotgun was always going to be the stronger of the options. Harper losing the battle, and the E36 now losing the round.
Yeah, a bit of a capitulation here. Diffuser now on an island. And a round that looks so good. The first 2 picks going the way of the attack, but then PSG resilient on this top floor position. And still retaining these spots. Ryder, white stairs, Soldier, white corridor. This cross, impenetrable. And that's round over. PSG, a perfect opening rotation. That's 3-0 their way.
Well, I didn't expect this. I mean, not surprised, naturally, they're playing defense Cafe, but it's the manner in which they're winning these rounds. First 2 quite dominant. Third one backs up against the wall a little bit. 5v3. They didn't really show that kind of resilience back on Skyscraper, so impressed by PSG Talon so far. I mean, the pre-show couch, I basically said, I think this is going to be 3 maps. I don't think there's a lot separating these 2 teams. So I was a bit more surprised in the fashion that E36 won Skyscraper. And I guess this is now just the response from PSG Talon. Again, they were only a 51% defensive win rate team. Both of them are. Defense is not the strong suit for either of these 2. They are statistically better at attacking. Of course, Cafe being a heavily defender-sided map in APAC North probably bodes well for both, and might just be a world in which this does end up being defender-sided massively both ways. So by no means am I writing E36 off, but so far impressed by PSG Talon's response. And I would imagine Joker would be very happy with how things are going so far. Also, very team-orientated effort. I mean, the most kills they've got is Yunsang with 4, which that in itself is quite ironic because he barely had a single kill on Skyscraper, but the lowest is 2 with Gotti. So it's a really good spread performance right now from PSG Talon. Peri peri chicken. I'm excited.
Okay. Wonder if it'll be better than the chicken we had yesterday, though.
I mean, you would hope so because it's a bit more of a premium, you know, like, come on now. If it's not, then we should get our money back. This is where E36 needed to start turning things around, though. They have not taken the tactical
they brought
time
the
out,
blitz.
and they bring the blitz.
Finally bring the
Yeah,
blitz.
they finally bring the blitz.
That's where things started to
and
come alive
maybe,
for them.
and some teams do kind of, I feel like do this, but they wait the 3 rounds out, and then they play the operator that they don't really want to get banned away.
They don't want it
But
burnt.
At the same time, it's like, we're not going to play it for 3 rounds just so we can then play it for 3 rounds. I don't know.
We'll see. It could be an intriguing trade-off if it works.
Maybe they really wanted it to be grouped up with the Blackbeard. I don't know. They could have done it for the first 3 rounds, though. Ryder on the RX will be roaming around. He's over towards reading at the moment.
E36 trying to catch PSG on the peel. Oh, Misa. Just alive for now. Ryder is in reading and does find that kill.
It's his second opening kill of the game so far from Ryder. The blitz, though, the flash.
Oh, he misses the dash!
Oh, he does miss the dash, and therefore Ryder loses his life. Nina then, because of that dash, was a little bit wild with the pistol.
That was really awkward. Oh, is Yun Sang's position? No, I don't think it is.
Oh!
Might not matter.
Well, it is now. Nina doing his best to survive and hits the headshot.
Well, that's unlucky.
That is unlucky. Nina does get taken down from below. But Mugi there for the quick revival. And now E36 can consolidate, really. They've got the player advantage, 45 seconds. They've cleared out this second floor.
I mean, this is just a freezer drop every day of the week. VIP is clear. They need to drone that, ensure it's clear, and start working plant.
Well, the one win con, though, for PSG Talon that they have available is a pretty big one, the Yokai.
Which means the attack needs to hurry up and move.
Exactly.
It just got droned. There is a Goyo canister as well on default, so positionally, they're in a good spot, E36, but on the count of util,
they're going to play these drones. Misa can't, though. He's low on health, so he pops the Vulcan canisters. Well, a good little pivot here from Misa. Pops the Vulcan canisters.
Oh, good nade.
Oh, good nade as well. Forces him on the move, but he's still alive. He'll play the bomb chassis, caught in the back by Jinham. 7 seconds. Soldier's the only one left, but he's the only one that needs to be left. Has he got the Yokais to win this round?
Oh, no.
If he can land his shot, he will do it! Are you kidding me?
No. There's no
The
way.
one player, the one win con to stop E36. Margins, small, fine margins, but PSG Talon steal it at the death, courtesy of Soldier. And you could see, as he's moving the Yokai, everyone that was up, gun up, was just staring at it and ready to shoot it. Miss.
Papa missed it.
And then he was one in bakery.
Oh, no.
Look at Joker get up as well. That got him out of his chair. E36, that might be the map right there. The 4-0 start. Talon, they got away with one. Well and truly. Oh, the old classic. Not much in this game really beats a clutch from a Yokai.
Yeah.
10 seconds left.
And he did a really good job because they droned it out. He had to move it around. And I thought Misa did a really good job too in that round for what he was able to do close by to the bomb chassis. He got rid of the drones. He popped the Vulcan canisters, a bit more denial. He stayed alive, kept himself up for as long as he possibly could while low on health, despite pressure from above. A really, really good round from PSG Talon. Soldier 4-1, but the kills, they don't mean much. It's the Yokai that did the damage. Now E36 backs up against the wall in this second map. Clubhouse is brewing in the background. It might just be needed.
Well, E36 need to refocus. No doubt a frustrating round, but they're not completely out of it yet. It is reliant, though, on these following two from being clean from the attack.
I think they're going to need both.
Yeah, I certainly agree. I don't really think that's possible, given how they've played so far.
And this game comes down to fine margins, especially in the important matches. Akuzu at least got the entry, but as you said, good trade quickly by Misa. That's actually Akuzu's third opening kill. So there's been 5 rounds, 5 opening kills, 2 players. It's Akuzu and Ryder. They've got every single opening kill so far in this half. They're having their own little battle in the opening kill department.
So minute 20 then on the clock, and E36 with map control up above the remaining members of the defense, second floor. There is Nitro threat though, in play. Oh, and Soldier deals well with the first Selma. And the second. Does that mean Hatch is going to stay closed? Yes. Yeah, that's really well played by Soldier. Just makes that route over towards Dining a bit more tricky. And especially the ability to cut off defense as they rotate.
There's only 40 seconds left in the round now as well. So the drop in towards Reading. It is a mining site though. Another 1-for-1 trade from both teams. Oh, Jinham caught in the back. Good rotate from Yoon Sang. Finds his 6th kill of this game after a struggle on Skyscraper. He has really found form on Cafe. Mugi with no kills. He's going to need to change that pretty quickly here into the final 15 seconds of this round. Straight in towards mining with the kit. Bulletproof camera, a nuisance. He's just going to have to go for it anyway and hope they can't deal with it. Nina towards Pillar, watching for the rotate. But Gotti swing through the corridor. PSG Talon clean sweep the round, as so far they're clean sweeping the map. It's 5-0.
Yeah, I mean, this is a...
Did the Joker call Fabian after the first map and it's like, you need to come and get these guys some Swedish food because they're playing like crap. And they have just switched it on this second map. It's like Joker's threatening him. Don't make me call Fabian. He'll bring the belt.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
Yeah, that was really clean. Again for PSG. Dominant so far. E36 lacking answers here on Cafe.
Oh, 2 free drones.
Yeah.
Well, at least that looks like that's working. Oh, maybe, oh, okay. Oh, no.
Yeah, the drone count's still...
I need to fix this drone count.
Still a bit wild.
Well, I think there's only 2 drones up. All 5, or maybe there's 3. Hard to say. Oh, I really hope they fix that.
Well, they can't be
To be fair, they're all on Pillar. They're all on 1 drone.
There can't be 6 drones taken out, as
no,
it was showing.
obviously not, but I was just more so referencing what they're looking at down below.
Yeah, I think it may only be the one
I
left.
think they might, yeah. So if they lost 4 drones there in the prep phase, that is not good as we head over to Reading and Fireplace now for the final round of this half. And PSG Talon are looking for the clean sweep. And honestly, deserve it right now. It's the way they're playing. I think this, to me, is a half that's more to do with what PSG Talon have done themselves, less to do with E36 failing or struggling. I just think they're being met by a bit more resilient team this time. PSG Talon have just made no real errors, no mistakes, not allowing E36 any kind of freebies. And they've done this largely too, with E36 still finding some opening kills. Akuzu's found 3 in the half. The shield play hasn't really worked for E36 either. PSG Talon have been more switched on in that department. They've just played really well. Pixel hold double ADS with the deployable shield. We've won the clock back a couple of years.
Yeah, more than a couple now.
Oh, Ryder with the opening pick.
Oh, it got caught anyway, even with the Thatcher on the roof. Looking to clear you, Till.
The shield is still up.
That's round over. Surely.
Now, Jinham just sends it. Mugi, though, finds an angle. Well, Jinham made some space and allowed Mugi to then at least find that kill onto Gotti.
Wow.
Needs a swing, though, from Washroom. Deals with the Blackbeard. You say round over, I'm thinking it's almost map over. It's going to be a 6-0 half from PSG Talon. Well, Harper finds a good shot, but then there's always just that response, that swift and there for PSG Talon. Clean as you like. 3 versus 1. Mugi by himself. He's only got the single kill to his name throughout these 6 rounds played. Drop down into pillar. A triple stack reading for the defense of Talon. They can just play together. And the goal in these scenarios is to not allow Mugi to have his 1v1 battles. And dead. Misa closes it 6-0. I don't think we were expecting this at all. Coming into the second map after what we saw from E36 to close Skyscraper. Guys, they won 5 of the last 6 rounds, E36 on Skyscraper. Well, right now on the next map, Cafe, 6 straight from PSG Talon.
Yeah, probably time to wave the white flag for E36, get us to map 3.
Well, they do go defense.
It's not impossible, but the likelihood is
the
so
kind of situations
low.
where they win 2 or 3 rounds and then lose. And
yeah. Most likely. The bans to be Mirror and Azami in combination with Ying Damos. The trade game for me has been the most impressive element of PSG's game here. Like you kind of are mentioning, in pretty much every single round, no matter where on the map, if somebody from PSG dies, there is an immediate response, typically from 2 members of the defense, to just go bang and find that trade. It's been really good pressure.
Good positioning, good pressure, and also that half. Ryder 3 opening kills, Akuzu 3 opening kills.
Yep.
Not often you see something like that. And I will say, I mean, if this does close out rather quickly, these 2 maps between these 2 teams probably would take as long as 1 overtime game in OS, with all the delay issues that they've had throughout the group stage. Yeah, and the pressure's off now for PSG Talon. You've got 6 rounds to close this out, but as is always the case in these positions, the pressure can then flip back pretty quickly. You know, if it gets to 6-3, then 6-4, you start to think, geez, are we gonna, you know, really throw this advantage? Winning's winning. If you win, you know, whether it's 7-0 or 7-5, doesn't really matter. Or even if it goes to overtime, which they've now got secured. But you get to this 6-0 advantage, you want to close it out as quick as possible. You can play a little bit more free in a couple of these first attacking rounds for sure.
Reloading, cover me.
Track stingers in play. Tracks out.
Yeah, heavy reliance on Rappel early in the round is kind of anticipated. PSG will probably be looking to center a lot of the attack around the Monty though. Lounge side across. Maybe a bit of pinch pressure on this cocktail. Rappel just to keep the defense honest. Nina potentially in a position to actually jump out here. Okay. Kill.
Nice freebie. Not the opening kill of the round though. So it's an immediate trade. I like to see that as well for E36. You know, you're 6-0 down, you're still going for those kind of plays. We saw them do that on Skyscraper when they were winning. Well, it's a good testament to the team that they're still thinking in that sort of frame of mind. They did lose Jinham at just the moment prior to Nina finding that kill onto Soldier. A little bit of shot control for PSG Talon. More than that, Yunsung's going to just creep all the way through bar, and he's not stopping. And he's not stopping.
I don't hate this.
And he's into Cocktail. And he's all the way back deep into Cocktail, and they've got the long line of sight.
The cross is covered.
They've got the cross. They do lose Misa. Yunsung gets off, starts to feel the pressure, and he spots 3 players still trusting in Ryder. Gotti found the pick onto Harper on the rappel. And Yunsung knows there's one inside a Cocktail with him. That's going to be Akusu. Ryder's probably going to have to just progress forward a little bit. A little wider swing, and he gets that kill.
Beat my soul shredders.
They're trying to find a way to cover this plant. Easier said than done, though.
There are no nitrocells available. Akuzu trying to just time his cross, but Ryder covering. But they do lose Yun Sang, and Angle was found. So Ryder and Gotti need to try and clutch this round. Gotti's got to get off this rappel. He has to get in the building now. Well, now he does actually have to get into the building. E36. Well, and then the frost mat. Not a bad strategy. Just couldn't quite get the execution down pat.
Yeah, it was a good denial onto Yun Sang. I'm presuming it was an angle from backstore just to find the feet. 5 more to go.
Doable. It has been done. Many times, in many different regions, in many different ways. It was a frag grenade, by the way, that killed Jinham. I mean, if that plant goes down successfully, they win that round.
Yep. Some wry smiles from E36. Kitchen for round 8.
And also just for the mental, knowing full well, if you do lose this map, at least it's now not 7-0. It's an awful feeling to just get completely dominated 7-0. 7-1's not really much better. Just ask the Brazilians. You understand that, right?
Should I? Is this an Elevate reference?
Football.
Ah, the World Cup. Okay. Bit obscure. What year was that?
2014, I want to say.
Yeah, I was going to say 14. The World Cup is actually quite soon, right, this one?
I believe it would be next year.
Yeah. Is it mid next year?
I think it is mid next year.
Huh. Have we qualified yet?
We have.
Nice.
I think. Pretty sure.
Okay. So confident.
A long way to go for E36. It is always in the back of the mind. Do you put more into these kind of rounds, or do you just wave the white flag, go next? But at the end of the day, you got nothing to lose by trying, and you could pull off the miraculous, and I think you got more to gain. Yuki makes first contact, doesn't like what he sees, and falls back, drops, and will go for the rotate back down towards kitchen. Oh, well, there was one on the white stairs.
I thought he was going to go up for a second.
Yeah, I thought that too.
I think he contemplated it.
I think he heard the rappel noise and then thought better of it.
PSG now slowly establishing map control from the 3rd floor.
It's an interesting deployable shield placement. It's just the way that it's angled. It's a bit more aggressive rather than defensive.
Yeah, that's fine.
No, I don't have an issue with it.
Okay. That's
At times you might see, I guess, a little bit more tucked into VIP, maybe a bit more difficult to
yeah,
clear
I think it just comes down to personal preference, really. Harper, of course, on that 2 brow, the Zoto canisters will be deployed to counter the sense and the drop, if that is to be the final game plan here from the attack. Some of that util, though, stacked in the hallway by Soldier with the ROU. I question if Freezer ends up being the endpoint here. I mean, the hatch is still actually closed, so presumably not. Very red stair-centric at the moment from the attack.
Well, they do have a secondary harborage available.
Yeah.
But as you said, based on positioning, I don't think that's going to be the focus.
In.
1-for-1 trade into the side now. Misa gets another one shot in the back, and so far so good until it's not. Harper and Nina, the only 2 left up. But they are capable. Soldier, Misa, both taking a bit of damage. Misa has done some great work into prep. Good swing clear. On to Nina. Well, get Clubhouse ready. She's a-coming. Nitrocell thrown out by Harper. That misses everything. Into red time, admittedly. Ryder still has to get the kid onto the floor. Over towards prep, now into cooking. Can Harper deny? Doesn't look like he's got the angle. Steps up and then back down. It's all done. 7-1 for PSG Talon. A swift response on the cafe was needed after losing Skyscraper 7-3. All 3 maps required here in this match for the upper bracket quarterfinal. Short break. When we come back, of course, it is Clubhouse to decide who takes on CAG later tonight.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Can I drink some water?
Yeah, you can have some water.
This thing looks very dangerous.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? For APL, I'm Dev Marta, and today we are doing Shot Ones. It's the show with hot wings and even hotter questions. I'm joined all the way from South Korea by Mephi from FearX. Mephi has been playing for FearX for several years, and he has been insane. Just taken home gold in APAC North. You won that whole league. You went to EWC, but can you take home the win against the spicy wings of death? Mephi, thank you for being here. Do you like spicy food?
아, 당연하죠. 평소에도 많이 먹고 즐겨 먹는 편입니다. 한국인한테는 쉽다고 생각합니다. Because I'm Korean.
Good. Energy? You got lots of energy?
Yeah.
Good.
Good. Good.
I love that. Okay, perfect. I'm gonna get you to eat on your left, this one right here.
Yeah.
This is the mildest one. Take a bite. I'm gonna ask you a question.
근데 너무 보통만 치고는 매워 보이는데요?
So, since coming into the scene in 2022, you're always on one of the best teams in APAC North and in Korea. Why do you think that you're always on the top teams?
한국에서 제일 잘하는 팀이 모였기도 했고 저희가 매우 많은 노력을 하고 있기 때문에 저희가 항상 상위권에 위치하는 건 당연하다 생각합니다.
So what makes you different to all the other players in Korea? What makes you special?
그냥 평소에 열심히 하고 그냥 좋은 선수들과 같이 하고 있다는 게 특별함을 만들지 않을까 싶습니다.
Do you like it?
Yeah, but zero spicy. not spicy for me.
Do you like the taste?
Yeah, but I feel zero spicy. Yeah, it's easy for me.
Well, good, because we have spicier chicken still to go.
Oh.
This actually tastes so good. I haven't had lunch today.
Okay.
I'm gonna get rid of this. I'm so sick of that. All right, much better. You can put that one down. We're gonna eat the next one.
Okay.
I really hope. I really hope.
Why are you
this
still
game
messing around
through.
with your cable? Have you got it caught? Or you good?
Is everything okay, handsome? Do you need a moment?
Oh, is that what you were talking about when I said I twist it personally?
I really hope everyone got to hear that one. Look, welcome back. Very short break between that one. 7-1. That was a speed run. It should have been 7-0, to be fair. That first attack, I should say, from PSG Talon had a lot of legs on it. They just couldn't get it done. Long angles being what long angles do. The one thing, again, Guz, that just still stands out is the conversion rate of opening kills.
Was it 50? It was exactly 50-50
It's 50%
again.
We are sitting at a dead 50% rate of converted rounds, which when you really look at it in this context, Enterforce really missed out on that.
Yeah, PSG's trade game and pressure. I wish we had some way to measure. You know how in like the footy they have like a pressure
index rating.
Yeah, pressure index rating. I wish there would be a way to try and calculate it in Siege, and I feel like if there was, PSG would have been right up there as like some of the highest pressure you can maintain in the server, based on the fact that just their ability, even when losing a kill, to have like almost on every single occasion 2 players like straight away denying that space, finding that kill back. It was just persistent, and Enterforce just could not manage tempo in this matchup. Credit goes to PSG. They looked really good.
This game was lost in 3 specific rounds, the second, third, and fourth round. So in the second round, it was a Misa 3K, but he won a 1v1 clutch.
Yeah.
And in the third round was a 5v3 advantage in favor of Enterforce 36, and PSG bring it back and win the round. And the fourth round was the Soldier clutch with the Yokai.
Crazy.
So, and then after that, it became far more dominant for PSG Talon, and they kind of just, ran away with it. But those were the crucial rounds where if they flipped the other way, we might not be sitting here right now on the couch, and it might be still going.
That's a big problem as well for the conversation, because when you look at, I guess, Enterforce's opportunities in this match, it's not like they were just shut out from start to finish. There were moments where they had small advantages, and I think, like, realistically, when you look at the performance of the team overall, it's just like 25% cost at the bottom for Jin. Like, that's crazy.
You're looking at me like a...
Well, I was looking at you to maybe, kind of push that your way. But the problem for me is when you look at the overall stats, when you start to put this in a wider scope, realistically, PSG Talon, even with that map, they are lesser in the stats department. But the momentum, everything now just resets. We are back to a best of 1 at this point. I think Enterforce are very lucky they managed to find 1 round. I know that sounds crazy, but a 7-0 and a 7-1, that completely changes the dynamic of the conversation for them. If they get 7-0'd and they never had a leg in the game on Cafe, that's a huge problem. Yeah. It's something I don't like to see.
There's the recency bias, I think, when you have a best of 3 and it goes to the third map. You always kind of look to the team that won the second map, especially when it's a 7-1 smashing. But still, the way that E36 closed out Skyscraper was 5 of the last 6 rounds, so it's pretty similar.
Yeah.
So clearly both teams have shown what their best is capable. Both have kind of almost like boxers, had 1 blow land each. Now it comes down to Clubhouse. And again, you take the momentum from Cafe, but also, we would have thought E36 would take the momentum from Skyscraper into Cafe, and that just didn't happen. So honestly, I don't know if Guz has a different opinion. I got no idea about Clubhouse now. Like, it really could go either way.
Where do you sit?
On the couch.
He does sit on the couch.
I don't know. I think I just want to jump into the server and find out, to be completely honest. I think it will be a hard reset, but it's a good test of E36 in a BO3 format. Yeah. The best teams, they can reset from this and bounce back. Others will stew in that second map, and the third will be tough.
Well, that's just the conversation we need to have. We were singing the praises of E36 on the back of their first and opening match on Skyscraper. We praised them for their ability to adapt and the power they brought in the server, which all but diminished, vanished like smoke in front of our own eyes as PSG Talon took Cafe 7-1. One of the more convincing performances so far in the playoffs, but it's time to decide this one. It's time to send a team forth in the upper bracket and one to sit sit down in the lower bracket in maybe a little bit more of a kind of sad posture, which I would. If I lost this, I'd be very devastated. But we head to Clubhouse. And I would say I'll leave you in the capable hands, but I think I'll just leave you in their hands. Jake and Guz, take it away.
Well, it's better in our hands than yours, Rob, that's for sure. I think we can all agree with that one. Clubhouse, 3 maps. I mean, it's not often I'm right, Guz. Not often, but I did say pre-match that this one had all the hallmarks of going to the 3rd map, and we do get there, Clubhouse. So how we've gotten here, though, is 2 pretty dominant maps from both teams. The first map of Skyscraper, 7-3 to E36, where they dominated towards the back end of the game, and then for PSG Talon, 7-1, dominated from start to finish. Now Clubhouse, E36 will begin on defense side to see who will progress forward and take on CAG later tonight. Clubhouse only played twice in the group stage for APAC North, attacker-sided, so I mean, again, very small sub-samples, so they don't really pay too much mind. Defense is usually where you want to be, certainly on this site. Basement to begin. Loser of this game, of course, does not have to play again today. But the winner will take on CAG for what will be match 3 of today's proceedings. Now, following this match, and this map, Dplus and Scarz. Big game coming up between the 3 seed and the 6 seed. I think Dplus go in as pretty big favorites for that series to come.
Kaid Bandit, Ying Deimos, so Hard Breach unaffected for this first half, at least so far. The lineup in terms of the bans from PSG indicative that we should expect, sorry, from E36 rather, we should expect a bit more of a roam game. Again, being vulnerable to that Hard Breach, hence why the bar hatch has been opened up and the castle is in play.
It's so crazy to me that you look at the 2 teams that got eliminated, Kinnetrip and Merc. Merc Gaming only won a single game this group stage. It was against Dplus. Like, that is just a weird stat.
Early peel from E36, so all 5 members back down to basement. Good early entry from PSG.
It was a defensive masterclass from PSG Talon, of course, on Cafe, which really wasn't too much of a surprise. Maybe in hindsight, retrospect, starting defense really kind of ballooned out that margin because of it. And then you got the 2 attacking rounds on Skyscraper, so they go attack here on Clubhouse. So it's going to have to be a different avenue for them now on this 3rd map, at least in the first half, in finding success. But as we've mentioned a couple of times, both teams are statistically better at attacking than they are defending. Certainly the case for PSG Talon. And so far, good job on the hatches. 90 seconds left into the round. No contest at all from E36. It will be the full 5 stack down below. Double Nitro setup. Play with the mirror window. Facing towards bot main. I imagine. One with blue. And the drop from Yun Sang. Mirror window dealt with towards the bot main side of things. It's just as default as you can really get. Clubhouse basement right now from E36.
Util set in towards Church. Soldier to lead the charge. He has a diffuser.
Got to deal with Nina though up close here on Church triple wall. And just waiting for Soldier. I mean, that's just good patience. Trusting in Soldier to eventually be able to swing by, get that kill. Now he can go stick the plant. Yunsenka gets an easy vision here as well on the Blackbeard. Nitro's going to fall well short.
Oh, not really.
Well, not well short, actually. You're right. It was very, very close to getting that kill and denying the plant from successfully being put down. Jinnum losing his life to Soldier. 3 kills in the round from Soldier, and PSG Talon kickstart Clubhouse in a very similar fashion to the way that they were playing on Cafe. Dominant to take basement, attack, the perfect start on the 3rd map.
I wonder how things could have eventuated had that plant actually been denied.
Yeah, it would have been a bit more scrappy.
I think it still would have been okay. But yeah, good opening attack, just chipping through the checklist of utility for PSG. Identifying the wing con of a triple wall plant was certainly the correct decision.
A36 got the first kill of the round, and then that was it. 4 players up then for PSG Talon.
Yep.
So pretty clinical in their execution at the end of the round. 3K for Soldier, got the plant down, so he did a lot in that round. And Yunsang doesn't really get a lot of stats. He does get 1 assist, but I thought his positioning and playstyle on the Blackbeard was really good. Good patience. It's always the sort of unheralded nature of a support player, but you know, Soldier gets that free kill, Church triple wall, because of the Blackbeard and the presence that he's showing. A bit of that pressure factor that we're talking about on the couch. Not ideal though for E36 to drop basement defense to kickstart the 3rd map after being decimated on Cafe. Fair to say now, PSG Talon have really all the momentum.
And they were the 2nd rated team in the league heading into the day for opening kill conversion. There's really a pretty damning trend being established from Cafe now already into the early phase of club, where that hasn't been a strength for them today.
And we've got a gym bedroom for the 2nd round. They really do need to just kind of slow things down against PSG Talon. Need to string a couple of rounds together. Get another classical defensive setup for E36. 1 cash, 1 top red. Rest will kind of just then spread out around site. Top main, con, gym. Mugi finds the pick onto Soldier. Needed that trade. Good double from Mugi.
Yeah, that was sloppy from PSG.
Yeah, very sloppy.
They weren't in position.
Just the opening that E36 needed. Now, these are the rounds you've got to be winning. It might only be the 2nd round of the 3rd map, but this is crucial just for the head, just for the mind and the mental for E36. You cannot be dropping this sort of round. 90 seconds, 2-player advantage.
Ooh.
Have they got an idea on Nina? Yes, they did.
Yeah, good capture.
That's a freebie. No chance at a trade.
Oh, now it doesn't feel as impossible to bring this round back.
Kuzu still plays a pretty aggressive position towards Cash.
Dead.
Nitro, dead indeed. That's a wonderful Nitro assault from Ikuzu, and he just got traded.
Okay.
So from 3-4 to 2-3, Gotti and Misa not going to give up on this. I dare I say, the Kali, though, needs to find a pick here out on the balcony. 50 seconds, so that he can take his time. He doesn't have to rush this. At the same time, E36 need to be careful on their positioning to not give any free kills away to the Kali.
Yeah, just don't expose to the balcony would be the best decision here. They have the keep barriers to play behind.
I'm worried about Harper and the way he's moving around the site.
Yeah.
Gets into bathroom. You just got to force the clock to wind down.
I wonder how many Maestro cameras are up here as well for the defense. That would be something I'd be looking to lean into if they are up.
And God is the one that's got a bit of work to do.
So 1 spotted logistics. I don't think that PSG know that there's 2 there.
12 seconds. God, he's got a pretty good idea. There's 1 over towards bathroom. Misa has made his way in to push this position. He gets that headshot kill, well, practically for white. Now, God, he is going to slip in towards Jim. Go for the plant behind the reinforced wall. Misa will push up. But coming in behind, Jinham, free kill.
Yeah, just bad timing.
It's not even just bad timing. It's also just the case of the positioning and where they're at. Misa thinks he's got to push. He can only push 1 direction there.
I think a white plant there is probably a little bit safer as opposed to the
But
wall.
all the work was done here at the start. Mugi with a double kill and sloppy entry from PSG Talon. That cost them the round in the end.
Yeah, I mean, that point onwards, the trade game was better, but the initial clear left quite a lot to be desired. And yeah, difficult to fault Misa there in plant coverage. 1-1 scoreline. Cash CCTV to follow here for the 3rd round. The util clearance tools of the Capitao and the Grim both available here for Rafters. Glaz as well.
And a nice little Xenox fun fact for you guys. That was the first opening kill converted by E36 since the 8th round of Skyscraper.
Yeah. To be fair, probably not too surprising because they won one round of the second map, but sure.
They had 3 opening kills in that map, and they started with the opening kill in the first round here as well. So
yeah, okay.
They had 4 opportunities prior to that.
Did they have any after that on Skyscraper? Or?
No, that was their last one on Skyscraper.
I mean, still though, it was a damning statistic that was starting to develop. So being able to finally put that to bed, at least momentarily, is positive for the defense.
Yeah, big round though for A36. Just gets them that first round on the board. Gives them a good foothold here onto Clubhouse. Now we go Cash and CCTV. This is where they'll be looking to try and see if they can get 2 rounds straight. They haven't done that as well since Skyscraper when they won the last 3 rounds consecutively on that map. Just the nature of losing Cafe in the fashion that they did, it means it's been a long time between drinks in terms of success in a lot of different departments for E36. In terms of a quick shape-up, in terms of the overall series, by the way, Misa now up to 21 kills, leads all comers, 21-13 plus 8, 4-1 on entry. So 128 EPS means that Misa has been the MVP of the series across both teams. Akuzu and Nina have been best performing for Enterforce. And it'll probably come to Misa again for PSG Talon to have another big round, this time on the Glaz. And they've only got the 2 real smokes, and then Yuseng's, of course, got the Capitao smokes as well.
Well, the flame deployed, but it misses the mark. It's completely missed rafters.
That pushes Misa, though. Pushes Mugi into Misa.
Yeah. Well, they at least got the kill. The utility was not great. And Nina's position also unknown.
Maybe unknown, but if PSG Talon do make their way in, they probably go up the stairs. But no, Misa walks straight into Nina. Credit to Nina. Instead of just holding position, waited for the right timing on that entry to then go for the swing, they deal with the Glaz. Big part of the win con taken away now from PSG Talon. Soldier wanting to wait for the backup, but Yun Sang gets caught as he was pushing. Soldier may lose his life here as well. No, wins that battle and needed to. Well, it's a big round from Nina. After Muki was dealt with on rafters, it was opening up for PSG Talon here on Cash and CCTV, but Nina's now put it back into a pretty even margin, and now to compound on that to an advantage for E36 into the final 15 seconds. It's a big advantage, 3 versus 2. Gotti at the breach, Reiner coming in from rafters with the kit to plant behind server rack, but there's the Maestro cam. As that opens up, Gotti shoots it out. No nitro cells available. They need to actually make their way over. Akuzu on the leap on and gets the kill. Good vault, good kill, and a good round for Enterforce 36 as they get their second round straight.
Yeah, some good siege on offer there from the defense. I like the Taka Garage and then the ability to escape and find a second. And then the denial there late was also quite good, leaning into the Maestro and then ensuring that everyone was in sync so they didn't throw this opportunity right here. Everyone available for the trade, everyone on the same win condition.
It's funny that vault over the mirror window meant that he was kind of vaulting over the reticle of Gotti, so it was just perfect. So 2 rounds in a row for E36, and now we've got a game. We've got a series. You can throw Skyscraper and Cafe out the window. Those maps, those games, the momentum swings in the 2 first maps of this series now are out the window. It becomes a best of 1. E36 have shown back up here on Clubhouse. PSG Talon have also shown a little bit here on this map already to begin. 8 kills between Misa and Soldier, but they need some help elsewhere. So far, Ryder yet to get off the board. He's been really, really good for them. Certainly back on Skyscraper, he was their best in a map that they were losing. But good consistency from Nina and Akusu. Church Arsenal for the second time. It was lost by E36 in the opening round. Trying to see how different they're going to play this. They have changed up a couple of their operator selections. So they do drop the Mirror. They drop the Azami and they drop the Warden. They bring the Sentry, the Allah, and the Mute. And I think it's to maybe just give them a bit more of this roam pressure rather than the full 5-man bunker and allow PSG Talon to get the full setup and execute. And so far, pays dividends. Jinnum towards Kitchen, gets the free kill onto Misa. That's the Dockerby dealt with. Another opening kill for E36. And yeah, so far, that setup worked wonders. And they can drop full back play site now, 5v4. We know statistically it's unlikely for the attacking teams on Church Arsenal to win when down a player. Teams will employ that roam game, try and hope and find that first kill, get it, and then immediately fall back, play site. But because of the castle set up towards bar and stage, you can still kind of linger here a little bit longer and then just drop hatch when the pressure does make its way over. And Mugi had almost an opportunity. Yun Sang on the Blackbeard though, shield up, survives.
But they still have the Ella in Kitchen and Jin.
And Jin.
Okay. So double stack Kitchen.
Jin will drop.
Yeah, now just the one. Yeah, that was that.
What?
Oh, well, okay. Yeah, that's weird. I mean, it's silly that the Akuzu would even hold inside of Kitchen at that point with the advantage, and well, the Nitro, that's just unforgivable. I don't even know. And it gives PSG an absolute freebie.
Like, I hear someone running above. Boop. Oh no. Well, yeah, it gives them a look back into this round. PSG Talon say thank you very much. That could be a disaster. Soldier on the blitz, can play the drop. 35 seconds, they've got the Blackbeard as well, so double shield drop is a possibility. And of course, no more Nitrocell available. Wouldn't it be handy right now to have here, Jin, wouldn't it? Fire extinguisher pop, smoke fills the hallway. Goldie with a big pick through the smoke, but not going to work out. And PSG Talon punish E36.
Yeah, that's a throw.
That is a massive throw, massive mistake and error. And to be fair, in a series where I don't think we've seen anything remotely close to that error in terms of levels of mistakes being made, that one has had the biggest result swing. After a really nice roam, opening kill, advantage E36, they throw it away, quite literally, by throwing the Nitrocell, might I add. And PSG Talon find their second round.
Yeah, it was twofold. It should have been a pretty immediate peel, and then obviously it goes without saying that a Nitro was completely unnecessary. It is what it is. We move forward, 2-2 scoreline, Gym Bedroom to follow. Noting as well that the additional bans for these last two rounds have been the Maestro and Cap. That'll be probably a little bit more so influential over on CCTV, presuming that's the final side of choice. We may also see, though, a rotation back towards basement for the final round of the half once that comes through. But for Gym Bedroom, a site that was successfully defended once by E36, the hold over towards top red and cash side was really quite strong, and PSG were really poor in that initial clear, so we'll see how that shapes up this time around if PSG can tidy that up.
Yeah, pretty crazy that both times on basement it was 4 alive in the round win for PSG Talon. In the end, winning both comfortably, despite in both of those rounds, E36 got the opening pick. So again, the conversion that we continue to talk about on the couch, it's now sitting at 25% for this match so far.
Yeah.
Only one conversion in 4 rounds.
And that number typically in what, the kind of 70% range.
Yeah, like mid to high 70s. Well, Yun Sang finds a freebie onto Akusu through the drone hole. That's an easy one onto the mute. Advantage for PSG Talon, just their second opening kill so far of this half. Gym Bedroom the site, so with this easy clear towards top red and cash, it's going to force everyone from E36 back. They will be congested on to the site.
Double mute jammer on the top road wall, so forcing the impact emp from Yun Sang.
Yeah, Harper can't do much from here. He's going to get droned out. There's the Monty in his face over towards top red anyway. And while they try to still defend Con, they are now very vulnerable.
I think they sense the need to hold it and get a pick back after losing the first. It's high risk.
Just also more delay as well with these keeper barriers. Yeah, good nitro from Jin. Yeah, well contested actually, and good use of the keeper barrier, and honestly, pretty decent team play from E36.
Yeah, gave them that window of opportunity to hit the flank.
I'll block him in the doorway, you pop him with the nitro cell, and deals with the Montang. Game back on, round back on. Minute left, 4v4. And now they can fall back, fully play site, and play the key positions. That's a really, really good counter point there by E36. And a better nitro cell this time by Jin.
Oh, I would hope so. Misa looking for info on site. Close drone dealt with.
Doesn't really find anything in Gym though.
No.
But that in itself is fine.
I think all signs are pointing towards a weights plant here, or a gym plant of some description here from the attack.
And Gotti's rotated over towards Jacuzzi's side.
Mugi playing inside of the smoke, close.
Mugi's going to be the point of contact. If he can find a kill, that might be enough to change this round. It's only
should
15
get droned.
seconds left. Droned, indeed. So stuck in the corner. Harper losing his life to Yun Sang. Mugi has to find the kill here. He's got a little bit of help now. Jinim coming in from bathroom. Misa does clear out Mugi. Plant will go down successfully from Ryder. It doesn't matter. Not even in time because Gotti finds the final kill. PSG Talon will convert the round off of that opening pick from Yun Sang, despite a decent little bit of counter pressure from E36. But that is now 3 attacking rounds found for PSG Talon in the half. It's setting themselves up nicely here on the final map of this series.
Yeah, 3 rounds is a really good benchmark to be hitting. And a free shot CCTV cache to extend their lead.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused.
Basement was available and they lost it off the back of a pretty, you know, egregious mistake. Intriguing that they won't reattempt and we go over CCTV. I suppose again with the Capital banned out, that maybe the game plan here with double stack rafters.
Well, I mean, they won this kind of comprehensively, but they won it in a tricky way. So they cleared out rafters really nicely, PSG Talon, last time with the pick from Misa.
It was kind of relying on the rat play garage.
Well, that's what I was kind of getting to, right? So it's like PSG Talon started well, and then the rat play gave it back to E36, and then from there they were pretty comfortable. They had the 3 players up and alive towards the end as the plant was going down, denied it. But in saying that, yeah, they were relying on the rat play because they lost rafters so easily. So this time around, I imagine they'll make sure that they don't lose rafters as easily, that therefore the rat play won't be as required. Yugi will have to be a bit more careful with his positioning, playing the Azami rafters. He's got ADSs for cover. They do change things up a little bit. So again, largely the same in terms of the Mirror Jaeger Azami combination, but they drop the Maestro and they drop the Mozzie and they bring the Malusi and the Mute. No Glaz this time though for PSG Talon. Misa instead will play the Montang. I did not have the Montang last time out on this site. Interesting position. So Miyuki gives up the wider portion of rafters. He'll play closer towards the window.
Oh.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
this hole is not very good.
Yeah.
I'm expecting a double.
But that's usually where the second player plays.
Yeah.
So you don't usually play that position when you're solo holding rafters. That's just completely given it up. With a minute 45 on the clock, you've now got 2 shields that are right next to the site.
You can start thinking about plan already. Harper's lounge, but he won't have nitro.
Big battle, and Nina can't win it. Akusu then got the timing on the trade. If he had been a second earlier, may have actually got the timing on the kill. And plant into the corner. Misa will block the doorway. 2 down below. Nitro thrown, but they're going for default. They don't even realize where the plant's going down. And PSG Talon are right in with a good chance to get this round win. Gotti will backfill in towards server rack. Now Harper's making his way up towards rafters. He's going to have to be the win con now for E36, but he got shot down by Soldier. Good cover towards Garage. Akusu, he's just trying to steamroll his way in, but he's got to deal with this Montang. Slips in towards server, can't win the battle. Akusu ended up killing out Jin with the nade. It does not matter. They win the round. 4-2 for the half of PSG Talon. Now they go defense. Well set up to close out this series and face CAG later today. E36 are on the ropes.
Yeah, I'm still trying to wrap my head around that E36 hold. Doesn't really make a ton of sense. Capital band, you single stack rafters in the tuck position and, you know, put that player on an island. So much pressure on site then to follow. The fight down below made sense and there was good intent behind that, but I mean, Mugi just got absolutely slammed and you can't fault him individually. Nina trying his best to contest down below and then have a Nitro for denial. The Nitro that was there was used default and good presence of mind for PSG to plant deep. Shield was very effective in the late round and good in the post. It's PSG's to lose now.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's theirs to lose. CCTV cash first on the agenda. Clash in play. The bans for this particular half so far. Double hard bridge, so in contrast to the first half, it's the Thermite Ace. And then defensively, Kaid and Mira unavailable.
I mean, the interesting thing is, you look back to Skyscraper, and it's not a case of PSG Talon had opportunities on that map. A lot of the rounds they lost pretty convincingly.
Oh, the food's here too, so I hope PSG get this done.
So, you know, sometimes you go into a 3-map series, it gets to the 3rd map, and you kind of look to the team that won 2, and you look at their map loss, and you think, oh, okay, well, maybe they could have won that one if they had done this or that. But no, they did lose Skyscraper comprehensively. So it ends up just kind of being a map in their map pool that you kind of look at and think we need to do some work on that. But Cafe, ultra dominant, Clubhouse, so far, they've been the better. And this has also been the map in the series that E36 have probably made more errors and mistakes than they did in the opening 2 maps, even despite the loss on Cafe. Like for a 7-1 loss on Cafe, they didn't really make a lot of mistakes. It's just Talon played really, really well. Pressure on for E36. Cash and CCTV, the opening site choice here for the second half. Maybe the sweep across. So already a contrast between the playstyles from the 2 teams, at least on this site, where PSG Talon went a little bit more direct, more CCTV pressure, opening up main bridge, getting rafters, getting garage control. It's a con side hit very early into the round from E36. Awkward for Akusu.
Kali could be a good tool in actually dealing with that clash and performing the shield break later.
My concern with these always hits, though, is then dealing with the player after. So Ryder's got the freedom now. If there's no pressure put towards Garage. And, yeah, Misa can obviously be somewhat dealt with by the Kali, but not massively.
Minute 10 then on the clock, and still shaping up con side. Misa looking to contest now with the breach opened up. Up close, stalling out that push. This is starting to get awkward now. The clash proving difficult to clear.
That's a quad stack con, though. So
oh, good grenade.
It is a good grenade, but not enough to change the course of this round.
But they've gone deep.
They have gone deep. Mugi's deep in towards Cash, now sticking the plant. Akusu finding the pick onto Misa, shuts down that clash as well, and suddenly they've just completely been able to overwhelm this site altogether. Ryder had no real influence. He was smoked out towards rafters. This is almost going to be flawless now if Ryder can't find a pick. The round is done anyway. E36 make the statement here in the second half that they are not giving up on this series. The very one-dimensional con side hit works. Didn't think that that was going to happen. They dealt with the clash. The Kali was a good choice. They were able to overwhelm the site. And it's a 4-3 scoreline. It's a good nade as well. I mean, to be fair, Misa then... And it's not even the fact that it did damage, or it was just drew his attention away from that cash push. They throw the nade, they filter in, they take control. Really good set play by E36.
It was a, a really small window of opportunity with the clash pressure to be able to take that space and make the denial so challenging. But they're able to capitalize upon that. So, yeah, really good opening attack there from E36. We'll see if we can see the form of that continue forward. It is the basement site for round number 8 with a top floor hold. No castle in play, however. So we'll see how PSG look to play around that. Reinforcing hatches as well. So it might be a bit of like a pseudo roam here, where they peel very, very aggressively and very early, but just force the due diligence from the attack.
See, Denari for the first time in this series as well wasn't used or played with on the opening 2 maps. In saying it's going to bring it for PSG Talon. We've already seen these tripwire connectors over towards main stairs and even found a kill. I think it was almost like play day 1 of, I think it was Asia. They're not really used to find kills necessarily. Times we also see it kind of deployed over towards Arsenal in that spiderweb fashion. Nina with the lurk on the Nook. Yeah, no contest though by PSG Talon. 5 stack down below. So they completely give E36 the site, above the site. 2 nitro cells, although I wonder if Soldiers maybe just preemptively prepped one of his. Especially considering his, you can hear it in the background, so yes. Nina continues to lurk. And there's the tripwire connector, and there's the nitro cell. Well, a great combination with the Denari and the nitro setup. Nina caught on the Nook. Quite literally caught.
Yeah, really, really good work there defensively. It gives PSG the advantage. Basement side, player up. Doubling down
as well.
Another good nitro. And still 1 remaining. Yeah, this round is pretty much over for E36. Somebody will need to go for a big hero play, probably through blue. It's really the only thing they have going for them now.
So double push towards the blue side of the map for E36. Harper might make it 3. I mean, this round is just done. Harper by himself. I thought he was going to drop stock. He didn't even get the opportunity to do that. Rotates Secret, and let's be honest, at this point now, he's just going to be walking in towards his death. It's going to be 5-3 in favor of PSG Talon. Just doing their due diligence, though. No one really wanting to swing. No one really wanting to lose their life for free. Harper rotates back up towards the stock hatch. Doesn't even get the kill onto Gunsang. Nothing has worked at all for E36 in this round. So flawless in the 7th round by E36. And the response is swift by PSG Talon. A then flawless round for them in the 8th. 5-3, they're 2 rounds away.
Yeah, I mean, it really all comes back to that first initial play. Nina got caught, and then Akuzu, who was actually a fair distance away from that Moto hatch, also caught by Nitro. 2 players down into a basement attack. It's really asking for trouble if you're E36.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused.
And so it's back out to a 2-round margin now for PSG. Gym Bedroom, the next side of choice. The anticipation here being, again, extension over towards CCTV side. The Valkyrie and assistance of that double nitro as well in play, so keep that in mind. The attack may be vulnerable on the push across and late round denial in the likes of Jim as well. Interesting repick as well from E36. They'll jump onto the Maverick here. Again, with the Bandit available, it's just the safer choice.
That's not hot at all.
Oh, do you order hot chicken and it's not hot?
No.
Ah.
What's the other option? Like extremely hot? Or is it
extra hot.
Extra hot? I thought hot is hot.
I'll tell you what,
mild is mild.
mine's actually really quite good. The garlic bread is good.
Oh, well, 5-3. Harper now onto the Glaz. What's Yun Sang thinking here? A little run out from Meatlocker onto the rappel, and he's caught Nina in a web. Oh, Nina was absolutely spinning 360 there, had no idea really where to aim. And let's be honest, there really was only one place to really look at there in terms of a potential run out. Hey, Yun Sang has really turned it around. Skyscraper, he was 1-8 on Skyscraper, and now overall through the series, he's 13-17. That's a big turnaround. After a lackluster performance on the opening map, he has become very valuable for this PSG Talon team. They've now got another opening kill on Clubhouse. This is an area they've really started to dominate 4 of the last 5 rounds, and they are converting in that stretch. Only 1 round they have not converted the opening kill. That was back in round 3 before the streak. Now Jim Bedroom looks really, really locked down. Another one from Yun Sang. Well, this man just can't be stopped, and he gets rid of the Ying, and he's just running all around the map. He's basically got that license. It's 4 on site, and it's Yun Sang doing whatever he wants.
Yeah, E36 now back-to-back rounds is bleeding unnecessary picks without even getting close to a sort of execute portion of the round. So they really need to tidy things up. It's going to be 3 match points, 3 series points for PSG in presumably only a moment's time. It's really starting to slip out of the grasp of E36, who have looked competitive today, but PSG defensively on club looking very compact.
Yeah, and they've just looked better on the map overall. E36 never even really got into their setup, never even really got to play how they really wanted to in this round, play off the Glaz. Use the Ying, Kendelas for the entries in towards, say, Jim. Now you've got to just dump these flashes from Mugi. And I just saw thrown back in his direction. 34 seconds remaining in the round. Doesn't leave them really a lot of time at all. Misa just stands in the middle behind the flip mattress and just says, you cannot walk through. Kuzu knows there's one inside a bathroom, but he can't really walk towards him to deal with it. And there's still one down below. Yun Sang's got the ultra angle here inside a pool. That's his 3rd. He's got all of the kills in the round so far. It's flawless, back-to-back flawless from PSG Talon. Yun Sang, the MVP of the round, well and truly with the opening 3 kills of the round. A huge turnaround from Yun Sang. He was 1-8. 1-8 on Skyscraper. 6-5 on Cafe, and now he's 8-4 on Clubhouse. He's gotten better and better as this series has progressed, and so has his team. Timeout for E36 as PSG Talon 3 rounds away. Sorry, 1 round away. E36, 3 rounds away.
From O2. Of course, it should be stated that E36 have a second chance if they are to go on and lose this series. They'll still have a shot at top 4 and a spot at the major playoffs. However, that seems quite a distance away at the moment. PSG just a singular round away from securing their spot in what is essentially a qualification match later today. CCTV cash on the chopping block. The additional bans in play are Maverick Clash. So triple hard breach for E36 to contend with. We'll see if PSG can punish them for that. They have brought the bandit for this particular site. Looking to contest Kennels early and then maybe Con late if we do see E36 go for that hit. They do bring the Capital though, the attack, so indicative that it will be a garage side execute this time around into both the Azami and the Wamai of PSG.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting matchup. PSG Talon versus CAG, if that does eventuate and E36 can't bring this back. Which, I mean, statistically, their attacks haven't been great ever since Skyscraper, which funnily enough, they finished off that map with 3 straight attacking rounds. Since the end of that, then they only found the 1 attacking round on Cafe and the 1 attacking round on Club, none on Cafe. So I just don't suddenly see how they're going to go win 3 rounds straight. I mean, yes, they did do it on Skyscraper, but that was a different form of momentum that they had at the time. They were just far and away better on that map. They haven't shown that they've got what it takes here in Clubhouse. 13-4 in terms of rounds since Skyscraper in favor of PSG Talon. If you had said that to me at the end of Skyscraper with the way in which E36 won, I would have called you crazy. It's a really big turnaround, and credit goes to the coaching staff for PSG Talon, Joker, and what they were able to do in terms of just reconvening and refocusing after that first map. They have been nothing short of really, really solid. E36 haven't really helped themselves either. Nina just 3-8, Harper 1-7, Mugi 2-7. They've just not really been all that involved on this map.
Bandit trick at the moment. If we can have a look at the breach, I think there was an attempt at least, or there might, maybe in a moment's time. There is utility potentially available here for E36. So impact amp, secondary hard breach. Mesa does get the wall though.
It's got 1 more in pocket.
And Mesa aren't able to juggle that.
Do they find the pick onto Jin
Gets out. I mean, there was a player on the window.
Oh, and Gotti with the jump out as well onto Harper.
And it's over.
So while the breach does get an opening, it's the opening 2 kills that go the way of PSG Talon. You say it's over, I tend to agree. You've still got a pretty strong hold towards Rafters. A double stack with Ryder playing the longer position. Soldier then at the window as Nina makes his way up. How much further can he really go? Soldier's here for cover as well. Impact thrown in that direction. Makuzu does get the kill onto Ryder. So they deal with the Azami, and Yunseng is down in sight. Soldier then goes down, 3v2 now in favor of Talon. Winnable? No. Mugi losing his life, leaves only the Montang. It's all done. PSG Talon book their place into the upper bracket semi-final. A date with CAG later tonight.
E36 are going to want to forget. There's no doubt about it. I think Jake put it quite aptly. They entered with force, and they left with nothing. Unfortunately for them, it is the lower bracket that they will have to run down should they wish to make it to Melbourne for the major qualifier at PAX. However, PSG Talon can take a lot away from this game. In firm agreement, which I hate to do with those two, but they definitely reset after map 1, which was beyond critical in a match like this. In a map like this, as we go to Clubhouse, the PSG Talon to take such a strong lead in the first half on their attack, only to combine back on their defense for the second half. These are the signs of teams that really have their, well, excuse the French, shit together. And PSG Talon coming into playoffs, well, one thing's for sure, they have certainly brought it together. They look a well-conjoined team. They look like they're on top of their game, and they're going to need to be. When you look at the teams that are left in this bracket, when you look at the opportunities that you have to make it to a LAN, the first APAC LAN that we have had in 5 years, and the stage in which to do it on, it's not shy of Titans in the region, that's for damn sure, Guz.
Yeah, just trying to decompress from that game a little bit. PSG just continued to ramp up the intensity as this series progressed, and they looked really, really good throughout. They probably walk away with a pretty, anticipated result in the form of a 2-1. Obviously, the opening 2 maps were fairly one-sided, and that was maybe a little bit deviant from what we kind of anticipated. Even the third map to an extent, but I guess a 7-3 as well is also quite dominant in the end. But it's also the fashion in which they were able to accomplish this result, and the fact that across each 3 maps they had different individual players stepping up as well. So yeah. PSG, I think, will be rather content with this result and sets them up nicely for that qualification match against Cyclops later today.
Certainly does. It's an exciting one for them. Going in with a bit of momentum as well. They'll obviously have a full best-of-3 break before we get there. Across the course of the series, Misa just continuing to do what Misa does best on PSG Talon. I know that there was a conversation being had coming into specifically 2025 about what APAC team was going to pick him up, because there was a conversation there for a while of, hey, is he maybe too good for this roster? But I think that it's blending together very nicely.
You know, it's funny, one thing we didn't touch on in the pre-show as well, missed it, and bring it up now, was the fact that both of these two teams...
if you say beat CAG...
Beat CAG.
He just doesn't listen.
I just don't listen.
He just doesn't listen to the incredible host that I am, setting things up.
I remember you saying that.
I don't remember you saying it.
Home run. But please, no, repeat for everyone.
But I will repeat it again now that obviously PSG have won and will play CAG later tonight. 8-6 that one was, and funnily enough, and I don't know if you said this, it was on Skyscraper, which is the map they did lose today.
That's interesting.
And actually looked their worst map today. So that's going to make it very intriguing in terms of that series later to come, in terms of the map pool, etc. But no, PSG Talon were outstanding on both Cafe and Club. You can maybe put Skyscraper down to as just a bad game.
Sure.
But on both Cafe and Club, the fact that you can grab a 7-round stretch on both of those, and they won 6 of 7 on both maps, is staggering, and it's very dominant. And yet, despite that, and while casting, at no point did it really feel like it was that super... I mean, obviously on Cafe, you're 6-0 up, but the rounds didn't always feel super dominant. So, you know, a good example would be like an EP dominating the bottom team in O's. That you can just get
very
that,
obvious.
Very obvious. But E36 made a couple more errors on Clubhouse. I think that compounded to the scoreline that we got.
Yeah.
I didn't think they actually played... For a 7-1 loss on Cafe, I think it was just more what PSG Talon did than what E36 were doing. That wasn't the same to be said on Clubhouse, despite a 7-3 scoreline.
These rounds that have been won, though, when you look back at Club, quite convincing. You've got 4 alive in the first round, 4 alive in the fourth, in the fifth, in the sixth. And then you've got 5 alive for the first 3 of the opening second
it got
half.
ugly towards the end, for sure.
Yeah, and I think that's probably more for me a talking point of like where this region's at right now. It's really hard to put a finger on where all these teams land, where they sit, what their strengths are in comparison to what we used to know, right? Back in the day, it was very obvious. If you were going up against CAG, you just had to be prepared for anything, because they were just going to hold W the entire time. They were always going to be in your face. However, the region has vastly changed since then. And I think much to the credit of people like Fabian who come in, but then Joker who takes over that role, the region is not what it once used to be. It's not just an all-out, all-guns, bloody blazing affair. It's completely pivoted to a point where now, you come into today, and yes, you might have a favourite, Guz, but... I mean, could you even say that the favourite won this? Because on paper, Enterforce have the better stats throughout the league. And we said that PSG were like the best mid team that we have.
Yeah, I think, when you frame it like that, maybe the result went perhaps the opposite to what we anticipated. I mean, I still hold the belief that PSG in a BO3 format more specifically probably still did just have like a 60-40 favoritism in this matchup and probably exceeded that particular expectation.
Yep.
But you're right. I think the region is super duper close, and BO3s maybe now starting to expose the gap a little bit more.
Did you say you're right? Replays, can we please just make sure that we clip that just for future reference whenever we ask questions? But moving aside from that, it's actually time to welcome in Joker. I don't think that we've ever had the pleasure of interviewing Joker, at least I haven't. We've obviously spoken a lot behind the scenes, my friend, but welcome to the APL show. I've got to ask you straight off the bat, you probably heard what we were talking about there in terms of like a favoritism, either which way. How did you feel going into this game? Do you feel like you were evenly matched, or do you feel as though you have the heads and shoulders above this team?
I mean, first of all, I heard you calling us a mid-team, so we'll prove you wrong.
Hang on. Let me say, I said the best mid-team. Thank you very much. Context is important. What are your thoughts there?
I mean, I think we had a split where all of us were confident that we can win most of the games. Like, in hindsight, in my opinion, the Mer game is the only one where I feel like we should have lost. Sure. Every other game, we had a good chance to win. So, yeah, we are pretty confident. We had a good week of scrims. I mean, also since I'm here in boot camp, it's a lot better to work harder, to be more precise with what we work on. And I feel like our biggest problems in the earlier parts of the stage were just trolling man advantages and just being undisciplined. And we fixed that today. I think the last 2 maps we didn't troll any rounds. We were just confident in playing together, and yeah, it looked good.
Joker, as a coach, there's nothing more pleasing than seeing a response, as was Cafe after losing Skyscraper. What was said to the team, obviously going after Skyscraper, going into Cafe?
I mean, basically just find solutions for our problems and talk about it properly. On Sky, I don't know how much you guys remember, but round 10 where we had like Clash solo pushing a Nomad on Dragon and then somebody else taking solo fights on Drum. It's rounds where like we don't need to do random solo stuff. It's a team game. It's 5v5. Just play it 5v5 and we win it. Like I'm super confident that we have the better individual players, that we have the better strats on paper because I mean it's coaching stuff against no coaching stuff that will help. But yeah, just play for our strength and we win it.
Your attacks, especially on maps 2 and 3, were really, really strong, and your ability to, maintain tempo and pressure, and your trades are really, really good. Has the attacking element of the game been something that you have been focusing on during this bootcamp?
I mean, not specifically text, but yeah, mostly just communicating about like problem solving, and that is something that on attack is more important. And also, I think we just have good strats. Round number 8, I don't know if Fabian's watching this, but was a Fabian strat, or at least an M80 strat. So thanks for that. But yeah, I think just finding good strats. APEC is so easy to just pocket strat kind of, and just have some strats that you can ball out, and yeah, it works.
Just a very quick one, Joker, before we kind of let you go, but a big game coming up later today. It's a qualification game for the Major LAN qualifier now, and it's been some time since your team was in this sort of position. Do you hype it up with the boys? Do you put a lot of emphasis on it, or do you just kind of treat it as a an everyday kind of game?
I mean, I want to win it, so I will hype them up a bit, but it's been a slow start. Like a 12 a.m. game for them is hell. The discussions we had about waking up at 10 a.m. is like their gamers. It's a big problem. So I think now having that out of the way and the wake up game out of the way, it's good to have the later game. And I think we have good mindset now. We just won convincingly 2 maps, so I don't think it's a big problem with mindsets or nerfs.
Don't worry, our observer, Alex Sky McCallum, also has that problem of getting out of bed anytime before 12 o'clock, so we understand completely. Just very quickly, would you like to say anything before we let you go? Because obviously, as referenced, big game coming up, but also just like an overall big stage for you guys. I know you've had some close performances, and realistically, as much as we joke about it being the best of a mid-pack team, I think the principle of this is where we've come from in APAC. It's been very top-heavy to now, especially this stage, it's been blown wide open. There's 5 points between you and top place. Like, that's pretty crazy. So is there anything you'd like to say before we let you go and prepare for CAG?
I mean, I don't have to say that much. We're going to talk about it in like 5 hours, maybe 6 hours. So it's all good. No stress there. But yeah, I'm honestly surprised by how good Epic is doing. Also, you can see it compared to the import teams. Like GG didn't win. Dplus is not winning the stages. So
what about Elevate?
I think Epic is leveling up. Yeah, okay, Elevate.
Dodge that one.
If you get that much money in and get like those good players in, it's a different topic. But I think it's still good that the APEC teams can hang and also improving. Like you said, it's been like 1 or 2 teams each league that just win everything, and now it's like Scarz is the bottom team now, or CAG is winning everything now. It's like everything is getting mixed up and it's getting more competitive. So yeah, like to see it. But more games later today. So yeah, thanks for you guys. Thanks to the fans, and we see each other in 2 hours for the fans, and for you guys in 5 hours.
Oh,
and Soldier also wants to say something.
Hello, Soldier.
Soldier, come, say bye.
Wave, bye. Hey, before we let you go, tell those boys to clean up that bloody couch behind you. We'll speak to you soon, Joker.
Yeah, they have to. Thank you.
Ciao, mate. Great fun. We love APAC. It's just the best place to be. But again, I think that the sentiment for APAC as a whole is now becoming quite positive. Things are completely changing. The dynamic of how the regions interact with each other is now going to dramatically change for the first time ever.
Yeah, we're going to answer on that in a couple of
weeks.
Correct.
We literally are like 17 days away from finding out which region is the best. But for now, we need to keep our eyes set on APAC North coming up. This one's interesting, and I'm looking forward to it. Scarz, former dominant roster in this region have but fallen from grace. And Dplus, they are looking to kind of shove their foot in it, I think is the best way of doing it.
What?
Trying to shove their foot.
Just
Nah,
try.
never mind. I know that that's going to go on the wrong place. We'll be back after this with us. Shut up, Mike. You know what? We'll be back and Michael will not have a job. We'll see you in a bit.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
혹시 요 중에 알고 계시는 호주 음식 있을까요?
다 몰라요.
호주에서 가장 유명한 간식 3개를 모아봤는데 이제 팀탐이라고 초코 스낵바고요.
네.
쉐이프스는 이제 많은 쿠키들이 있는데 티니 테디는 저도 처음 보지만 이제 밀크 초콜릿 맛을 준비해봤네요. 한번 먹어볼까요, 저희?
네, 좋죠.
저도 쉐이프스를 먼저.
아, 네. 고래밥 같은 느낌인데요? 한국 과자?
한국 과자랑 뭔가 다를 게 없는 맛이라 저희한테 좀 친숙한 맛이네요. 한번 팀탐도 먹어보시죠. 저는 초콜릿을 별로 안 좋아해서.
맛있는데요?
이제 팀탐을 나중에 오실 많은 사람들에게 추천할 만할 간식이라고 생각하시나요?
네.
좋습니다. 이제 팀탐은 호주 친구들이 우유랑도 같이 많이 먹고 그런데 저희는 우유가 준비되어 있지 않네요. 물만 준비되어 있고.
네.
이제 마지막으로 티니 테디까지 드셔보시죠. 어떠신가요?
맛있는데요?
이 3개 중에서 가장 마음에 드시는 간식이 있을까요?
팀탐이
팀탐.
맛있습니다. 네.
역시 팀탐.
네, 생각보다 맛있는데요?
이제 팀탐 들고 한번 엄지를. 이제 BNK PRX는 이제
네.
APL에서 최고의 팀으로 많이 평가를 받고 있는데
네.
이제 매피님 생각은 어떤지?
당연하다고 생각합니다. 사실 저희가 많이 실제로도 노력을 많이 하고 있기 때문에 결과가 안 나오는 게 이상하다고 생각을 합니다. 최고의 로스터랑 최고의 스태프가 모였는데 성적이 안 나오는 게 저는 오히려 말이 안 된다고 생각을 합니다.
이제 그러면 이번에 리로드부터 해서
네.
로스터에 변화가 있었는데 그 로스터에 대해서는 어떻게 생각하시는지?
당연히 좋은 변화라고 생각을 하고요. 물론 이전에 있던 팀원들도 되게 자기 역할에서 최선을 다해줬지만 지금은 사실 각 포지션에서 최고의 플레이를 해줄 수 있는 선수들이 모였기 때문에 코리안 드림팀이라는 말이 전 당연하다고 생각합니다.
좋은 답변이네요. 코리안 드림팀. 그렇다면 APL 스테이지 2에서 가장 경계되는 팀이 있으실까요?
그나마 이제 외국인 선수들로 로스터를 꾸린 팀 이제 엘리베이트나 뭐 디플러스가 있을 테고 뭐 이번에 이제 에이펙 사우스 지역에서 1등한 웨이브 게이밍이나 이제 오세아니아 지역 쪽에서 이제 민고라님이 계시는 엔더프레스 게이밍이라던가 다들 잘하는 팀이라고 생각을 하고 있어서 쉽지 않다고 생각을 하고 있지만 저희는 이제 늘 저희가 항상 최고라는 확신을 갖고 있기 때문에 좋은 결과를 이뤄낼 수 있도록 노력을 많이 할 거고요. 노력하는 만큼 좋은 결과가 따라줄 거라고 생각합니다.
그러면 이때 혹시 APL 드림팀을 꾸린다면 어떤 생각이 있으신지?
당연히 사실 각 지역에서마다 선수를 뽑는 건가요?
그렇죠. 각 지역에서 한 명씩 뽑아서.
사실 지금 제가 속하고 있는 팀이 아시아에서 가장 끓일 수 있는 최고의 드림팀이 아닐까 하는 생각이 있기 때문에 힘들 거라 생각합니다.
그렇단 말은 이제 다른 지역의 모든 선수를 합쳐도 BNK PRX를 이기긴 힘들다.
당연합니다. 네.
자신감 넘치는 답변 잘 들어봤고요.
I think we should go on a park date.
Like us three?
I wasn't looking at him when I said it.
Us two?
Yeah.
We could do.
Why am I getting excluded?
LV and AM, they can just sit in the background and just watch it, you know? They can watch the magic unfold. They could. That's an inside joke for everyone at home. It's time for us to move on with this show because we have two teams that are looking to make their mark in the APAC North playoffs. Dplus Kia, a roster that kind of has, I would say, underperformed to some people's expectations, but also in many forms have actually met expectations. We expected the Brazilian roster to come in and do damage, but we also expected APAC North teams to be able to stand the test of time, which they have done. Where now that we've had two full stages, two full league days, Guz, of Dplus Kia, where do you now put them?
Well, in terms of like an overall ranking?
Yeah, just like kind of a vibe check.
I think they're still definitively trailing the top two in CAG and FearX, but the gap has probably closed comparatively to stage one.
Sure.
And in terms of top four, which is probably the most important context for this particular stage, I think they're a very strong possibility. I think that the gap between them and those below fighting for what I think is that potential fourth spot, it has probably widened a little bit. I mean, yes, PSG played well today, but I still can't help but shake the feeling that Dplus might be just a little bit better than them. So for me, they probably retain their position that they, qualified in the group stage at third, and probably expecting them to finish around about there for this group stage, for this playoff stage.
Jake?
I mean, it's hard to really disagree. Not that, I think it's anything outlandish. At their best, right? And I think you kind of look back to stage one to find maybe their best, because I don't know if they've brought their best so far stage two, but I think at their best, they can still very much be the #1 team in the region.
Yeah. I don't think that's an outlandish statement either.
But they haven't been showing that kind of level of promise this stage, and that's kind of the concern right now. Now, we begin playoffs, and it's a different beast altogether, and I think that this could be a good matchup for them. Scarz haven't really been that amazing so far in the group stage, so if they do get the win here, then they get their kind of rematch from stage one with FearX, and that's a good opportunity to play a high-level, series of Siege and continue to grow and improve. But it's interesting how, like with the Elevate changes that they did coming into stage two, I'm surprised Dplus Kia didn't try and do something similar. You kind of look at Midi. Midi obviously was the coach with the Korean roster version of Dplus Kia, and then they did the whole thing, so he slots in. I'm surprised, not that I've got any issues with Midi, but that maybe they could have looked at, say, one or two changes here or there. Maybe you bring one player in, you put Midi back as coach, for instance. And they didn't do that coming into stage two. So other teams have improved and kind of progressed, and I feel like Dplus Kia stayed basically the same.
When you look at the success that Elevate have had, it's really hard not to make that conversation, to make that point when you bring in a player like Resets and he goes 130 EPS in 7 play days. And Raps as well, who kind of just, for me, sits back in the shadow, not as highlighted as Resets. I can 100% see where you're coming from. But look, I think whatever your comments about the roster are, they didn't have the worst group stages, but I think the last two play days are the things I want to highlight the most. So their second last play day, they versed Scarz. 7-1 victory on LAN. Now that is a great kind of tone setter for this discussion, especially in this matchup. But it was the game after that I actually think highlights the kind of position that this region is in right now, they then go on and beat B&K FearX on Bank. And that was a 7-4 win, so still a close game. But I think that we're looking at a region right now that are struggling to find their front runners. I know that CAG and FearX, yes, I understand. But when you look back at their group stages, neither of them really had the most convincing group stages like we've seen in the past. The past of Japan was Scarz just absolutely dominating the region. That day is far gone, and especially with where Scarz are now, just to contextualize that, only 3 wins in the entire 7 play days that they had leading into playoffs.
Well, I pose this to Guz, is that a bad thing? I mean, is it actually maybe a worse thing that in Asia you've got Elevate that's so dominant, Weibo that's so dominant? Or is it actually a good thing in APAC North that we've got 6 teams in playoffs and all 6 can qualify for the major qualifier land?
What, in terms of how competitive they'll be against the other sub-regions? I mean...
Well, that's the unknown, but at least it's competitive within their own region.
Yeah. I mean, you can look at it from both perspectives. I mean, it can theoretically increase the competition locally. It could also mean that they're all playing a worse brand of Siege to go down to one another's level, and then that'll get exposed at the LAN. We'll wait and see. But I mean, for Scarz more specifically, as you highlighted, only 3 wins throughout the group stage. Quite disappointing. They're a team that, when they were making international events, they plateaued, and now they're far from a guarantee to even, well, one, make the qualifier, and beyond that, who knows. So we need to see a different Scarz this playoffs. Nobody has really been firing. Choppy a 108 APS, everybody else negative. That's just not good
He's
enough.
also negative on entry though.
Yeah.
So Choppy's the 7th rated EPS player throughout group stage coming into playoffs, which is at least they've got 1 player in the top 10. But then the fact that he's -3 on entry, he's got a relatively low survival rate, which probably is a testament to them losing a couple of games.
Yeah.
There's, as guys are saying and alluding to, there's no real clear standout, you know. I think Scarz, though, have never really had that to a super high degree, you know, like a Sharit from CAG, for instance. But I think that what their strength is as a real state and needs to be in this series is that teamwork, that strategy, core 5, everyone on the same page, playing the right system and executing. That's going to be their strength. So for me, it's not too much of an issue if you don't have that superstar, but they need to be all on the same page.
I think to even further contextualize Scar's season, if they didn't win their last play day, they were actually not only were they not making playoffs, they were going to be bottom of the table at 5 points. And for those of you that know what we know, which is for 2 years, they dominated the region. They were absolutely ridiculous. They won everything there was to win domestically. They went internationally, and then things started to get a little shaky. Now it just feels like we're in a completely uncharted territory. And I think, look, we could say that it goes to speak on the competition level of APAC North, or we could start to look at what these players are doing in the individual server, which is great because we get to do that today. One thing that obviously is always a bit of a selling point is when we start talking about vetoes, we start talking about where things land. I think it's really hard to look at this, Guz, and discuss it properly for Scarz, considering we've only seen 3 wins. I don't know if you can truly give them the full props that they would deserve for their map picks.
Well, they had to ban Lair because that was the last map they played against Dplus.
And it was not good. It was not good. It was a 7-1 loss. Like, not even close.
That's a big advantage for Dplus coming into the veto.
It's massive because it's actually Scar's second preference map. This is only the 2nd time this stage they've banned it. So Lair was maybe one where they had false confidence on. In terms of the remaining maps, so Chalet selected by Scarz, that was their 8th preference map. So Skyscraper is their insta-ban. They insta-ban that. And then the map following that with a 5-1 ban record in favor of Scarz, they actually pick. So I suppose they're hiding it for playoffs. They did actually take on Kinotrope earlier on in the group stage. Just loading that result currently was a 7-3 victory for context. And they started out on attack strong. So we'll wait and see how that shapes up. Cafe in response from Dplus. That is their 4th preference map. So not quite as definitive as that Chalet selection. And then in terms of Bank, which will ultimately be the decider, I don't think it's particularly favoured by either team.
Well, Dplus have played it twice. They lost to E36 on it, and they beat FearX on it.
It's 7th for both teams. So, yeah, a bit of an intriguing veto. I don't think either team has really gotten away with anything too egregious, but that Lair specifically, I think, did make it a little bit more uncomfortable for Scarz.
Well, it's time to get on away with this best of 3, gentlemen. Thank you for joining me on the desk. If you go and take your rightful place on the casting desk, I'll make sure I do a nice long throw for you to stretch on your way over. He's having a great old time, that bloke. But we're about to have a fantastic time. Both of these two teams, the last time they met, it was a resounding victory for Dplus Kia. And they're going to have to do so again today. The team that they're going up against, should they win this, just a mere old Fear X, you know, one of the best teams we've had in APAC North, potentially even one of the best teams we've had in the wider APAC region. The times are changing here in the playoffs, and hopefully we may be able to crown a new victor. Will one of these teams take the charge? Only time will tell. Will it be the fallen soldiers of Scarz, or those trying to prove themselves in a region that is not theirs? Dplus Kia, although they have made some ruckus, they are yet to really kick down that door. The foot is in. They need to shove it open now. It's time for us to get underway with our second best of 3 of the day. We head to Chalet with the ever so wonderful Guz and Xenox.
Awesome job as always, Rob. We can always count on you for the long-winded throws, the best in the business, which allows us to get back to the casting area. And he's so good at it that we can just take our time. We don't have to rush. You know, if it was a shitty host that couldn't, fill the void, we'd have to run over here, Guz.
Oh, a bit gassy, are you? At least you muted your mic this time. You're learning. So, Azami Castle, Grim Blitz banned out for Chalet, the opening of this best of 3. Cafe to follow and bank if required. And if you are just joining us, the last time these two met, it was it 7-1 in favor of Dplus on Lair?
7-1.
Yeah. Interesting. Scarz are nowhere near their best at the moment.
No, certainly not. And I think you can even make the same argument for Dplus not really being close to their best. I wouldn't say nowhere near for Dplus, but certainly not close to their best at the moment. Dropping 3 games in the group stage. Yeah, stage 1, the consensus really kind of finalized as Dplus and or Fear X being the sort of big dogs of the region. And then, well, stage 2 comes around and CAG are able to compose themselves, put together a really good group stage, set themselves up. They've got the qualification match after this now against PSG Talon. Of course, the winner of this game will move on and play later tonight against Fear X. Loser drops to the lower bracket. Dplus for me, the favorites of this series, though.
Oh, yeah. Is a 2-0 too harsh?
I mean, to be fair, the concern for me is Chalet when it comes to Dplus Kia, because we haven't really seen them on this map of the group stage, but they've had a lot more time on both Cafe and Bank. So at Dplus, if it's not a 2-0, I have them pretty firmly, confidently in a 2-1 fashion. Attacking here on Chalet first up. Biddy over towards Library Stairs. He has got one directly above him on the same stairwell position.
Ayagator.
And it's Washoy. That's going to be the first death. And Ayagator caught by Midi.
Wow.
That's a swift entry on the double kill to begin for Dplus Kia to kickstart this series.
Yeah, just really good info gathering through the early portion of the round, identifying where those defenders are, and Midi on the lurker rewarded with some good timing onto Ayagator, who wasn't anticipating that. So Fishlake under pressure then over towards Dining.
Oh, he's godlike.
It's just 1 kill, Jake.
He'll always be godlike. Like a slippery salmon, he goes flopping inside a Dining.
You're using every analogy.
I'm going to get them out early because I don't know how long Scarz will be here.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's only Choppy left. Good start for Dplus Kia, though. They looked pretty comfortable as they kind of walked into the building. Scarz just losing too many players too easily. No real contest. And really not around now for Choppy. That should be winnable unless some serious errors are made. He gets spotted. And
Midi, though, just kind of waltzing on in, but he did have Bullet for cover at the piano window, and he's the one that finds the kill. So Dplus Kia will take the opening round on Chalet.
Yeah, I think the lurk here from Dplus is actually probably a pretty good win condition to play into against a team that's not in full form. Yeah, sometimes it can be very difficult to counter defensively. Good use early of the Deimos, and then again that lurk onto Gator. And pretty much just clean up there from that point onwards. Good work there. Dplus playing as a team in the opening round. Clearly fired up and ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, good signs early on for Dplus. Scarz will need to be more proactive on the defense, especially on a map like Chalet. Got to be more prepared for those kind of entries. They looked a little bit standstillish. So Bar Games, the second site choice here for Scarz. They move away from bedroom and office after losing it in the opening round. Big change up with the defensive operators. They bring the Fenrir again, but the other four are all vastly different. We see the Frost coming into play. Pretty common on this site choice. Rek will be one to watch on the Oryx. Dplus, though, already positioned right outside big window in towards games. Here's on the glass. Drone goes in.
One player on the objective, by the way. Just the one player on site.
It's Washoy and Barstock.
That is it. Rest of the defense set up in anticipation for the map clear.
You can defend pretty nicely from this position. Left side of Barstock reinforced, so you can play a little deeper to the left rather than cut off to the right side.
Well, they're inside.
He's got to get these gas babes timed perfectly. Nears is very much going to go down. Really good gas babe by Washoy, and with the SMG-11, found a kill at the same time. He gets a double. Bullet and Midi, though, both combined, brings it back to a 3v3. Dplus wanted to bring the early pacing, but a good response from Scarz. The fact that Washoy was switched on has helped them massively in this round. He still holds now comfortably towards Barstock, but out of gas babes. So he doesn't have the utility anymore for the remainder of this round. Midi gets caught by Gator. Rek will hold library stairs, and Dplus now up against it.
Midpoint of the round. Can Dplus open up backstore? Barstock is very difficult to clear. Scarz making Dplus work for it in this round. Rek will lurk close by for the trade. Dplus are in quite a bit of strife right now.
There's one air jab available for Levy. I mean, they've got a minute. So clearly for these two, in a 2v3, you're not panicking just yet. You've got enough time to be able to think about how do we want to execute this as the duo? What do we need to do job-wise? We know there's one Barstock, so one known. There's technically now two Barstock, though. Yellow ping, so they've spotted that out towards Rek.
Now, Levy has double flashbang, so he can try to assist Bullet here.
Now, barbed wire, though, in towards Bar isn't going to help Bullet if he wanted to go for a lurk. He drops momentarily.
Unintentionally, I think.
Yeah, I can't imagine. It's 20 seconds left. They're going to have to push in together here. Levy's going to have to vault this window, but he gets caught by Rek. Dplus certainly took their time. Bullet made his way in, gets caught by Gator. It feels like formalities. I don't think there was ever much of a world in which Scarz were going to lose that round. Dplus rightfully used all of the time available, but it doesn't amount to anything.
Really good smoke play from Washoy. He was the only member of the defense on site. Ensured that he stayed alive, got that canister out, found the 2K. Rest of the team, which was on that roam, then able to consolidate on site, not give away anything for free. And so yeah, pretty good work there from Scarz. Dplus probably going for the right direct route there, but unfortunately that Barstock hold too difficult for them to clear.
Well, massive from Washoy though. I mean, with the Montang pushing in towards Barstock, finds the SMG 11 kill on him. Gas Babe denies the plant. he did a lot to win them that round. He essentially won them that round with that play. As you said, he was the only one that was actually in the site. But a good response for Scarz after losing the opening round. And so far, though, you look at the two opening kills, 2 minutes 14 and 2 minutes 10. So clearly Dplus are trying to bring some pace here against Scarz on Chalet. Whether that will hold true for the remainder of this first half remains to be seen, but that's going to be something to keep in the back of the mind if you are Scarz. The Dplus are playing with pretty decent pacing.
So shock drone's in play, good counter tool onto the Fenrir mirror combination, even Valkyrie by extension. Zerdos as well can be contested. Nook providing the potential lurk threat here for Dplus here on the third round. Could even be as direct as through front door. Maybe trying his best to keep the shock drone up. Could provide a distraction for Niz.
Oh, Niz panicked. He gets the kill, but he could see the jitter.
He got pretty lucky there.
He did get very lucky. Joppy couldn't convert. Niz had enough time to actually just kind of get that sort of when you get jumped. And then he composed himself and then got the kill onto Choppy. Opening kill for Dplus Kia. Shui fires back and gets the second onto Bullet. Does get traded towards Piano. Mini confirming that kill. Keeps the advantage with Dplus Kia throughout a couple of those trades here in the mid-round. But again, the pacing from Dplus Kia has been strong. It was 1:58 in the opening kill. So again, 3 rounds in, it's around that 2-minute mark that they're pushing in, finding these kills. Fishlike and Ayagator, 2 left standing for Scarz.
Looking to reconsolidate. No Nitro left, however, so guns up here for the defense. Dplus likely to posture in towards this A hit. 2 summons available if they want to try and open that breach from Trophy for a bit more of a direct approach. Time to work with here for Dplus.
Oh, that's risky.
Yeah, very risky.
The Falls goes down inside a Trophy. They get information on Fishlike's position, and Midi's able to get him on the cross back. Ayagator to rise on up, but Mini shuts him down.
Okay. Got a bit concerned.
Got a little dicey on the rappel in towards Trophy. Really could have just been a position where you rappel down the ground, hold the angle, and then just vault in if you are going to go in that direction. Bands coming up after 3 rounds have now concluded. 2 attacking rounds acquired for Dplus Kia. Will be the Mirror and the Deimos. Mirror featuring in 2 rounds played. Deimos was only used in the opening round on Master Bedroom and Office, which is where we head to next up. And we'll go at the highlights from the previous round. Well, Vishoy did bring the round back a little bit, and he's started very well for his team. But he is certainly needing some help from others if they are going to win this map, their map pick. Let's see what it means to Falls and the rest of the team for Dplus Kia. Really strong start in this upper bracket quarterfinal.
Over to Bedroom then for round number 4. Will Scarz respond, or can Dplus look to elongate this lead? The Monty to be brought for this 4th round, which at least in the limited playtime it's gotten so far, hasn't been particularly effective. Could be a different story though here on the top floor. With the Capitao in play as well, maybe we see a direct double window play. Typically that would be complemented though by the Sense. They're probably not quite anticipating that here for this round. Could eventuate though. Nomad for protection against the runouts for these repels. Defensively, no Nitro for Scarz, which may make plant denial a little bit more tricky. They do have triple bulletproof camera though, plus the Valkyrie, so information should be quite available to them. DK currently posturing outside Solar. Monty in the map, trophy. So pressure immediately starting to mount here on the defense.
Well, the slowest start to a round that we've had so far in this first half. Obviously, Niz is able to get some pretty decent information. So far, not really able to play off it. They still haven't dealt with Wishoy, by the way, over towards Mezzanine. So it's a long horizontal hold here for Scarz that runs all the way deep to the other side of building. Oh, that's not the time to pull the pistol out. Yeah, Niz has just completely fluffed that.
Oh, that's again the Monty not being effective.
That's Kit as well. There's zero pressure away from the solar and bedroom side of the map. Yeah, this is an awful attack from Dplus.
Yeah, it's very disconnected, and losing the Monty not helping.
Yeah, wrap this one up.
Good from Fishlike though.
Yeah, I just wonder if Dplus maybe wanted to get that Monty into the doorway and then play the long lines of sights and hope that they could just hit the shots off the rappel. As soon as you lose that Monty, then it all kind of falls apart. But then I don't understand why Niz is even pulling the pistol out in that position. You kind of have to trust your team when you're playing that Montang to be able to get the kills for you at that point in the round. Very easy one for Scarz. They just were not tested at all. We go 2-2 on Chalet.
Yeah, that's just unnecessary. You had so many pieces of utility to help dislodge that player and really actually make the Monty work for that push, but dying early just a little bit selfish, really. Rest of the team punished as a result. Kitchen round 5. Scoreline even to a piece. Dplus just not as clinical on attack, especially around that Monty, as you would like to see. Opportunities gone beckoning both on that bar hit with one player defending the side itself, and then they're on top floor where they had the belt of utility to clear Fishlike up close.
It's hard to get a read on this game so far. It feels like at times when Dplus bring the pace, they look really aggressive and strong, and Scarz kind of just fall by the wayside. But then when Scarz are able to handle the earlier portions of the round, get those opening kills, take a bit away from Dplus in terms of their pacing, and they can get some decent control here on the defense. All 4 rounds. 3 alive, 3 alive, 3 alive, 4 alive. None of these rounds have been close. There haven't actually really been any contestable rounds that have come down to 1vx's or clutches. AAK a pick onto midi. Shuts down the sledge nice and early. Shoy though will trade it pretty shortly thereafter. Doesn't really mean that Scarz ever ended up having an advantage. And then Levy to now give the advantage to Dplus Kia. No response from Scarz either. Again, the early aggression and pacing from Dplus. This is when they're at their best. Finding these early picks, getting good early position. And now it's a very vulnerable kitchen and dining with that top floor losing pressure. 2 players above, 1 down below on the 2-1 split. Two nitro cells available. Ooh, yellow ping.
Oh,
Yeah, Rek is so lucky.
Got pretty lucky, yeah. Don't feed ones, Dplus. They've still got 3 Summers, Bolt of Util, Logic Bomb. Get that utility
Is that
deployed.
default cam? It's giving the pinks?
Fireplace cam, yep. No. Well, we can't see what they're seeing as they are, of course, dead players. But that is kind of the view that they would be having, thank you.
Wow.
I think it may have been cleared now. I haven't seen anyone watch it for a while. 45 seconds though on the clock here for Dplus. Pressure still above Choppy and Gator, so a 2-1 split. Dplus forced into the clear.
Good flash. 1 for 1. Keeps the advantage for Dplus Kia. Down into the hallway. Choppy, the response. Heading into the final 25 seconds. Gator caught it. Ego by Nears. Choppy low on health. Needs to take this battle, but he doesn't know which way he wants to swing it. Out from Ego Balk. It is Nears that pushes in. Gets the kill. Dplus. And for the first time in this match, an opening kill will not be converted into a round win. Gator got the first pick early into the round. And credit to Dplus. They've brought it back.
Yeah, certainly got a bit dicey in this round for both teams. Gator found the opening, then Dplus respond. Late clear up above and good flash dump. But into the Warden, that made things tricky. Nears then forced into a really critical 1 versus 1. The other attacker looking to start applying pressure on the plant below. But they win that one out. So a 3-2 scoreline. Round 6 basement, proving to be quite a close game between the two thus far.
There's not much really separating them at all. 3-2 scoreline I think is very fitting and very fair. And look, even though Scarz got the opening kill that previous round, Dplus again, they're the ones that are looking better when they're controlling the pace, bringing early aggression, getting into good spots early. Funnily enough, for the first time we go basement on Chalet. So Scarz will, in their minds, hope to get a bit more control on the early round of proceedings. They're going to play that roam game. They're going to try and get into the face of Dplus, get into those denial positions of entry. Judging by the lineup of Dplus Kia, though, you bring the Ram, you bring the Fuse, you've got Hamad. This is front entrance, get control over towards Fireplace, open up the floorboards. Got a couple of secondary hard breaches to open up main breach as well. Only the mute jammers that can be walled and all, but easy to deal with. Wreck has not been thrown. The drone will spot him.
There we are. Oh, almost gets caught. Pretty much forced into the fight.
Yeah.
Loses it out.
Was he forced into the fight? Could he have vaulted towards Trophy?
Yeah, I think there was a player out trophy window.
Right.
Levy was out there, so.
Well, Choppy's kind of backfelled in, got a kill. Falls is dead. That's Kit, by the way.
There's Levy. Oh, he almost got timed. Okay.
Levy gets the elimination of Choppy. Lingered a little bit too long. I think just sucked in by that Kit.
Didn't confirm the kill, though, and should be resable. Oh, West Main. West Main. Oh, no. Bullet.
Well, Bullet has double red ping as well. He just sprays across. Gets Gator very low. Now up close. You've got Fishlight trying to get involved in the action. They're scrambling right now on the defense. Scarz. Nears has actually made his way nearby towards Fireplace. He could actually kind of creep in towards the site. It is open right now. He's opened up a couple of lines of sight as well from Mezzanine.
I mean, the pressure alleviated a little bit now for Scarz. They were under the pump moments ago, but able to retreat. Nears can get to work on that Fuse. Flush out from Fireplace. Choppy still in kitchen. Not sure if his position is known. Okay, it is.
I mean, was it?
I'm
was
pretty
just
sure.
A wallbang check.
Bullet looked pretty convinced there was someone there.
Well, advantage Dplus heading into the final 30 seconds of this round. 3 gas babes available for Fishlake. He's going to be the one that has to probably win this round for Scarz if they are going to win it. Trying to block off this push towards Boiler. Once the charges go out from above, through Nears, Midi, big pick onto the smoke. Fishlake falls, so does Ayagator. Lower on health, and Washoy shut down towards the blue hallway. Comfortable end to the half for Dplus Kia. They win 3 of the last 4 rounds. And they take a 4-2 lead heading into the second half. They're looking the better right now. Marginally, like it's not a massive gap, but they are certainly looking like the better team. But I think that was always the expectation coming into this matchup. Scarz, as Rob pointed out on the couch, very lucky to even be in playoffs.
The 2 rounds that Dplus Kia brought the Monty was a large reason why they ended up losing the round. They got 0 value from it. Outside of that, definitely looked a lot better.
With the pacing and the
pacing and the pressure. Like that last round, it was really relentless. Just giving Scarz nowhere to maneuver, which is the right way to cut off defenders on a map like Chalet.
Funnily enough, you go from the pacing and the aggression of Chalet, and then immediately into the more slow and stagnant Cafe. Maybe got a glimpse of his shoulder. The soft wall was opened up a little to the left. Either that or just he either knew he was right there, incredible game sense, or he saw him somehow.
So the bans then for the second half. Monty Blitz, double shield. Triple with the clash on defense alongside Azami.
5 seconds left.
It's a mirror extension library across here for DK. Eager to contest library. Second mirror facing solar side, so dual purpose. Dplus should be able to react accordingly to whichever side that Scarz go for, but early indications that it will be from this library side.
Mirror hold, so mezzanine extension here for bedroom office. They'll filter in towards games. Midi will hold top library stairs, levies as well in that library hallway position. Death marked activated by Washoy onto Nears, playing top library. Nears wanting to maybe take the battle towards the hatch. That's a bit of a risky decision. Death mark will fade, but funnily enough, he just stepped right into the Grimbees.
Choppy still bleeding out, should be rezzed in a moment. And that utility can come back into play.
I mean, that's the main thing. Gun back up, get the utility back up. Yeah, he's low on health. But
The lack of explosives here, though, in terms of like an Ash, for instance, in clearing the mirror window here, I think it's posing pretty significant problems for Scarz.
Well, Washoy goes with another death marker onto Nears. Feels like he spent more time being visible to the opposition than not. And they finally deal with him off the back of that death mark. Nicely executed by Ayagator. Levy taken very low towards the mezzanine. So they've done a pretty decent job, albeit it's taken them a while, in clearing out this library mezzanine extension. 50 seconds left. Levy continuing to just hold this longer angle.
He dies here, surely, Levy.
Well, he surely has to die to the push-up from below. I mean, this is such a ballsy move from Levy. Midi does get one over towards mezzanine. He's backfilled in. Now he's drawing the attention of Fishlake.
Well, now it's trapped.
Thought he might have actually gone for the hatch drop instead, but it holds the corner angle. Oh, he had some help from Falls.
Okay, that was the bait.
It's the bait that's worked out.
Wow.
He's not trapped at all. They're trapped with him.
Okay. Yeah, maybe I should have looked across at the overhead. Did not anticipate that play. I mean, it's good work there from Dplus. The support from site. Would have been very easy for those on site to just say, hey, you're by yourself.
Yeah.
No, that's good comms.
And that's round over. It's a 5-2 lead for Dplus. The former coach, Midi, now 10-3. And a big moment in that round in this game. And with the unofficial timeout, I wonder, does that lead us into an official timeout here for Scarz? 5-2 down. Now it's 3 rounds straight in favor of Dplus Kia, and it was just bad from the beginning, really, for Scarz. But at that point, 5v3. It's a 5v3 at this point, and then Midi just goes bang. Free kill. He just got left unchecked towards Mezzanine, baits them over. Look at that angle, falls over towards Office. He just saves Midi massively. Tactical timeout, Scarz.
Yeah, does Scarz have any response here? Dplus feels like they're really now starting to take proper control of this matchup after showing some good promise on that opening defense. The backfill was really nice, the bait and switch. Library, that set up quite sophisticated with the catch. Castle mirror combination. It did get broken down a little bit by the Deimos, but certainly did pose problems for Scarz, now trailing by 3. And it's basement off the back of the tack.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs. Activating camera. Loading new mag.
I mean, this is a site that Dplus will surely love, playing basement. Bring the cap can, cause chaos up above. Get information off the belt cams. Midi over in Solar at the moment, so he's a world away from the site. I think they'll be pretty aggressive on this roam, at least until they find a pick and then maybe fall back.
5 seconds to go.
What's going to be the plan of action here for Scarz? Out of the tactical timeout, they bring the Nook, double hard breach with the Kali. That to me says main breach, set the Kali outside, get the smokes in, and go for the plant.
That snowmobile open. As Scarz try to clear the mirror.
Falls is just shooting there to just say, oi, someone's here. Oi. Yeah, literally. in a Brazilian accent. Shit. A bit of an incident. Oh,
that was a bit of an incident.
Went to deal with the mirror window, and while he did, he dies to Falls. I think that's a fair trade. If you're Dplus Kia, you're happy with that. You lose the mirror window, but you get the Kali.
2 minutes then for Scarz to recuperate. To stack on the western side. Vert goes both ways. It's the cap can of Nears up above pressuring.
I'd rather be in Nears' position, to be honest, instead of Washoi.
Yeah.
I understand Washoi kind of needs to find this kill now. Down a player, 90 seconds left. Yeah, I think at this point, Washoi's just kind of like, oh, I'm going to pick a spot and then hope he walks into it rather than go searching too aggressively. Double stack towards Boiler. Falls inside of Wine. Rek does get the kill onto Levy. Here's a swing hit from Washoi. Bullet not ready for it, and Balls will go down in sight. Well, credit to Scarz. After losing the Kali, they've been able to systematically deal with this defense by Dplus. They didn't want to play.
How's that been allowed?
Should have got traded by the other end of the corridor. Nears runs out of ammunition, and that's going to cost him his life and the round as well. Again, will get the last 2. Scarz win the round after losing the opening pick. It's the first time that's happened in this match.
Yeah, that was a very awkward round.
Well, Scarz just said, we're not going to play the roam game. At all.
I just don't quite understand how they made it work. Good opening swing there from Falls. Very risky from Fish-like. I mean, yeah, Bullet and Falls both getting caught. Good push deep from...
2 bullets here, by the way.
That position.
Yeah, he missed both of them.
Yeah. Not with enough in the pocket. Midi then left in the clutch. Yeah, not the cleanest round to siege ever, but a much needed round for Scarz.
Yeah, in that fashion, out of the tactical timeout, down a player early. I mean, the Kali kind of did its job anyway in dealing with the mirror window. But Dplus set that round up to want to play it their way, and Scarz just said, we're not going to play it your way. And I think they did a really good job in that. So bar games for the 9th round. It's going to be an extensive library hole, double mirror setup. Next set of bans after this. All 5 targets available, by the way, for Washoy.
Yeah, good
in the
drone
prep
work.
phase. I do wonder if that was costly maybe on the drone economy to get those targets. Oh, good pinch.
Wow.
Oh, force call easily. Baited in by the Blackbeard. And Washoy wrapped around, shot him in the back. Cloud's trying to get into work. Scarz are getting some momentum now.
It does feel like quite an unnecessary low percentage play. Tuck into the corner of library with some catch, sure, but under the window was... I don't really... I think that was probably the most necessary play ever. Scarz still deserve a level of respect.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, I mean, at that point, there's nothing Niz can do. Push out and then just dead, stay, and you're probably dead. Scarz are getting some control on this match.
Yeah, they're chipping away at the moment. I think Dplus are trying to limit test a little bit too much here.
Oh, this should be a kill.
Oh, Shadow, yeah.
Caught though.
Good trade.
Yeah, they're just everywhere. Scarz are playing really well now on the attack. So out of the timeout, after a 5-2 lead for Dplus Kia, it will be 5-4. Dplus will hold the lead. I do wonder, it's a sense of a momentum swing that has started to happen. Do they go for a timeout? That's a awful way to lose your life there as well if you're Levy. Yeah, Blackbeard, shield slam, and then the Vendetta to finish it off gets slammed into the corner. Do we see a tactical timeout response here by Dplus? They hold it a little bit longer. Scarz, and they look like a different team right now.
Yeah, they've come alive. Foles gets caught. Good from Washoy, and the info relayed by Rek. Nears, can't critique that. It was just a good clear.
They had A-Gate a big window as well outside mid, so like
They had
one side of
every
the other,
cutoff
it's
was
just dead.
held. Yeah.
No timeout. Bans will be Blackbeard and Valkyrie.
I think Dplus just need to reel it in. We saw the Rome West main, which was a little over the top and gave the pocket of space to the side basement, and then there we saw the prone play library was just a freebie.
I guess in their mind, the success so far prior to the last 2 rounds had come through their aggression. But
that was more, yeah, but to be fair, that was also more like backfill mid to late round, flank.
Yeah,
you know,
you're not playing that same style.
Compounding at an advantage. It's not trying to jam something early round to get a freebie.
Yeah, on defense, stylistically, it's going to play out very differently. Dplus need to change their approach. They need to change their mindset. Kitchen dining will mean this is the 4th site choice now by Dplus Kia in 4 rounds. Chalet, one of the few maps where you can really go to all sites. Probably, I would say it's, out of all the 4 sites, they're all viable. How many other maps can say that? Like, usually you can say there's 3 and then maybe there's like a real tertiary one, but...
Cafe these days, probably.
Yeah, Cafe. I mean, mining has seen a lot more play, but would you put mining into the same category as the 4 that you've got here? Still, I'd put it like
I wouldn't put it too far behind.
No, I'm not saying it would be far behind, but...
I mean, hell, there's some teams that play late kitchen, so...
Okay, I mean, let's settle. Yeah, like you don't see really service tell us that much on Consulate. Armory Weapon has never been played in lead this stage. Bank. I mean, Tellus Archives, nah, I wouldn't put it in the same category as Chalet.
Nah.
Night Haven Labs, Cafe Kitchen, absolutely not. Absolutely not. On Border, Custom Supply, not often enough. Club, certainly not with Bar Stage. And Skyscraper with Bedroom, bathroom, no. Yeah, so Chalet would be probably number 1 in terms of the 4 rotation. Levy with the opening kill onto a short. Nitro from Nears. That's much better in terms of the early aggression from Dplus Kia, converting it. And a third as well to follow after that. Much needed kill from Choppy. And then he's downed himself as Fishlike will get the kill onto Nears. And Choppy will be finished off. No chance then for the revival.
Round over.
Yeah, very, very quick round. But that's the aggression that Dplus can play with. We saw that in the first half, and a little bit better and a bit more controlled and more measured, I think, in this round. And suddenly, just like that, 6-4. And all that momentum from Scarz squashed. 2 opportunities for Dplus to take the map.
Man, big snap back in this round. Better, more controlled aggression around the map.
Snap back to reality.
Oh, there goes gravity.
Oh, okay, well, can't go anymore. We'll get DMCA'd. That's it. That's it.
Oh, the gravity went with that nade. That was a bit unfortunate one for Choppy. But yeah, certainly more refined there from Dplus, not giving anything away for free. Scarz tried to up the tempo. Dplus met them, matched them, caught them out of sync. 2 opportunities now in regulation for the defense.
Yeah, being the better team, that's where the 2-round stretch that we just saw in rounds 8 and 9 from Scarz kind of, for me, kind of came out of nowhere in terms of just the way that they were actually winning those rounds in quite dominant fashion and denying away the early aggression from Dplus Kia. There's only been 2 rounds where the opening kill came quote-unquote late. Minute 19 in the 4th round and a minute 10 in the 7th round. Every other round has been around the 2-minute to 2.5-minute mark.
Interesting.
I'd like to actually, it would be a cool little stat here on our little internal sheet. It would be like a round end time to just see what time the round ends at. That'd be kind of cool.
You would like that stat added?
Yeah, I think it'd be cool.
Yeah,
to see which teams finish the rounds quicker on average, and makes it easier to see, like the EP game that we had the other day in O's that was 25 minutes. I think the average round finish would have been about 1.5 minutes.
It would be nice if it also recorded when the match starts and ends as well, just for overall duration. Right.
Oh,
I'm sure you can have a word to your mate.
Derry.
Yeah.
Oh, nice shot from Choppy to find the angle on Nears as he just overpeaked ever so slightly. Micro margin, but lost his head. Scarz with the opening pick.
It's been a 50-50 conversion to the half, though.
Yeah, it's been a 50-50 kind of game, though.
There we go.
Oh, well, there's the trade
Oh,
back.
Midi almost got a good timing there on the vault.
Oh, Midi goes again. He's playing with fire right now while Deathmarked as
It's
well,
another
so they
bait.
know
It's
exactly
another
where he
bait.
is. And Levy then had the cover towards Mezzanine. 1 down below. Nice shot from Aya Gator. Had the low ground in that position and still wins the battle. Midi 12-5 has been leading from the front, the former coach for the Korean version of Dplus Kia, now player again. I think their lowest rated player as well through group stage has come out with a bang to start on Chalet. 3 versus 3, 60 seconds.
Midi being zoned out by the death mark.
And they deal with him.
Yeah, good pinch. Oh, okay, Nitro.
Oh, okay, Bullet's got some strength in his arm there to get that distance and almost got the kill onto Fishlike. Gets him low.
Falls almost timed at breach, looking to aggress. Needs to find one back. At least that's the thinking behind this forward position.
Gator's still down below. He's going to wrap back outside. Diffuser stuck towards Mezzanine. 35 seconds. Falls then catches Gator on the rotate. Deathmark activated by Washoy. That's going to be onto Falls inside of Office.
Oh, below, under pressure. Gets caught. Good pinch.
Yeah, it was below and Mezzanine. The pinch.
But no Deathmark now, so Bullet in a good position for the 1v2.
Was from 2 different angles. Kit acquired by Fishlike, low on health. They'll have to play together, push together. Bullet, kill onto Washoy. He can play the time now if he so chooses to. Fishlike has to go for the kill or the plant. The best option is certainly the kill. He's low on health, tucked in, left side, swing from Bullet, and that low health Fishlike, man, he was always up against it. Dplus Kia will take Chalet quite convincingly in the end. The opening map of this series, the map choice of Scarz, stolen by their rivals.
It's gonna
Hey, I'm Bappin from Enterprise. I'm just going to look back at a few clips from my career.
This is another explosive execute. In come the smokes. Wedables might have an inkling here that there's a player, but he's actually looking too high. He's going to stand and walk right over them. It might get too high on the drop on Wedables. Doesn't seemingly matter because everybody else from GG falls into the meat grinder. An explosive execute with the blitz, with the glass, with everything that GG could throw at EP, and they only find a single kill from it.
Interception. Two VIP, okay? Everything.
Oh my!
Interception, reception. Operator standing.
Holy
That clip was... I don't even know what to think. I just started screaming. All the boys started screaming. I don't even know. It just happened so fast. This double kill at the start, lined it up. 180. Shit on. Definitely one of my highlights for that stage.
Do you remember what's going like through your head during that moment?
Not really, apart from me screaming. I sort of just flow. I don't do much thinking. I leave that up to the other teammates. Makes it easier for me. I'm humble. Coming into stage 2, I think we're keeping a lot of the things the same, maybe adding a few more new strats, pocket strats. Everything is like the same, like everyone's working as hard as each other. The team energy is a big thing honestly for this team. Like that's just like winning the game, but that's every single round we win as well. It's the same as like reaction, screaming. I think it carries like momentum for us because if we win a round, we scream, the adrenaline's high, we just keep pummeling, we keep going. It's like surreal, like all your mates just screaming, you know what I mean? Players like Player, Chris, and Tuan, they all pick it up if we all fall down. So it's great to have teammates like that. Chris slotted in just as well, or if not better, obviously because we got the result at EWC, but I think we could have done it with Kyle still, but Chris has been good. Our team is passionate. I think that's something people don't have. Like hard work and passion, like being passionate is just so good.
I just don't know how to do this. I don't know.
A big fat juicy what?
Michael, what do we have to do here?
To be fair, the chicken was pretty voluptuous. So.
Yeah? When you bit into it, was it like moist?
Yeah. It was okay. It was a bit cold.
Oh, yeah, the casting special, did you?
Yeah.
Well, we just had a very special matchup, I will say. Dplus Kia.
Oh, it's not over yet, Rob.
No, it's not. But coming out swinging out of the gates, that's a pretty strong performance on a map that realistically, I mean, you know, hypothetically should be favouring Scarz. It is their map pick. I know it doesn't work like that. But what I will say is just across the board, like, it's interesting to see the stats, but to see the fact that it was a 7-4, yet how close it is. Like, it's not like it was a complete blowout on either side. It was a hotly contested match. A note for me with Midi at the top, like, it's crazy to see someone at the top with 12 kills but only 64% cost. I find that very interesting. When you go back and have a look, obviously had a couple of big rounds in the first half, so that kind of ticks that box, and yes, it sets them up for success. But I think that these kind of games always come down to those... It comes down to the 1%ers. And right now, the 1%ers are favouring Dplus in nearly most of these rounds. There's 3 rounds from Scarz where they found the opening pick and didn't convert. And I'm not going to keep... I don't want to keep harping on about it.
No, do
but
it.
Right now, from what we've seen in APAC North, that is not a metric for success right now. But it is actually a metric of failure. The teams that are failing to convert are the teams that are losing these maps. So take it with a grain of salt, but it's certainly something to look at.
You're saying if they lose the map.
What's crazy is if the other team gets to 7 before them, they're done.
Yeah, Scarz were rated 6th for conversion heading
Makes
into the
sense.
day, 70%.
Yep.
Only beating out Kinnetrope, and guess who the other team was? The
it's going to be something stupid.
CAG.
Yeah.
So take from that what you will. Especially in that second half, though, I can't help but shake the feeling that it probably should have been more dominant. The 2 rounds that Dplus lost were off the back of very obvious, like big, pretty much troll moments. Big overaggression in the early round where they just got punished. So I think outside of that, they were certainly the far better team. And then if you encompass the overall map result, Dplus just a little bit more refined. Scarz don't quite have the same synergy inside of the server as they probably once did. I mean, how many times throughout that match did we see a calculated risk made by Dplus that involved then the rest of the team getting involved in that play? We saw like, you know, baits and movements, etc., where the rest of the team then was very much in sync. You could very clearly see inside of the server that their comms were flowing well and they were able to make, you know, on-the-fly heads-up playmaking opportunities that didn't just involve one individual player. And so, you know, thinking ahead to the next map, if that continues, I can't help but shake the feeling that they'll start to run away with it.
Going to Cafe as well. I mean, it's a map where you can kind of... You can set a lot of traps. There's a lot of ways in which you can kind of hone in on a certain player. And for me, that's where I do worry about Scarz a little bit more, because from what we just saw then, it does feel as though that Dplus Kia just have a better sense of team. They just have a better sense of self. And I think that that's something that's very dangerous when you consider where Scarz are at with the conversation that we're having around them. Xenox, I nearly called you Dev for a second, and you're not even remotely like Dev. But I do feel as though Scarz are definitely on the back burner in APAC North now. I had so much love for them, and now it's kind of, I feel like they're probably the one team in this entire playoffs bracket that I look at and go, what are you going to do?
Well, I mean, they're also the only team in the entire playoff bracket that's negative in terms of round differential from their group stage. And like you mentioned earlier,
That's
barely fortunate to even be here.
Yep.
And now heading into Cafe, where, you know, I don't really think it's going to get better for them suddenly.
I don't think it will.
It's for Scarz, their 6th preference map, for Dplus 4th. So pretty fine margins there. But if Dplus is starting defense, they're the 2nd best defensive team in the region. So I could already see that first half just blowing out.
Yeah, blowing out of proportion very quickly. Well, you got to be careful, because that was a very interesting shot. Sometimes you got to know when to hold them, you got to know when to fold them, and I don't know if Scarz actually know a damn thing right now, because Dplus Kia are in the driver's seat. They went 7-4 up on Chalet. Cafe could be utter domination from them. We need to see Scarz bounce back. We need to see them regain their former glory and showcase why they deserve to head to Melbourne for that PAX major qualifier. It's a big event. There's no doubt about it. There are 4 teams from APAC North that will head to that qualifier, and one that I'm sure everyone will be excited for. It's time to get underway with this one. Dplus Kia 1 map away. Scarz on the ropes.
Alrighty, let's get underway with Cafe, Scarz, and Dplus Kia. And it is Scarz actually beginning on defense, guys, so maybe we might not see that Dplus blowout like mentioned on the couch. Scarz.
Did you just say defense or attack?
Scarz are on defense.
Right. Sorry. Yes. I thought you prefaced it with Dplus, but no, you're correct. Yeah, attacking will be pretty challenging here.
It does put the pressure on Scarz, though, immediately early on defense, that they're going to get quite a few rounds on the board to put up a strong first half. Pan's Castle and the Blitz, followed by the Valkyrie and the Ying. It does make, I guess, some of the more rush entry tactics for Dplus a little bit more hindered without the Blitz and the Ying combination. And if anything, it maybe sort of then tempts Dplus to pick something like a Montang, slow them down a little bit. The pacing was a concern on Chalet.
Attackers need to locate and
Cafe just inherently is going to play at a slower pace level than Chalet, but it's not impossible to play with good pacing. Clash available will be selected immediately by Fishlike.
Attackers have located a bomb.
So the onus on Scarz here to show us what they've got in this first half. Pressure beginning to mount. A loss here will send them down to that lower bracket. And it's tricky to envision them surviving that gauntlet run to a top 4 position. It will be a challenge. Winner of this match, of course, later tonight takes on Fear X for what is our second qualification match.
It's a tough one, isn't it, as well?
Oh, yeah. Fear X have looked, again, in fine form, as you would kind of anticipate. Not faultless, but certainly on a level, I think, certainly above Scarz and probably marginally above Dplus.
Slight edge over Dplus right now for sure. I'd say that's I actually genuinely think both of the matches to follow after this could go 3 maps.
It could be a long shift for James and Nick.
It could be. I mean, is there a world in which this one can go to 3 as well? It's still a possibility. Scarz beginning on defense, get some form, build a little bit of momentum. They showed that small glimmer back on Chalet. Rounds 8 and 9, I thought they were kind of back into it, but...
That's a freebie, that kill, by the way.
It faded out. Now, opening pick for Dplus. It is only on to the Malusi. Banshee's already placed. Logic Bomb activated by Midi, the first one. Good start for Dplus Kia. When they did find those opening picks back on Chalet, very rarely were they unable to convert the round, so good start. Still got to deal with this clash. Keeper barriers available for Rec. Outside of that, though, I mean, the rest of it's all pretty much pre-place utility. And there goes the Jaeger. Midi finds the pick. That's his second. Midi is just on a heater today. Finished off Chalet with a 12-6 scoreline. Now 2-0 to start here. Banshee activates towards White Stairs. Midi's found a third.
Yeah, that's a really good round.
The lowest rated player for Dplus in group stage is now their best player to begin playoffs, and Fishlike is stuck over towards shop. Levy will fall. Midi's looking for his 4th, and he will find it. A 4K from Midi, the former coach, now turned player once again. He was 12-6 on Chalet, 4-zip to start on Cafe. He's now 16-6 across the series. Where's this come from for him? You look at his stats in the group stage for Midi. Like, nothing too bad, but, you know, 93 EPS, -6 KD, actually +4 on entry was, I guess, his saving grace, but largely an average group stage for him, and he was the lowest rated player for Dplus Kia, and now he's their best player today. And it's not really close. Nears is the next best, so Midi's got 16, Nears has got 11.
Just having a look back at the first stage for APN as well, keeping in mind that there was only the 1 invite slot for EWC.
Oh, sorry, he only got the 3. He got an assist on one of them, my bad.
Dplus lost to FearX not once, but twice, both in a 2-0 fashion back in that Stage 1 playoff bracket. So, assuming we see Dplus close its out, I'd be very intrigued to ask. I'm assuming Falls will do the interview. Sort of their anticipation heading into that potential matchup, but there's still a long way until that. But, I mean, a good tempo set for the first round. Midi cannot be allowed to run around the way in which he did in that previous round and find free kills.
Well, Levy's going to be shut down on the Briora, so you lose those gates. A gated with the opening pick. You know, on Kitchen in the second round. So, an early smoke here for Nears. The smokes are going to have to come from Midi on the Capital. And he's used his second one. So no more smokes after this now for Dplus Kia.
They've cleared a lot of utility though off the back of that, so probably not the worst trade for Dplus. They don't necessarily need to find a kill there. Of course, being a player down, it would have helped, but it was unlikely. No real incentive for Fishlike to move. Doesn't mean, though, in terms of util clearance, to actually force the move, actually now quite limited.
Yokai, one of them, over towards VIP, so safe at the moment from this push. Good kill from Bullet onto Rec. He's just going to go sit, watch cams now. Default still up inside a bakery.
Fishlike not moving an inch. Yeah.
Oh, Midi has found his 4th.
He's just marching forward. He'll probably find another one here.
A big kill onto the Echo. You lose the Yokai power. That's Yokai stuck over towards VIP now, utterly useless in terms of even providing information. The full bankside hit. They got Washoy inside of mining, so he offers a point to difference up above. I think he actually used the Nitro Cell to create some vert pressure.
Bad gas babe there, by the way, from Choppy.
Choppy then takes a bit of damage, and playing this long battle with the SMG-11, not really going to be in his favor. Gator has also been dealt with. Mitty is on a heater. He's 5 and zip to start here. And they've still got so much time remaining in the round that they don't have to rush the remainder of this in a 3v2. Balls can actually just get this plant down, I think, rather safely, because Washoy had to make his way down red stairs. He's no longer up above. And holding the cover, Mitty is absolutely insane right now. He's gotten 6 kills in 2 rounds.
Yeah, Dplus looking really switched on at the moment. Their synergy is evidently far greater than a Scarz, who may well be petering out of this stage and potentially, by extension, their 2025 campaign. You just said the... Maybe you should message DevMarta right now and let him know. we might be done in 30 minutes.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Probably takes him that long to get here. He probably needs to start warming the car up.
Yeah, this one could be quick. You've already got the 2 attacking rounds, so for Dplus Kia, I mean, you've already kind of reached that pass mark. 6-0 for Mitty, 3-0 for Nears. It is a 284 EPS for Mitty. He's nearly cracked the 300. Across the series now, he's a 149, 18 and 6.
And what was he for the stage so far?
He was 93 EPS. He was their lowest rated.
You know what's going to be really tough? If he absolutely pops off in this game, and then against FearX he's just quiet again. That would really hurt.
Yeah.
I mean, it's great to do well now, but a pop-off performance in a qualification game would be even sweeter.
Well, I think he'd be going into that one saying, boys, I've done my job. It's time for
someone else step up.
Others to stand up.
Well, it's being facilitated by the team, don't get it twisted, but he's having the confidence to hit some really good openings.
Back-to-back 3Ks. He had 2 3Ks as well on Chalet.
Now these players on Rappel currently on pulse scan. Not much that Scarz can do to react off that info though at the moment.
And Nia's just kind of testing to see that a couple of shots running.
Oh, there is a jump out.
It's with Shoy.
How'd he get away with that? Mitty was out there. Must be preserving the KD. I think he just got caught on a bad time.
Yeah, I don't think Mitty was at all in position to stop that. There was a small window, a small gap, and Washoy has timed it perfectly.
Stop.
Yeah, it's this court.
You can't help yourself. Clash posing problems. Dplus need to formulate a clear white stairs.
Just send Mitty in.
Yep.
Just send him in. Oh, okay, the clash.
Good rotate there from Rack.
He's got the flash. Knows there's one inside a cocktail. In this flash, he could swing off this if he wants to, but he himself as well. Levy then gets caught over towards the balcony. Fishlight, good kill onto Levy. Well, Mitty is going to have to be the one to just keep on going. There's one. There's two. He is absolutely switched on.
He's the Terminator.
Indeed.
Another one?
Could he get a third for what would be
well, he can vote them out now.
3Ks in a row? I mean, they can settle down a little bit here. This is where you don't have to get overzealous. 50 seconds, 3v3. You are playing the Buck, so you can play now the Vert. Use that Skeleton Key, open up the floorboards, and you still got the Montang later on for the entry into the site. No Nitro Souls to deal with, only one Gas Babe, so there's no real utility here for Scarz. For sure you can still get some information with the cardiac sensor, but they are split now as well.
Falls will drop down with the Monty, so Gator will be hard-pressed to contest this from Pillar. Mitty could either drop or play behind the shield. Pillar now flushed out, that will be relayed. Gator not looking to forfeit it completely, though.
Now, forget the barbed wire. You got 13 seconds. Come on, drop, midi. Just
gun
go
up,
in.
midi, gun up.
Come on. I mean, he wants to play the vert, rightfully so. He is on the buck, so Bullet's going to have to do something. He gets caught.
the drop.
Now he's going to drop midi. It's all on you now. Foles is going to stick this plan, providing the cover. Midi looking for another 3K, and he actually got it, but they lose the round.
Sorry, he kept the streak.
He kept the streak going.
Yeah.
3Ks in a row for Mitty, but it lose the round.
Yeah, with Bullet dying, the flank through
I'm waiting
killer.
to see what this EPS jumps up to. Surely, does it crack 300?
Although he did die. Oh, no, he didn't die, so 100% survival
Yeah.
still. I wonder if it will crack 300. I don't know if I've ever seen 300.
305
Far out.
EPS, 9010 entry, 100% cost, 100% survival, 1x clutch. But they lost this one. And to be fair, this is where I understand full well. You're playing the Buck, you want to play the Vert, etc. But if Bullet dies, Falls is completely by himself on an island as the Montang, and it's going to take you too long with so little time remaining. This is just amazing. This got them back into the round. But unfortunately...
Oh, it's 0.2 on the clock, too. He's done well there. Mining for round number 4. Better from Scarz. Good early round aggression. Rewarded well. Top floor was dicey, but they rotated the clash appropriately, and then late round, good re-aggress through pillar. So decent work there defensively. I know the spotlight, of course, is still on midi, but good from Scarz.
It's 11-9 right now. And what I'm referencing is in the server through 3 rounds played, 11 total kills from everyone not named midi versus 9 kills from midi.
We're only 3 rounds in.
21-6. The next highest kills is 12 for Washoy. But they lost the round, so credit to Scarz. And job was more so, I guess, done earlier in the round. Washoy also got a 3K in that round himself. Dplus will kind of look to that, though, and think, oh, not a good start to the round, yet we still almost kind of brought it back, and I think they fluffed it a little bit towards the end. Bullet dying as early as he did behind Bulls really didn't help their cause. But even with that round win for Scarz, you still kind of feel like they're just so on the back foot that if they don't get these opening picks, if they don't get these early advantages, I don't know if there's much of a way back in for them. They have to just keep playing pretty much perfectly with the way that Dplus are going about things right now. Ooh, nah, he missed the gap.
I believe it is Cthulhu free camming.
Loading new mag.
On the money, though. Thank you. Midi preparing for a potential jump out here. Minute 45 on the clock, and Falls now boots on ground. The only player currently inside of the map for Dplus Kia, followed closely now by Levy. Pre-place Nitro.
Yeah.
That's for the Skylight drop. Barbed wire to relay that sound call. Oh, Fish like goes searching for some reason. Okay, that was a bit untoward. Wreck now under a ton of pressure to maintain presence above.
Yeah, just keeping my eye on midi. Gated towards Cocktail. Okay.
Midi's
just
back.
stay on him. Stay on him. Don't leave, ever. Don't switch. Don't switch. We don't need to see anything else right now. Any switches.
Oh, he's dead. Nah, I blame the Observer.
If the Observer doesn't switch,
he wins
he
the
wins
fight.
that.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I'm convinced. I don't think he'll be on 300 EPS now.
No.
He's just going to tank down to 200.
He's going to go from 300 to like 180 of that one death. Well, 3v2, 50 seconds. Midi did his job at least again earlier, getting that kill. He gets to number 10.
And they still have man advantage.
And yeah, the man advantage
and
is
the Monty
still maintained. No nitro cells either for Washoy and Choppy. No utility whatsoever. They are just gun up.
I think you just play into the smoke layering here from Foles.
Foles feel comfortable enough to go for the plant. Choppy spots him, and Foles would have spotted Choppy. Swings around to the other side of Pillar. The best win con right now for Scarz is certainly the time. They've just got to try and stay alive, poke and prod, keep Falls from planting safely. And there goes Washoy though to Falls.
Okay, should be round over.
9 seconds, and yeah, good catch there by Nears. Round over indeed. Dplus Kia go 3-1 up. Midi looks devastated. Damn.
It was his worst round of the map so far. And it was still a pretty impactful round. I can see he's staring at that
259.
APS. Oh, not bad.
Dropped almost 50 EPS off that one round where he got a kill and died. So he still keeps his 100% cost. EPS is a harsh mistress.
Yeah, it scales pretty crazily. Kitchen for the 5th round. The tertiary selection for Scarz not paying dividends. They got demolished last time out on this particular objective. The bakery hold was cleared really nicely by Dplus.
Bakery just sitting there doing nothing. Yeah, they just got... And it was all
it was very static.
One-dimensional. It was just a pretty much stack. Bake, small bake, then through prep. Yokai was placed over towards VIP. That ended up just kind of doing nothing because they didn't go for a freezer side hit.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
And that was, by the way, without Levy on the Rayora because he died straight away. So they never even got the Rayora into play. In terms of what the Rayora can really do as well, if you are going for that bake side hit, you can block off the small bake entry to really put the pressure into bake without allowing that swing from small.
Activating drone.
Fully first floor for Scarz, so horizontal hold. A bit of bar presence here. So again, the way that they're positioned right now, Scarz, suggests to me they think it's going to be freezer side this time.
Yeah, I mean, I think that inkling is right.
Let's see who's nearby.
Two-brow targeted. That is Choppy in VIP.
Logic Bomb plus Deathmark on Choppy right now. He throws out the Zoto canister, so he's just trying to hold strong.
Oh, but it's a rotate.
Rotate towards, I mean, Fish like there's 2 rounds on this site just being cooked inside a bakery. They had the drone in as well towards prep. Niers does lose his life though. Again, I love the diversion. They feign as if it's freezer and then the quick rotate bakery. Fish like it's caught off guard. They no longer have the echo. Oh, Midi though caught in coat check. Hello, was Shoy on the move.
Didn't hear him.
And Midi's KD now drops to 5.
I think I may have seen a attack timeout called there in the meantime as well, presumably from Scarz. But it's 3v3. Plane attempt, number 1.
From Haygator, Levy to watch the hallway. Now, Falls just needs to survive. He doesn't. Okay, yeah. If Falls had to survive that, becomes winnable. Or Levy had an opportunity, but no, to be fair, double swung the hallway. They might not even realize straight away. Yeah, now they've realized Falls is on the ground. So 3-2. A little fight back here by Scarz. That was a scrappy round, but it's a round in which they won. Despite the fact I think Dplus strategically were the better team. Feign the interest freezer side, put a lot of pressure, and then bam, flip, rotate, bakery, Fish like caught, basically flat-footed.
If Midi doesn't get caught for free there, it probably plays out quite
well played
differently.
by Washoy, 100%. And Scarz did take the time out. That's a banger every time. It doesn't really... It only gets better from here once we get to the qual games and the elimination games.
Oh, do you reckon we'll get it on the LAN as well?
Oh, that's
Pump
a must.
it out of packs.
That's a must.
Yeah, the intensity now just starting to increase slightly. This feels like a very, very important round for Scarz to remain in touch. A 3-3 doable, but
feels like they're just holding on, aren't they? Right? Like they're still on the back foot of Dplus overall. They've given up 3 attacking rounds to Dplus, but to win the round that they just did on Kitchen, despite Dplus doing well in that round, they got the opening kill. I thought their strategy was good. So it's a testament to Scarz for what they were able to do. Then into the timeout. Now they bring it back to 3-3 here. It would be back-to-back rounds for Scarz. It would only be the second time in the entire series that they would be able to do that, and it would give them maybe a tiny bit of confidence going into the second half. But Dplus on defense are going to be very, very difficult to break down on this map, especially on Cafe. You're going to look at the defensive win rate for Dplus Kia, second in the region, 59%. Third, CAG is 53.8%. So it's a big, big gap. Scarz, for reference, 53. And the bad news as well for Scarz is a 38% attacker win rate across the region in the group stage. They are dead last. So you now got to go attack into Cafe. So it still backs up against the wall here for Scarz. All the numbers suggest Dplus should go on and win this map with how things have played out so far in this half especially. But we'll see if they can change a little bit of history here. Final round of the half. And to Reading and Fireplace to close things out, which was won successfully last time by Scarz in the third round. Falls straight into Train. Early aggression from Dplus Kia. No surprise there. It's Nears that finds the opening kill. Nitrocell just falls short from finding the elimination onto Bullet. So with Wishoy gone, they lose pressure from the Pulse. For Scarz, an angle from Ayagator onto the feet of Falls, but it's Bullet that does go down from a second Nitrocell. So he cops 2, and the second one will put an end to his life. Now Falls looking for the plant inside of Fireplace. Levy, big pick onto Wreck. Nears will go down. So they do lose the Adrenal Surges from the Finker. Plant down, shield up. Falls is just barely alive. Needs to be perfect with his positioning and is not. Fishlife finds an angle.
Oh, sharp.
Here comes Midi. After the whopping 305 EPS and 10-0 start, he has gone a little bit quieter in previous rounds. May have died there if it was not for Levy. Levy then gets traded, and it is Mitty versus Choppy.
2 gas babes, but 20 seconds.
Drop into Pillar. Mitty, is he ready? Why are we not watching Mitty? Hello, Alex, there we go. This is who we want to watch. He sees the bullet trail, knows that he's crossing towards Fireplace, repositions Mitty to secure this round and looking for his 12th. 4 seconds left. Mitty is going to get it done here for Dplus Kia. He's been the man of the hour. Not enough aggression there from Choppy at the end of the round. Really needed to go at the buck. 4-2-1 for Dplus Kia. Alex is not happy with that one.
I think he's just a Midi hater. Or maybe he was just signaling to you that he was actually right because Midi was the one that didn't end up getting the kill. But he did win the round off the back of his actions of stalling out the counter defuse. So in that regard, I would probably side with Midi.
It's 50-50.
Yeah.
You can play devil's advocate. We like to do that here.
So Monty Castle for the second half. Probably going to end up being a double shield ban here, presumably.
Dplus Kia.
That's on me.
3 rounds away. It feels like formalities now, doesn't it? I think that's the territory that we've entered into.
I don't feel confident for Scarz. Dplus continued to look focused here. Good work there in the post to hold on and close out that round. 4-2 lead. Now defense, Cafe. Putting Scarz in a rather uncomfortable position.
So I think Scarz would play the loser of CAG and PSG Talon, if I'm correct.
We can get confirmation on that.
I'm pretty certain it'd be bracket flip. If I'm going to be honest, the chances of Scarz making top 4 going to look pretty slim. That lower bracket semi-final though, guys, in 3 days' time, we'll decide that a 4th slot. I think. Should. Yes. 1, 2, 3. +4. 1, 2. All right. Maybe not. Either way. More about that another time.
What are you trying to work out?
I'm trying to work out where the, you know, like 4th, 5th, so that match, who gets 4th. It would just actually be the winner of the...
Last stage, it was the winner of the lower bracket semi.
Yeah, okay. 1-for-1 trades to begin. Fish like down, same with Nears, so equal in the 7th round to begin the second half. Really shot presence for Scarz. Just 1 and 6 for Rek. Has not been able to have as much influence in this match as he would like. Bullet aggressive towards Pixel. See the diffuser that was just in front. Over towards Lounge. Midi. For further pressure onto Scarz now. Down a player. Diffuser's in a bit of a bad spot if Dplus want to continue to be aggressive off it, which they can be off of this mirror window. This is a tough position to be in for Scarz.
Yeah, minute on the clock, no diffuser, lacking intel. Dplus still, yeah, with really good footholds that they've now been able to move back into. 40 seconds now.
Midi went for the peak. He might go for the close angle swing. Thinks better of it.
Yeah, I think that's wise.
You can just play this mirror window. Again, getting this kit's going to be very difficult for Scarz without clearing out backstall. Midi's just going to go for it. He's bored. He's had enough. And he gets the double, and all 3. No, Levy stole one at the end. Well, that one gets Midi up and about and smiling, and Dplus Kia are on their way to an upper bracket semi-final. 2 more rounds required. They have all the momentum. They've been the better team in the series from start to finish, and it's pretty close to finishing now.
Again, just really good regress there from Midi. Catches a timing, wins the second duel outright, and then Gator can't trade that. Almost lined up the final kill as well. Stone cold from Midi. It's been a really good day at the office for him. 14 kills on Cafe. Can we get an EPS update?
Well, it's not going to be 305.
No, no.
Unfortunately, but it will go back over 200 now. 211 EPS. You want a fun fact here?
Sure.
Falls is 1 and 4, who has the same cost as Midi, who's 14 and 3.
Really? Oh, it's because he's got 4 plants, that's why. That would be the O of cost objective.
Yep. It's all part of the game.
Yeah.
Overall now through the 2 maps played, 26 and 9 for Mitty. Scarz, I think, are probably realizing now that this is a very difficult task for them. Attack Cafe for the worst rated attacking team in APAC North on one of the stronger defensive maps in APAC North. Everything suggests that this one should be over. It's up to Scarz if they want to change the tune and see if they can send us to bank, but they will now need 4 rounds out of the next 5 to force overtime. There is no margin for error now.
So the IQ of Washoy offering quite a bit of value here and identifying this utility from the Valk. Nitro Cell potential from below here to counteract the vert play from Scarz.
Oh, do it.
Oh, Rack is dangerously close. Unable to shoot out that Nitro Cell, but still avoids its radius.
Yeah, just couldn't go deep enough. Fell short of the mark. Just not enough length.
So 70 seconds then on the clock, and still 10 players alive inside of the server. Scarz with control above, but transitioning towards site surely will be a challenge. Vertical control now in play, and the next phase will be Scarz looking to set up for the plant, likely through pillar side. They've got the presence and the control that they need to start thinking about it. Still 2 gas babes for the defense, 1 nitro for Denial. 3 traps as well for Falls, maybe useful against the lurk.
Oh.
Ooh, that's a good catch.
Yeah, nicely done from Choppy. Nears was not paying attention to the vert up above. Was more concerned about the entry through pillar into reading for the default plant. He was getting set up for that. Kid at the moment, by the way, is in Cocktail. I imagine that'll just drop over the balcony and go for a default plant. Hence Washoy's positioning. Here comes Midi, though. He's going to get right into their face, deny them the ability. But then Aegator towards Newbelt. Nice reposition. So allows Fishlike to now slip in towards reading. Falls, caught from behind. Good push from Laundry. It's been a messy end to the round. Bullet needs to deny the plant. Prone angle, Choppy. We go more rounds here on Cafe. 5-3. Scarz, not too bad, but it felt a little bit sloppy from Dplus in that round. They had good opportunities and at times just got careless. Nears, for instance, not paying attention to the potential vert. Didn't realize what was dangerous in terms of positioning and what wasn't. And then it just kind of came down to the trade game. But yeah, that really set the tone.
It's a minor misplay, but it really opened up the round. Yeah. Bullet tried his best to maybe go for a flank. He got caught out and was out of position, so that's why he was so late here. Good problem solving, though, from Scarz. Didn't panic too much in the late round there. They went for the pretty default set play, and it worked out well. They had the pieces in arrangement to be able to trade that out. DK over to mining for round 9.
And 7-4 on Chalet, 5-3 on Cafe. In fairness to Scarz, you know, it feels like this is a series where Dplus have been the better team, but Scarz haven't really been blown away. They've been hanging on thereabouts. But I also feel like they haven't had a whole lot of opportunities to gain ascendancy, to kind of look strong over the course of multiple rounds. They haven't won multiple rounds here on Cafe, only singles. Did it once on Chalet where they won the 2 rounds, 8th and 9th round, which was the only time I felt like Scarz had a semblance of control across multiple rounds. So this is the big test for them now in the 9th round on the attack. If they can string together 2 attacking rounds straight, make it 5-4, I might just start to believe a little bit, despite what the numbers say about their attacking rate. Multi-power activated by Choppy. He gets tagged up over towards Bar. Bullet will be the first death. Midi got 1, traded immediately though. Another early fracker at the top floor. And it's still advantage Scarz though. And they shut down Midi. Now Scarz are starting to just slowly show once again they can go toe-to-toe with Dplus. It's just Dplus can gain the ascendancy at various times in the series. And that's been the main separator. Like, it feels like a back-and-forth game, but at certain points Dplus go bang-bang, and we don't really see that from Scarz.
So just under 1:30 remaining here, and Scarz will posture for the final portion of the round. Still have a decent collection of utilities still remaining. Able to hack information and still one logic bomb remaining in combination with the Lion Scan. Quad flash available as well here for the attack. Oh, Levy.
So the Vulcan in mining that needs to be shot out now for Dplus.
Yeah.
Mid is watching it. There's also one top floor cigar lounge. The Scarz have all of this information. Rek is just going to continue to flick cams.
Near's lurking below on the Solace. So DK may look to commit for the plant and below here.
Logic bomb activates from Choppy.
Levy tucked, reading.
Levy low, Health reading and didn't spot Choppy swinging the doorway in the corridor, did not react to it at all. Nears gets at least a kill onto Ayagator to keep it only at a one-player deficit for Dplus Kia. 30 seconds left in this round. Falls over towards Train. Only 1 and 5. Playing the Warden. There are flashes available on Choppy, but Falls will get that kill. Nears now by himself, and he loses out to Wishoy. And just like Chalet, almost identical. It feels like Dplus are going to pull away, and then towards the back end of the map, we get the response from Scarz. Funnily enough, what rounds did they do it on Chalet? The 8th and 9th round. What rounds did they do it on Cafe? The 8th and the 9th round. On Chalet, though, Dplus won the next 2. It is identical right now as Chalet. It was 5-4 at this point on Chalet. Dplus then win out the last 2, win the map. And that was on defense as well. It's actually kind of scary how similar these 2 games have played out. On Chalet, Scarz won rounds 2 and 4, 8 and 9. On Cafe, they have won rounds 3 and 5, and 8 and 9. The 2 maps have played out almost identical. Nears was also involved, by the way. Didn't touch on this, I missed it earlier, but he was involved in 6 opening duels in a row. Opening death, and then 4 opening kills, and then opening death.
Ash Mirror, the 3rd and final bans per side for the remainder of this half. So they'll cancel one another out. The onus now on Dplus, back top floor to show us what they've got. Can they bounce back and find that gear as they did back on Chalet? Again, Midi's been playing well, but it can't just be Midi or bust. In the couple of rounds where he has had an off performance, it does feel like the rest of the team then aren't able to make up for that. On the Valkyrie here for the 10th round and can gain information. IQ, though, in counter play for the attack.
And Nears and Midi with 26 kills combined, and then for the other 3, it's only the 9 kills. Pretty large discrepancy. It's been more individualized in terms of the kill department for Dplus Kia. Scarz, though, as was the case on Chalet for the first time now on Cafe, feel like they've got a bit more of a foothold in this match, but as we saw in Chalet, Dplus at this point then went on and won the last 2. They've been competitive. I don't think you could have asked for much more from Scarz in this match so far. Midi has to be careful. If he does die, they tend to lose the rounds.
Okay, searching over towards the reading room corridor position as bullet falls from Choppy.
Yeah, that's 3 opening kills now for Scarz. So yeah, they're really starting to get themselves into this game. And it might just start to put pressure onto Dplus.
And Dplus aren't playing particularly poorly. I mean, we didn't quite catch that engagement.
Scarz has just elevated their game.
Yeah. Which is in contrast to Chalet, where a lot of those 2 rounds were off the back of largely trolls from Dplus.
Yeah, and they rectified things and closed the map out. Right now, it feels like Scarz are just playing a bit better. Very fortunate. Didn't take too much damage. Under a minute remaining. I think the best thing for Dplus, what they can do now is look to play a little bit more of the time on defense, force Scarz into more clearing rather than early contact fights. A nice kill for Niers on to Choppy. Deals with the Lion. No longer does Scarz have the advantage. Nitro thrown, falls short from Scarz shot. Wreck pushing out of said position, dies to falls, up close, shotgun from Niers. So now Dplus respond. Alligator to keep hope alive, but Levy shuts him down at bar. Washoi by himself in the 1v3. Dplus now on the verge of securing 2 match and series points. And Washoi is not getting past any of these 3. And like Chalet, we end up in the same position once again with Dplus on the verge of taking the map, and this time now the series.
Yeah, good response there from Dplus. Backs were up against the wall for quite a large portion of that round after losing first pick. But then Niers caught a good timing. Fills the back line. I don't know how the first one didn't kill. Then probably a little unfortunate to find the third. The rest of the team had their position nicely. A good individual play there. Scarz getting caught. And now Dplus with 2 opportunities in regulation to close this one out. On the other side for them, a match against Fear X later tonight. Winner confirmed for the top 4. And the loser with another opportunity. To Kitchen we go. Looking back at Kitchen so far in this particular half, yet to be played. So we enter the unknown here as to what each team is going to present. Neither composition is really indicative of the push that they can be used on either side.
Well, this would be harsh if Bullet finds an opening pick from this angle, but not to be, and wards Scarz off from that push. Out of spawn. Okay, this is kind of, I think the ball house though for Dplus, the aggression might just be back for them, knowing that they've got 2 match point opportunities. Try and get into the face of Scarz, knowing that they'll be a little bit tentative on the attack. But it is largely back to that first floor now, outside of Niers. Still roaming around the second floor, nearby to Reading. EDDs, of course, placed from the Capcan. Logic Bomb activated by Washoi. Top floor down clear now for Scarz in play. Niers can drop Hatch, though, into Freezer. If he starts to feel too much pressure. There's going to be Bullet tracked by the death marker Fishlike, but he's over towards Bar. He's pretty safe. Yes, we'll commit to this hold for now. Either drone and drop or player and drop. And it will just be either drop or just drone and drop, whichever one it was.
Midpoint of the round. Vert established now by Scarz. You can see Rec getting to work, looking to flush out the objective. Bullet with Nitro Cell in hand. So he may be looking to produce a play, although as you can see, nobody directly above him currently, probably just waiting for the sound cue from the Bark or the Sledge to react accordingly.
Well, there's the Sledge gone, so you lose a lot of the Vert now outside of the Buck,
That's just
which has only got 5 charges left in the Skeleton Key. I mean, a lot of the work's been done, minute left, but...
He's one player less for the hit, which is probably most concerning.
Oh, there's a foot, a leg sticking out from that bomb chassis. Choppy's just praying he comes back into that spot, but he can't sit there forever.
Utility caught as they try and flush out midi. Scarz starting to stall, 35 seconds on the board.
He's still got to push past Levy. He's got a Nitro in VIP as well, and Glass is activatable with the flashes that both Washoi and Choppy have. Won't do much against him. Niers taking low, 25 seconds left. They're going to be forced into a drop without really properly clearing Levy. And there's no real pressure coming from White Stairs either. Nitro should hit, and it does. Well, more than just one, he gets 2, and that's going to be the match and the series done. Scarz put up a valiant effort, as they did on Chalet, and as they have here on Cafe, but it has all come unstuck as Dplus Kia will book their spot in the upper bracket semi-final later this afternoon against Fear X. It's all too easy for Dplus and the Brazilians. 7-4, 7-4.
You can see glimpses of happiness from the Dplus Kia players. They're elated getting this one done 2-0. Again, it's an important hallmark for a long day. Don't take longer than you need with the first matchup. And they've done so pretty handily, I will say. Look, you've got to take your hat off. There's a couple of players that do some big things. Midi has been absolutely phenomenal in this series. 28 and 11 across only 2 maps. Players struggle. The best of players struggle to find 30 across 3 maps, and this bloke's nearly done it in 2. I think, although Scarz have put up a fight, I think that this may well have been the expected answer, the respected response that we had hoped for from Dplus, because there was a little bit of a question around what they were going to be doing in Stage 2 after hit and miss Stage 1. I think they're cementing themselves now. I think they're starting to look a lot more confident and a lot more comfortable, guys.
Yeah, mistake minimization from them today was really, really important, and that was probably the focal point more so here on the second map. The rounds in which they lost, where Scarz looked like they were competing back, you know, the 8-9 storyline that we were running with, that wasn't really off the back of the mistakes similar to what we saw on Chalet. That was Scarz stepping up to the mark. So it was critical from that point onwards that Dplus played incredibly tight and again, reduce mistakes, and that's exactly what they did. 10 and 11 was really, really convincing from them, and probably some of the best siege we saw from them throughout the night. They're a team that looks really, really confident. They have a set game plan. The depth of the team was tested today, and clearly they can tap into that depth. I mean, the fact that Midi walks away with a 164 EPS
insane
from that particular map is insane. Yeah. For the series overall, he had a 148, so he had an amazing day at the office. I am intrigued to see how that will compare to the next match of Fear X.
Yes.
I have it here as a 171 EPS.
Wow.
So,
wow. The EPS is going here, there, and everywhere. Well, on our books,
I'll give him
it
the
looks
extra
better.
7.
on our books, it looks even better. One thing that I think is worth noting for Midi, you don't often see players continuously reach multi-kills in this game. It's very difficult.
So many.
And guess how many Old Mate had?
In the series?
3 straight in the start of them.
Maybe like
6
5?
between the
6?
series.
Okay. Yeah,
like
wow.
that's ridiculous. 2 maps and you have 6 3Ks. Like
and to be clear, like sometimes players can bait or have, you know, unimpactful multis. That does happen.
How many did you get on this map?
You got 4 in this one and 2 on the first one.
So how does that?
How does that?
What is
that?
What is that? No. Let's take a moment. Let's take a beat.
What's 4 plus 2?
4.
Oh no.
Oh god. You just had a kid. Surely you're sitting there going 4 plus 2 equals 5. Wait, 6.
I don't know how I actually don't know how I've cooked that one up. In my
I don't
head.
know how you have.
I don't know
either.
where I'm going with it.
You
But
know
your
what?
your point is obviously sound, and you know there was a reason why he.
It was impact. It was largely impact. He was really good. He had a lot
Well,
of
it's funny he only got 1 entry kill on Cafe. It doesn't feel like it. It feels like he got bloody 10 of them. But as
it was just the mid round. Like he was constantly the one that stood up and said,
Yeah.
"I'll be the one to lead the charge. I'll be the one to go for the flank. I'll be the one to do this, that, and the other." He took on a lot of roles throughout the map.
Even on Chalet's 0-1 entry. So in terms of his impact, it was, as guys are saying, that mid round when the round is alive.
When the going got tough, like he stepped up and just walked through them.
So easily the MVP. Shout out to Niz as well. 21-15, of course.
He's shadowed, but very well
he's shadowed. But he was actually the opposite in terms of a lot of his battles was the entry.
Yep.
So he went 6-5 overall on the entry, and as I kind of pointed out before, from rounds 3 to 8, he was involved in every opening exchange.
That's crazy.
4 of them kills and 2 of them deaths.
Yeah.
So he was involved in the early round. And I think my takeaway from this series was it largely went as expected.
Yeah.
But I could have also walked away from this expecting Dplus to win 7-2, 7-2 or something along those lines. So I think, and in both maps, it was 5-4, 5-4 in both of them. So there is a world in which you turn it on another day, and maybe Scarz, when they got form and momentum, both maps in rounds 8, 9, continued that.
Yeah.
It didn't happen. And they've clearly got some work to do overall on their attacks, as per the fact they're the worst attacking team in APAC North out of all 8 teams, including the 2 that aren't in playoffs. That's pretty much all that they've got to work on.
Yeah, it's small.
You
It's
work on
really
those
small.
attacks.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? It's small things that need to be changed. But for Dplus Kia, I mean, GG, well played. let's welcome in Falls. Let's have a chat to the man, the myth, the legend. My friend, that looked like a comfortable but competitive game. How did it feel for you and the team? Because it did feel as though it was a hard-fought victory.
Hello, guys. Well, the Chalet, we know they're going to peak because we lost for them like last playoffs. So we got like it's a comfortable map for them. So we just prepare ourselves. We're kind of easy. And the cafe, to be honest, I didn't rewatch the game yet, and I don't know how we win because Mitty and Nears they're literally killing everyone. So, but I think it was pretty easy for them. Like I didn't see any characters, any operators in the match. But yeah, like easy game for us, and we have like to prepare for the next one now.
What did Mitty have for breakfast this morning? Because he woke up and just played absolutely phenomenal. Coming into the playoffs, is there anything that suggested he was going to play like this today?
Yeah, to be honest, like I have no idea, but I need to ask him because I'm having breakfast tomorrow, definitely.
We call them Wheat Bix in Australia. That's probably what you had, Kaz.
Obviously, looking ahead to your next match later today, FearX, big game. If you win that, you're in the top 4 for the LAN. Looking back at last stage, unfortunately, you lost to them on 2 occasions, 0-2. Are you expecting to be far more competitive today? Have you seen that improvement within you and the team?
Definitely. Like I feel like the first playoffs, we kind of in a lot of situations we had the game on our hands, but so for like reasons like I would say like amateurs reasons because we didn't have like a lot of experience as a team, playing together. We kind of fail those situations, and FearX is a experienced team also, and they capitalize on top of it. So like the idea right now is like do the same with the kind of planner that we had like last season, and just like keep it up with these small mistakes. Like don't make these small mistakes that because the ended cost the series last time.
I do have to ask, it's that time of the year with the major qualifier LAN coming up where we're going to get to see all 3 of the sub-regions compete on LAN, and there's a fair chance you guys will be there. There's also a fair chance Elevate might be there, the 2 Brazilian import teams. Do you guys scrim them? And that's probably one part of the question. And the second part of the question is, how do you think you guys will stack up against the other Brazilians?
Well, I don't know. I feel like we have like more. We are close to them a lot of times because we even scrim against them in Brazil. So they kind of know what we do in a lot of maps. We know also what they do in a lot of maps. So I don't know. I think who adapts better is going to use the game. But first, like we need to qualify. The first step is qualify for the LAN.
Hey, you're not far off. You're only 1 game away. Actually, just while we've got you, because I know we've got a little bit of time between this series and the next series, so we can kind of take a little bit of time here. So I want one more question from you. Psycho said in his interview yesterday that a big reason why they feel so comfortable now is going into stage 1, they had no real prep done for the SEA teams. And I want to ask you, do you feel the same way in APAC North? Do you feel like that time that you had for stage 1 was too limited, and now after having nearly 4 or 5 months in the region, do you feel more comfortable with the play style with the teams?
Definitely. Like it's something that we can only have with time, like I feel that like Scarz is an example. Like the first games we played like last stage was a lot harder than it was right now, because was kind of a lot of things unexpected, so we didn't know how to play against. And right now we kind of know, so at least for a build 3 is like easy. So yeah, definitely it's important to know to play the region, like have this time to get comfortable in the region.
Can't wait for this FearX matchup. It's going to be so good. Falls, anything you'd like to say before we let you go?
Yeah, just like I want to thank like all the people that are supporting us, and also Dplus again, like amazing support for those guys. And that's it.
Beautiful. Thanks for joining us, mate. Best of luck against FearX.
Thank you. Bye-bye, guys.
Ciao. I don't actually wish him best of luck. I hope they smash him. I'm kidding. If you're still there, Falls, I'm absolutely kidding. Don't hate me. One thing that just absolutely stood out to me, which I don't think I'd really taken much note of, was the game plan on Cafe for their attack. Plant, and it all came down to Falls making that opportunity
That's
happen.
why his cost was so high, because he wasn't getting kills. That was all up to the rest of the team. He was just holding out.
Kit down every time. I think that it's interesting now to kind of see where that dynamic is going to reach. Gents, it's time for us to go to a break, but you guys are done now. So any final comments? Because I know you're not going to get to see
who do you think's going to win the next game? FearX or Dplus? Well, not the next game.
Oh, the CAG PSG.
Well, both.
Yeah.
I think CAG will win,
Okay.
and I think Dplus will win.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's big.
I
What
think
about
CAG
you?
Fear X, but I think that later game is going to be very, very
If
close.
Mini plays the way he did in that series,
yeah.
I'm backing in Dplus.
It's going to be hotly
If he
contested.
cools off,
Yep.
maybe I'll go Fear X.
Yeah, it's hotly contested.
Hedging your bets as always.
I think both will go all 3 maps though.
You know what? Yeah, the PSG one I could see spiraling.
Do you think
out of
PSG will
control.
win 2-0?
No, yeah, mate, certainly. There is one thing you are, Jake, and that is a true professional.
Thank you.
Hang on.
You're twisting my. Don't
a
twist
a
it.
true professional
Are you twisting me?
would actually
Give me a big twist.
Oh, mate, you be careful. We're about to go to break. I'll give you the biggest twist of all. Thank you
Can't
very
wait.
much for joining us, gents. It's been an absolute pleasure.
worries.
We're about to go and have a twist, whatever the shit that means.
Gotta have a twist off.
We-
Who played Twister?
Could you imagine a segment where
Get
we
rid of
play
the
Twister?
get rid of the table.
No, we do it on the table.
Go to a break.
Let's do it. Let's throw to a break. When we come back, these boys will be gone, and the wonderful Pengu and Dev Marta will be joining us. Don't go anywhere.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Your casting is so shit. Like that.
Thanks, bro. Just like your coaching.
How you even started your casting career?
So I started in like 2017. I was at university and I hated studying. And then I realized, hey, I'm obsessed with Rainbow Six. I was like trying to play for some of the teams in Australia. We didn't even have Pro League. And then I just started streaming the games. And then eventually I got asked to do one job and then another job. And then I was like, hey, this is fun. I'm not going to stop. What about you? How did you start your playing and coaching career?
Before Rainbow Six, I played a lot of FPS game, but I wasn't that good, to be honest. But I started Rainbow Six for my esports career, and then I want to make big career in this game. And then I tried to learn a lot of things like English, Japanese, like that. And then, yeah, I'm here.
So what was your first team?
That was Star Rise, Korean team. At the time, we were so bad because we don't have any experience for Pro League, so we were so bad at that time. It was good experience for my Rainbow Six career because at the time, I don't have any idea for Rainbow Six strategy, and then I don't have any motivation for Rainbow Six coach. But after 2021, I got a lot of good player, so I have a really big motivation for Rainbow Six, and then I'm watching a lot of things, and then I'm here now.
Yeah. So you obviously started in Korea. Why us? Like, why did you start working with teams in Australia?
First, I'm really close with Oda and Wed. That's why I'm really familiar region for my side. And then Oda messaging to me when I'm LFT, hey mate, time to playing together. And then I think about why not? I had to join that team. And then yeah, it was really fun.
Yeah.
Like everyone want to me in APAC region, but only Oda messaging to me, let's playing together. Not like let's work together, let's playing
Let's
together.
just be friends.
Yeah.
I remember many years ago, Oda actually messaged me, or we were talking or playing ranked or something, and he was like, oh, do you know this guy, Mingoran? He coaches one of the Korean teams. And then he was like showing me clips from like one of your streams or something. And it was just you being hilarious and going crazy. And Oda was so in love with you, I could tell. He was just like, I love this guy. I love playing with this guy. And yeah, next thing I know, you suddenly joined the OS region, so it doesn't surprise me at all.
Yeah, I still love Oda and another Aussie boys, but yeah, he gave to me a lot of good opportunity. So yeah, I'm respect him and I still love him. What was your first international event casting?
My first international event wasn't even casting. I was an analyst at the 6th Invitational 2019 in Montreal. It was the first time I'd ever gone overseas for casting before, and I'd already been doing it for like 2 years at that point, but it was so like scary to go and actually see, you know, teams like G2, Empire, you know, the best teams in the world. It was so different to everything I'd done before, but it was a lot of fun. And like you now have been to a ton of international events. Which one was your first?
Atlanta Major. It was a good experience for my first debut major game. Whatever was first time as well, and then Bliss had 0 win on international event. That's
you
cool.
guys actually played pretty well in Atlanta, right? Was that when you beat Wolves for the first time?
Yeah, 8-6 Wolves.
Yeah.
It was really amazing experience for me. Like at the time, my English really broken. I just say, "Scarz guys, let's go." That's all. But we beat Wolves, and then every game was overtime. A bit sad for me, but after that game, we improved, and then I improved myself. So we made history.
Nothing makes me enjoy a piece of content like a bit of awkward dead air silence while the next piece goes.
I'm a little bit biased. That's my favorite piece of content, mostly because my dog's in it.
And because you got to eat a pie?
Yeah, I got to eat a pie. I've got to eat a lot of nice things shooting content, actually.
You did lots of chicken wings.
Can we do like a sushi date at one as well?
I reckon we do a sushi
Korean
train
barbecue.
date. Yeah. If you ever come, you know what? If you ever come to the studio, Pengu, we will shoot content with a sushi train. What do you think?
I was gonna say like just like hit multiple spots in different parts of Melbourne and just like food there, food there, food here, the bar after the whole shebang, and we record the whole thing.
I've written a list of places we're hitting already. Like
that could be a great piece of content. I'll tell you what. Maybe we'll do that if you ever end up in Australia. Well, how about if we go to Denmark? What about that?
I would love to go back to Denmark.
Yeah, we'll go and have a look at the trees and the sky and the grass.
That's all they've got.
I know. And Pengu and Pengu.
We do have a jungle tower. I showed Dev that
It's
actually.
a pretty
it's
sick
a
jungle
spiral sort of tower you walk up, and it's like one of the tallest spots in Denmark. Actually,
That's
Fun
not
fact.
saying much, by the way. That country is completely flat.
So flat, it's crazy.
Oh, well, let's hope we can bring a bit of elevation to everyone else's day rather than Denmark. Because at the moment, our upper bracket semi-finals start. PSG Talon got off to a pretty decent start, I will say. I know Nick was watching. I know you probably didn't get as much of a chance. Dev,
I was watching a lot of the game that just happened.
Yes.
The MIDI show.
Yeah, the
essentially
MIDI
is what
show.
it was. I should
Yeah.
say
The
I was
MIDI show.
listening just in case Victoria Police are watching this right now.
Yes, of
Just
course.
driving here listening to the match.
Yes, you were just listening to the great words of wisdom from Michael Gosgary.
Yeah, no,
Jackson Oxendine.
it's been a crazy day so far. I think APAC North, compared to some other regions, a bit more competitive in the mid-pack. So teams like PSG, of course, like they're taking some big scalps. Like I was having a look at the results from the stage. Like they're beating some pretty big teams, even CAG, for example, and yet losing to other teams in the mid-pack. So yeah, it's just the nature of how APAC North is panning out.
It certainly is, but if you want to talk about APAC North, you can't not talk about CAG. Let's start talking about the Cyclopses of the region, the team that has gone through waves over the last, 4 or 5 years, but now they feel like they're back with a vengeance, and DD, man, has, I tell you what, he's just slotted in quite nicely, Pengu. because they're now looking on top of their game, on top of their form, heading into arguably probably one of the more important stages of most of the APAC leagues over the last couple of years. This is for a land.
No, it's been very surprising to me, actually, because, you know, giving last-second roster changes, losing Blackray, getting their coach DD in, I was thinking this is going to take maybe the full stage before they can start playing at the same kind of level.
Yep.
But they've been really quick at this. And I think one of the biggest attributing factors is that when we think of CAG old school times, we're thinking chaotic, all over the place, wildly inconsistent, but super fun to watch. But in the last 12 or so months, they've gotten a lot more to go back to basics, using utility, playing a lot of Capital, Grim, and I think Anitin has become a really good leader of this team in the server, and I think that kind of stable ground they've been building the last 12 months has set them up for success with these teams.
The other thing that sucks about Aniton is that he lost that 1v1 was it with Spirits at Reload when we did the Shield 1v1. Yeah, Aniton definitely the OG Shield player in APAC. Not even just APAC North, just APAC in general, and probably one of the OG Shield players in the world. But this roster certainly has come together now, Dev. The more important fact of all of this is they are one win away from booking their ticket to Melbourne.
That's right. It's all about semi-finals here in APAC North because we get the top 4 teams through into the playoffs, or the APAC major qualifier, I should call it, in Melbourne.
Yep.
Yeah, so as opposed to the other regions where it's all about, you know, qualifying for that upper bracket and lower bracket final, here it's all about making it to, going through these semi-finals. So this is what it all comes down to. And CAG, man, they've been there a million times before. Of course, they were in a grand final, the first ever APAC team to do so back in Rio. They've surprisingly bounced back from that roster change. DD coming in, looking really solid. Shurip's actually the number one player in the whole region at the moment of APAC North. So yeah, a lot of people were surprised to see CAG bounce back so hard. They got that top 2 spot, the number 1 spot in fact. They got them the bye here in the playoffs. Now they're deep into it. Win 1, be a 3, and bang, baby, that's land.
Yeah, they've had a pretty impressive year, all things considered, from the SILCQ victory into Reload, and now we're at a point where they are back on top. And the thing is, they just need to stay there at this point in time. They are literally... They probably are looking the best that we've seen them in the last 3 years. And that might be maybe a little egregious, but considering APAC North is back together, the competition is back together, things become a little bit more competitive. PSG Talon, though, on the other side of the coin. Pengu, this roster, I don't know how deep you got to watch their last matchup, but I know you know them quite well. You obviously know Joker quite well as well. How many times can I say well?
Well.
They actually showed a lot of grit and determination after the first map where things kind of went a little haywire. They came back on the trot and I think it was like 7-1, 7-3. They did really well.
Yeah, I also saw the post-match interview with Joker where he called you out for calling them a mid-team, so that was kind of nice to witness, and Joker actually, you know, getting a bit lippy.
What did he say to that,
generally speaking,
I don't know how you can...
He just kind of called out Rob, was like, because Rob was like, I think you might have heard some of those last points we made. And he goes, yeah, I heard that, and I heard when you called us a mid-pad team. And then they, you know, justified it, said, oh, but you guys have been losing to some of the worst teams, beating the better teams, so you're in the middle, and they're like kind of backpedaling a little bit. You know, because they actually won today.
Look, how about they win? They win against CAG here, and they qualify. They can like dispel any concerns. They're not mid.
Yeah,
that's what he said. He said, "I'll see you guys in like 3 hours for the game. I'll see you in 5 hours for the post-match winning interview." But consistency problems have been the name of the game for PSG, and they have 2 really big issues that I've seen so far this stage. The first one is sometimes they lack the pace and they lack the problem solving. Today, they really picked up the pace on the second and third map, but it's a very slow first map that we saw, right? Bit of a stinker. I slept through that one, thankfully. I didn't see that one myself. And then secondly, they get these 5v3 rounds where they get a significant lead and they still cannot close that out into a round victory and convert that successfully. And they've been trolling so many rounds. Like when they're playing Fearix on Cafe only a couple of play days ago, they had like a 5-1 lead, I think. It goes to overtime. They're throwing round after round after round, and the most easy wins ever. That's been their biggest problem so far this stage.
Yeah, it certainly has. But one problem that really has kind of eluded them, it's not really a problem, is their opponent, CAG. They are one of only 2 teams that have been able to topple them, and that was a very interesting matchup, I will say. But that is a huge kind of scalp to be able to take early on in the groups. But moving, I guess, into the conversation, I need to make sure that I make it abundantly clear. I said they were the best of the mid, okay? I gave them their flowers.
You
I
did
said
say.
they're the best of the mid.
It's like saying, yeah, you're not that ugly.
Yeah, well, it's like saying I'm an okay host. Okay, like I'm in the talk. It doesn't mean I'm the best, and I will take that on the chin. I will cop that. But it is time for us to talk about the VODs and hopefully move this conversation away from me. I just hope that we see PSG find some comfort.
Clubhouse.
I'd love to see a lab, honestly, for PSG. I mean, I know CAG are probably going to feel quite comfortable.
Honestly,
Clubhouse and lab have floated through here.
Oh,
We got Cafe.
right.
Club still holding on here, Pengu.
Deciding clubhouse. Decide our clubhouse. Hit it.
Damn it.
Ah, down to the wire.
Wow. They banned it even though they beat
Bummer.
Enderforce on it earlier today. So we go to Lair. Yeah, a bit of a surprise to see them not let that one through. I was also perhaps hoping that we'd see Skyscraper, but no, CAG literally banned that as their first ban.
Yeah,
that was
CAG
where these teams,
banned it.
Yeah, that was where these teams played against each other in the regular stage, and PSG won. It was 8-6, and then we just saw PSG obviously lose it today to Enderforce. So I thought maybe CAG would be like, nah, we'll rematch them there. Nah, they don't have the guts to do that.
They definitely don't. But at the end of the day, I think Labs is honestly, I think Labs is probably one of the best maps that we could go to for both of these teams. I know CAG have picked it, but I also know that PSG Talon feel quite comfortable on it. So hopefully this means that we can set up this series as an absolute barn burner as it deserves to be. The upper bracket semi-final about to start. This is a big one. This is for the first LAN in APAC for over 5 years. This is a huge opportunity for both of these teams to cement their own little start of a monstrous campaign on the way to Munich. PSG Talon are looking up at a giant. Cyclops are looking as confident, as comfortable as ever. It's time to get underway with this one with Devmada and Pengu.
Thank you very much, Rob. Yeah, the stakes could not be higher here, Pengu. It's a spot at LAN on the line. On the other side of this best of 3, we're going to qualify our first team to send it to Melbourne. And who is it going to be? Well, a lot of people would think CAG, right? Despite having a little bit of a struggle at the end of last stage, despite that roster change, you would have thought they wouldn't be able to bounce back. And while they have stumbled once or twice, they still topped the groups at the end of APAC North. They're coming to playoffs. And, well, while PSG had a rough slog this morning for their first game, CAG are here refreshed and ready to go.
Pace. How quickly can both these two teams like fully boot up into the server? That's the big thing that I'm looking for, because obviously for CG, like we mentioned, they've had some roster changes, or they have a singular roster change, DD from coach into player. And he hasn't had the best statistical performance, but that's literally not his job. And to be honest, he's done a lot better than I think most people expected and feared if you're a CAG fan, so it's been pretty good for him. And for PSG, it's the classic tale of sometimes they just don't really hit the mark, like they just don't really show up. Misa went absolutely nuclear in the previous series earlier today against Interforce. That was a big individual heroic from him, but against CAG, it's gotta be the whole roster. It can't just be one individual player, because CAG, yes, they were known to be the super chaotic and crazy team, but they're a lot more stable these days. They're not gonna throw as many leads, they're not gonna give you as many openings, so you gotta bring your absolute A game to these guys. You cannot underestimate them.
Yeah, definitely not, especially if Misa continues that form. Now, it's actually been a hot minute since we last saw CAG play Nighthaven Labs. The last time they played it was actually back in Stage 1, nearly 3 months ago, and they played PSG Talon on this map, and they beat them. That was a long time ago, though. PSG, on the flip side, like they played it a lot more recently. They had a good win against Mir Gaming just 4 days ago as they capped off the group stage. So CAG, look, historically, it's a map they like. This stage, they haven't played it. But if you look back in history, it's one that they liked with their old roster before they got DD subbing in or filling in, however you want to call it. But that's not the only roster change that we've got, Nick. PSG, of course, coming into this stage, they got rid of Yas, which you'd say must be a pretty controversial decision. Insang has joined the roster instead. I mean, Yas is one of the most iconic Korean players in the scene, right? He's been around since that very old, you know, Dplus, or at the time they were Dplus Kia, even back when they were Spear Gaming prior to that. He was on that roster for such a long time, even back at the Sweden Major, where they were one round away from knocking out the eventual champions phase and being the first team to qualify for a grand final.
Casting event.
Yeah, actually, that's crazy. That was, yeah, wow. What a time.
I was on my flight. I had to get a visa, so I had to leave after the casting quarterfinals.
Why do you have to get a
And I
visa
was
to
on
go
a
to
flight.
Sweden? You're in Denmark.
No. I was moving to America,
Oh,
so
right.
I went to Sweden, worked till quarterfinals, flew to Santo Domingo for my visa appointment to
my
go to
God.
America afterwards. And during my travel, that's when the finals essentially ended up happening. And I was checking in, or semifinals rather, and I was like, okay, do you want playing winning? Are they losing? Are they winning? Are they losing? It was crazy. And then I landed, and I found out they had sadly lost and didn't really make the finals. But that would have been a crazy, 1v1 to win it all off. Insane ending. Iconic match.
Yeah, it was. And yet that iconic player was dropped from PSG. So Yinsang had big shoes to fill. He's the lowest rated player on that team. Funnily enough, both of the additions to these rosters are the lowest rated player on their respective teams. But PSG is still looking solid despite it. As they start on this defense, this is a nice nitro. It's been read by Anaton.
Ooh.
And the C4 doesn't even go out the window to clear the claymores.
Okay, there's more old school style, old school seed style of CAG, but new style for CAG themselves. They play slower, more methodical, setting up, going for an execute, but they're going to be rotating actually with only 60 seconds left, so it might be a little bit low on the timer. PSG, if they don't get the correct read, they might get overwhelmed by catwalk rafters, where Shurib actually very quickly to take that ground for free. He had an insane stage himself, insane entry stats like 23-6 or something like that, or 23-8. A fourth of his kills are literally entry frags for Shurib, and so far, yet to find it, but they got a good yellow ping. Oh.
Wow, Chibisu's taking a hell of a lot of damage downstairs. Soldiers hunting for him, shotgun in hand. Oh, Chibisu's actually going to get taken down vertically by Misa. So this is well played by PSG. They're working together. Soldier is now going to focus on returning back to site up the blue stairs. How does CAG look for their execute? Well, I can tell you what they need. They need Anaton on this Ying to have a big impact. DD, the newest addition to the roster, is going to find that opening kill. And CAG start to turn their attention onto site. They're focusing up on trying to clear out these monitors' positions, and they do find the frags necessary. Soldier, he might actually have... Oh, no way. No way, the plan! The spray from Shurib saves CAG! One tiny punch is all it took. He didn't get away in time, but my God, I wasn't sure if the plant was on this side of the wall or the other. Almost a big clutch there for Soldier, but not to be. CAG just barely get it across the line.
Oh, heartbreaking situation. I feel like running to the left-hand side is always going to be the worst case thing you can do, because you just spray across the wall, proning, stick in the corner, anything like that. But with that being said, there's like 1 or 2 seconds left. Anything can really work. CAG stepping up in the end of that round. It looked like they weren't going to be able to get inside the bomb site and go for a planned execute. But I really want to say the Grimbees, that was the real carry of that round. 2 different defenders were red pinged. Those 2 players died. And a third person, the Asami, was kept away from actually supporting team right here. If he walks forward, he will get Grim spotted. He's standing in a jammer on the door. So the Grimbees from Arcoli just finding so much value on this one and literally saving CAG after a very slow start to the first round.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Yeah, it's funny though, because it did end up being a 3v1. Like, I mean, that was a very close... they were so delayed, and they lost the opening engagement, right? Did CAG. And then from that 4v5, they end up in a 3v1 planting and almost lose to the timer and a clutch from Soldier. So yeah, a lot of back and forth in that round.
I heard you say Mir Gaming earlier. Do you know more than I do? Is it Mir or is it Mur?
Great question.
For the team.
I just assumed it was Mir.
I've been calling them Mur Gaming. I feel like, but it might just be like a dialect thing or accent thing, like how you do it in like Danish versus English versus Australian English. I don't know. I was curious when you said, I was like, have I been saying it wrong? Because often when you work APAC, even with player names, you've been saying it like Colas, right?
Yeah.
Like, how do you say it?
Apparently he says it's
Licolis?
Licolis, apparently, but that just sounds so
yeah.
wrong to me. But he never told me that. I've been casting him since like 2018.
We had the same in EML, right? We had Scyther, Russian player, who's supposed to be called Scooter. Like Scooter is spelled S-C-Y-T-H-E-R, Scyther, like how you would say it. But it's Scooter. Like, come on.
Yeah. We're lucky, though, we get so many different players from all over the world. It's hard to pronounce everyone correctly. PSG on a defense. Insang's actually going to go outside. Find a nice pick onto the ram at DD.
It's pretty good.
CAG elsewhere find Misa. I don't know where that happened. Still holding on to this top floor. CAG need to figure out how are they going to clear these positions.
Ooh.
Ryder spotted. Top player.
Oh no, the door's barricaded.
For PSG is going to fall on back, and there's no one to cut him off just yet.
I was gonna say good escape for PSG, but Soldier dies shortly after, and now they got a bit of air control by the IT breach. And they're still just chasing down Ryder as well. They're applying so much pressure. And CAG go from a very slow pace first round into a very aggressive pace here in the second. Cully, 3 kills already, this time playing supportive util on the striker. Playing the EMPs and can openers for hard destruction. When you have numbers advantage like you do here in the basement, you're looking mighty good. And it might force PSG to go for an aggressive swing to try and even back those numbers, because I think they know as well it's not a good situation. They should have known the player was in that location, because Ryder just had multiple fights there 20 seconds earlier. Now it's a 2v4.
You said that CAG have been getting aggressive, but it's PSG who have set the pace in this round. They've been roaming everywhere on the map. And it really hasn't taken a lot from CAG to punish Gotti. 1 C4 kill onto our Cully, but it's pretty straightforward from here on out to hunt him down. They know exactly where he is. 3 angry Japanese men are coming his way. And that's 2 rounds in a row that CAG have gotten on the attacking side of Nighthaven.
This is what I mean with the pace setting from PSG, right? Sometimes they find the right pace and sometimes they don't. It's a slow start for them, which honestly, kind of similar story against Interforce. They had a very ugly first map of Skyscraper and then really started hitting their marks on Cafe and Clubhouse. I would be surprised if either team here will win 2-0. I am heavily expecting a 3-mapper here to go the distance. And I think, like any qualification match for a LAN or for a final it should go the distance, right? We don't want to see 2-0 landslides. We want to see people problem solving, bring out some funny operators, and really working for every single round as much as possible. That one, there's a great triple swing though from CAG, and they locked that round very comfortably.
We know that PSG can hang with CAG. The thing is, I wouldn't be surprised if these end up being more one-sided maps, but a series that goes the distance. Not dissimilar to what happened earlier today between PSG and Interforce. You know, they lost 7-3 on Skyscraper. They won 7-1 on Cafe and 7-3 on Clubhouse. That's a close series, but not tight maps. And this is CAG's map pick. Nighthaven can skew attacker sided at the high level. CAG are already looking good. The next 2 rounds, I think, are going to be pretty telling for PSG. If there's no improvement and no tactical timeout, I think this could be a bit of a snowball. But then, of course, we move on to Cafe, which... you know, PSG, they don't play a lot of. It's one of their least favorite maps in the last 9 months, but they've clearly picked it for a reason. They're clearly targeting CAG as what I've got here is it's CAG's favorite map. So if our overlay is right and it is PSG who picked it, then...
Spicy.
Yeah, it's a bit of a target pick.
I mean,
a long series ahead of us,
it
for
must
sure.
be... I think the icons are correct, because like you choose a tagging starting side surely on Nighthaven as well, so must have been... Actually, no, wait, that doesn't make sense. I guess PSG chose defense, then yeah, they might ignore me. I got it all wrong. I don't know what I'm talking about, James.
Good question. I'll get production to confirm.
Another C4. In the first round, it took about half of Eniton's health. This time he's on the BB, so he will survive the C4 unless it lands literally behind him. Or maybe between his toes, not looking at it. And Nate goes out to clear the jammer most likely. That's going to enable the Grim later on and the air jet from Nomad. C4 goes out in response. Shurib this time takes about, actually more than half his health in response. But BB's in. He's going to take control. Bonk.
Talk about damage though. Shots onto Aniton on his feet as he approaches with the Blackbeard. Right on the verge of sight, the Grimbees come on out. Chibisu down below. He's the playmaker, applying this vertical pressure.
Oh, yeah.
And leaving people vulnerable to Aniton. These keeper barriers are keeping PSG well protected, though. Oh, here's a good opening for Chibisu, but he still can't nail down any shots onto these players above him. He sees one, needs to change weapon, doesn't change in time.
What?
Misa is lucky to be alive.
The fact that he's now seeing 2 or 3 different defenders and barely done any meaningful damage is a bit of a heartbreaker. Also, the breach here on meeting wall is gonna be, or on IT wall rather, is very much vulnerable, but Anderson just walks on in, he gets traded.
CAG need to erupt now on the site. DD finding that big pick, opens things up, but Insang replies as well. Chibisu against 3 players as he's made his way back up, says he didn't have enough of an impact from down below. And now he's forced to do it all himself. PSG finally getting around on the board. Took him a couple to get into it, but I think, Pengu, we may well have a game on our hands. Flashbang here is not going to mean much, and Soldier will confirm it. Talon are on the board.
I would have loved to see a bit more action there from the block below. I mean, you got the mute jammers cleared out, you had the Grim Beach, you had all the drone work as well. It felt like PSG were just kind of playing behind the keeper barriers very effectively, and CAG didn't do a lot to really get rid of them. I mean, they can be shot with weapons, it's not a spare grenade pretty early on in the round. Ends up with Anderson just walking in that electric box door and just kind of dies because he's only 20 HP, but he does trade 1-for-1 at least. But yeah, it is now getting a little bit more competitive, and TSG has also seen CAG's attacking approach now for the first 3 rounds of bomb site rotation. Now they can keep going through basement and then tertiary bomb site, then back to top floor again, and still have a good shot here at evening up like a 3-3 half.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
I have confirmation that PSG did pick defense start on Night Haven Labs here. This was their preference.
Okay. Spicy.
Just like it was also their preference to
it.
pick Cafe as their map pick, which in the last 90 days is CAG's top preference map. So PSG are trying to cook something here. It's a risky game, but a few more rounds like that and it might look possible. Yeah, that was a crazy way for it to pan out on the site with that Blackbeard getting aggressive and then traded out. Really did not feel like there was enough out of that buck down below.
No, it didn't feel like it at all, but I guess now that I see the replay as well and seeing all the defender player positions, PSG made a very conscious choice to be the ones to strike first again. They had 3 people swinging the breach, electric box door, and that's where they got the kill. So CAG are not being allowed to execute, and I think if you look at the very first round when they had the Ying, the Grim, etc., you don't want to let them get to that 5v5 by the bomb side. And in this round, now they're playing stuff like the glass. So again, if PSG could disrupt them early on with a little bit of aggression and one gunfight going their way, it should be high in value. Because no matter who you take down in the server right now, it's a pretty damn good operator to get rid of. Maybe except the striker.
Well, CAG are a team that love to bring out things like that glass, so never surprised to see it. And PSG, obviously triple shield ban, leaves other things in, but you really just want to get that shield out of Anderson's hands. But he'll prove that he can do just well with that glass. I want to know how aggressive PSG are going to get here, because when they played the basement last time, Nick, they lost all their players on this roam.
Yeah, they did. I mean, by playing positions right now, they're still very much on the offense, right? There are 2 players top floor, 2 players first floor, and a single person locking the bomb site. That's, of course, going to be Soldier on the mute. SMG11 shotgun combo. Close quarters favorable. And right now, half down is burned. I feel like you can start slowly falling back, play on the cargo stairs with 1 player, play extra stairs with a 2nd player, and just keep stalling for a little bit longer. What they don't know that we do is that CAG has brought out the glass, and once they realize they're gonna need to rely on Gotti to be in the right location to shut that down immediately, or a good C4 from Soldier. They don't have a lot of counter tools for this specific operator of the glass. Thankfully for PSG, there's only 1 set of smoke grenades, so when they start popping, CAG are forced to go immediately since they don't have a 2nd set of smokes.
And if you toss those out where Gotti is watching, it may be a wasted opportunity. Out goes 1 smoke.
1.
He's not actually going to find a lot based on it either, I don't think. Well, he needs to move. 2nd smoke goes out. And this is all the value out of the glass. I believe it is Soldier prone in the corner, waiting for this player to move on forward. And he's found. This is a big risk by CAG, not to address the players up above on that vert, but it's a risk that will not go punished because they are so good on that bomb site. Now, Ryder up above is the only one left, and I don't think he's got any vert to deny this plant.
Not at all. No input grenades. Can't even pop the hatching garage open. It's soft, but has no way back down but a staircase. In a retake, 1v3, they're waiting, they're watching, they got spare grenades, they got spare flashbangs, and they have both drones and Argus cameras. Really good find though from Ryder. Makes the clutch winnable in a, possibility here, but still very unlikely.
Oh wow, almost a pre-fire into DD as well. Yeah, valiant effort there, but not to be. CAG really committing to just overwhelming that bomb site without clearing the players above. It felt risky, it felt perhaps rushed, but as soon as they win a couple of those fights on site, force down that plant and off position, there's not a lot that PSG can do about it.
I feel like the role might have been a little bit too extensive there. They were playing heavy cargo, only 2 guys by the bomb side. No one had any idea what was happening inside of Nano and EXO. So they just walk down, they take control, and then the glass smoke comes out you. Vaults through the bomb site, and so when Soldier dies, it kind of forces everyone else into a bit of a panic because, oh boys, we lost one of our only side players. Let's start reacting, and just lose the fights. So, small gap being left by PSG, not really covering it fully. Actually gonna go to kitchen bomb side and spice things up a little bit here if I'm seeing correctly. That's very interesting. Brings out the Denaris, brings out the Scopos. This might be one of those pocket strats of theirs that you show once in a blue moon.
Yeah, I love it. This bomb site is, look, not the most popular. I've heard so many people go on rants about how this bomb site is just, not well played.
It's bad.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. I'm trying to think of like a nice way to say it, Nick, but there isn't really. Like, there's a reason why people don't like this bomb site. I think, did we casted one pretty recently? I'm trying to remember. It was in EU, wasn't it?
We did.
And they got absolutely destroyed.
Oh.
It was in EU, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, they got destroyed. I think it was EU, yeah. I just remember that they went there, it was not a good look, and they didn't go back ever again. This bomb site used to be kind of like cafe mining and dining. You would only play that bomb site on cafe with a mirror open, like back in the day. This bomb site for the longest time was, if you have Clash, you can try and attempt playing kitchen, but without the Clash, nobody would even touch it. But in the more recent iterations, when teams attempt this bomb site, I actually don't see them bring out the Clash, so they have a different approach strategically. But I am curious what the on-paper win condition is. You're trying to hold meeting and lobby stairs for as long as possible. CAG are being smart. They're just attacking it from across the map. So they're going to take IT, they're going to take command, they're going to take server. They're going to slowly close the net around PSG. And the second you lose top floor control, you can almost not play anywhere on the bomb site itself. And that's how most attackers pick this apart. So I want to see if PSG are going to go for a flank, if they're going to lash out with aggression, because they only have one single C4 and no plant denial. So I'm not sure, again, what division is.
It doesn't look like CAG are actually focusing up on that top floor a lot yet. Most of the presence is horizontal. Not too dissimilar to what happened in that last round on the basement attack. You know, most of the time you want to clear that vert, but they didn't, and they still made it work. This is a crossfire that Anaton's walking into, though, but Akuli comes from behind, lurks into Insang, and opens up an avenue for CAG to focus up on the site. Now, surely PSG are a little bit confused. Nobody attacks this bomb site in this manner.
It's incredibly rare, and the fuse shield is actually going to be a great win condition for them. Just walk on in, get all the information. The yellow ping's going, a second pick for them as well. Cotton rotates by the kitchen window, and there is that fuse shield. There's a guy here, there's a guy there. Shoot them, CAG, shoot them. We got all the info.
This is so perfect from CAG. PSG have now been forced out of the site. Soldier trying to make his way back in from lobby as Gotti is on attempted flank in cafeteria, but neither of them are making moves. Look at the way they're worried about the vertical holes above them, but it's the players on site they're going to have to worry about. Gotti completely caught. No idea where he's getting shot from. Soldier tempted to try and make a retake happen. His C4 still has gone unused, and CAG with that plant down, it's only a matter of time until the round is theirs. Gotti taken so damn low. Soldier not looking too healthy himself. Shuri swings on in to claim the second last kill. And Soldier, I mean, I think he well knows that this is so done. Here comes Anaton on the fuse. You could ban the Monty, ban the Blitz, ban the Blackbeard, but you cannot keep Anaton off the shields.
masterclass of a shield round. I mean, yes, he gets the final kill, but he literally makes every single play happen around him in that round. And this is always what I'm gonna say about banning 3 of the same archetype operators. 3 Heartbreachers, you got Maverick, you got Can Openers. 3 shields, there are 4 in the game. It feels like you're hitting a lot of operators that you're removing from play that eventually won't matter. Because if you're up against a good shield player, they can just play the fuse, like we just saw. But CAG, outside of the shield play, did a phenomenal job at taking map space. They were taking top floor just above the area that they were attacking on the first floor. And that meant they couldn't get shot vertically from any of the defenders of PSG. Then they hit the bomb site first, which you do with Arcoli flanking basement up the staircase, and Anderton walking in, giving the yellow ping information, and smoking off one angle, disabling the crossfire from PSG. And the second they do that, all of PSG is going to surrender top floor control. They're going to try and assist the bomb site, and that's when Arcoli walks top floor together with the ace, and they do vertical play above. So they end up taking basement, first floor, and top floor away from PSG, and they get it mostly for free because they did it in the order where PSG is going to leave an area, they take it. Leave the area, they take it. They barely had to work for map control because PSG are playing so close by the bomb side. We might need to see them play a bit more on the roam and a bit more proactive in this final defense to come.
Yeah, you're right. This is the final defense, and PSG, they've gone from playing too aggressive on that first basement defense to too passive in rounds like that one just gone by, allowing CAG all that map control. And if they continue failing to read these defenses correctly, then they're going to end up in a 5-1 deficit. CAG starting so strong here on Nighthaven. We know that it was a gamble of PSG to pick Cafe as a second map. If CAG have just such a dominant performance at the start here, I mean, how on earth are PSG going to come back knowing they're playing against one of CAG's best maps on a Cafe that they very rarely pick?
Yeah, if you fall really far behind, it's a matter of just getting comfortable in the server and get all the bad jitters out right now, get the comms flowing, get that warm-up. We always speak about these double best-of-3 days, you know. PSG played earlier, had a break, now playing again. This is CAG's first. Sometimes it can be a benefit to warm-up, sometimes it's not a good thing.
Is that player dependent, do you think? Like, does that
I think
come
it's very player dependent.
Right. And which were you?
Like, I think it's just a matter of... Which I liked just playing, dude. I didn't care. I played so many hours a day, it was all the same to me, but not everyone does that. Gotti farms Anderson shotgun entry, right out of seconds, so they're a third. PSG locking down this round flawlessly, perhaps. Only 2 CG members left alive. DD on the roof, and Shurip inside of Catwalk.
No count out Shurip, best player in APAC North. He's watching this clash. He's the best operator to play against it. Sends out the air jab. Thankfully, Gotchi's at a support. All right, yeah, maybe it is going to be flawless for PSG. DD Man completely locked out. He has 1 EMP to try and deal with that clash, but he's not in position to use it yet. And Shurip's on a rotation. Just hoping that he might be gifted a chance through the vertical holes. Pre-fires come out. He needs to win this fight. There's 2 players on the other side. DD Man is down. 1 kill for Shurip. Isn't going to mean much. Oh, thankfully, Gotti does eventually get him. It was a bit too close for comfort there, but PSG do get their second round on their defense.
To go back to the whole long day versus short day conversation, the reason why I didn't like playing multiple best-of-3s in my time was because I could not eat or drink anything until after I finished playing Pro League. So if we had a Pro League match at 10 p.m. local time, I'd wake up maybe like 10 a.m. and not eat or drink anything until 13 hours later. Because I would be such a nervous, excited, anxious mess on Pro League days. And then the second the game is over, all those feelings come back to me. Insane hunger, insane thirst, super tired, my back hurts, like everything hurts. So I was the kind of player where I didn't mind necessarily how long we're playing for because I love playing the game. But my body was definitely not happy because I couldn't give it what it needed on those days.
Yeah, I wonder what these players are like. You know, I know some pro players, they are like you. They just want to play all day long. I personally could never do that. The long gaming sessions, I feel like I just got worse and worse. Like, you know, you peak at like a ranked sesh that like caps out at a couple hours for me. So it depends on the
Wait,
player.
when you say couple, do you mean 2 or do you mean like
Well,
not literally speaking?
I
Because
reckon.
I know my number.
You know your number? Okay, what's your number?
So the perfect gaming session for a Siege rank stack is between 4.5 and 5 hours. If you want to max it out, you get vibes, you get a good session, but anything more and frustration starts building up, and you spend a long time doing it. When it comes to like a single player game, if you really enjoy the story and enjoy every single second and being very aware of what's happening in the game, I think 3 hours for a story-rich game is a really good amount of time before you start tuning out.
I feel like for me, 1.5, 2 hours for story games. And like I wasn't always like this. I used to be a bit more of a bit more stamina in me. But like the peak, my peak time playing a lot of ranked and stuff was like, you log on, like you've had dinner, you log on like 9:30 p.m. Good solid sesh with the boys until like, 1 or 2. But no later than that.
Oh my god.
It's a long sesh. But if the vibes, if the vibes are off, then you have to stop. And also, like, I would play ranked, and then I would like chill on a much more chill FPS game with my friends, like to like warm down for the last 30 minutes after you finish your.
Oh, you
rank
warm
set.
down as well.
Well, just like
nice.
I just want to play some game like a battle royale or something where I can just kind of like chill out and not really think too much. Something really slow pace. I'm just looting buildings and driving around in a ute with no one around at 2 a.m. and listen to music. That's
cool.
That's my my format.
I would often just do T-Hunt or casual matches. I still do that these days, like play casual matches after a rank session, just to like warm down, kind of settle out. Otherwise, you got all that adrenaline and like energy built up that you have nothing to do with. So you kind of fade out nice and slow. This is not nice and slow though, PSG. This is pace setting. In the building, out the building. He walks in backwards with the shield on his back and tanks the mine and avoids the stun.
Wow. Chimisu eventually will go down, but 1-for-1 is a trade that CAG won't be too unhappy with. Still, that blitz is alive, and Akuli elsewhere has been taken out. So maybe PSG do have their number after all. As the Grimsbys whittle away, CAG are figuring out, okay, do we lash out? Do we play passive? Well, they're going to lash out, but it's certainly not going to work. And there's no holes here to use. Gotti going nuclear in this round. Soldier to find the final kill. I don't know why PSG picked to start on defense, because they absolutely minced CAG on the attack.
Hey, the first part of the strat, survive defense. The second part, just make it to the attack. It'll be a-okay, because a 2-4 is all they need apparently. Really small, impressive things here in the server. Youngsang walks in with the blitz shield on his back because it doesn't shield guard him and like mini stun him essentially, because he doesn't have the shield equipped on his hands. So he can actually speed up the attack amount because of it, not risk time to the Elamine, and then every single player of PSG is executing that round together. The most impressive thing is actually Gotti on the main breach of IT. He gets 3 kills. It's a mixture of Gotti playing aggressive enough to get those lines of sight angles, but also CAG, I think, just kind of walking around the bomb site, not realizing exactly where the attack is coming from, because everyone is saying stuff in the server, right? Imagine you're a CG player. There's a guy bottom aqua stairs. Blitz is walking in. There's a guy behind him. There's a guy can't walk. Like, you don't have a clear vision of what is actually going on because there's too much chaos. And that's exactly the kind of thing you want to do to your enemy when you're going for a fast execute. Make their comms so bad, essentially, that they don't know what's going on.
They keep up that chaos. PSG can meet the fire and the aggression that CAG used to be known for with their own. Do you know much about Yunsung? I know you obviously are involved with PSG as a content creator. Do you know much about this roster change and what kind of a player Yunsung is to the team, aside from being a dead one?
Ooh. Well, he's gonna get replaced after the stage. Don't you worry about that, James. He doesn't know how to stay alive as splits, dude. Like, what do you mean? Come on. No, I was there during the trials. We trialed 3 different players. I personally vouched for Youngsung because I saw that he could play shields pretty comfortably despite this round. And what PSG's vision was back when they made the change, they wanted a more stable, like pure support kind of player that can play that role and not mind it. Yas is more of like a flex. He wants to play like the Lion, sometimes the backstabbing role. Soldier and Gotti also does play support, but then sometimes Soldier would need to play the shield, and then Gotti has to play Heartbreach. But then if you also need to play like a Grim or a Ying, who's going to play those operators, because Ryder's a bit of a Deimos entry kind of player, right? So getting Youngsung made them more flexible. kind of stabilized them, and I think slowed down the pace a lot with like better droning, better assisting of each other, and it's why PSG's win conditions often is like Ryder, Misa on the entry or the whole team working together. There's a lot less individual ratting around and going for 1v1 plays than before. So that was the vision, at least back when I was there.
Yeah.
More supportive stuff.
Oh.
Like that drone.
Yeah, I mean, that's good drone work there from PSG. I mean, we see Misa fragging out, but you have to remember, everything like that comes because a player is doing the dirty work of sitting on that drone. And that dirty work has brought PSG back into the fight. 4v4 now. Akuli is still alive on this roam game. And Shurip is joining him, tempted to try and make a move. PSG are aware of Shurip's position. And, well, he's just going to feed them a kill. Uncharacteristic to see Shurip failing in such an aggressive position. Misa swipes Akuli out of the server as well. 4v2, plenty of time to finish him off.
This looks exactly like when PSG were the one defending, and they are running at CAG and dying, but it's flipped now. Slow pace, though, 30 seconds, and Misa injured, now confirmed with the impact grenade. This is a Demos tracker angle where you track one, try and either take him down or isolate the teammate, because there's not enough time for a stable plant here. They have to go for kills, most likely.
Oh, Soldier locking down the site. Anaton needs to deny the plant. Nitro Cell goes over, but it doesn't find its mark. He knows exactly where that Capitao is covering from, but he can't land the shot. Gotti is playing it well. He might still be able to get the angle here, Anaton. This is risky business. He's not going to have the angle. Ryder sees him, and see you later. It's a tied game here as PSG have brought it back on their attacking side, and the timeout is called by the Japanese.
Is TO timeout? I guess it is, yeah. Timeout. I'm trying to think what I feel like people just say, whatever, I don't care. Brain lag, I guess. So, timeout for CAG taken means that PSG, of course, can also talk to their support staff. And you see Joke already, he's yapping, arms in the air, bing bang boom, probably telling Soldier, be good, Youngsang, stay alive. Very basic stuff, I imagine, right now, because the bigger picture for PSG is working out. It comes down to those like minuscule decisions of like, are we overexposed? Are we not watching the cameras? But given the fact that 2 or 3 different kills happen because of a yellow ping or flank information, I'm gonna say Youngsang on the bottom hot, he has not watched the drone at any point in that round. I'm pretty sure that's gotta be a hot bug because they literally had yellow pings the entire round from that player. So if you're watching this game and go, Youngsang dies first, doesn't go on drones, get rid of him. I'm pretty sure the hot was not accurate. That has been an issue this stage.
Yeah, I mean, you hope so, because it's kind of his job, especially as someone who dies first and is being praised by you for the supportive nature of their playstyle. You've got to be on drones. You've got to be calling for flanks. And we did see those yellow pings, so yeah. Can't deny the power that a dead teammate or an alive teammate that's being humble enough to sit on drones for a teammate that they can provide to the team. 2 rounds now won.
I love that.
In a row from PSG. Oh, okay, we've got a second. We've done a lot of kind of podcasting recently in our cast, Nick, but I feel like we always stumble upon topics that I want to hear what you have to think about. Remember a while ago, the Ubisoft devs kind of talked about the idea of like drone after death and being able to use your gadgets actively even after you died. What do you think about that as a premise?
So I was on the test server and I had this crazy clip of like Twitch versus, I don't know, Echo 1v1, and you just have like dead defenders controlling the evil camps and the yokai drones. You have 4 attackers just drone rushing the guy trying to red ping him, and it was a complete disaster. But the Rainbow Six mobile game that I think is still in beta, I'm not entirely sure if it's fully out yet, they actually have a drone after death feature, but with a small twist. There's a limited battery that drains whenever you move the drone. So you have droning after death, but kind of like a Maverick fuel canister, it drains whenever you're doing any sort of action. When you're moving, when you're jumping, when you're turning it. And I think if you were to introduce it, you would need to make it limited, because you can just like have a 6th player droning when they die, essentially it feels like.
That's kind of like Dual Front.
Oh yeah, true. Dual. I can't believe I forgot about that actually. When you're in Dual, you can spawn a drone on your teammate's feet these days, and also a drone. True.
Yeah, even while you're
Completely
dead.
forgot
But
about
it does
that.
have batteries as well, and it runs out.
Oh, the more there you go. So like dual front, I suppose.
Yeah, exactly. Cool. Yeah, I see that.
don't know if I feel like we should have it in like the 5v5 comp version of the game, because it feels like you're getting punished for killing an attacker, because now you have a permanent flank watch and entry drone watcher. Because you can just throw both your drones down, go crazy aggressive, die, have a flank drone you can flick to the entry drone, and help your teammates. And it feels like when you get a kill, it should punish the opponent and reward you. And it takes a little bit away from that. But yeah.
I mean, I'm always keen to have... I don't know, like... It changes the game drastically, yes. Is that a good or bad thing? I think that is subjective.
Don't know.
Same with so many other things that have changed in Rainbow Six.
Reinforce the roof hatches by default. We tried that on test server as well. That was crazy.
Especially because that was before tin can openers and before Ace, I believe, as well.
Yes, dude.
Here we go.
Yep.
Anaton's going to open things, taking down Misa, big player to finish off. The Nomad goes down. Insang's been good. Ryder goes deep onto it. Nice one. Anaton did not expect that level of aggression. It's brought PSG back into it. Akali tries to cross, but the air jab catches him, and Gotti confirms the kill. DD and Chibisu now 2v4. It's not a good look here for the Japanese. PSG have come to life, and this round, as they slow things down, they have a chance to take a step forward in front of CAG.
Again, track one player and figure out what you can do right now. Isolate him. 1 HP now on DD man, running on for his dear life on the bomb side. That means the rest of PSG got a strike first here from Cat Rafters and from IC Breach.
And DD, while Flash still finds one kill, he needs to be careful because a player on both sides of him gets spotted from down behind. Chibisu holds on for 2 kills. Ryder doesn't have time. Doesn't matter, the Talon have the numbers. CAG have taken the lead.
They steal the round. Timers is too low for PSG, so one mistake's gonna cost them everything. I like the demos downstairs, but Diffuser going from Aqua flank instead of going for the main push on Catwalk Rafters IT, it felt like a plan could be possible, or at least go 2 people from the same direction to trade up the bodies. It's rounds like that that might haunt you in a close series like this. It was 4-4. Now, because CAG steal that, they get a 1-round lead. PSG's been doing a similar thing to what CAG did on their attacks. A slow start, set up, build a man lead advantage, and then execute the bomb side. But it's a little bit slow at the end of these rounds. They lacked the info on exactly where the Ella was. They demos tracked DD, but they wanted to get the full picture before making their final execute. And that, those few seconds that you waste waiting for that perfect moment, it actually ends up losing you the round instead.
Yeah, PSG did well in that mid-round.
Also this kill. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, DD, it's unbelievable to think that this guy was like not a permanent member of the squad. He's just been on this team for ages. I'm not sure. He was the just coach, right? Yeah, he was just a pure coach. This is the guy that was standing behind the players. This isn't like an analyst. This is your coach, which is just insane. So he was coaching the team ever since he left Varel, which eventually became Kinatrope. And that was back in 2023 he left that team. So he's been coaching CAG for a year and a half now. And then suddenly thrust into a playing position, and man's got hands.
Oh, he does. He's been playing well. It's we've had a lot of different coaches sub in under emergency situations or like our visas, international tournaments and such. Yeah, exactly. Dizzle, of course, very famous with the Fnatic, the Australian team, taking down EG back in the day. And it was one of those cases where Dizzle played insanely well, even clutched a 1v1 on Oregon basement attack, and he was just running at his enemy. Like, it almost seemed like Dizzle had no fear, because he's like, I'm not supposed to win anyway. Let me just walk in and kill this guy. And he did.
Yeah.
And then we also had coaches sub in, and people are like, how can you be a good coach when you don't even have hands, and you don't know how to hold the angle, and you plant in the wrong spot, and they get exposed by the fans feel like they get exposed to being a fraud. So it's a very 50-50 coin flip on how they perform and how people's reception to it is.
I'm loving this, though, from DD. I mean, yeah, a lot of people were asking after stage 1, who on earth could you get to be a 5th player for CAG? And, yeah, the options are not great. I mean, it's just a roster that's been together for such a long time, especially that duo that had been on this team ever since it first established itself as CAG. Who could you get that would have that synergy? Well, how about the coach? If they qualify for the major or even for the APAC major qualifier in Melbourne, which they may well do, they just got to win this game. Are we going to see them with, no DD standing behind them, with DD actually playing with the rest of the squad?
Another benefit is if your coach is really good at just keeping that clarity in his head and having a top-down perspective, you now have the coach in the server with all the thinking, the strategy, the prep work that he's been working on for a long time in his full coaching role now as a player. So you get like a whole different angle to this as well from a strategical perspective, if DD can of course agile and is a very verbal one. PSG slow once more. This time Yongsang falls first, actually thinking a backstep upstairs from Stock. Yep, that was Chibisu from Games. Goyo Fire popped, Misa's rat angle is now exposed, and this looks like this round is just about falling apart for PSG.
CAG have got a Roma in Chibisu, and the rest of the players are on site with such a strong position. PSG don't know, do they focus up and try and hunt that Roma? Soldier thought about it. He's just got Chibisu waiting in this corner, biding his time. But PSG have 15 seconds left, which means they have got to go. No holding back now. Ryder finds a big opening kill, and the Riora gate is going to make things awkward. DD, man! The bloody coach! He prones underneath it, but the plant is not going to land because the Okais from Echo are going to deny it. DD will find another kill. I just can't believe it. You just cannot hold back CAG. Map point before them. And PSG have nothing to show for it.
Oh boy, again the timer comes back to bite them. I think a Goyo Fire was popped while they also echo stunned the planter, so the plant gets disrupted, plus you start dying to the fire burn, and you can't really leave that pillar position, because if you walk left or right, you're walking into a gun holding your exact location. And to make matters worse for PSG, now they're down 2 rounds up against match point. They finally call their own tactical timeout, but they gotta go 2 rounds straight just to go into overtime. And this is the case. If you push to overtime, it's going to be a longer series. You've already played a full BO3 earlier today. If this CAG game goes the distance, energy levels, the strat book, the preparation, everything becomes a little bit more difficult as time ticks down.
Tactical timeout from PSG. When CAG took theirs, they came back, 2 rounds in a row to push map point. Can PSG do the same? That's required now. 2 map points for CAG on their own map pick. And like we were talking about before, Nick, PSG, they had cojones to start on the defense here on Nighthaven, and they had cojones to pick Cafe into CAG when CAG are pretty damn good at that map. If they go down here, it could very well be a 2-0.
What are your thoughts on Aura as an operator? Just it had a pretty good impact last round. PSG did lose the round, but generally speaking, have you liked the introduction to this operator?
I like the idea in theory. I like that we can have architect operators on the attacking side. I think that the defense has a lot of really cool architect operators. Mira, Azami, Castle. The attack doesn't get a lot of that, and we have been through a few phases where attack operators that come out are either just like similar but different versions of existing operators, Zafir, Ash type thing, or they're just like something that is just going to help someone get a kill or do something really oppressive, your Dokkaebi, Lion, Deimos type operators. And I really like the idea that we also might bring in attacking operators that are more architectural, more brainy. My problem is that Riora is just so niche because her gadget only works on doorways, like not windows, not anywhere else. Like Azami, you can put that anywhere. It's going to be useless in most places, but Riora literally only works on doorways. So I would have liked to see something a little bit more. I just wanted to be a little bit more versatile. Speaking of versatile, look at the way this mirror is being used. Bang. Tricking hard breach. That's a versatile operator right there.
Oh boy, this is tough now. One thing I haven't tried because I haven't cared to, as I'm a boomer these days, I don't play Pro League, right? I don't know if you can actually avoid the mirror trick with Thermite. Like, let's say you breach the very top of this wall. Yes, it's not gonna be like a running in, it'll be like a vault rotate or like a rappel rotate. But there is a world where you can actually circumvent the mirror window tricking on exterior walls where rappelling is possible.
Oh,
I should test that.
Ryder. Oh, Shurip. I guess Shurip wins those. Insang is going to trade out Arkuli. Yeah, chaos is what's happening. A revive coming out from the Blitz onto Misa.
Okay.
3v4 now. The Blitz still full HP. That's critical for Yinsang. Misa is low, but it doesn't matter so much when he's the guy. He's got the rifle in his hands. Drone comes out onto the objective. CAG actually really want to harass this guy, but Shurip gets baited into it. Gotti from up on the roof. Good move. Oh, sorry, this isn't the side. It's downstairs. This was just an offside battle, this whole thing.
It's tertiary cargo. It felt like Defenders is just always fighting first. So both of these two teams in Nighthaven, they both agreed, guys, it's going to be a chaotic game of Nighthaven Labs, and I'm all for it. But it also means that once these fights, they start happening, often rounds will be decided. Like, again, statistically speaking, this is like a 90% win rate for PSG, but this has been their weakness. Like before in this match, they tend to build these big leads and then fumble in the late stage. Look at the timer, 30 seconds. They're still being very passive. They're all top floor holding angles. Timer could once again lose in this round. There's a C4 in the pocket of Chibisu, and they got Valcams to enable them.
That Valkyrie camera is like an extra teammate. It's going to enable Chibisu to make big plays like that. 4 kills on the round from Chibisu, taking out even the Blitz. It's so Jova. An ace for Chibisu, and a statement is made. Cyclops Athlete Gaming do away with PSG in the first map and set themselves up to take a shot at the spot in Melbourne.
Reel it in, boys. It's gonna be a long series. It's gonna be a banger. Unless CAG can keep up this consistency, they might just take it in 2. But for PSG fans, yeah, get your snacks ready. You're gonna be here for a while.
We may well be here for a while. Next up is Cafe. If Talon can hang on to it, then this might just be a fight. Otherwise, CAG will have to spot at land for their own.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
안녕하세요. 전 민구란이고요. 엔터프라이즈 레인보우 식스 팀의 감독을 맡고 있습니다. 오늘은 저의 커리어 클립을 되돌아보는 시간을 갖도록 하겠습니다. At that moment, we like losing moment, like 5-6 Fury Aboda. Bapan get a 4 kill on CCTV. That was, for me, really shock moment. So I have to reaction really overreact stuff for make good energy. So I just talking some bad word in Portuguese. And then I just talk about boa, caralho for make good vibe. And then just like LMG dancing like that. And then Jackson and Chris just smiling for after that round. But after this round we just lose, but our energy is just back to overtime. But I always watching another region's game day. Brazil always LAN event, so I watching that every Brazilian yelling to another team coach. I'm just trying to same thing for Furia. They just yelling to us like JV922 or Huz like you're so shit or something shit. And then I just talk about same thing to that guys. If you guys can watching my Twitter, everyone just laughing. What the fuck that Korean doing now? To be honest, before Rainbow Six I'm so shy guy, but after join Bliss and then join this region, I changed my mindset. I have to bring big energy, like when I'm playing baseball. Just bring high energy and then make good team culture. We get a really good result. I believe that my mindset, so I just bring every time high energy for game day. After game day, look like that guy, just zero energy. But yeah, on game day, like 110% energy. We playing with a lot of international team like FaZe, G2, but I think not big different like skill, but we don't have experience at the time, so we can improve like after Munich Major or SI Paris. If we get a more experience, we can improve more, and then for future we can beat that team again. Yeah, cause I can speak Chinese and then Japanese, Korean, so I will talking shit to another APL team on LAN. 스테이지 2로 다시 돌아옵니다. 저희는 더 강해져서 돌아옵니다.
It's always a treat to see a bit of content from a young fellow like Mingo.
I didn't know that he spoke. So obviously he speaks Korean. He
Yep.
speaks English.
Yes.
You know, arguably. And apparently he speaks Chinese and Japanese as well.
Yeah, it's pretty toxic.
That's news to me.
Arguably.
Arguably.
Who is that? It sounds like the voice of God.
It does actually sound like the voice of
Where
God.
is that coming from? Oh, there he is. It is God. It's Penguin.
You know what I mean, bish? It's the boy.
You know what I mean?
What's going on, lad? Look, let's bring it back down because we are on an official broadcast. CAG running away with the end of that game, Pengu. That felt like, honestly, that really felt like it had legs up until, round 9? And then it just felt like it kind of skimmed away. Like it literally, it was like a kid chasing a kite. It was never coming back.
So CAG, very infamous obviously for creating the term that we know as cagging, which in simple terms is when you're just throwing your brains out around, right? However, it was PSG cagging towards the end stage of this matchup because they had 2 rounds where they had a 4 versus 2 significant player advantage, and they still lost both of those. That's the difference maker, and that's been their issue the entire stage long, and it came back to bite them once again.
Yeah, they were definitely gagging for a gagging, and unfortunately, they got exactly that.
And now they're sagging behind.
Yeah, they certainly are. Let's hope they don't start lagging. Then otherwise they'll get ragged on. That's as close as we'll get. That's the real Slim Shady is standing up at the moment. Actually, all three of us could technically kind of be like the real Slim Shady, you know? Like,
Please stand up. I'm not going to stand up. I'm just getting more comfortable.
Definitely not.
Could we?
Nick, do you reckon you could rap?
I know for a fact that I cannot. So
I've heard him rap before. In fact, I've heard the two of us. We've done a little bit of like
we've rapped together technically.
Yeah, like walking
before like a cast goes live when you're on LAN, you get a song going, usually NF, because like we both like NF. You're singing, you're rapping along, good vocal warm up, and then like the hard part comes around, you go da 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 because you don't know the lyrics at this point because it's too difficult to say.
Most of the song I don't know the lyrics to. Yeah.
What song's the go-to? Do you guys have a go-to song?
I don't know, anything from Hope. NF.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah, I was gonna say I've Drifting Tattooed on my arm. That's a song from the album, so there it is.
How about we take that note and drift into our second matchup? Let's hope PSG Talon don't drift into a never-ending sleep. At the moment, CAG are well and truly on top. It was a close affair until it wasn't. Hopefully, Cafe will give them a little bit of motivation, a little bit of hope on the back end of what could be their final match in the upper bracket. Remembering, for those at home, the stakes could not be higher. I know we're sitting here talking about rapping, talking about NF, but I'm telling you right now, if CAG win this map, they are, without question, going to Melbourne. They are, well, I should say they're coming to Melbourne. They're going to be joining us here in the studio. We're going to move the studio to PAX, and it's going to be live done in front of 80,000 people across the weekend. Anyway, enough from me. Let's get into this one. Dev and Pengu to run you through the action.
Thank you very much, Rob. Yeah, we could be about to qualify the very first team to PAX Melbourne for the major qualifier out of the APL. Pengu, is it going to be CAG? I think everyone has been waiting the whole stage to find out if CAG can live up to their hype of the Reload Grand Final earlier this year, if they can bounce back after the roster turbulence, losing one of their top players, getting their coach to sub in. Everyone has been wondering, can they climb back to the top? And this is the moment where they prove that they can do so.
They've been very impressive so far. I will say for CAG, the only really big concern that I noticed was on the attacking side. I think Shurib started like 1-3 or 1-4, not finding like any intra kills, and he has been an outstanding player. 1/4 of his kills going into this match has been entry. He is getting so many goddamn first kills in the server. He had 80 kills total, and 23 of them were intra kills. That is a ridiculous stat line to have. Plus, Anakin was also insanely successful, like 11-3, I believe, or something like that.
Yeah.
So this team, CAG, they're used to striking first, which I think is why they played so aggressive on the defensive side. But against PSG, it actually got punished more often than not, and then CAG had to clutch in the late stage of the round instead, where PSG rather, they would falter.
It's funny that you say that Shurib started a bit slow on that map, because a slow game from Shurib is still pretty fast, because he gets 7 kills to just 6 deaths. He's still going above positive. He's still having a lot of big moments. But of course, things are changing now. We're moving on to Cafe, and my concern here, Nick, for PSG Talon is that their weaknesses that we saw on Nighthaven Labs are going to be even more challenged here on Cafe, a map that is even harder to attack. You said it, we saw PSG start their attacking round strong, finding an early pick, an early advantage, and then they would crumble. They would be sitting there with these 4 versus 2 advantages, and time again, they would get picked apart. We saw that no more than in the last round where Chibisu got his ace, coming back from that 2 versus 4. And if he keeps up that form, if Shurib keeps it up, if CAG continue rolling, then, well, they'll have tickets to Australia before you know it.
So looking for PSG to stabilize. Go slow in the early stage and don't get spawn peaked. Don't go too quickly, but also you gotta then speed up in the mid stage of the round instead. Otherwise, you're not gonna have time to execute at the end of the round. That is how they lost like 3 separate attacking rounds on Nighthaven Labs. They have 10 seconds left. They're rushing the bounce side. They make one small mistake. Oh, timer is 0. Too bad. You lose. CAG, they steal it. So that's what you gotta focus on right now if you're PSG. Now, Cafe does play very differently, sometimes in better ways, sometimes in worse ways for you compared to Night Hero and Labs. One thing that won't change is there's gonna be a bit of a roaming game, there's gonna be action, there's gonna be a lot of verticality. Here in the first round, we're seeing 4 C4s, Valkyrie Cam and Pulse Scanner actively in the round, and only Gotti on the IQ can make a counterplay to make, any sort of information game. But he's also the sole player outside cocktail window fearing the jump outs. So the C4, bit of a blind spot here for PSG and Piano.
But Ian saying has progressed past Piano and now onto the solid floor, no longer exposed to those C4s. Battling Shuri, the smoke is the perfect operator for this position to just keep that shield at bay. There's so much information, like you said, Anaton and DD Man both flicking those Val cams. There's also the pulse scanner. Now Okali has pre-placed it, and DD Man is the one calling for it. He spots out the camera. Okali now is just going to have to play off of sound cues to decide when to blow that nitro.
1C4 can totally change the outcome of this round. They have yellow ping information, but again, only Gotti is on that window side for the potential repel. The final touch babe goes out. PSG with 60 seconds left, actually on decent time right now, especially because most of CAG is starting to fall back towards the bomb site below. And they got the ram. But there goes Gotti. There it is. A sole player, like I said, can be jumped out on.
That's big, and there's no Claymore for some reason. I mean, 2 Claymores were deployed, but none of them on this position. Now Shuri, he's worried about getting shot from elsewhere as he is detected. He spots out 1 player, but he still wins the fight. He had no business taking Misa down. PSG, 2 players floundering. They look lost in this first attack. And 20 seconds left to play. CAG are sitting back and laughing.
Different map, same story.
Oh, not again.
You gotta keep going. A triple, almost at 4K. Shrub is dominating in the server. 10 seconds left, forced to plant.
Oh, but Insane gets deleted by one of those nitro cells, and Anaton jumps back upstairs to retake the top floor. The vertical game controlled by CAG, and a dominant start to Cafe. PSG, it's not a good look. 6 more rounds, and CAG could already be through to the upper bracket final.
They had a yellow ping on the player Shuri proning by that cocktail window. Gotti goes in the repel, and I don't know if they miscommunicated or thought he had left or something like that, but Shuri stands up, jumps out, and just kills Gotti. And you're thinking, okay, he's gonna be stuck outside the building and die to the people. Unlike Piano Repel, no, he takes down Misa as well. And PSG just kind of, I don't know if it's chaos, if it's lack of communication, if it's stress or pressure. They're feeling the pressure on the shoulders, but they're making these massive mistakes like this. You're rappelling right above him, where you're gonna be stuck in the animation. He's gonna hear it, he's gonna shoot you, and you're gonna die. It's really ugly when it's ugly for PSG, but we also saw what it can look like earlier against Interforce, and also in some of the rounds on Night Haven Labs against CAG, when it's pretty much picture perfect, full-on domination. But what they're lacking is that stable average round where they just play it out and nothing goes completely wrong, nothing goes completely right, but they can still win. Right now it feels like they're clutching as a team or they're losing the round, and that's not good enough.
CAG have been building up that momentum. They started slow on the first map, and they came through to finish it with 3 rounds in a row. And straight into the second map, Shuriep has continued that form. It's 4 rounds across the series now. That's a long time since PSG has last found a round of their own. Insang taken down early. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of ways you can cook with the Sands here, the Ram. The Dokkaebi Nomad are pretty good as well, especially dealing with these roamers, but oh man, like just look at mathematically the util on both sides. I don't think PSG have got what it takes. It is hard to attack Kitchen and Bakery, whether you're going for a rear push with the vert or you're going for a front Bakery take. I just don't think they've got the util to get it done.
I think they need to get some kills here. I think they gotta go at least big for 1 kill, take down either Warden, Echo, or Mute perhaps. That's gonna be like the C4, seeing through smokes and flashbangs, or the plant denial. Ella and Fenrir, not as important, I'd argue. But if they can't find that kill from the vert when they're fishing, it does again come down to a clutch moment.
What?
They can. He just walks up.
I mean, this is what happens when you take down the Nomad at the start of the round. PSG completely forget about holding their flanks. Shuri's 5-1. It's only him and Chibisu and Anaton that have found kills so far. Akuli will go down, but like you said, it's a low priority pick here for PSG. Losing that Fenrir that doesn't have any particular util to utilize in this round. It's Anaton or Chibisu that really needs to die.
Yeah, and the trade-off is against Sense. That is the most important operator for the attack inside. That's your heart destruction. It's your bomb site destruction. You know, shrouding off the bomb site for a plant attempt. It's everything.
Another one. Look at him go. He's hungry
Surely
for more.
Not. They don't have a drone. I'm watching Yongsang. They don't have a drone red stairs or brown stairs.
Oh, he's going to be blind, but he still finds a kill. 3 on the round. He will likely be traded back here by Misa. 1v3. Anaton's toying with him. Falls back. Doesn't want to give Misa an opportunity that he's going to regret. R4C in hand, waiting for DD to peek, but no satisfaction is given. Misa, nasty shot there, but still doesn't quite land onto Anaton. He's being toyed with again. Anaton secures the kill and the round for CAG. The domination at the end of Nighthaven Labs is continuing on Cafe.
We are quite literally watching Shureep versus PSG right now. He starts the round top 4, killing drones. Not sure if he spawn peeked or got the injury kill on Yongsang entering the building early. Runs downstairs, kills more drones, flanks back up the brown stairs, kills another player, falls back, runs to bottom red stairs, fully blinded, kills a third, and he's just running out the building like it's no one's business. And yeah, the Nomad died early, so the flank is open, sure. Counter argument is always going to be if you're relying on a Nomad to watch the flanks, you're doing it wrong from the beginning. The benefit of losing a player early is you get a permanent camera operator. So you put a camera on red stairs, brown stairs, and white stairs. And if you don't have 3 drones, you're going to put 2 of those 3 and you put a live gun holding the third. Because if you don't have the flanks and the staircase covered on that kitchen and kitchen bomb site, you're not going to be able to do the verticality and have a stable enough round to just freely act. You can't rely on timing on, is he flanking me now when I'm looking, or is he flanking me the second I look away? The basics are being missed right now. There should have been a clear communication from Yongsang to saying, hey, I have no flank brown stairs, be careful, because nobody was watching brown stairs.
CAG are just reading it so well, aren't they?
Look at Shureep.
I mean, particularly Shureep. He's reading how aggressive he can play so well. Oh, it's not been prepped,
doesn't
though.
Go for it.
So he's going to back on out. His other windows have been prepped, though. You can see how Shureep is reading the aggression so well. Like, he's not just committing to it every single time. He's making sure that he thinks it's a percentage play before he goes for it.
And this is the big glow up from CAG that I always talk about when I cast them, is they would have jumped out 10 out of 10 times about 16 months ago. I know 16 months is a long time, but it takes a long time to make these big progressive changes. Nowadays, they read the play first, then calculate it. Is it a good play, is it a bad play? And then they will, of course, make it if it favors them. And that is the big glow up that they've had. They can play utility, they can play slower pace, they can have more than just one simple play style. And that is why they're scaling and ramping up right now. Misa takes down Chibisu, Aruni removed from action. It's just going to be a good gun for defenders. The gadget is pre-placed, as is the utility. The question is not can they find the Aruni, the question is can they into the building comfortably, as they're all stuck either on window repels or on those hatches.
Oh, hello. What are you doing, DD?
Oh, no.
That's the coach, by the way, and he's just running amok underneath the hatch and finding Misa. Losing the round, That's a big kill. Surely not. Shureep does get taken down, but not before he finds Yunsang on the Blackbeard. That is so worthwhile for CAG. 3v3 is where we stabilize, but you look at the util that has been ripped away from PSG compared to losing out your Sentry and your Aruni. That's just that's such a good deal for the defense.
It's the right people from CAG being aggressive. It's never Anaton because he's playing stuff like, yo, he jumps out. It's completely free. He catches perfect timing. Oh, well, I take it back. It was never Anderson until he hears me say that, I can still play aggressive, Pink, all right? He jumps up, but again, he jumps up for a reason, James. He heard Gotti move the location, holding that cocktail window, and makes a over 50% chance of working out play.
That's the thing. What CAG want is to play these late round 2v2s, 2v3s. We saw how many times they won disadvantageous positions in the late round in a 2vx. That's what they've been waiting for. That's what they've been banking on. DD man already low on HP, and now he knows there's a player coming up behind him on this exterior window. It's Soldier. Now Riders, Grim Bees will ping out Akuli, ping out both of these players, but Ryder still doesn't know. Soldier makes it a one-on-one. Akuli has got to clutch it, doesn't have time. He's going to go for the pickup. This is so risky. He's not going to have time. Oh! That was the wrong call. The wrong decision, and it will cost PSG the round.
They're cagging. They're absolutely cagging. It's just full tilt at this point. It has to be. Like, it's just wrong play after wrong play, micro wrong decision after micro wrong decision. Like, the devil is in the details 100% in these rounds. Whether it's timing, whether it's miscalculation, whether it's not being prepared for a play. I want to see a tech timeout, and I want to see it like right now or very shortly after, because this has to be turned around. Yeah, there it is. Perfect timing, right on cue. This has to change right now for PSG, or this will be a quick 2-0.
Do you
think they saved the tech timeout banger for the deciding map, like in a best of 3, like the third? Because I heard it earlier on the third map.
I know.
So
I
good.
was Oh, was it third map? I mean, I heard it in the previous
was
match.
Was it second map?
I don't remember which one it was. Maybe it was the third map. It is a banger, though. The tech timeout music is so good. Yeah, I heard Jake and Guz talking about. Can't wait to hear that on LAN. Only one of these teams will qualify for that LAN today. I wouldn't be surprised if PSG not only fail to qualify by winning this match, but I wouldn't be surprised if they go down into that lower bracket, Nick, and then they struggle from then on. I mean, it's a very competitive APAC North bracket, right? Like, there are no free wins here.
Yeah. The benefit of lower bracket is you get to grind it out and work on your mistakes against technically weaker teams for a little bit longer before you play the better teams again. So let's say PSG were to lose right here. They will go lower bracket and they will play against, I assume, Scarz.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then they'll have to beat
Scarz, which...
Yeah. I mean, they'll have to beat the winner of... They'll have to beat Scarz. And then they'll have to beat the winner of Enterforce versus the loser of FearX Dplus. Yeah.
Yeah. So they get essentially one more best of 3 to get better at the game, so to speak, like in a very blunt manner, which isn't really a make or break situation. There's not a lot of time to get better.
No, I think they only need to win one more game. If they beat Scarz, even if they lose this, if they beat Scarz, they make it, right? Because you've got your top 2 teams who are in the grand final, and then you've got one extra team in the lower bracket final and one extra team in the lower bracket semifinal. So they only need to qualify for the lower bracket semifinal to make LAN, which means they just have to win one more game. So even if they lose this, they just have to beat Scarz. So look, it's not over yet, even if they do lose this. But it's, I mean, that's still tough. PSG and Scarz have a long history.
Yeah. Oh, I see what you mean, because they go lower bracket when they lose. Ah, yeah.
You literally only have to win 2 games in the bracket in APAC North to make it to the top 4.
Oh, you're right. I see it now. I see the vision.
PSG have beaten Enterforce if they beat Scarz, and they're through.
Well, that makes life better if you're a PSG fan. But the real story is honestly not what's happening with PSG. It's how well CAG they are adjusting and countering and punishing their opponents. Shurib is dead for this round, but now Anderton's going to bring out another annoying operator. He's playing the Echo. Or sorry, the Echo. He's playing the Clash. The Echo has been banned by PSG, and CAG banned Grim in response.
It's a good execute on the top floor here from PSG. Soldier straight in through the white window on the back of Util, but there's the clash. Anderton's taken down, though. I don't know how Yinsung had that angle. Oh, rappelling upside down on the white window. That's perfect. That's exactly what we needed from him. Akuli and DD Man now trying to isolate these fights. They know that Insung on this window is the problem. Impact goes out, bit of damage on a soldier, but not enough. He finds the angle somehow. DD Man has to get back to site. 1v3, PSG. After their tactical timeout, they might have finally found their first. And they do. Gotti to put the nail in the coffin. The first round on the board. Not a moment too soon for PSG.
I like the more aggressive approach here for PSG to just give them some confidence, right? Playing Finger and Blackbeard, saying aggression is going to be your #1 priority. And also, it kind of forces you to work more together in simple areas of the game. Finger has to be ready from like a communication standpoint to use the gadget. Blackbeard has to say when they want the boost. And of course, you just kind of work around the map flow a little bit better. So they do a mixture of 2 people window repels, 3 guys pushing. It's a good old hammer and anvil. You're shoving people into a repel line of sight where you get some freebies. This right here looked like a troll from Soldier because he ADSs and dies, but Ryder was right behind him for a trade. Now, if you lose both of those gunfights, then it's a 2 versus 1, and it's still winnable for CAG. But because they took down Shuri early and built that advantage, PSG could afford to play a little bit more risky as they had numbers advantage.
Well, at least every player on the team's got a kill. You finally got the rounds. The monkey's off the back.
True.
Time to get to work here for PSG. Attack start is never going to be easy, but they picked this map for a reason. Going 3-3, even going 2-4, in theory, isn't the end of the world here, Nick. Obviously, Cafe is one of the more defender-favored maps in the pool. It's a bit of a fortress, this beautiful building across 3 floors with no external hard breach, save that garage wall, which really doesn't come into much play. It becomes a bit of a fortress.
It is. It's one of the reasons why I don't like them. I don't love the map, but I like it simply because it's very window repel oriented, which is amazing when you're attacking. It sucks when you're defending. And your way into the building is often these rooftop hatches, skylight, or walking up a staircase. And I don't like any of these things. Especially with the introduction of Siege X, when you're dropping down a hatch or from any side, kind of like vertical ledge, you're forced into hip fire animation. So you can't really fight anybody when you're dropping down in the air. And it makes life a little bit more painful on maps like Clubhouse and Cafe.
A nade used on the hatch, eh?
They did
That's
2 nades used on 2 hatches.
That is...
Because there is no singular shotgun, because Ram lost that a while ago. No secondary soft breaches. They have 4 claymores instead. And yeah, they literally had to use their only grenades to get the hatch, or use 2 of the ram drones, both of which they need.
Selmas at that point, honestly.
Honestly, I think 1 Selma, 1 nade would make better. Like you spread the util instead. Yeah, I mean, okay, Blackbeard's dead. Thank God you spent the nades now, I guess.
I don't know how you use your Blackbeard so early. A lot of ground to be taken. 1 Valkyrie camera found. Keep in mind, 4 C4s again, Nick. Not only the Valkyrie, but also the Pulse is active. I'm surprised not to see Anaton playing aggressively inside of mining with that hatch reinforced, going for more C4s. He's instead looking to try and contest Cocktail and Bar with his Nitro cell. DD on the floor might be able to revive. Anaton can call out where those players are coming from. He can say there's no one in Cocktail still, no one about to peek that hatch, just someone rappelling on that window.
I don't know how DD got downed. I frankly have no clue, unless it's like a pixel ankle on the window repel or something like that, but he just like, boom, injured next to Anaton.
Maybe he nitroed himself.
His scanner coming out again. That would have been something. I mean, he has lost the nitro, so it's completely possible. I believe that. I mean, I've done worse. I'm so bad with C4s. Oh, I don't think he sees the rappel player, actually.
I certainly didn't see the heartbeat.
16. Time is low, James.
Yeah, and these picks start coming out from PSG. Exactly what we needed.
Ooh, the swinging.
Chibisu last one, but he sees the first. Soldiers forcing down that plant. Ryder to cover. 10 bullets left in the magazine. Chibisu doesn't quite deny the plant. The player will get out in time as well. It's a 1v2. The Koreans separating. Chibisu's going to have to take these 1v1s as they hold a crossfire, and I like this. Ryder has rappelled up onto the roof. A 3K for Chibisu on the round. It's up to Ryder. with one flashbang and no boogie drones left to clutch up. Chibisu's got the read. He knows exactly where he is.
Oh my God.
He just needs to win that fight! A quad for Chibisu and the clutch to boot! OMG, and the chat says Arkuli. He's just managed an insane clutch for Chibisu. 4-1 for CAG.
Oh my God. It's one of those rounds you should never, ever lose. And we can point fingers at so many different things. Should they both have gone upstairs? Should they not have swung? Should the flash come out earlier? Should they just play time and run around? But at the end of the day, this is against CAG. You see them, there's no hesitation. In the 1v3, swings the person rapidly in right window, that's the easiest kill, walks in, doesn't get the planter, isolates the person on the same floor as him inside a pillar room, instantly sprints top floor, recognizing, hey, soldiers up top floor, I have to go upstairs to win the round. No hesitation, no fear, knows he's in a losable position unless he makes a clutch happen. It's CAG playing good Siege again, individually, so much better. And timer, again, being very low. I don't feel like PSG are rushed into anything right here, but they certainly didn't have a stable enough round to play that post plant the way they should have. Also, another small note, that desk, the little, I don't know, standing up clock thing that you plant by on that bomb site, we gotta see pro teams destroy that, dude.
It's so
the
easy to do in the prep phase.
People need to shotgun it, bro. If they shotgun it, I genuinely think Chibisu could have just shot the planter, but it's like double layered, so regular bullets will not penetrate both layers until you destroy the first surface. 1 or 2 shotgun shells, you can shoot the player through the thing, and they can never plant there if you laundry control.
Yeah, no, I fully
Small
agree
things.
with you.
My favorite thing on Cafe is to play Oryx, not because I actually want to use his gadget in the action phase, but because I just want to destroy every single bar on the top floor and that clock cabinet as well.
When you run down long bar at an angle and the whole bar goes just breaks apart. It's so good. It's an early track. Is this respect or fear, do you think? They're tracking Shuri while they're on the roof. Respect or fear? He was roaming last time as well when he got that 3-piece. 1 above, 1 brown stairs, 1 red stairs, and he's still inside a reading room. So yeah, they are respecting / fearing a lot here when it comes to Shuri. I mean, they're tracking him twice in the first 60 seconds. Actually got cancelled out the second one. Oh, do they think it's clear? Oh no, they walked past him, James. They walked straight past him. Oh, red ping is there.
Red ping.
They know.
Oh, okay. If anything, I think, yeah, PSG won that mind game. But have a look at this. Oh, no, that's not how you do it. That's not at all what we're looking for, Chibisu. Well, PSG might be able to do a 4-2 split on their defense, on their attacking side. 2-4, I should say, from their perspective. But you can see CAG are so keen. So eager to try and make something happen with this little poke of the aggression.
I think people are going to watch this and go, why are they swinging so much? But look at PSG's lineup, right? They got Dokkaebi, Glass, Capital, Deimos. If they get to the bomb site, it's going to be lights out. Smoke grenades, Deimos tracker, grenades. Like, you can't really fight back. So they're trying to go for picks early and disrupt them, which has been CG's game plan the entire BO3 so far. This time, Ryder wins both of those engagements, and it's a little bit easier for PSG, but we've seen what can happen before. CG can still clutch.
I mean, how many rounds have we seen CAG come back from the man disadvantage in the late round? From a 3v4 to the 3v2. Talon, don't let it slip away now. Not like this. Soldier has 2 to find and misses his chance on our... DD Man is trapped and isolated. But there's no fire left for Soldier. Oh no, not the Fenrir.
Oh no.
And the Evil Eye. Soldier finds his exit, but he might not be able to find an entry into the site. Gotti finally gets rid of that Dread Mine. Soldier to regroup. It's coverage time. Taking down this Evil Eye is paramount, but there's another one he's got to worry about. Anaton can just continue toying with Gotti, but the plant will be confirmed. Flank opportunity from Arkuli. Behind enemy lines, hidden away inside of Freezer, but Gotti's fallen, and Arkuli gets the final kill. It's a retake on for the Japanese, and PSG, they cannot do anything in this half. 5-1
for CAG, just 2 rounds away from qualifying through to PAX.
I don't know if we should never count CAG out or if we should never count PSG in. That is the 5th round in the last map and a half that blatantly should be a winning position for them with all the right tools, with the advantage, and still CAG make it look so easy every single time. They pick up the 1v1 gunfights. The glass smoke missed. There's a gap in the smoke, so he dies on main door. They're not playing 2 people versus 1. They're playing 1 versus 1 versus 1 versus 1, which CAG are happily taking because they don't have as many guns as they do. 5-1-half. Yes, it's cafe defense, but that's not the full story. It's what's happened in these individual rounds that matters so much more than just a favorable side. And CAG are a confident attacking team. They're not gonna struggle for 6 rounds straight and we're gonna end up going into overtime or a regulation win for PSG. This is gonna go overtime or just regulation win for CAG for sure. Like, I would be surprised if CAG can't close this game out. Look at that smoke.
Yeah.
What's it smoking? What's it covering?
Yeah. Oh man. CAG, they're so fired up. Look at Akuli, the energy that we know and love out of this roster. It's so funny. We've said this time and time again, Nick, but you know, we think of the Japanese as a very shy and reserved people, you know? Like the culture, like amazing culture in Japan, but historically it's very polite, very quiet. You know, don't get, you know, it's the opposite of like, you know, American or South American culture, which is like wear your emotions on your sleeve, pump your chest. But no, CAG have always been the exception to that. Like they are so much fun. They get loud. Akali and Anaton, like, you know, flexing on the stage in Rio in front of the Brazilian fans, knowing that they're the villains. Well, they've come a long way since then. It has been such a roller coaster for this team for the last 6 months, from the highest heights that any APAC team has ever achieved to some of the lowest we've ever seen in esports, and even forfeiting in the playoffs in stage 1. And now they are so close that they can taste the beautiful salty air of Melbourne. 2 more rounds is all it takes.
Looking at this first attack, it's going to be the stable operators that CAG love to bring. The Blackbeard Anaton, DD playing the Capital. So they got util, they got soft clear, and they're taking a lot of map control very quickly. Look at this pace, teams. Compared to PSG, that are droning on the roof for the first half of the round. We're in mining. We're taking train control, you know, approaching 90 with the default cam as well. And just being in the building like this, boots on the ground, it's going to apply pressure to PSG's communication skills again. Hey, they're inside a train. Hey, they're inside a mining. Let's try and attack piano. But there's a person on the piano rappel. So if you peek out too deeply into piano room, you will die. So this entire shield double ADS setup right now isn't going to have much of an effect. Here comes the EMPs, the Brava clear, the gone 6, shield is gone. Now, do you want to stay in piano if you're Gotti? Probably not. And now you send the Blackbeard upstairs because you got below. Now you got to clear top floor. And Gotti's stuck in the corner. Fire comes out. Oh, he wins the fight.
He does, but that's only onto Anaton, and the fire will fry him. Somehow he's still alive, tucked away into the deepest portion of this corner. DD Man will find Ryder, but this old classic position from Gotti is still being held by the Wamai. Bit of damage received. He can't afford to expose his elbow as he takes down that drone and tucks himself deeper into this corner. Chibisu is on the verge of taking him down. He just needs to find this angle. The smoke comes out, the pre-fire from Chibisu, and Piano is theirs for the taking.
Such good problem solving there. They're step by step for CAG again, showing that new style of theirs, where it's just simple things. Slow the game down. What's the problem? It's Gotti. Let's 5-man clear him. Now, next problem, where are they going to be planting, and can they get it done? Soldier, 3 toxic babes in pocket of the smoke. Youngsung hiding inside a pillar room. CAG don't have information on these locations. They might have to go for kills. They have 1 fire left in pocket they can use maybe on the Capital. There's no ADSs below to stop them.
Oh, this is perfect though. You can see how thorough CAG are being. They're checking this corner. They've got a lot of damage onto Unsang, and Shurip's going to confirm the kill. It comes down to the last 10 seconds here for PSG, but they are being ripped to shreds. Soldier has to stand tall. 1 down, 3 to go. As DD forces that plant down inside a fireplace. A gas babe goes out, the final one, but Shuri puts him to bed. 1 more round for CAG is all it will take. And 1 round is all that Talon have found so far on Cafe. It's a domination from the Japanese. And they're just having a laugh. They're just having the time of their lives.
No sweat needed. They're just so good right now at problem solving for CAG. Like, I thought maybe they can mess up the piano push. You know, there's ADSs, there's Almighty's, there's a shield, but no. They don't mess it up at all. They just take their time, and then they get explosive afterwards. They combine the old playstyle of theirs with the new playstyle of theirs, and they make magic happen in the server. It has been a very turbulent 2 maps so far for one of these 2 teams, that of course being PSG. The consistency from CAG. I mean, Shurib and Chibitsu, every single round, they get some crazy kills. They find the pig out of nowhere. In that previous one, it's a secondary shotgun vertical to find Yongsung hiding inside a pillar. That is like a round-winning moment because that's a huge flank potential. And they problem solve it by saying, guys, let's just check the corner. So they do exactly that.
It's not like they knew he was there. It's just game sense. Hey, we haven't checked this corner. May as well just, you know, all it takes is 1 shotgun shot through the floor, open up the angle. Suddenly, Insang has to worry about the player above him, and he dies through the wall to the player right next to him. It's perfect teamwork from CAG.
But it often goes unchecked.
Exactly. I mean, it's fundamentals like that honestly like win and lose teams matches, even at events like Six Invitational and Majors. Like, top 8 teams in the world are still forgetting to check that when there's 15 seconds left on the clock sometime.
Yeah, the red spots are not working. And if you're a PSG player in the server, I feel like if you're in your own head a little bit right now, which I get if you are, it feels like nothing is working. We're playing fast, they shut us down. We're playing slow, they overrun us. We spawn peak, they're ready for it. Okay, there we go. We swing the window. Our pal Chibisu wasn't prepared for, but look at this. There's a backup happening right there. 2 players. Second for Ryder.
Ryder! He's figured out how to ride this one out. 3 big kills for the Ella. DD man looking to try and reply. Ooh, misses his chance onto Insang. Kuli needs to come and support as well. He's still up on the roof. Been doing some good drone work. Nitrocell goes out. Oh, Ryder just backs out in time. 11 kills for this guy. Top frag in the server while his team is getting decimated. Maybe they will find another round after all.
When I see Discipline now, I see a 5v2, but I also see a potential massive throw happening right now. Like, I want to see the Discipline, the crossfires, no one swinging solo bolo. You need to lock in this round in a clean fashion for PSG. This is just a moment for comeback. It's momentum, it's mental going a little bit better, being a little bit happier, feeling better in the server. Don't give them anything for free, because CAG, they will win the gunfights if you present it to them in a fair manner.
How many times on the defense did we see CAG clutch the 2vx's? Now they've got to do it on the attack. It's a very different beast. What is their way back into it? Winning picks 1 at a time. DD is fishing. Worried about his flank. But pretty much all of these PSG players are stacked up together around this hallway next to the bomb site. DD is about to meet one of them. It's Ryder, the ever-dangerous Ryder, and Arkuli opens the equation. Soldier down. CAG regrouping. Straight into the LMI and then through it. Popping the Vulcan. It's a curious decision. DD's the one with that diffuser. Camera down, and maybe there is a way into it, but Misa on for that flank. DD has to clutch. 1v3 with diffuser in hand.
Yeah, to try and get it down. PSG can throw bodies at the problem though. One body can march them on in or go together 3v1. They do it. Swing from mining, swing from pillar, and lock down that final kill. It's the second round for PSG on the board, and it all comes down to Ryder getting an insane 3k upstairs. Completely 1v3 by the way. ALS Scorpion, 41 bullets, the perfect gun for that job, as you don't have a lot of time to go for a reload. But it's also, you watch CAG's play this round, it's much more loose than before. It's quick jump in the windows, jump in the skylight, and just, you know, see what happens. They can afford to play loose in these rounds because they got such a big round lead.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Big 3K from Ryder can win one round, but it doesn't win the campaign. It doesn't even win the battle. This isn't the end of the campaign if PSG go down here, but that doesn't put any pressure off of this match. You have to end up top 4 in APAC North to qualify for the LAN in Melbourne. And even then, Bengu, right? Like, you have to get top 4 at that LAN in Melbourne to qualify for the Munich Major. And with how PSG are playing today, I'm going to say it, like, there is no way that they're qualifying for Munich. And the only way that they would be qualifying for the LAN in Melbourne, playing at this level, is if they get really lucky facing Scarz on a bad day. At the moment, CAG are looking like one of the best teams in the APL. And if they can continue this form into that LAN, I wouldn't be surprised to see them, not just at Munich, but making a statement for APAC at that major.
The hero of last round, Ryder, is down to a single point of health at this very early stage of the round. And he's playing the Oryx. The whole round here for Ryder is one, shield counter, can knock back any of those shield operators. And secondly, Ryder go kill. But when you have 1 health and you're up against match point, how many risks can you afford to take now as Ryder, realistically speaking? You can now rat in a corner, go for a flank, but any fair gunfight, you're certainly going to be losing. Meanwhile, Shuri Banibana is playing the goddamn shotgun primary, doing vertical destruction. I love it too. There's a time and a place for it, and this is certainly one of those.
Popularized back in 2019 by Meryu Onorarengo, the first ever Japanese team to make a statement for APAC on the world stage. And Sharif is now paying homage to it here. Brings out that bearing 9, but Ryder takes down the Blitz very early on in the round. Losing Annington is not a great start for CAG. And Arkuli is really being aggressed on here. However, CAG might be able to win the exchange as 2 players have gone down and a 3rd one. PSG are dropping like flies. And Cyclops just have a minute and a half to get the rest of the job done. 2 more players standing between them and LAN.
And this downstairs bomb site, it is Kitchen. Like, they're so far apart. You got Echo below, you got Gotti below, and look at this, a solo play looking for a flank. They need the numbers advance if they can. They get 1 step closer. Only 1 player separates the count now, 3 versus 2. And there's a C4 in pocket of Gotti. Yokai's for plant denial. This round is super clutchable for PSG, but they need to hit their shots.
There's good info for them too. Gotti's repositioned well, but he's being countered by the Kiwi operator of Arkuli on that Rayora. Soldier supports. Chibisu coming in from Bakery. That's where no one from Talon has repositioned to. And Shuri, bearing 9 in hand, goes deep. He's got to cover the cross while Chibisu confirms this plant. And it's not going to be easy because there's info on that bomb site. And Soldier on that Echo may well be able to deny it. The plant is going down. Chibisu's covering himself, but he fakes it and he finds the kill. No more Echo, no more Yokai. It's up to Gotti now in the 1v2. The lone Korean to keep the dream alive. And Shurip is lying in wait with the shotgun. 3 months ago, they were in disarray. Today, they return dominance. I hope you pack your sunscreen, boys, because it's a trip down under for CAG.
Oh, what a performance! The consistency, the aggression, the problem solving. They are just hitting all their marks. They're checking all their boxes. CAG, they are getting better and better as a team. Despite DD stepping in, it has been a fairy tale of a story. And I don't think they're done just yet, James, because I think they can keep this magic up going to Australia.
From the grand final in Rio, Rob, to forfeiting in stage 1 to Melbourne in stage 2. That's CAG for you.
Yeah, you know what? That's CAG in a nutshell, isn't it? That just feels so on par, so on point for what this roster has achieved in their long tenure in Siege. So many years ago did they start on the international stage, and so many years still going, where we are seeing CAG pull it out at the absolute depths. This was not one of those cases, though. I'll be completely honest. This was convincing from start to finish. They looked like the roster that they used to be. They look like the team that can be going to PAX and putting on an absolute clinic, a show, remembering that 4 teams from PAX will be going to the Munich Major. So it's not all just about the APAC LAN. We get to then qualify on from that, and you can see at the end there, they're just happy, right? Like, they're not absolutely losing it. They're composed. They understand what's going on. I think they did, especially in this map. If it had been a little closer, I'm sure the emotions might have been a little higher. But even then, there were still moments in this match where you saw pure emotion. The Chibisu 1v3, for example. Most of them lost their absolute crap, even if it was just in the text chat. But Pengu, this kind of performance from CAG, I mean, it gives me a lot of confidence going into PAX.
It does for me as well. I didn't really want to say it, but like this almost feels like a better iteration of the previous roster with Blackberry, just because they have much more depth to them, it feels like. Now, arguably, we haven't seen them in like international play, and this was like a bit of a weakened PSG matchup. So I'm curious how they're gonna look in, like, let's say now that they're qualified in the finals here in playoffs, and see if they can keep up this kind of streak. But generally speaking, there's a lot of potential here. But it also begs the question long term, what happens next year? Is DD gonna stay as a player? Are they gonna replace DD? He goes back to coach? Because if this is working so well, why change it?
I mean, if it's working well playing with a coach, well, I don't think they have like another coach who's stepped in. Imagine how well it could work if they go and pick up, you know, the next best player in Japan. I mean, there are plenty of solid players in Japan that they could potentially try out. And I think these guys all know each other. I mean, Kuli's played on plenty of other teams with these guys before. I mean, yeah, if they wanted to upgrade DD to a better fragger, they could. But honestly, if it ain't broke, maybe don't touch it. Because these guys are back in form.
They are.
And we'll get to see them in Melbourne. We'll get to see what they're truly made of, tested not only against mid teams like PSG, but against the very best that APL has to offer.
Yeah, I think that this just... I'm glad that this is okay. I'm gonna say something probably sounds a little toxic. I'm glad it's happened the way it has, because what it shows is it shows a very clear divide between the teams in APAC North right now. There are teams that are sitting in the middle of the table that are looking to compete and absolutely can compete, but then there's the top dogs. And I'm gonna wait until next game before I cement this, but Dplus absolutely in the top 3 for that discussion at the moment. But CAG today, they absolute hats off to them. Performed exactly how they needed to. And right out of the gates, I'm going to say, like, again, I always like to contextualize this. I'm not an analytical guy. When it comes to Siege, I just enjoy watching it. But one thing that I noticed for CAG's defense is how aggressive they were time and time again. They were constantly in the faces of PSG. Every time they got to a doorway, every time they got to a window, CAG are there. They're ready to fight. And I think that just immediately put PSG on the back foot. Whether that won them the game or not, I don't care. They look confident. They look comfortable. And Nick, one thing as well, just like, you know, we're talking about DD, man. I think for very good reason. There's a lot of conversations that can be had, but the dynamic is really interesting. We got to see the player cams right before we went into round 4, round 5, whatever it may be. No one's talking but DD. DD is just non-stop waffling, obviously dropping knowledge bombs here, there, everywhere, telling people what to do. But that kind of a dynamic, to be able to come from a player into a coach and step straight into a playing role, I mean, could this actually be the benefiting factor for CAG at the moment? I don't want to I want to be careful not to lean too deeply into it, but it does feel like they're a lot more cohesive than they've ever been.
I fully agree with you, and I feel like it showed today in how they can take, like, step 1, we're gonna solve this problem. Step 2, we're gonna solve that problem. And it's giving them a bit of stability and consistency that we haven't seen from them before. No one is swinging like solo gunfights out of nowhere, because even going back maybe to like reload, we would see individual CAG players be like 2 seconds, 3 seconds too early on the trigger, and it means like a 1v1 happens here, and then the main push happens. Whereas if you all push at the exact same time, you have a much better chance of winning. They are on point right now with the communication, and you'd have to assume that DD is a big part of that. And I think it's a very valuable experience to go from player to coach and then back to being a player, even though it's under bad circumstances. Just like every player should maybe take a week in scrim, so you are the IGL now, because once you understand what other people need from you in communication, you can now give them that and help them out as well.
Especially when that player actually beat CAG back in the day.
DD
back in the
day.
RJC. Yeah.
No way.
Yeah,
he played
was
for
on the
US
roster.
Donuts USG.
Correct.
Yeah.
And he was the infamous. He was on the infamous
crazy.
roster that absolutely obliterated the CAG.
Yeah, in 3-0. That was 2021.
That's a
man.
lore.
that is a memory and a half
It
from
is.
you, Rob. But that roster,
we were casting.
we
back
did.
then.
We did. I remember I was casting from my apartment I was in during COVID. That good old time.
No, I'm not caught up in COVID. Just so we're clear.
The line, like the lineage for him and for that team, right? Like that team USG, Donuts USG at the time, like they came through the Tier 2 circuit. They had their high moment taking down the top dog CAG in the RJC 2021. They went up and down for years after that through the Japan League. They ended up going to Copenhagen as Varel, or Donuts Varel, I think they were called at the time.
Donuts Varel, baby.
And now they're called Kinotrope. They're struggling a little bit, but DD's obviously made his fair few friends along the way.
He has.
Looking so good here for CAG.
It certainly is. Now, generally we would have an interview, and I'm going to call it out. I don't know where the players are, but I don't.
No way, we don't.
DD speaks English.
Cully is insane.
Yeah, he speaks English, but you know what? It is what it is. It is what it is. Apparently his mic wasn't working, but it was working fine during the game. So.
I reckon that's a bit of bull.
Absolutely. They just don't want to do it.
Can we grab them in when they come to Melbourne? We're going to grab them in and be like, all right, mate.
You don't have a choice.
Throw you under the bus. Remember when you qualified for this event? Yeah, well, what do you have to say for yourself? You're going to have to do an interview now.
Take a little sidebar with them. But speaking of a sidebar, it's time for us to take one as we are into our fourth and final match of the night. This is the one on the docket. I will say all of these have been curtain raisers for our next matchup. Dplus Kia go head-to-head with FearX.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
I'm Dev, and today I'm going to be looking back at some moments from my career as a professional esports caster.
You might notice a familiar face joining us on the desk, and before we get into the matchup, I want to spend a moment talking about your journey as a caster, because this is your first
All right, come on,
grand
Parker.
final. So
Yep.
if you
Come on.
gave some applause for the teams, can you do the same for Dev Marta?
So this is my first grand final cast in the Atlanta Major. Yes, this was an exciting moment for me. I feel like this event, I'd already been, so this was what, 2023? I've been casting since 2016, so a long time. But I feel like this event was the first time where I actually like thought I was good. And I'm lucky that Parker was like to me, hey, we've been asked to do the grand final, but I want you to join us for it. And like for all of my years casting, like kind of being the guy from APAC, like I'm kind of always just the guy from APAC, never kind of get a chance to do the grand final or anything like that. So it was a pretty big moment. And yeah, Parker is a very lovely guy. And funnily enough, it was my first big cast that I did with Pengu, who's now my duo. A lot of things going on in my brain during that event. Like that event, I feel like me and my co-caster at the time, Mandy, like we were doing really well. This memory really just evokes like, I guess the thought that like, even after doing something for a long time, you can still like kind of push to the next level. Also, it just felt like a really big moment, even though Atlanta, you know, it wasn't the biggest event ever, right? And it was a major, it wasn't a Six Invitational, but like W7M, now Furia, like they were like kind of carving their own history, like they've now formed a bit of a dynasty. And this was kind of the moment where that became like, ooh, they're starting to really do things that no one's ever done before, because no team had ever won 2 majors before. When I started casting in 2016, I had no specific ambition. I had no idea that I would end up doing grand finals, that it would end up being like a career for, you know, maybe 10 years or more. I was literally just a guy who was like bored with his course at uni and felt like, studying music isn't gonna get me a job, so I'm gonna go work in a cafe and play video games. And I actually wanted to be a pro player, but I also watched like Kickstar and Panky and those casters, and I was like, I feel like I could do that. Like I got the music performance experience, and I like teaching, I like talking about like how stuff works. So casting felt like something I was better at than playing. I had no idea that, yeah, it could be a career, that it could be something that is like my full-time job, or that I would get to do a grand final or work with people that I literally was watching. Like back in the day, I was watching Pengu. Like I remember the early hours of the morning watching Penta versus Black Dragons, the grand final that Pengu won in like 2017 or something like that. Like I had no idea that I would one day be casting with them. So sometimes, yeah, you check yourself and like a bit of a surreal moment. I couldn't be a pro player because I'm not good enough. I overthink everything, and I'm better at casting anyway. This has been R6 Rewind with Dev Marta. I hope you guys are looking forward to stage 2, because APL is gonna slap.
The Brazilians may have a hold over Siege, but do they have a hold over the APAC scene? Elevate says yes, but Dplus Kia still have a lot to prove, and right now they're going up against what was considered coming into this new year the APAC team. B&K FearX, the roster that has absolutely overhauled since the end of last year. They took the crumbles. I shouldn't say the crumbles, but they took the crumbling of Dplus Kia and absorbed them into this roster to make an absolute super team. It just is. There's no other way of putting it. It is a super team, especially for Korea. This is like, you couldn't ask for, I don't even know if there's many other players that you could ask to be on this roster to bolster it any better than what we have it from Korea specifically. But Dplus Kia have still not proven their grit yet, I don't think. Yes, stage 2s look good for them, but Pengu, I ask you this question. Are they good enough to make packs? Granted, it's 4 out of the 16.
It's a good question. I'm not entirely sold yet. Like when we talk about Elevate, it's like, yeah, they're so good. They stand the eye test. We spoke a bit off camera earlier about Dplus. I'm like, okay, Dplus fought Scarz earlier, and yes, they were victorious, but it was Mithy having an insane individual performance, and it was still like, what, a 7-3 or 7-4 scoreline. So it's like, it's not as dominant, it's not as convincing, and I think the Fearx versus Dplus lineup is going to be, or matchup is going to be arguably probably very close.
I would agree with
think
that.
so.
Where do you lean? What camp are you in?
I think Fearx and CAG. Oh, look, vibe check right now.
Yeah, vibe
CAG.
Vibe check.
Fearx.
Ooh.
Dplus.
Oh, you put CAG above Fearx?
Everyone else doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we have 4 slots.
Yeah.
Which means we have to get one of the less good teams from
Unfortunately, we
APAC
have
North.
4 slots.
I'll be real. Like, I think there are probably teams from Asia and OS that would be better than the 4th place team than APAC North, but that is a whole different discussion that we will have to settle at PAX itself. But yes, because APAC North gets as many slots as OS and Asia does combined, you dilute it a little bit. Of course, we also have Japan and Korea, which used to be separate regions combined, which is the justification for them getting more slots, which makes sense. But yeah, I do think that really we've got like a #1 Japanese team, a #1 Korean team, and a Brazilian team.
And a Brazilian
Number
team
10 Brazilian team is still going to be pretty damn good in APAC North. So yeah, look, Dplus, I'm not sold yet. Particularly with not just what happened in stage 1, but with their group so far. They didn't make it into the top 2. They only won 4 out of their 7 games. Yeah, I think today is the big test.
Yeah, with our conversation with Falls earlier, he seemed pretty confident. And I think the selling point for me, Nick, is that they've now been in this league for 4 or 5 months, right? They've been in the region, they've been pracking, they've been scrimming. Yes, they kind of go home every now and then, but...
It's more than Elevate did, right?
Yeah, like now they're cemented. And Falls, for what he's said, he now feels very confident, and he does feel as though they are better than Fearx. But that, look, hearing it from a player,
He
is
has
very
to say
different.
that.
He
Everyone's
does.
gonna
He
say
does.
that,
The
right?
political answer is yes, we're going to beat them. We also asked them if.
Do you think gonna lose? Yeah, of course I'm gonna lose. Like, come on, you know.
Well, I think one of the questions was, where do you think you fit in with Elevate? And they go, we're better than Elevate. And I think I heard Xenox. I think I heard Xenox chuckle. I think I heard him chuckle. It's just not the case. It's just not the case. But let's start talking about this Fearx team, because we haven't actually been able to digest them yet in this playoffs bracket. Shout out, a little bit of a cheeky behind the scenes look. Yes, they're in the server, but they're also on your screens. Everywhere you look, you see BNK Fearx. Dev, are they good enough at the moment to take that spot back of CAG?
Yeah, I think they are.
Yeah.
I think it's a battle that they're going to have to prove, because they did lose 2 of their games in the group stage, and that was to CAG and Dplus.
Yep.
Which is why a lot of people would say, well, if they lost to Dplus, then why do you think Dplus is well? Well, because Dplus lost 4 of their games, right? Or 3 of their games, I should say. They lost to some, pretty bad teams like Mia Gaming as well. They lost to Enterforce.
The games that they shouldn't be losing.
Exactly, and that is a consistency question. Now, Fearx on the other side, really solidly consistent. Like, they dominated the teams you'd expect them to dominate. They had close games against the teams you'd expect to be close with.
Yeah.
And so I think that they're a bit more predictable, a bit more reliable. But yeah, I think it remains to be seen. We haven't seen them in a BO3 for quite some time. EWC did not pan out how they would have hoped. They got first rounded at that international event, which unfortunately has become a trend for them and a bit of a meme over the years. Top of the region in Korea and always bottoming out at international events. They kind of broke that in Rio, as did CAG, and they ended up getting eliminated by CAG in those quarterfinals on the main stage at Rio. That's the best that they've ever done. Can they get back there? I think they can. But today is a pretty important BO3 to prove that they can do it over the Brazilians.
I would agree with that. I'd actually say today is probably one of their most important matches they will have this year in APAC, because this is the proving ground. This is the final, like for me, this is the final test, right? Like, yes, you'll qualify to PAX, but we need to be able to see the consistency from stage 1 to stage 2. And obviously when the LAN comes about, then we have questions of which region is most dominant. That's where the conversation just completely opens up. Pengu, one thing that is always talked about when we look at BNK Fearx is their coach, Dark. How impactful is it?
Yes.
And I can only ask this from your perspective, because I know that you've kind of... You've had, I think, a little bit of experience playing the game. How impactful is it to have a coach like Dark that knows the region that they're competing against?
I'm happy that you bring this up because I was actually going to bring this up myself if you hadn't. I think Dark has a very visual effect, positive effect on the Phoenix roster. Whenever a team calls a tactical timeout, we always tend to watch, are they going to do better now? They're going to make a big change, or is it going to be minor changes? Whenever Dark calls for a tactical timeout for Phoenix, it is a significant strategical change in the server. We're talking no wall deny to full-on plant denial, wall denial, Kai Tubar, the whole shebang. And he obviously knows the Brazilian playstyle really well, and it has been integrating that playstyle into the team of Phoenix, of course, here in APAC. So he should have a good read on Dplus on their regional playstyle. He knows the players on a personal level as well. But more importantly, I think he has a very clear vision for how he thinks Phoenix, his team, should play in the server.
Yeah.
And they've always been honing that skill every single stage.
Yeah, that's definitely a very valid point as well. I mean, I would actually love to go back, especially for Dark, because I remember LCQs and playoffs for last stage. Every time he called a timeout, the next round they won.
Yeah.
And it was like consistent.
Yeah.
It's not
Every
not like-
time.
I don't think I ever saw him lose on the back of a tactical timeout. And that just goes to show that prowess in the background. What you're seeing on your screen right now is all of group stages plus any performance prior, which prior to this match right now for Dplus. Of course, that was their game earlier. So it is skewed a little bit with the kills and the entries. But the fact that the cost and the EPS is so close together, I think sums up where both of these teams are right now. They're both very close to each other, and I think I honestly do think that just given what I've seen right now, I would actually edge out Dplus Kia. I feel I just feel like there's
recency bias from seeing Meaty Farm earlier today.
Yeah, recency bias.
I don't know, it kind of feels like, yes, recency bias, little bit of momentum, but I also feel as though...
Take away Mitty's performance. Take Mitty away. What happens then? It's going to be a super close game against Scarz. Like 7-5 win, maybe overtime. If Mitty does pop off, no.
I'm gonna try
valid point, Pengu.
This is a bit of a peek behind the curtain, but I'm trying to look for the match that they played each other in regulation, see if I can get like the advanced stats from that game.
Well, guys, my insight from this
Actually, if I dig into my database here...
Well, actually, production told me
it's
that we
not
had a little bit of a
working.
delay, and I needed to fill.
We do have a little bit of a delay, so if we feel like
So
we're
I'm
filling
looking for
for
something to fill.
just expect that the Beatles will be coming up very slowly and very slow.
What team? Where
Kind
is
of
this
turn a
result?
little
There we
British.
go.
Hey.
I found it.
Tell me about it.
All right. So so when we saw Dplus and Phoenix play in the group stage, it was on bank. It was a 7-4. And Dplus ended up winning 4 rounds in a row to close it on their defensive side, which is typically unfavored on bank. Bullet went 11-6. So yeah, Bullet went nuts, Falls went nuts, and then pretty much even across the board from the Phoenix guys, with sadly an outlier on the bottom of Mephi really struggling in that game.
That surprises me.
Yeah, Mephi tends to be one of the core fraggers for that team. And yeah, something I'd actually love to pick your brains on, Nick, but a lot of people have talked about the Phoenix playstyle, right? Obviously, really smart team. They've got Dark leading them.
Yeah.
But there's criticism leveled at them about the 4+1 that they sometimes play with Rin, because Rin is an incredible player, but extremely hot and cold. I would say one of the most inconsistent players in the APL.
I would agree with
which is crazy, because on his best
Beyond
day,
APL.
yeah, true. On his best day, he farms everyone. On his worst day, it feels like Phoenix are playing a 45.
I was gonna say, with Rin, either you're playing 5v5 or 4v6. He will literally join the enemy team and just give you the craziest openings known to man. But at the same time, he can just walk down or up a staircase and get 4 kills, and you're like, how does this guy go from being the biggest bot to becoming Shaiko himself? No one knows, and it's always been this way with Rin. Ever since his first Pro League game that I watched myself, I'm like, this guy's kind of shit. Oh wait, no, he's amazing. And he just flips every single round.
Oh, I love
No offense, he's great.
No offense, he's great. Just
well, I
chuck
mean,
that in there.
this graphic probably sums it up for me. I mean, the fact that he is a quote-unquote fragger, and he's going 50 and 54, he's negative in the overall department, and you are the second best team in the region. How many games have you lost? 3? You've lost 2 games, and you are -4 as one of the fraggers on the roster. That definitely starts to ring the alarm bells. But what I will say is, unlike, who can I kind of 3.2 reaps maybe a year ago. Probably the Jigsaw effect, right, in OS. When Jigsaw has a great game, the team wins. When Jigsaw has a bad game, it's really hard to make up for his downfalls. Whereas on this roster, Rin cannot have the best game.
Don't rely on him.
But you can rely on the rest of the team.
Yeah,
you can pick up the pieces with the rest of the team. And I think that's the one difference that allows B&K FearX to kind of have that edge, Dev.
Yeah, 100%. They don't rely on him, and they do often win their rounds where Rin just gets picked and has no impact because the rest of the team is such a cohesive unit. I would also be looking at other players like Woogie Man.
Look at Good Boy.
Good Boy.
Glaze Good Boy. Glaze him.
Glaze him, do it.
I mean, he's great, sure.
No, but what is he?
He's a good boy.
You sold me. You sold Good Boy to me as like he's like the sport of Korea. He's the cancer kitty of Korea. He's
That's what
so
he was
good.
told. That's what I was told that he was meant to be because he was like one of those players that like before he was 18, everyone was seeking him in Korea.
Sure.
Everyone wanted him to join their team. He joined FearX straight away, and he also looks a lot like Faker, by the way. You know,
he's also a
I was gonna
walking
point that
Giga
out,
Chad,
yeah.
dude. He is so tall.
He is. I think he might even be taller.
He is. He is
That is
massive.
insane.
I looked up at him when I met him. It was crazy. Anyway, gents, I'm actually going to dive in here and just say no more talking. It's the exact same map picks as what we saw from the previous map. I'll let you guys start to talk about it in the background because the game is ready and I don't want the players waiting. I don't want the audience waiting because unfortunately anything that I have to say is it's not invalid. It's not like new, but it's
very valid.
I don't know. It's pretty
Come
close
on.
sometimes.
We couldn't do this without you, Rob.
No, but we couldn't do this without you.
You are 1/3 of the puzzle.
You know what?
You did this morning, so yeah.
I am a piece in like a 500-piece puzzle. Do you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I know exactly what you mean. But that's an important piece because you're like not by the corners, you're by the middle. So you make that picture perfect situation happen.
Yeah, I'm just glad that the rest of you make up the rest of the 499 pieces so I can just come in right at the very end and slot. Because if you're missing that one piece, you are frustrated for the rest of your day. But we don't have to be frustrated anymore. It's time for us to jump into our very first map of this series. It is going to be close. It is going to be heavily contested. For me, this is my match of the day. Will we see Dplus Kia ride out this wave, take that momentum, and beat a B&K FearX that are currently, in Dev's eyes, second best in the region, or will B&K FearX come out on top? It's time for us to find out. Let's head to laps.
Well, Nick, we've already qualified one team to PAX. It's time to send a second one. Is it going to be the Brazilians or the Koreans? Neither has a representative at that event just yet. As we dig straight back into Nighthaven, feels like just a few moments ago we were watching CAG and Talon play here. This time, it's Dplus and FearX.
You said neither like representation has qualified, and I was like, but you're wrong because like Elevate qualified already, but they haven't.
They
like
haven't,
in my head,
actually.
they have.
Yep.
You know what I mean? But it's tomorrow that I think we do the second play day of Asia, and then they will qualify most likely. We'll see. Yeah. But no, I was like, that's wrong, Dev, and I was like, wait, no, you're right. You're never wrong. It's fine.
Look, I like to pride myself on that, but you know something that you're never wrong about, Nick? It's the operator veto. So tell me, what's going on here?
Well, I would like to be a little bit more excited, but we got the Electro Bros, Kaid and Bandit, which is kind of boring, no offense. And we got Thermite Nibbana, which is also kind of boring, no offense. I would like to see some spice. Now, it's a best of 3. I think starting on a very neutral level right now makes sense, and that is what this is. Dplus on the attacking side want to get through those first set of reinforced walls from the outside, and that is going to be a whole lot easier if you ban the Bandit and the Kaid. The only thing that can stop you are mute jammers, which you can circumvent with a Thermite, but that's been banned away, which means now you either play Maverick every single round or any other Heart Breacher plus EMPs. So that means your first step is easy. FearX, they want to complicate that process a little bit by, of course, banning the Thermite and the Hibana, but to be honest, banning these heart-breaching operators shouldn't change too much at this level of play. You got can openers or really strong operators like Monty, Ying, Grim, Capital that can have really good gadgets, good weapons, and of course help you breach those walls anyway.
Flora's getting to work. Midi had an unbelievable performance earlier today. I think for a lot of that map, he had 300 plus EPS. I don't know where he landed, but it was definitely above 200, which is unbelievable. Dplus had such a good game.
He got like a 3K, I think 4 rounds in a row.
That's gnarly.
Like, no one gets 3 kills 4 rounds in a row. It's ridiculous, yeah.
Well, we didn't really break down the map, Vito, so while it's still quiet and early in this round, I'll just say it's been 2 months since we saw Dplus play Nighthaven Labs, despite it being one of their favorite maps, as it's often banned against them, and that was when they beat Scarz on this map. On the flip side, in the last 90 days, this is actually FearX's second least favorite map. Always banned against them. They find the opening pick, with Falls going down, no more hard breach to speak of. And Wookie Man is going to double down. Midi, not quite the hero that he was earlier today.
I was going to say it. What happens if Midi doesn't show up on this first round? He will not get a single kill to his name. The EPS score is dwindling by the second. And to make matters worse, Rin, the most inconsistent player in APL, is on the most consistent operator of Clash. You shouldn't die, you can stay alive, and just share that wealth of information. Dplus, they're forced to walk in IT door, walk in catwalk rotate, and when they do, Rin will be there to slow them down and tell his teammates.
Yeah, Rin's in a great position, and he dodges those air jabs one at a time. Dplus are really just focusing on how the hell do we deal with this clash. There's 2 EMPs from Nears. That's the big thing that I want to see them use to try and prevent Rin from getting to work with his active shield. As the cone of electricity activates, then deactivates. Oh, but gets taken down by the Gon 6. Out comes the SMG. They are so tunnel visioned on him.
Disciplined. So disciplined. This is Dark, the coach, saying, guys, play the angles correctly. Look, they're waiting for the walk-in. Rain peeks first, no surprise, but Coded trades back.
Oh, 2 for Coded. Good boy. Eliminated by Bullet, but Coded finds his 3rd of the round. Big win there for FearX. Pretty confidently locking up that bomb site. Not a lot for Dplus to do.
Not at all. I mean, when you lose those players early, it just becomes so difficult. I mean, you can't do the clash. You don't have enough bodies to attack, you know, Aqua, Catwalk, and Meeting. So they go for a 3-man frontal attack into a clash. Honestly, I'm surprised they got as many kills as they did. I thought it was going to be a complete lockout. They're forced to walk in, maybe get 1 kill, that will be it. So there's still a fighting chance of Dplus. They do their very best. When we see kind of less commonly picked operators being picked, James, I want to name them, and I want you to rate them from 1 to 10 and how good you think they are in general, okay? Does that make sense?
All right, hit me.
So last round, we saw an operator that is not played super commonly, but has a place in the game. Flores, 1 to 10.
8.
What do you rate? An 8? Okay, interesting.
Yeah,
I'm making some notes here on my side to see how good of a boy you are.
You're rating my opinions on how good operators are? I mean,
I think it's very important.
Can I add a disclaimer of just like every operator? It depends like what criteria we're talking. I'm just talking about overall, because, you know, for example, Glaz, I'm going to put high, even though he's terrible most rounds, because he's really good in certain situations.
Wait, that doesn't wait. So if you're rating them overall, and then you should rate Glass low, because on most rounds he's bad. There's a counterpoint to yourself there.
No, I'm saying, like, you know, he might be niche,
it out?
but he's really good at his niche. That's what I'm saying, right?
But every operator's good at their niche. That means everyone's a 10. Who's not good at their niche?
Not necessarily. I mean, there are plenty of operators that are not that good at their niche.
Tell me one operator that's bad at their niche.
All right, let me get the list of operators up.
See, you don't even know off the top of your head. You need to find the list.
Honestly, Denari. I think Denari is quite bad overall at the top level. I think Denari is pretty average. I think Scopus is pretty average. I think Thunderbird is terrible. I think Thorn is terrible. I think Solus is only good on like 2 bomb sites, but aside from that, she's terrible. You see where I'm coming from here?
Okay, you're cooking me now. I don't like this. I don't like this at all.
I think
good points were made.
Flores is an 8. He's niche, but he's good.
Okay. I hereby rest my case. So far, no other funky operators. Gridlock kind of new to the meta, but Star's getting played a little bit more recently for Flank Watch and those frag grenades in pocket as well. It's not very successful though, as FearX are roaming around the building, peeking windows, crossing hallways, and I think Dplus right now not finding the right timings. I mean, look at this. Coded, no toxic base in pocket, has to go in the offense, shotgun in hand, boom, gets the first kill.
I mean, Coded is absolutely on fire in these first couple of rounds. Shotgun and SMG-11 working like magic for him. Almost finds the headshot onto Falls, but no. Yeah, he does keep swinging a little bit too much there. Goes down. 4v4. 1 minute left to go. This is an important gunfight, and Levy finding it. Taking down Woogie Man. That's goodbye to both of the late round area denial operators from FearX, but they fight back. 3v2 as the defense has retaken upstairs into storage. Levy needs to go hunting, but still has not been able to find Good Boy. And instead, Good Boy finds him. Bullet forced to try and trade, but yeah, this has not been a great round from Dplus. That roam game from Good Boy single-handedly picking apart this attack.
Are we watching CAG defending right now, by the way? They did the exact same thing. They led them into the vertical area, and when they start fighting the players on the bomb site below, they just walk in Garrett's door, they flank from games into stock, and they just pick up all the kills horizontally. I mean, this bullet, you're gonna be stuck on this double window in the door, no way in, no way out. Rin puts him in the grave. Very confident look here from FearX with a very clear game plan. No surprise whatsoever, by the way. If you're me, and if you're Rob, you're thinking, I reckon Dplus, they take it. And he completely forgets that FearX are a phenomenal team.
Yeah, overlooked for sure. Just like we saw Good Boy overlooked in his position. Yeah. Well,
I feel like FearX should have achieved more than they currently have. And people's expectations of them are very high. And then since they haven't done as much as they should, people then underrate them. Like they kind of count them out and forget how good they actually can be. That's my take.
Well, look, let's compare, pardon me, Dplus to Elevate, right?
Okay.
So I'm just getting out the Elevate roster so I have my notes. There we go. So, like, you've got Elevate, right, who have former Liquid players, right? You've got former world champion in Psycho. You've got Resets, former Liquid. Everyone having, like, tons of experience at the top level in Brazil. You've got Falls and Nears who came from 6 Karma, which was, like, a good team, but not, like, the best team.
A decent team.
A decent team.
Yeah.
Levy from W7M Academy, which is, like, not a top team. Midi from Raza Company Academy, which, to be fair, I think you could call them a great team. They did really well at 6th Invitational, and Midi's been great.
True.
And then you've got Bullet, who's, like, the obvious one on the roster, who's, like, insane. MIBR, FaZe, Liquid, like, a storied career across many teams.
He beat me.
Did he? When was that? Was he on the Liquid that beat you? No, he wasn't.
Atlantic City.
Was he on that Liquid?
Yeah. I got his jersey. So on stage, after he beat me, he just took off his jersey and traded his jersey with me. So I got it in my closet.
Wow.
That was Bullets.
Damn. You might get to reunite with him and ask for a Dplus jersey in in Melbourne, I hope.
That'll be pretty swagger.
Yeah. I guess I was just saying, like, for a comparison, like, yeah, Bullet is like storied career, but you just compare this Dplus lineup, and there's a lot more kind of like relatively rookies compared, or like players that haven't achieved quite so much compared to some of the Elevate roster.
So I always feel like, in my mind, Bullet is like, not a rookie, but like a new gen player. But yeah, he beat me in 2018 with Liquid. I just double checked it because I'm pretty sure it's him. It was. And it's crazy. He's been around for so long. So yeah, like a lot of experience for sure in that one. But I do think Elevate, they take the cake for now at least. But there's potential. Nate comes out. This is the bomb site, by the way. Ooh.
Here it comes, Falls.
They all live.
How on earth are you going to clear this position? No more nades remain. It's an awkward gunfight to take. Popping up and down, and here comes the gas. This makes it hella awkward now for Falls. He's being surrounded. There's actually a player jumping in from up above. The vert does hold on for FearX. Dplus, this is just far too cheap from them. You can't just expect to rush the bomb site on this tertiary and for it to work out. Nice angle there from Falls. Quick reactions, he finds one, but he's still on camera and he's still being harassed by 2 players, one above him, which forces Midi to go hunting.
This is too simple for Dplus Kia. I mean, they're just jumping inside window against smoke, C4's verticality, and look at this, they're being toyed with. Double for Mephi, Blackbeard alone, Wookie secures it as well, and Woogieman played perfect positioning, locking things down, not overswinging, using his teammates, and just making life difficult for Dplus. And to make matters worse, it wasn't BB with Diffuser. It was the Ash who was outside the building for the majority of that round, and the second they entered the building, they got a headshot by Woogieman, and the round was pretty much over at that point. Dplus down 0-3, they got attack timeout, and it is looking very rough here on the attack.
Not a good start for the Brazilians, and a lot to talk about. Same can be said for the Brazilian over on the FearX camp. Dark gets to work. We've spoken plenty about FearX, their coach, and how they handle tactical timeouts. Dark is probably one of the most well-regarded coaches in the Rainbow Six scene at the moment. He really garnered quite a reputation, especially at Reload in Rio, for his cool and calm way that he talks to the team, for his quiet confidence. Something that has been earned by FearX as the final bans of the first half come through, Pengu, and it's another hard breacher banned by FearX.
Okay, so I always talk about diminishing return and how banning 3 of the same archetype is not typically worth it. I feel like this third operator ban being Ace is just disrespectful, but I think with intent. I think this is saying, hey Dplus, there's nothing you've brought so far that makes our life even remotely difficult. Like the Blackbeard, you're useless. The Grim has to be, I don't know if you know if they play Grim actually, I don't recall them playing Grim. The Flores died early. So, and also, now you force you onto the Maverick, which you can make up even bigger mistakes on as well. So that's a bit of a disrespect. And secondly, Dplus haven't shown us enough on their side in terms of flexibility. They played 1 round of Flores, 1 round of Blackbeard, 1 round of Capital. They haven't said, this is our playstyle, this is how we're going to win the rounds. There hasn't been a clear vision just yet, and that's probably because of how one-sided the rounds have been from the get-go. Dplus Kia, they banned the Clash. I think it's a very safe option. I would have said Mira, I would have said Clash, I would have said Asami if you were to stretch it really far. It's just annoying operators that can kind of slow down the tempo of the game, and that can be hard to deal with. And yeah, Clash is excellent ban.
And we saw it picked by Rin in the first round. So get it out of the way. Levy surely it's a free kill. How? 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 How does Levy lose that? He saw him coming from a mile away. Somehow he whiffs the first 3 bullets, and Woogieman takes him down, gets the drone, and gets out of dodge as well. That is such a win from FearX. Not a good way to kick off the round right after Dplus's attack timeout.
It's the Grim, it's one of the key operators, it's the freest kill of your career, and you completely CAG it. Like, I don't know, dude, there's just something about Dplus in these first 4 rounds that I don't like seeing, and it's pretty much all of it. Falls doing the Maverick trick, you don't have to get both corners all the way left and right. You can actually just do the middle portion like with the Ibana trick. It's a little bit sensitive towards the pixel perfection, but there it is. So you see how the far left and far right corner actually hasn't been torched, yet the wall is soft. That's the min-maxing of the Maverick gadget, which they do well. But then, for the dice.
Well, the gadget I'm concerning myself with at the moment is the fire from Capital. Falls. Oh, he almost had a chance here to win that fight and take down Good Boy, but as the fire subsided, Good Boy can get out safely thanks to that FNAT mine for saving his life and pushing Falls back. Mephi will eventually go down. However, elsewhere, I believe that was at the top of blue. Good Boy can still now hold this doorway from safe inside of sight with 1 Kiba left to work with in the late round.
Saw the call right there. He falls backwards, saying, guys, play numbers advantage, 4v3, play the more nasty pixel spots.
No, big swing.
He's a viable player. He swings out aggressively. He's trolling a little bit there. Could have even reinforced off the wall to Catwalk and made their life even more miserable, to be honest. And now FearX don't have that same stable position. You still got a crossfire with Woogieman and Aqua Hallway, but they're very much cut off from helping each other.
It's the best chance that Dplus have had to find a round. Rin gets drone, Coded gets shot. This is their chance now. But Rin's getting aggressive. The smoke comes out. It's not a good smoke, though. Rin, what are you doing? Doesn't expect someone in IT in the most obvious position they could be. It forces Woogie into a 1v3. Spots the first. Good headshot. 1v2. It nears low on HP, but he's seemingly doesn't have a lot of info on where these players are. We know both of them are coming from the top of blue. He sees one for a brief moment. A good off angle. He's now holding. He's just waiting for Nears to peek the angle, but he loses the fight to Midi. And FearX, well, their streak is at an end, and Dplus finally get around on the board.
Some little bit of trolling there from Good Boy specifically. I got to name and shame. If you stick by the corners, play by the Asami Q barrier, stick by the chassis, you have so many more ways to win that round. You had Toxic Babe, you had Crossfire, you had Man Advantage. You swing out on the 50-50, you lose. You could have used that spare last keeper barrier to reinforce the catwalk wall as well earlier in that round. And yes, they have a Maverick, but it's another problem-solving situation for Dplus, and it takes more time to do. So that arguably should have been a 4-0, but mistakes happen, and the really good thing here is Dplus played really well into that mistake. They took the fights they needed to, they rotated for an aqua flank, and even though it got a little bit too close for comfort maybe, remind you, this is how the game started, or the round started. Levy completely trolled an opening pick that should have been theirs, and that could have changed the entire tide of this round in the first place.
Yeah. Damn.
Big celebration.
The Brazilians are passionate, I tell you what. Something that never changes
More
for them.
excitement than when CAG they qualified.
To be fair, that was a 7-2 that you could see coming a mile away.
Hey, they're 1-3. That's their first round, dude. I mean, they're happy. You know, if that's Fabian back in 2018, he would have gone, "Don't you dare smile. That's our only round. We're an embarrassment to ourselves." It would have been a different story, dude.
God, I have no idea how he could have ever had that attitude working with PSG Talon. The Koreans, I don't think that culture
I wish we had more
would have
VODs.
translated. Yeah.
Like, I wish we had 2018 SI voice comms, because that was probably like the most like high morale Fabian, because he wanted to win so bad that he became a nice guy. But there has been some scrims and domestic pro league matches where it's just it's a war zone in the microphones, you know, like it's not pretty. And not in a bad way, not like toxic or anything like that, but like you're really hard on your brothers because you expect more and you know they can do better. So it's tough love, but I think it would blow a lot of people's minds just how tough it could be sometimes amongst all of us, not just Fabian.
I can only imagine.
Is this?
Yeah, what are they cooking here? Levy has found the opening pick. Goodbye, Mephi. Sit back down again. Bit of progress made. Coded's now dueling awkwardly with Nears. He doesn't get flashed. He's about to get swung by Falls. Another flashbang. Yeah, I don't know why Coded is holding onto that for so long. He needed to fall back a long time ago. Woogie and Rin, the last two remaining. Rin is surely dead. This is a very pitiful attempt from FearX. This round has not been very solid at all. Woogie Man left with, I mean, the responsibility to carry the weight of the whole round himself. As Rin goes down, it's Woogie up against the world. One kill, not the second. And yeah, Dplus finally found a little bit of fire. And it's certainly not the one that Janka is throwing at them. 2 rounds in the straight. And they're making this comeback look pretty solid.
And FearX would attack timeout. I think this makes sense. They're making some awful mistakes in the server right now. This is Dark saying, guys, this is the game plan, this is the playstyle, this is the tempo. We have to make some big changes right now, and I expect to see big changes off the rip in this upcoming round. There are some pretty big issues. One, the A-span right now is showing a little bit of weakness, right? They could have banned the Monty, which when you're stumping your opponent, almost every single team in the world will stop playing Monty. Just like you stop playing Clash on defense. It is one of the most common operators to go to when you're in a losing position, because it simplifies every attack. You can walk in for free. So that happens. Secondly, we're using all 3 toxic babes to try and trap the Monty operator in the gas and just kill him. Which, unless the Monty has no hands and no legs, is never gonna happen. So all those 3 toxic babes are spent. Nears is full HP, by the way, still at the end of the round. So we waste our gadgetry, then we overstay our welcome 1 versus 2 on cargo stairs. That shouldn't happen either. These are all the small things that Dark can look at and point out and say, this has to change, that has to change. And if you do this successfully, the Monty won't matter as much anymore. And that's how we're gonna win this upcoming round.
So how do you counter that Monty? I mean, on a bomb site like this top floor, there are a lot of places that Monty can just march on in, whether it's blue, whether it's connector, or whether it's the rafters. How do FearX realistically counter it? Because it's not like they've gone and said, okay, let's get tons of chip damage, let's bring, you know, 1 million C4s and impact grenades, let's smoke and let's use the Tachanka fire. No, we've got 2 C4s. And the Pulse, which is not a common pick, I mean, in theory, likely going to play vertically. I assume Boogeyman is also hiding in the prep phase because he's spent pretty much all of it on the cameras looking for drones for his teammate.
Yeah. He was hiding behind the chassis inside a command, which is very smart. The Pulse gives you two things. If it gets found out, they're gonna send people coming after you below most likely, or always be cautious of it. And that means there's resources taken away from the main push to look for the Pulse. If it goes unnoticed, then you would assume or hope that a free C4 kill is on the table in this round, which is possible. And it's obviously a great counter to any shield operators, Monty or no Monty. But for Fearx, on the bigger picture, I want to see them just play more crossfires, play closer together. Don't have Good Boy take a solo gunfight. Ask for the nearest teammate, guys. Let's power up on this guy. Let's 2v1 him. Hey, can you cover my angle while I go for this play? And just see them with more teamwork, like in the first few rounds when they're flanking together and fighting together. Because it got a little bit too solo bolo in the previous 2 rounds. It's a good drone.
Yeah, it is. It's good early info. Wow, actually, Niers is really aggressive. Previously, Fearx locked out this position with the Fenrir, made it much harder for Dplus to get this aggression. Now they're just burning time with the Azami, which isn't really going to do a lot. Ooh, flashbang going to be required. That has burned at least 2 flashes, though, which, I mean, they're very valuable util, so that's not half bad. But it's also given Niers a lot of map control.
Again, they have the spare reinforcement in pocket. They're using it right now in Catwalk Rafter, so they're stalling for as long as possible on Catwalk, spinning some expensive keeper barriers that won't be used on the bomb site. Now they reinforce off the wall, forcing Maverick to rotate over to make that wall soft. Rin, aggressive.
Oh,
dies.
Too much for Fearx to deal with. Dplus are pushing from pretty much everywhere, and the Blackbeard is going to seal the deal, surely. Midi on a heater, Mephi goes down. Wookieman on this Pulse pocket pick is not going to be successful. Fighting against the Blackbeard with a pistol, that is never going to work for you. Out comes the shotgun. He's hoping for a close range engagement, but it's a done deal here for Fearx. After being 0-3 down, Dplus make 3 in a row work, and the tactical timeout from Fearx finds nothing.
It feels a little bit like there's some foresight missing for Fearx. When Good Boy starts reinforcing all of the catwalk rafter wall, that's when Rin on the mute goes from top Aqua, sprints to the bomb site to play in electric, but he sprints past 2 different attackers. He dies, Good Boy dies, and the round is kind of over. Plus they get flanked from meeting, so the pillar guy dies shortly after. It feels like Fearx are almost assuming what's going to happen instead of kind of feeling out in the server what cameras are alive, what cameras are shot, where do we have the pressure like actually happening. They only knew where 2 attackers were. That was IT Breach and Garrett's Door. So they didn't have the full picture despite having the pulse, and the round ended with the Pulse C4 still in pocket as well. 3-3 first half. It might actually be close after all. Monty Ace with Kaid Clash banned out. This is much more what I like to see. Those shield ups. And crouch them if you're in a losing position to further your lead, and they both respect it this time around.
Yeah, it worked for Dplus in the latter half of their attack, just crouching on that Monty and that Blackbeard. Fearx maybe going to be kicking themselves that they didn't ban it on their side, but at least they've got rid of that clash. Something they're not going to have to worry about. Now there is still a shield or 2 in. Blitz, Blackbeard, even the Fuse have been left in for Fearx to use, but I mean the Fuse pick, I don't know if that is a shield or if that's for util. Not a lot of places that you would fuse on this bomb site. It's okay, it's picked off of, so never mind. Guess you could go for a breach, but doesn't really matter. It's not going to be. The cheeky ingredient for Fearx this round is that glass. But the other thing I'm going to be looking at, Pengu, here for Dplus is bringing that mirror. I'm wondering, with 2 still in pocket, is one going to be to juggle the main wall?
I reckon it will be. Actually, it's in the hands of Bullet right now. Might be getting placed down. Yep. So it's been pre-placed, I believe, on the exterior wall instead.
Impact?
It's really good against the Hibana. Really, really, yeah. You have impacts, you have 2 C4s, like... That's kind of where Hibana sucks to play sometimes, but with that being said, it sucks even more to have to walk up to the mirror window and put either a thermite charge or the can openers on it. So this is your safest bet. And I like that they're doubling down with the Bandit, because now you can't just, you know, like EMP the mute jammer, hit behind the wall, and deal with the C4 impact grenade. No. You gotta have verticality, deal with the bandit, then worry about the mirror window shortly after. So there's like a 2-layer defense from Dplus just in the exterior wall of the building.
Yeah, a lot of ideas here from Dplus. What's FearX going to do about it? First smoke goes out. You know, there's not a lot of smokes in this lineup. That's a criticism we talked a little bit about in the previous game. But, you know, you bring your Glaz and you're only bringing smokes on the Glaz. His usability is really limited when that happens.
I feel like you'd have to get rid of the Nomad here from Rin to get more support smokes enabling. Maybe a Capital could be great as well.
Grim the Capital, honestly. Why are we bringing Grim in the first place when he's got the shotgun? Like, what's going on here?
Rather get the Nomad out of here. You know, Flank Watch, I mean, 3 airtips in pocket, Clash is banned. I'm not sure what you want exactly or what you're relying on it for, but like Buck is needed, and you're playing the Heartbreach of Hibana, that's needed, and you want to play the Glass. So it's down to Grim or Nomad, and between those two operators, I definitely think that Grim is a better operator. They're fighting back though. They got guns up above. Levy's injured from Rin from the Nomad. Finds a kill from the roof, actually. Okay.
A big pick from Midi as well. Coda going down on the vert. That's your Buck down below. No more crossfire vertically. Here comes the final smoke from the Glaz, but Nears from down below.
No.
In the absence of the Buck, Dplus took control themselves. Now Dplus are pretty much in solid control. I don't know how FearX are going to break through this. I mean, what, Woogie Man's got a shotgun. Good luck making use of that. The mirror window, I mean, it's been destroyed in terms of like the glass being cracked, but there's no way to actually open an angle from there. Rin's having to deal with 2 players. He somehow sprints straight through the barricade and then goes down to Midi. 2v4. What has been going on for these last 4 rounds for FearX? They have absolutely nothing to show for them. It's been a massive comeback for Dplus, and 4 rounds straight sits them in the lead.
I'm sitting here kind of shaking my head because there's definitely some clear issues with FearX right now, and it's so uncharacteristic from them. They're missing basics. I think the orbital lineup is kind of weak. Nomad doesn't even use the gadget. Buck makes the arguably wrong vert holes. He gets used against him. No one's watching the flank drone downstairs. They don't get anything with the Buck beneath in the first place, so he's forced to run back upstairs. Like, I don't know. FearX are missing the mark in a lot of different areas. They can't deal with the mirror windows. They don't bring Ash, for example. Buck never clears them either, despite he was right next to both of them early in the round. Bunch of different small issues here. The Glass, super ineffective. Like, this, like, Rin just jumps in because the round is practically over, but it just doesn't look good, doesn't feel good. And I feel like, yes, Dplus are playing better, no doubt about it. But FearX are also at the same time playing worse, and now there's this huge skill divide that's just flipped upside down. Yeah. I want to see more fundamentals, better basics in FearX. Mirrors being played, play the Ash, respect it. They're roaming aggressively, play the shield, respect it. And then watch those damn cameras when you die to watch the flanks.
Yeah, nah, that's how I feel as well. The fact that FearX already used that tactical timeout, I think it was when the score, so it was 0-3 for Dplus. They used their tactical timeout. I think it was the following round that FearX used it, or 2 rounds later?
2 rounds later, I think.
Yeah, 2 rounds later. So they burned that tactical timeout really early in the piece, and they've struggled to make good on that ever since. Of course, now they're on the attacking side, which is probably where you're going to want to use that tactical timeout a little bit more to figure out how these attacks are going to shape up. It's not a great turn of events here for FearX. They were looking so in control in the first 3 rounds, and now they've been absolutely picked apart.
Yeah, it's back to basics. That's the name of the game for FearX, and I don't hate this lineup. I gotta be honest, I don't hate it entirely, but it does come down to Wookie Man on the IGL blitz to lead his team forward for the roam clear. That's the first that you gotta do. FearX, they have 2 options here. You can go for a full clear, which means you take the entire top floor, first floor map control and hit the bomb site at the end. Or you go for a half clear, where you only take half the map and attack the half that you control and watch the flank for yourself. A half clear is where Levy is, kitchen, right here, soda machine as well. That's what you want to take in control. You walk down the EXO stairs, that's your attack. You watch the flanks. But a lot of time has been burning by. There is the Boogeyman on the blitz. That means action is happening shortly as he's going to lead the charge.
Oh, big kill from Levy. The blitz is too late to catch him on the cross. As the vert starts coming through, they're worried about C4s being sent up through them, but this is where Fearex need to spring into action, start locking down these positions, start putting pressure on that vert. The problem is Dplus have already evaporated. This ram is far too late to try and catch any of those players on their retreat. They do have to clear this pillar position where Niers is on the Azami. That should be possible. FNAT mine going down as Niers continues falling back, but he's got quite an angle to use against this blitz, and the damage is done.
It is falling apart, James. Again, Coded goes down, losing the vert fight, I believe. Getting flanked from top floor. Okay.
What?
So they took half map, didn't hold the flank again, and now they're dying from 2 floors above them. Boogeyman can't walk too far forward because, again, Mitty is still live up above.
I would love to know how Dplus has been allowed to get back on this top floor. I mean, Mitty is a 1-speed operator, and he's run a marathon all the way back up. Boogeyman on barely any HP, tries to send it into sight, takes down one dread mine, but he's worried about not only the vert, but also this smoke, which is choking him out. Rin has to cover. It's going to be an awkward spot for him to play with all of these defenders swinging him one after another. Rin can find one, but the plant will not go down. Dplus won't let it. It's 5 rounds in a row. And have a look at the smiles on those dials. The Brazilians have taken control of the map, and Fearex have nothing to say about it.
I'm at a loss for words. I don't know. Soundbug, good boy says pause. You know, that's how Mitty flanked.
Sure.
They didn't have the ability to have game sound. That's what happened. It's
no
so
game
disappointing, man. Like,
having no game sound is not at all like an explanation for how piss poor Fearex have been in the last 5 rounds. What the hell is going on? I really wish that they hadn't used that tactical timeout earlier, because this is where they need it right now. They look utterly chalked. Boogeyman is now reconnecting, so we're just going to have to break down what has happened in, well, the last 8 rounds, but really it's the last 5 that have really been problematic here for Fearex. And look, I reckon Dplus is playing pretty good. Like, I don't want to take anything away from them, but this is not the Fearex we saw in the first 3 rounds at all.
No, that's the thing. If this started off this way, we could say how Fearex, they have not been, you know, ramping up to this game. They have not been, I don't know, preparing themselves effectively enough. But they started off looking like such a good team in the first 3 rounds. Like, again, the coordination, the synergy, the timings, and then it completely changed. That's where my disappointment comes from. Because I know they can do it. They have already shown that to us. And then it just disappeared.
Yeah, it did. I mean, not locking down your flanks, not being able to clear the map effectively, not being able to cut players on the crosses, losing ones and then allowing the defenders to fall back. This is just classic Siege. This is how you need to attack on Nighthaven Labs, and it was not good enough from Fearex. Dplus are now sitting in the driver's seat, and they've taken a left turn down Struggle Street for Fearex. 5-3 is the lead in favor of Dplus. Don't let that overlay fool you. It's been 5 rounds in a row that they have won after that early lead.
Nice catch.
There we go.
I was gonna say, what's the issue? And I was like, oh wait, it's the wrong way around.
Not anymore, it's not.
Not anymore, it's not. I literally saw it change in real time, like a little fly on the wall.
I mean, if we look at the opening engagements, right? First 4 rounds in a row, Fearex found that entry kill. And then the tide started to turn. Remember that very first attack round that Dplus Kia won? It was the attack onto the top floor. They lost that early player and then absolutely locked in. Niers found a 3K. From then on, they've been winning most of the opening engagements, and they've been winning all of the rounds, forcing those plants down on the attacking side, now onto the defense side, keeping it aggressive in the early round, but not too aggressive, falling back at just the right moments. Fearex really need to match pace, and they haven't done so thus far. As our tech pause comes to a close, this could be a massive reverse sweep from Dplus if Fearex don't wake up in the next 2 rounds.
That's just map 1. For the longevity of this best of 3 series, the areas that Theorex are struggling on are not gonna help them at all either when you go to the maps like Cafe, which is second map, or Lair in the third. So it's very important that they either figure out their issues right here, regardless if they win or lose, so they can play those upcoming maps, or they have a really hard conversation between the maps with Dark, their coach, to be like, guys, this is what we gotta address, and this is how we're gonna solve them. And that's the beauty of best of 3s. You're allowed to make these mistakes without losing the entire thing in a best of 1 situation. You can now play the long game and still make a comeback happen. So there's a bit more motivation, a bit more belief in the back of your mind, being like, oh guys, we still got this, don't worry. Like not even laps, that was their map pick. Now we guys just gotta win ours and we're bet on Lair. Doesn't matter.
It's a very different beast if you lose a map to if you lose it 7 rounds in a row, right? From a 3-0 lead. So that's the big thing I think for Furex here. And the way that I reckon they get back into this is by playing explosively. And I think they might just be hinting at that. Look at this operator lineup.
Blitz, Blackbeard, the Ying. This is aggression. This is confidence inspiring, but it will come down to opening kills. And the issue is, Nears is on the bomb side with mid-jammers in the pocket, or around him rather, should I say, but there is no Warden. In fact, there's only one single bulletproof camera, so if Cody wants to absolutely pop off with Woogieman on the entry, they can totally do this. Like, this would be the round 4. So only one C4 as well to stop them. But here comes the Bravo drone, realizes, guys, jammer on the drone hole, jammer by the window. I can't really get in there. So they have no information on what the bomb set looks like, and that might alter or change the push entirely.
No EMPs. Ooh, the Bravo drone gets taken down. What is... That was a weird run out from Midi. I didn't see what happened there. Here come the Candelas from Coded. Here comes Mephi straight into the side in control room. He takes control for 1 kill. A suppressive nade on the other side, but he goes down, and Midi fails to be cut off from the exterior window. Furex trailing behind as the retake is on for Dplus. The Koreans look to get back into it, and Coded certainly helps out with that. The Ying to find a kill. Good boy, round the corner with the shotgun. Needs to find Midi. The drone comes out, and he will confirm that kill with Rin in tow. This is how Furex get back into the game, clawing tooth and nail into the bomb site where Dplus are holding. Falls with control above, but there's over a minute left to burn, and Furex have that diffuser right next to the bomb site.
No smokes though, and Blitz is dead, and they spent all their Candelas to build this early man advantage. They can kind of reset the round now and try to figure out, guys, do we take top floor? Is there a player here? Are they both by the side? Right now they don't know, they lack information. 2 flashbangs and pocket of Rin on the thermite might be the playmaker.
I think there's a play to be made here for Dplus, though. There's someone above. It's Falls.
Oh, the flash dies.
Rin takes him down. The flash doesn't land. Good boy encoded. Can't figure out how to play this. And 1 by 1, they will fall. Everyone dies for Furex, and Dplus find a 6th round straight on Nighthaven Labs to claim map point over Furex.
Levy completely saved the round. What they're going to do there for Furex was what I was going to talk about, right? They're going to bring Rin's flashbangs over. They're going to flash close. They're going to flash deep. Then they can push in stock and get covered behind the shelves. That's their way in. They don't want to go in the window because if there's a player in the basement, they'll die immediately. So they want to go in through that door. And the second he rips the first flashbang, boom, headshot flanked. He's dead. And that means the second flashbang doesn't even get tossed on out. Both players off Kia can see, and they take down the final couple of kills. And again, it was a lot better for Furex early on, but you pointed out so well in the cast, one big error. Nobody was watching the cargo stairs from the exterior. Goodboy was there right behind the Blackbeard, but probably watching the wrong angle. And therefore, Blackbeard dies, the trade doesn't happen, and they're stuck outside the building for a little bit longer, and it slows down the entire push, and the plant does not go down. So that was Furex looking a lot better, but one small mistake still kind of cost them the round, mixed in with the fact that Dplus are clutching up.
Tell you what, like we were saying, it's one thing to lose a map. It's another thing to lose 7 rounds in a row. Whether that's a 7-0 or a 7-3 or a 7-5, whatever the scoreline is, you lose 7 in a row, and that hits, that hurts. Furex need to get back on their bike now. It's some form of consolation that this is Dplus's map pick, right? Furex are the ones who picked Cafe. But to go from 3-0 up, to fumble it, like this, that's not a good look, and it doesn't fill you with confidence moving into CAF.
Yeah, it's starting to feel like Felix has to stop planning for the future and put the 91 laps in the bag and just ramp up for Cafe. Again, very different map. It will play out differently, but just get one round. Stop Dplus's streak.
That's right.
Don't make them flawless and just kind of stunt them a bit, because like, let's say you go into Cafe in 10 minutes after losing laps. Dplus are gonna feel so much momentum. They're gonna feel so much confidence, and we saw what a player like Mitty could do with that in the earlier series they had against Scarz.
Yeah.
And that's what worries me, because this hasn't been an individual heroics game from Dplus. They're almost even in kills. There's 5 on the lowest kill count player of Bullet, and only 8 on Falls and Nears. Then it's 7-7 Levi Mitty. It's a full team effort.
Yeah, and on the FearX side, I mean, everyone's fragging out as well. Woogieman's got 8 kills. That's just as many as the top fraggers on Dplus. You know, Mephi and Rin and Coded all on 5, Good Boys on 4. They're not doing bad. Dplus,
no,
they've got that momentum. And also, Pengu, they won Cafe earlier today against Scarz in a dominant fashion. So if we move into that as our second map pick here after 7 rounds straight, there's no question where that momentum will reside.
Only kind of argument is that Woogieman has played 2 rounds of Grim Shotgun, 0 kills, 2 rounds of Shields, 1 kill, and 1 round of Pulse, 1 kill, and a 1v5. So Woogieman has on 8 kills, but the fact that he is the top fragger with all these operators being played in his playstyle is concerning, because it means if he can go killless in so many rounds and still be the top fragger, what's the rest of the team doing? I don't think anyone's been getting kills in the attack inside, except for like 1 kill Good Boy, 1 kill Woogieman, like no real big kills happening, no multi-kills either. Now there's 50 seconds left, where this round is still ongoing, and Felix are nowhere to be found by the bomb side.
Oh, big nitro, but doesn't land for Mitty.
Oh, he lived.
I don't know how. It looked like, the way we switched off that, it looked like Rin died for sure, but no, not to be. 30 seconds to play. This is where FearX have got to get active. As some air jabs finally start to go down from Rin. The flashes, they're trying to enable an entry into IT. But Mephi is completely obliterated by Bullet. The DMR standing and holding on. Rin brings out the pistol and takes down Mitty. Here's the entry into sight from Coded. Can't even find the first one. Dplus are dominating again. It's going to be 7 rounds of onslaught from the Brazilians to give a real face to BNK FearX. A devastating way to lose the first map of the series for the Koreans, but the Brazilians, well, they're fine and dandy. 1 more map and they've qualified for LAN.
They're proning below the Kiba barrier on Garrett's door. They haven't cleared the Kiba. They can't walk in IT breach because it's not even a crouch hold, it's not involved. It's just a peak angle, like small things happening all the time. The wrong with FearX. They got 3 really good rounds, but Dplus, you gotta praise them. They turned up massively after those 2 tech timeouts.
That they did. FearX looked like a shadow of their former selves for the majority of that game, but guess what? Dplus, they're here to play, and they're on their way to a qualification for the major qual in Melbourne. We'll be back after this break for map number 2 of Cafe.
Step,
ぶやく唇を音色と混ぜ合わせて消えてく人の波熱きる指先に儚く揺れる光溶けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね嘘でもいいからみんな
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Can I drink some water?
Yeah, you can have some water.
This thing looks very dangerous.
So we have the spicy wing now. Don't touch your face after you eat this one. Do not touch your face, okay?
Can I drink some water?
Yeah, you can have some water.
This thing looks very dangerous.
Ready for the spiciest hot wing? All right, eat it. Come on. FearX, recently you had Coded and Woogieman join the roster, very famous players in Korea, and immediately your team is looking so much stronger. You're having so much more success. You're the best team in APAC North. Is this just a honeymoon phase?
이번에는 솔직히 상황이 안 좋았다고 생각을 하지만 계속 국제대회를 시도하다 보면은 정말 좋은 결과를 만들어낼 수 있지 않을까라는 확신을 갖고 있고요. 저희가 제가 대회 때 느끼는 거지만 저희 팀 다 대회 체질이라 생각을 하거든요. 사실 스크린보다는. 그래서 앞으로 경기가 되게 많은데 그 중에 정말 많은 경기 중 하나는 리로드 때처럼 높게 올라갈 수 있는 기회가 생기지 않을까 확신하고 있습니다.
How high can you go with FearX, with Coded and Woogieman, with this new team? What's the limit?
운이 따라준다면 정말 우승도 노려볼 수 있을 만한 로스터라고 생각을 합니다. I'm gonna try this more.
Bro, you're going crazy. All right, well, good thing I have another question for you. So you're always calm, you're always smiling, you're always positive, even right now while you're eating spicy wings.
Yeah.
Even if you're losing a game, how do you do it? How do you always stay positive, always stay smiling? Don't touch your face. Don't touch your face.
It's okay. 게임을 하든 이제 이거 지금처럼 촬영을 하는 거든 뭐든지 이제 에너지가 필요하다고 생각을 하기 때문에 제 웃음이 많은 에너지를 만들 수 있는 원동력이 되고 싶으면 해서 많이 웃으면서 삶을 살아가려고 하고 있습니다. Yeah, it's spicy.
Even for the Koreans, it's spicy. So.
Oh, yeah, it's insane, bro.
Yeah, take more, take more. You won APAC North, but you're gonna, like you said, you have to play the LAN, you have to play the OST teams, you have to play the Asia teams, you have to beat teams like Weibo, teams like Enterprise. It's not just Korean and Japanese teams now. Can you do that?
이제 결과가 따라주지 않더라도 항상 좋은 결과를 만들어내려고 노력하고 있기 때문에 목표는 항상 최정상을 올라간다는 생각으로 경기에 매번 임하고 있으니까 이번에도 정상을 향해 노력하겠습니다.
Thank you so much, Matthew. That was so good.
Okay. Oh,
that was amazing.
This is insane, bro.
Yeah, it's good?
Yeah, it's good.
Hot sauce is good. Hot sauce is great. How was it for you?
It was delicious, actually.
You've actually just finished eating from that
It's funny.
episode.
I may as well not. It's well hidden, but I actually have
Just.
some hot sauce off camera as well that I've been watching at.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll keep that off camera. Just
It's,
you know.
it's the late night munchies. It's
Yeah.
9 p.m. and we're starting to feel a little bit peckish.
It's about dinner
That's-
time for me, I reckon.
Yeah, I think it might be, mate. I think it might be.
9 p.m. is dinner time?
Yeah, I know. That's game
It is when
hours
you're
out here.
casting from 5 p.m.
Come on, Pengu. You should know these things.
Fair.
Yeah, that's totally fair. Pengu,
I'm
what
on schedule.
the hell did we just witness? What's... I don't even know how to digest that.
No, I'm still disappointed. I'm still left wanting so much more out of that first map. Not from Dplus. I mean, they're great. Don't get me wrong. But like Theorix, man, what happened there? I was like, I'm backing you. You're up 3-0. Like Rob is wrong. I'm right. Life was going great for me, and then all of a sudden, kaboom! It all just changed.
Yeah, it's one of those games where
Don't like it.
it's awesome if you're a Dplus fan, but it's not great if you're just a Siege fan.
No,
because
it's not.
sadly, like that just wasn't a very competitive match.
And not in the end.
First 3 rounds, Fearx played really well, and Dplus didn't play great.
Yep.
As soon as Dplus started playing well, Fearx played like 10% of what they were in the first 3 rounds.
I would agree.
So it just ended up snowballing, and it was like round after round, you almost never believed that Fearx were going to actually be capable of winning.
Yeah, and that's a really big problem. That's a massive pitfall now going into this second map. Like, yes, write that off. That is indeed Dplus's map pick. That happens. These kind of games can flip on their head very quickly. They should never, if you're B&K Fearx, they should never flip on their head this much. You should be able to sneak around in here, but when you go back through how many players were left alive in each round, 2, 3, 4, 4, 3, 2, 3, like that's the last 7 rounds for Dplus Kia. They were never in a position where it was a 1vx, where it was a 1v1. They never let it get there. It looked so confident and so convincing. And that, for me, I think that's the biggest issue, Pengu, because we've been... Yesterday we talked about it. We talked about it a little bit earlier today with Jake and Guz, but we were just talking about, like, you know, the differences between good and great teams. And unfortunately, right now, Fearx, they're kind of on that brink of falling out of the category of great teams if they can't manage to claw this back.
Yeah.
I know that might sound a little bit harsh and maybe a little bit preemptive as well, but I also feel as though...
but it's true so far.
Yeah, that's the problem. The proof is in the pudding. I mean, what are B&K Fearx going to do moving across to Cafe? Because it did not look like it clicked on this map.
Yeah, it's surprising as well, just because that you're in a region that's actually been quite competitive, and it's been a bit of a surprise, like what teams are performing at what level. Like, sure, PSG is a bit underperforming, but like, all teams are overperforming. So there has been good competition. There should have been decent scrim partners as well.
Yeah.
They got the import coach staff. They got things figured out. But right now it feels like they know what they need to do. They just can't apply it in the server. And I don't know who's to blame there or what's the problem is. But if anyone can turn this around, it's going to be Dark using this break between map 1 and map 2 to say, guys, this is the game plan.
Yeah, that is the confidence that we have with B&K Fearx, is that, yes, it's like if best of 1, you'd be devastated, right? You'd be really upset at that performance. But it's just not. You've got 2 more opportunities here. I mean, you really need to nail this first one, otherwise you don't get another opportunity. But
Cafe in particular, I mean, just looking at this being, you know, well, I've got it set as the 5th preference map for Fearx, which this is in the last 3 months, which is a pretty long time period. But they're actually in that time 4-0 on the map. They're also the best defensive team in the league right now. It's their map pick after an atrocious end to map 1.
Yeah,
there's no 2 ways about it. Fearx have got to start strong here. They will likely... pardon me, be starting on that attacking side, and Dplus will likely come out swinging because of the momentum built in that first map.
Yep.
Fearx have got to weather the storm in that first half, go 3-3 ideally, and then I wouldn't be surprised if Fearx can lock in 3-3 first half, 7-3 result with 4 defenses in a row. Even a 4-2 split wouldn't be that bad because they could hack 5 defenses in a row. This is one of their favorite maps, one of their best maps, and they're really good on the defensive side. But if it doesn't play out like that, if their defenses are not convincing, I think it's GG. And then Fearx have to drop down to the lower bracket to fight for their spot.
Yeah, which is just crazy considering the fact that 4 teams go through and they might be a team that misses out. I mean, that would be...
I think that still feels like a way off.
That's
I mean,
a bag fumbled if we ever got to it.
Who would
but
they
it
be
is
playing?
a way off.
They would be playing...
Interforce, no?
All right, no, they're going to land. It's fine.
Yeah, okay. Well, look, I look at this right now, and here's the problem. Good boy. Fantastic across the group stages. In best of 1s, pretty flawless. 120 EPS, 75 KD, laughing all the way to the bank. How about we just have a look at Labs?
Oh, yeah, that was not it, was it?
70 EPS, 4 and 8, could not get going. And the question for me is more so, like, yes, is he having an off day? Can those things always happen? We've seen them happen time and time again. Or is it something a little bit larger for them at the moment? Because it does feel coded. Mephi, 3 players right there, 3 of the biggest names in Korean Siege, and they haven't even been able to get above 80 EPS. And granted, yes, the last 7 rounds were absolutely absurd, but it's those 1%ers right now that are going to make a big difference, Pengu.
Yeah. The thing I'm worried about,
From
if
memory,
I can just interrupt you, Pengu.
Yeah, shut up,
because,
Pengu.
like,
I don't want your thought. You shut
I know that
your
he
mouth.
said your name, but I was like, I wanted to speak. And this is like, I mean, I wear the pants in this relationship. So just to interrupt you for a second, I wanted
Says who?
we can just take you offline. What I was going to say is something that actually you pointed out, Nick, during that game. I'm not worried if, like, Fearx are losing gunfights. I'm worried if they're playing silly.
Yeah.
And we did see that there was one round, I think it was the first round that Dplus won. I can't remember who it was on the Azami. I think it was Coded. And he was like playing such a good spot on site. Like he had this really narrow angle underneath the Kiba barrier. It's looking good. I think it was numbers even or numbers advantage, like 10, 20 seconds left. And then he swings out. And then another player swings out. And just giving up the advantages. It was good, boy. He's been a bad boy. He's been a very bad
I was going to make
man.
the same point. Like, if you look at, like, the star fraggers of Fearx, I think they got, like, probably 3 out of their 4 kills on defense. And since sides opened to the attacking side, nothing happened. We're praising out, like, Woogieman, 8 and 7, he's top fragging. I'm like, yeah, he's had an exit frag in a 1v5, post C4 in pocket, 2 rounds of Grim shotgun, primary shotgun, by the way.
What the hell is
immediately.
that? Is that a troll?
Yeah, I don't know what that was about either. It might have been he wants to fight the guy close to the box door, but other than that, it might be a bit of a troll situation. You know, he was cooking, it was overcooked, undercooked, I'm not sure, but it didn't work out. Let's just see some normal Siege in Cafe. Yeah, some good, normal, stable Siege in Fearx.
Yeah, look, maybe, some people like their pasta al dente, right? Some people like their vegetables al dente. I think that was maybe a little too al dente for me. That was like out of the bag, barely cooked at all. But fortunately, we do move to a map, as Dev has said, B&K Fearx have a phenomenal record on in the last 3 months. They're going to have to dig their heels in here. Although they've had 4 victories on it, they need to double down. This is to deny, Dplus Kia the opportunity to head to PAX. And I cannot stress this enough. The major qualifier is the single most important thing on these people's minds right now. Yes, the playoffs are important. Yes, SI points are important. But that major qualifier that is happening at PAX Australia, it doesn't get much bigger than that, because ultimately that is what will get you all the way to Munich. It's time for us to get underway. I think Dev's still putting his headset on, so Pengu, how about I throw to you for the first time ever? Pengu, take it away.
Woo! Thank you very much, Robbie boy. Always a pleasure.
Like, I don't know why he's having.
Why can't you just let me take the one throw?
Sorry,
dude? Like, it's not always about you, James.
All yours. And Pengu.
Woo! Thank you so much, Jamesy boy and Robbie boy. Pleasure being here. Really happy for this cafe game to come. Really hoping for some high-level quality siege. A closer endeavor between Dplus and Fearx to take us the distance. I want to see a map 3, James. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling keen. I'm really hoping that Fearx can match pace, because we just had 7 rounds of Dplus domination, and that is just not a game. That's not what this match deserves. This deserves a full 3 mapper. This deserves Fearx pushing us the distance and playing their A game. Now, it's likely that whoever loses this will make it to LAN anyway, but you don't want to have to be knocked out of that lower bracket to earn your spot. And of course, seeding makes a difference as well when we come into those big LAN events. So Dplus starting defense there in the favored position. Fearx have to bounce back on their attack.
First minute or so is always very exciting on a new map, because we were just heated up, full of adrenaline from Nighthaven Labs. You get a bit of a pause, a bit of a break, and all of a sudden you boot into the server and the map is a different color, a different location geographically, and it plays out not at the same at all. Getting to the roof, you gotta go first, get those hatches opened up. With the current lineup of Fearx, they have a couple different tools, right? They have, first of all, let me just count this to be sure. 2, 4, 6. They have 8 frag grenades. There's a lot of frag grenades. And a lot of flashbangs to go in first to burn those with my discs. So they can fish for kills with utility. They can enter the building with the Blackbeard. And they got those Dokkaebi calls in pocket for their executes. But the opening engagements, always important. And Coded almost loses his life.
I like that aggression from Nears. He's so eager to take these fights inside a piano. I mean, it's been a while, it feels, since we've seen The Azami played like this. Falls and Levy both finding kills. That player down below of Good Boy, he was instrumental for Dplus's plan to try and clear out Niers. The Azami elusively in piano, but he was not successful. Now 2 players in deficit. Coded finally springs things off for FearX, but it may be too late.
Might just be on assassinate lands, but it doesn't. Niers is just dancing inside of piano room. Still got Magnus protecting him as well. So many nades, so many flashbangs, and yet they still don't win the majority of those fights. 2 Dokkaebi calls in pocket still, been ineffective this entire round. Another nade goes out. This one might be good, but no, he moves away once again and gets another kill. Niers has done a masterclass of defense inside piano room this round.
It's an old tried and true strategy, the one that we don't see a lot of anymore. The Azami inside a piano, aggressive, abusing the defenders on those windows, and it works a treat. Boogeyman just hiding, waiting. It's a glorified tactical timeout now. As FearX try and restabilize, and now he spots Niers. Got to try and take the fight, or lay down and die. 20 seconds left. There's no way he wins this. He's going to try and get the knockdown. He misses it. His shield gets knocked back. He is being abused by Niers, by Dplus. An 8th round in a row for the Brazilians. FearX are nowhere to be seen.
They can't stop them. They just can't stop them in the server. And I feel like the issues of the past have not yet been resolved. I hate to be super nitpicky and specific here, but when Rin was playing Nomad on Night Haven Labs, he would die multiple times with 3 air jabs in pocket and only just use the flashbangs right before death. 2 Dokkaebi calls in pocket in a 3 versus 2. Like, it feels like we're not investing our everything into these rounds. And it's a classic case of, I always tell the same story because it's so applicable. You play the glass on like an Oregon basement attack in 2017, and you can't kill the roamers, so you try and save the smoke grenade to the bomb site to make the glass go crazy, but you die to the roamers with the freaking smoke grenades in pocket, and then you don't use them. It's like, guys, at least try and get to the bomb site. Like, use everything. The Dokkaebi call, the nades, the flashbangs, the crossfires, everything. We're half using, trying to save something for the future, and we're not getting there.
Yeah, that's the struggle, right? I mean, it's a game that everyone plays in Rainbow Six. Like, when do you use your util, right? We have so many operators where you're like, oh, I want to save it for this tough obstacle in the late round, whether it's a Yin Candela or a smoke grenade. I don't want to use it right now, and then suddenly you struggle with step 1. And on Cafe, there are a lot of difficult step 1s on this bloody map. There are a lot of tough things. For example, just getting to the building without getting spawn peeked. I mean, that's hard enough, isn't it?
Yeah, that's exactly it. I'm going to lower my own expectations right now because it's bad for my health. I'm getting too disappointed. I really want to see more. Expecting a bit of a switch up from FearX, and in the first round we just did not see that come to fruition. A lot of info here from Dplus. They got the Valkyrie cams. Just cycling through them all across the floor. First floor, second floor, third floor. So much intel game. They're playing a very dynamic setup because they got those triple C4s in pocket. And FearX, you look at Coded right now, almost a little bit afraid of entering the building. They're all playing from the exterior. And that means that Dplus don't have to make a move unless they want to rip the barricade.
I think he does.
But Mitzi thinks he's a player inside a small bake.
You can see Dplus, like, they want to play aggressively, but they're also double checking everything. They're not just sending it. They're cautious. Middy's still checking small bake, checking for flanks. DK constantly peeking outside windows as well. And eventually his suspicion is correct. Rin, he loves doing that 4+1 lurk, doesn't he? But he's been so well read, he has been shut down. FearX, where is the 4? Where is the bulk of this push? Because at the moment, not a single player is deep in the building. We've got one guy in Cigar Shop and one guy in Piano. But, I mean, one of them's already been nitro-celled by Levy. The Valkyrie cameras providing a lot of value for Dplus, and FearX, I mean, I think I'm going to have to sit with you on this one, Nick. You can't have high expectations of them now because the last 7 rounds, 8 rounds, they have just been pitiful. Dplus are so firmly in control of this game, it's not funny.
I know it's the Finafira Cafe and all these things, but like this is the map pick of Fearix, and we know they can be good on Cafe. Again, I've seen them so many times play this map and do a really good job on it, and they are not just losing these rounds, they are getting absolutely torn to pieces. It's a 5v1. Coded, who started the map on the roof getting those hatches, has just spent his first frag grenade with 17 seconds left, swings, doesn't fire a bullet, and dies. There are 3 people watching and waiting for him. C4's being tossed on up. They don't stand a chance.
They really don't. I hate to say it, but 9 rounds in a row for Dplus across the last 2 maps with no close rounds from Fearx. The closest they've done is get some exit frags down to a 1v2, but they've never even made it a 1v1. What the hell is going on? Why did the reset not happen when they took that tactical timeout early on in the first game, Pengu? Why did the reset not happen between maps when they had a chance to talk to Dark? These guys are in a team house, for goodness sake. The coach could literally shake it out of them if he needed to. At Fearx, they're still stuck in whatever kind of a rut happened 3 rounds deep into Nighthaven.
I actually would love the idea, in general, not just right now, of loser interviews. Because I feel like you get a winner interview and they go, oh yeah, we had a game plan, we followed it, we're better, we won, we knew we were gonna win. And everyone kind of says that because like, that's what you say, that's what you feel. It's not even dishonest, it's like that's the case. But I would love to hear from Dark and his take on why this game is going like this, assuming that Fearix lost.
Yeah.
And I feel like there are so much more to learn from your losses, or so many more glaring issues, assuming it's a one-sided affair at least, and I think that's such an intriguing thing to deep dive into, because we don't get those really honest emotional thoughts on why you're losing, only why you're winning.
Yeah, we used to do loser interviews in OC many years ago, and I think the teams ended up refusing to do it after a while because, you know, people are often not in very good spirits after losing a game. I was lucky after stage 1, the group stage that we did co-streams for instead of the official broadcast. I got to interview after the in OCE GG versus Chiefs game. I got to interview Wedables and Oda at the same time. So one from the winning team, one from the losing team. That was really interesting.
Yeah, it is nice actually. It's yeah. Maybe one day we can get that. Hey, at PAX, just pull them aside. Like, they're on stage, right? Just drag the loser, be like, hey, you're doing it to you right now, buddy. Come with me. They can't hide from you. Like you said with the CAG microphone situation, right?
Yeah. No, we need to do that. I hope we get a reporter at PAX to go and follow the teams and do some interviews. Of course, there's a little way off. Neither of these teams are yet qualified for it, but let's be real. 3 minutes to a round. 5 more rounds for Dplus. They could be qualified for Melbourne in about 15 minutes if they speed run this. At the moment, the onus, though, is on Fearx to take the first step. But every step they take seems to be into a goo mine. Coded on low HP, looking for something cheeky, trying to force down the plant. The coverage is here from Wookie Man, but the plant is denied. They're all dead.
What?
Mini for a flank to completely pick apart B&K Fearx. Good boy and Rin, 2v4. I don't think it. I can't even see it in my mind's eye. I cannot see a world where they come back from here.
How do... I could have sworn the bomb went down. Like, it must have been literally 0 points. Like, it must have been super close. I stopped watching it even. I don't want to be that guy, but Rin had 2 trackers and Pocket 2 frag grenades as well. Like, I'm not going to say that's going to change the round here, but it feels like more could have been done. Nears is injured, good yellow pink formation. Rin will confirm his first kill shooter with this grenade. Nope, it actually misses. 20 seconds. If Nears holds F on his keyboard, he will not bleed out, and Rin will actually stay killless. Yeah. Save the EPS.
Gotta save the KD.
Rin coming for it.
Looking for his. How often do we see Rin, the last one standing? It feels like there's no one left standing because Fearx have been sat back down in their chairs. It's 10 rounds in a row for Dplus Kia across the series. 3 on the defense here on Cafe as Fearx take their tactical timeout. It didn't work for them on map 1. It has to work for them right now.
Okay. All cards on the table here. How many rounds? Is 2-4.5 actually enough at this point, or do you think their defenses are not reliable enough? Look at the state of the team. Like, does it have to be a 3-3 straight here? What are we thinking?
I think 2-4 is enough. Defenses were much better than attacks on Nighthaven Labs for FearX, and they are the best defense team in the league. Well, I think this goes deeper than attack or defense. There's something so deeply wrong for FearX right now, and it happened 3 rounds deep into Nighthaven.
Oh, I didn't check.
This is...
Did you see how close the diffuser was? Sorry, I didn't check.
No, I didn't. Maybe if we're lucky, I'll replay.
Producer, can we get a match? Can we get the highlight again? I want to see how close the plan was from going down. Is that possible? It's not possible.
We can hope and pray. We can hope and pray for a dream.
I hope and pray.
We'll see.
I wanted to see, but I was listening to you too intensely. I wasn't watching.
Pretty damn close. I mean, if Coded had stuck that diffuser and not been denied, if it had been confirmed, do they win the round anyway, though? Because, I mean, that fuse was surely dead meat on the site. There was a flank from Midi in pillars. I don't know if they can hold the post.
Maybe, I mean, maybe, okay, that's the thing. They wouldn't have been like a done deal in the post, that's for sure, but yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. They have 1 kill in 3 rounds. I think that tells the full story. Like, they're not really finding much of anything in general.
1 kill in 3 rounds is insane. Like, I think that's the worst result I've ever seen. Maybe. Just maybe.
Yeah. Okay, it's one of the worst results I've ever seen in a match that should be close. Like, this isn't a top team beating, like, this isn't like Furia beating APAC in international tournaments, you know, like, that's not the case here. This is FearX, which is one of the best teams in all of APAC in recent times, together with CAG and such, against Dplus, who's like above the middle pack, but hasn't shown their full potential yet. It should be like a third mapper, at least 1 overtime, like, that's my expectation when I woke up this morning.
Yeah, I mean, FearX really handily defeated DK in stage 1 in the regulation game, in the 2 playoffs games, both in the upper bracket and the lower bracket that they played against each other. And then for the first time, Dplus got the better of FearX in the group stage in stage 2. And they're now continuing that form. Now they're running out with their bloody pistols as well from Nears. No trade onto the aggression, running outside. Rin has found no kills as well. Yeah, me too. I'm sure we'll be working on that. Come on, this is it. This is where they finally get that frag back. Good boy. Finally gets on the board. Nears goes down, but it's cost too much. It's cost Rin's life, and it's cost over a minute on the clock.
Yeah, it's still a really good pickup here for Dplus. They lose a Mossy. They take down Dokkaebi. This is the 3rd round out of 4, by the way, where Dokkaebi will not use any of the phone calls, or basically have no phone call value, and then die. It also means you can't hack the cameras, because the passive gadget of Dokkaebi isn't usable either. So you're picking a very valuable operator that doesn't get to use the gadget at all. That sucks. Coded finds Midi, peeking aggressively below the hatch.
Oh my god,
Dplus, and he's shooting the body as well.
Dude, that's enough
Coded,
of that.
Buddy,
Like,
focus
on winning the
last
game,
8 rounds
dude.
straight. Yeah, come on. Lock in, game's on this back. We're feeling good. We're hearing things again. Now, Dplus might get a little bit cocky, and I think they have earned that title because some of these rounds have been way too easy, and they might get bored in the server. That Mitty swing is a I'm 6-0, we're winning with ease, I don't care any longer, and it goes punished for the first time in what feels like forever. Woogieman's injured on the Blackbeard. The second he dropped the hatchet into the building,
okay,
and he's dead.
Okay, and Falls has now found another
And
one,
so it's
and
Coded.
hey, it's
And
over. This game is so over, and it feels like it's been that way for quite some time, long before Cafe even began, long before Labs was even over. Good boy, we've sung his praises. He might find one consolation in a kill onto Falls, but he's not even going to get the chance to confirm it because he will go down to Levy. Dplus 11 rounds in a row from the series. It's just a matter of time before they book their tickets to Australia.
11 rounds in a row. from going down 0-3, and I'm like riding them off by the hardcore back on Lighthaven, right? I was like, okay, Fearx, they're so good. Dplus, they're not gonna pop off individually, so they can't compare as a team. Oh, look at the timer. Planting diffuser. Yeah, 0.7, I reckon. 0. Like it's all the way down there, all the way down there.
Oh,
it's close. It's close. Thank you much. It's but I mean, yeah, that was 2 rounds ago, whatever. But you're right. Even if the bomb goes down, if the guy planting dies shortly after, and Wookieman and Fuse that was expecting dies as well, you are playing a 2v4 post plant or whatever, and they're probably not gonna win that regardless. But it's just like, you know how you plant diffuser and you lose the round because you get like overwhelmed by like defenders. Fair enough. You at least plant it. It's like they don't even get the plant. Like they don't get anything. Like Dplus won't let them. Oh, they're spawn peeking. Or they're just prepping the run out later, I guess. They're prepping the run out for cocktail window.
They're spawn peeking somewhere, man. Like they're flying out windows.
Surely.
There's no way nobody is spawn peeking this round. There's no way nobody is going to be running out or jumping out windows. It's in their blood at the moment. The Brazilians are hungry for another LAN. And for DK, after being snubbed of their chance of going to Saudi Arabia for the Esports World Cup, losing to Fearx in stage 1, this might be where they find their revenge. 4 rounds of defense in a row, 3 more needed to lock in the LAN.
You know, there is a world where both Dplus and Elevate qualify, and the grand final on LAN will be Brazil versus Brazil, but representing APAC. And in a way, that's really funny.
I would hate to see that.
Yeah, in a way, it's really sad. Really sad. I do like the villain story, and I do like the whole like Brazilian port versus Fearx and stuff like that. Like, I think it's really entertaining as a fan of the game, and I don't think it's gotten too toxic personally, which is good.
Agreed.
But seeing it actually play out to like Brazilian import domination would be taking it too far. And of course, the goal of Dplus is to become the best team in APAC North, and the goal for Elevate is to become the best team in Asia. And hopefully, if Fearx and teams like Fearx, like CAG, PSG, whatever, Weibo, they can keep up top form, they can gatekeep them from becoming those teams. But right now, I mean, Good Boy starts off the round well, takes down Nears and the Asami, but Mitzi is 6-1, Levy's 5-0, Falls goes down 2. This is looking good.
For the first time in what feels like forever, Fearx have a chance to get themselves around and get themselves back into it. 6-0 Levy. He's hungry to take this fight. He's being swung nice and close. Wookieman finds the kill. 1v4 for Bullet. As Fearx start forcing this diffuser down. If Bullet's got Vert, he might be able to deny it from above, but he's not going to be there in time, and he doesn't have the info to get it done. Fearx, it's been quite the drought. 11 rounds lost, but now finally they find their first in what has been an age, the first of many required. Bullet dropping downstairs. There is absolutely no way he lands this. A player on the window, a player on the red stairs, and someone up behind him. Wookieman goes hunting and conjures up a round for Fearx, one that they desperately needed. But the job is not done. In fact, it's barely begun. That's the first of many we will need to see from the Koreans to redeem themselves, to earn their pride back and take the fight to Dplus.
KPP. Kill, push, plant. The 3 big pillars of that round. They get the opening, they push to the lump side, and they get down that diffuser. We want to see a 2-4 half to think there's a realistic shot here for Fearx. And this is the beginning of that. Rain goes down early, it sucks, but everyone else, they followed up shortly after. Everyone's in the damn building. That's the big thing right now. We've seen them being kind of scared on the windows, on the rappels, on the rooftop, on the hatch. Everyone got active, fist bumps, celebrations, big smiles. Momentum shift, maybe. We'll have to see. But surely they need a second round on the half to realistically have a shot at this.
10 seconds left.
Well, one last round of the half. Dplus are going to go down to kitchen. Fearx, it's just decision after decision now. Okay, we're going for bakery or we're going for map clear. into kitchen. What's the strat? And I'm going to be honest, this is starting to look like bakery. We've got Rin on the Rayora, we've got the Blackbeard. These are great ingredients for dealing with that bakery hold. We've got Mephi on the Nook, and I'm wondering, what's the plan here for a lurk? We even have some verticality available from that Blackbeard. Sorry, from the Buck. So there are some options here from FearX. But what are they going to commit to?
Yeah, right now they got options, but it's too early to tell what their actual plan is. I like the fact they keep their cards open. They can go for front or back take. The Nook here is a little bit of a puzzle to me, because it seems like a little bit of act of desperation, which I wouldn't blame them. I too would be desperate and trying to go for something. But this is not a bomb set where you're playing Valkyrie, Echo, and watching the cameras. This is holding Bakery, it's holding backside, and it's holding the bomb site itself. The roam clear is already done. They've droned it. No one's there. They're all downstairs for Dplus. So I have to wonder if Mephi can actually find a lot of value. Unless they did the thing where they didn't shoot the outside default camera and he's watching the run out while he can't be spotted, but that seems like a bit of a stretch because, again, you're not really on the rappels, you're in the building. So we'll see.
Here comes that vert. I just don't think they're going to find many picks from it. We need the Rayora and the Blackbeard to have an impact on taking control of Bakery, but no, they're actually going on the opposite side of the map to try and push VIP. And the Rayora has closed up the doorway into VIP. Mephi needed to win that fight. He was soloing Bakery all on his lonesome. Bullets holding on to his position nicely, and Nears has finished off Woogie Man. They tried something, and it did not count for anything. 2 players left alive for FearX, Rin on the ground. And Dplus are still holding their positions with stalwart strength. Nears will finally finish off Rin, and there is nothing to show for it for the Koreans.
Not at all. And, you know, that thought about the Nook being kind of useless seems to be kind of true. I mean, you just walk in a door like any other operator. Coded finds a piece, but Goodboy goes down. He's left in a 1v4. Triple, quadruple crossfire down the bottom brown staircase, and another round easily in the pocket of Dplus. Despite having 0 roam game, we didn't quite see an execute. We were just praying and hoping that Mephi and the Nook can walk in Bakery, get 1 or 2 kills, and that will be enough. And against Dplus, individually, they're firing back, but as a team, they are ready for pretty much everything. I'm not sure if you noticed, but I forget who it was, but the player inside the Bakery, I think it was False, he was literally watching the Bakery door almost the entire round. They smelled that play way before it even happened, and it completely countered FearX. Yeah. It's impressive.
The only way that works is you win like a 40-60 gunfight, or even worse, you know, a very unfavored fight, and you're doing it with the FMG on Nook. Like, that's just not going to happen against an Azami in a fortress like that on Bakery when it's been red, with no distraction, no teammates supporting, no pressure from small Bakery. It's just not going to happen. Dplus confirmed the 5-1 half. Nick, we were debating whether 2-4 would be enough for FearX, or if they needed to gun for a 3-3. Yeah. I mean, even on a good day, 1-5 on your attacking side is just simply not enough on Cafe, let alone when there's a spot at the APAC Major Qualifier on the line, let alone after you got swept 7 rounds in a row on the first map, let alone when it is your map pick of Cafe. This is still not good enough. 1 round does not change the situation at all.
And let alone when you have the individual players at Dplus also really stepping up. I mean, Mitzi and Levy have both been so good every single round. I mean, they're 7-2 and 7-1, and Mitzi literally trolled one of his devs by swinging a hatch that was super necessary. The round, they also won that despite that. So I think Dplus, when they have one player kind of standing out, that's when they're at their strongest, because they can brute force so many problems. When they're all having, like, let's say an average game, they're still a good team. But when they have those individuals, they're a great team. FearX, they're lacking firepower. Mephi 0-6, Rain 1-6, Goodboy 2-5. It's again the supportive cast of Coded and Wookieman doing most of the killing on the server. And again, Wookieman plays shields half the rounds and doesn't even get a kill. That's my big concern. Like, can you actually shoot back now against Dplus? They're gonna bring the finger. They're bringing the Blitz as well. They can be aggressive, they can be on the entry, and they're feeling really confident because they have nothing to lose. they got way more rounds they ever could have hoped for.
I feel like by default in a 5v5, the defender is just inherently at an advantage, right? They're the ones who can sit back, they've got control of the bomb site, they get the prep phase to set up. So it's the attack who need to play more offensively, play aggressively, push for kills, win gunfights. And Dplus have the confidence to do that right now. However, Falls is the first one down. The Blitz out of play. No shield to worry about, but Dplus remain incessant. Nears continuing to ring on out with that 6P41. The LMG really dominating, putting Rin in an awkward position, having to fall back further and further as Coda tries to make vertical angles to watch the bomb site from above, but he doesn't have very good vision from up here. And Nears is getting closer to that bomb site.
Rin's injured, but should be fine to crawl away. Losing Blitz does kind of mean for Dplus that planting is no longer going to be an option.
Oh no.
Oh, but it's going to advance forward. What?
Oh no.
They're inside.
And Rin still hasn't been picked up. It's another kill for Nears with the LMG. They know exactly where Mephi is, and he cannot survive. It's match point for the Brazilians, and you can see the looks on their faces. Tells you everything you need to know about what it means to them. They are laughing right now in the APL. Soaring high above the Koreans of Fearex and about to take their spot at the LAN.
A little bit of disrespect there as well from Dplus. They just crouch-walked into reading bomb site from the red 90 hallway with 2 players. So there's 2 players in the hallway, one by the fireplace, rotate. You see, he's in, Buck is in. And right when Good Boy spots him, gets wall banged, shot down. Nears just locks it down. LMG, Nate confirm, LMG, 3 quick kills. 1 round away. Bullet screaming after every single round victory. They are feeling all the small victories right now. And if you're a player from Brazil, you're used to playing LAN every single week. The regional pro league happens on a LAN, like back in the NAL days in the past. Now you go to APAC, you play online, you play high ping, it's a very different environment. And both Dplus and Elevate have spoken about the struggles of getting to adjust into that and how hard it is for all the players of APAC. When you're fighting for a spot to go back to LAN, 0 ping siege, the best version of the game, oh, you're gonna play it 110% because you want that so bad.
Not a lot of players from areas outside of Asia will ever get the privilege of seeing my beautiful country of Australia. Every time I go overseas, everyone's like, "Oh, look, I would go to Australia, but it's a really long flight. And, you guys have some scary animals." I know I've had that conversation with you and all of our other casters that we work with. But I mean, a free ticket to see the beautiful sights of Melbourne and get to play for a spot in Munich? Yes, please. It is a very long flight for any of Dplus's friends or family to join them from Brazil. That's a flight I've done before. But for them, thankfully, playing from inside of Asia, it's not quite so far. And well worth it if it earns them a spot in Munich. It's exactly what these guys have been gunning for ever since they moved into the APL. It's a big ask to leave your friends and family behind in Brazil when you move all the way to Asia to compete in a region where you've never played before, where you don't speak their language and they don't speak yours. And yet for Dplus, this is the moment where it starts to be worth it, where their hard work is rewarded. 5 match points over Fearex as Falls on the Blitz makes his way through the top floor.
Once they find that first kill, they can start feeling that victory coming second by second. You see the fear here from Good Boy. He has to respect the Blitz, falls back. There's no crossfire. No one's there to assist him. So giving up the map control. Good pace here from Dplus. A minute and 20 to go. They have all top floor control. Buck gets the vertical done. The big question is, will they get flanked? I see right now Levi Gridlock on the red stairs, locking down that. That's a really good thing that they got going. Blitz locks down the white stairs as well. This means they got full control of the map. It comes down to the 5v5 execute. It's going to be chaotic. It's going to get messy. And who draws first blood is going to have a much higher chance of winning this round.
And that's why Dplus just hold their positions. They wait for their chances, and they find 2. 1 reply onto Bullet is not going to be enough here for Fearex to stay alive and keep their heads above the water. Options now for Dplus. Decisions to be made. As Nears watches that cross from Coded. They know exactly where he is hiding.
The Blitz sees not player from the very above. Nearest finds another. Goodbye and very low health as well. And Fall still has the Blitz alive.
Oh,
this
Wookie
fight
man.
for Wookie has to work out. It doesn't.
He needs to take this fight. They looked at 2v1, but that means that Dplus knows exactly where both of these players are on the defense. Wookie man must stand tall, but Dplus, they're coming for him. The shotgun will not be enough. What was meant to be the Battle of the Greats has become a massacre, but the revenge is ever sweeter for it. The Brazilians are booked in for a bunning snag as they snag their tickets to PAX Australia.
It's such a dominating fashion as well. What a great day for them, playing 2 series back-to-back, taking down Scarz and now taking down VRX. I was thinking that first VO3, I'm not sure if that's their consistent average performance, but they, I think, outplayed themselves even more. They played good against Scarz, they played great here against a weakened VRX.
My oh my, I'm speechless. Genuinely, I am speechless. I thought Dplus coming into this, like, I was trying to sell that narrative, right? I was like, yeah, they're looking good, momentum, all that fun stuff. But like, to get in the server and do what you have just done to what was considered the best team in APAC in stage 1, that is a massive selling point. That's a huge talking point. What's that? 14 rounds out of 15 won on the tail end of this series. What a way to book your ticket to the major qualifier. More importantly, as you were saying, Dev, what a way to book your ticket to Australia. Now, the revenge here, Pengu, has to feel so good. They lost last stage in the playoffs. They lost in the upper bracket final 2-0, and then they went to lose in the grand final 2-0 to VRX. This has got to be so sweet.
It does. It just continues the story for both Elevate and Dplus. How in stage 1, it was about figuring out how the region worked, what their opponents play like, and adjust to this new environment like James spoke about, leaving your family and your friends behind in Brazil to go seek this big exploration trip of your own for your career in Asia. So really, really big praise to Dplus for getting it done, and you see it right here. It means so much to them. They're taking this very serious and they're trying their very hardest every single day.
Oh, I love the reaction from Falls there. That gives me everything I need to know about this squad. They respected the crap out of VRX, but it also makes it so much sweeter. The honey is just juicy. That's all I can say, Dev.
They did their homework as well. They came into today knowing that they would likely play Cafe. They ended up playing it this morning already. They won it there. And then not only did they do that, but they destroyed VRX 7-1 on it. This is an unbelievable feat to win 14 out of 15 rounds in a row, you know, dropping only 4 rounds across the series. VRX, I want to know what happened, because there were 3 rounds there that VRX looked like the real deal, and then they just shut down, and for the next 15 rounds, they were a shadow of their former selves. Dplus are in fine form. VRX could not keep up, and this is what we like to see from anyone in APAC, whether they're an import roster or otherwise, playing top-tier Siege, and that's what Dplus have done today.
They certainly have, and deservedly so. You know, this has been a bit of a journey for them. We spoke to Falls numerous times in stage 1 and tried to get like a bit of a temperature check for them. And the fact that they've been able to come back for stage 2, again, like the journey for them is going to be so sweet by the end of this year, because I think it takes a lot to come to a region and to be humble to a lesser region. APAC is the lesser region. There's no two ways about it. But there's something about coming into this region, being humble, learning your lessons, and going through all the trials and tribulations of your travel, of learning about ping that you've never really had to deal with if you were playing in the Brazil League. Like it's
about play styles.
The play
like
styles would be
a
massive change, dude. Like it would be a fundamental change to your game. But hats off to them. They've done exactly what they needed to do. And my attention, just very briefly, Pengu, has to turn to VRX. I mean, that's a very somber story. Do we write this one off as a bad day?
We have to. I mean, we saw them, like we said in the first 3 rounds of laps, they can play a lot better. This is going to be one of those like career-defining games for them, I think, where either you're going to go back, work harder, fix your issues, come back stronger, or you're going to crash and burn for a good while before you find yourself again. And I recall Dark said this in last stage. they're trying to peak at the right moments because you can't work at 110% efficiency every single day. Maybe they burned out. Maybe they have peaked too early. Maybe they haven't peaked just yet. I'm not sure where they're at their level, but today has to be written off as a bad day for now until we see what happens in the lower bracket.
Yeah, and I tell you what, if Furex play like they did in this match against, I believe it's Scarz that they're playing up next, like they will not make land.
Yeah, and that's
No, they will not.
We were saying just before we went to this game how much of a long shot that is, but after we've just seen what Dplus Kia can do to them,
Peak Furex makes land every day of the week as a top 2 team at the LAN,
100%.
and they make the major as well.
Yeah.
But if they play like that, honestly, if they play like that, they're not even top 6 in APAC North.
No, but if you play
It
like
paints a
that,
force.
if you play like that in your Dplus Kia,
oh, bang,
you're on your way. And Falls is on his way to this interview, and I'm sure he's going to have a shit-eating grin from ear to ear after this one. Falls, I've got to
Hi.
commend. I've got to give the credit where credit is due. Am I hearing clapping? Oh, it's Pengu. Oh yeah. You get the claps. Right before we threw your interview, I said I hope you get demolished, and you've just absolutely gone and spanked one of the best teams that we have in APAC. How does it feel?
Feels really great. Like first time beating those guys on a best of 3.
Yeah.
So really important match, and we got like the spot from the finals, right? So really important match. Really happy, and yeah.
So Falls, the start of Nighthaven Labs was a bit challenging, right? 3 rounds in a row, you guys lose. You call that tactical timeout. You guys have a chance to talk strategy, and then you go and you win 14 out of the next 15 rounds to absolutely destroy the ever-living shit out of Furex. What happened in that timeout? What did you guys talk about? How did you flip that momentum so quickly?
Yeah, like basically on labs, like we were trying to. Actually, to be honest, on the talk we had, we just basically keep our plan. We are kind of excited too much, you know. We are not calling out the right calls. We are like kind of nervous, you know. So we are like pulling steps. And after that, we just go, okay, guys, our plan is going to work. Like they're not doing like anything to stop us. So let's focus up. Let's play a little bit like more fast than we are, because they are we are getting stuck on their steps. And basically, it worked pretty good. We made a great comeback on labs, and yeah.
So, big congratulations, first of all. You guys played an incredible game today. I was curious on how do you guys navigate the IGLing, the in-game leadership? Is it yourself? Is it somebody like Bullet who has a lot of experience? Do you 5 people do together? Is it just one voice? What's that like? Who calls the shots?
No, it's Michi. Michi's the Daijo.
Wow.
What?
It's Michi. Oh, okay. Okay. Interesting.
He also like
I did not
turned
expect
into
that.
like Jesus Christ himself in the first match today. What happened there?
Yeah. There was a round on Cafe against Furex. He killed everybody, including me. Like I was, they rushed inside and he killed like 3 people and he killed me. I was like, what the hell, guys? Still. But yeah, like I think it was the breakfast. Maybe he had a really good breakfast.
We said before it might have been Weet-Bix. You know?
Yeah, of course. Oh, well, they're going to have a chance to maybe have some Weet-Bix, have some Vegemite, get a Bunnings snag. You'll have to see the sights when you come to Australia.
Yeah. Like of course, we're really happy we qualified. We are going to change our strats for the rest of the tournament because, of course, we don't want to show like everything. But we still want to win like these last playoffs because I think it's really important for us, for Dplus as an organization. So they treat us so well since we got here.
Yep.
So we want to like give to them like a first place, you know. So that's it. I think I already stated everything. But
yeah. Look, I want to, I guess, give credit to you more than ask a question here. Coming over from Brazil, I'm sure it's not an easy feat to, as James was saying on the cast, move away from friends and family and what you're comfortable with and come to a region. But, you know, from people that have been in APAC, stuff Pengu off, but for people that have been in APAC for, you know, their entire career, I've got to give credit to you and the entire Ross. You've been humble the entire time, and I don't think that there's anyone more deserving to book a spot to Melbourne. So we'll have a seat warm for you, mate. We'll have a bev ready for you and the team. But anything you'd like to say before we let you go?
Yeah, as you said, it's really hard to be away from family and friends. Like we need to be really focused, and I think it's working because everyone wants the same thing here. You know, everyone has the same goals. So yeah, I would like to thank one more time like everyone that support, like my mom, my sister that are home. I can say for all the family from my teammates. And one more time, like to Dplus, like Dplus help us so much. They give you incredible support for us to be here playing, doing what we love. So one more time, thank you Dplus, thank you for all the support we are getting, and that's it. See you in Melbourne.
Falls. Sorry, Falls. You got me tripping over my own words. You got me all flustered, mate. Thanks for joining us, and we look forward to seeing you in Melbourne and probably for the rest of the interviews.
I hope so. Let's go.
Ciao, mate. That's the performance we
What a
needed.
gentleman. What a lovely guy.
Yeah,
Can I just say as well?
That's the problem, isn't it? I just wish he was
You wanna-
a bit more of an
That's the
arsehole.
thing, you want to hate the import rosters, but like every interview we get with Psycho from
Yep.
Elevate in the Asia region, every time we get Falls,
yep,
absolute legend. Can I say, have you ever watched Andor, that TV show?
Yes.
Yeah. He's literally Diego
Oh,
Luna.
well, what a
He's
shout.
Diego Luna.
Yeah,
right?
he
Am I
is.
wrong?
Holy crap.
He's
What
a handsome bloke, by
days.
the way.
What a shout.
Yeah, he is.
Oh, yeah, we're definitely going to have to shoot some content
We
with
are
him
gonna
when he
have to do
comes
something
here.
about that.
We're going to have to recreate a couple of Andor scenes. But Pengu, again, just doubling down on that conversation as we start to wrap up for this afternoon. I mean, the fact that we've got Dplus Kia and CAG booking their tickets to Melbourne already, you kind of hear it from Fall's perspective there. They want to win for Dplus, but they want to be careful because the LAN is only 2 weeks away. They don't want to give too much away.
To be fair, I think CAG are going to be in a similar situation. You know,
Yeah.
they came into the stage without a full roster. They had to make all their strats and prep on paper very shortly, integrating their coach DD into a playing position. So I think they both want to win because that's great, and we want to show the org and all these things.
Yeah.
But I also think both of them are playing for the long game. They want to make Munich. They want to go to PAX. They want to do a really good job there. So I think it makes a really good setup as well for the matchup because they're playing for the same thing essentially.
And let's not forget as well, you're fighting for 6 Invitational.
Correct. There is still a
Sure.
metric.
That's pretty cool.
There is a metric something load of points still up
There's
for
a heck
grabs.
load.
The difference, and just for everyone at home to contextualize this, not to sexualize this, the difference for SI points from third place to second place is 100 points.
That's
and
a
then
lot
from,
of SI points.
from second place to first place is 150 points difference. Like the jump is it's so dramatic.
300, 150?
Correct, 50 at the very bottom.
Yeah,
So
that's-
it is. It
you
is
really want a gun
monum-
for first spot.
You know
in the
what? We can
playoffs.
absolutely sexualize that. It's monumentally large, and you need to be able to perform when we need to.
Nice.
Let's have a look back at how things have panned out, gents. I'll wait for you to have a bit of a yip about the bracket. I'll recap very quickly what we've seen today. Enter Force 36 entered with force, as Jake Xenox and Diddy like to say, in the first opening map, and then they just got absolutely trounced in the exact same way that B&K Fearx did then. PSG Talon turned on for the last 2 maps. Scarz, unfortunately, still floundering a little bit, and we're hoping to see a bit more out of them, but they were up against Dplus Kia, and from what we have just seen, that is a roster that you need to be so careful of. They are at their absolute peak right now, and of course, CAG Osaka, the very first team in the entirety of the APL to book their ticket to PAX, a massive tournament that will be taking place in 2 weeks' time at Australia's largest gaming convention ever, I think.
In the
80,000 people.
I think it's also the largest. Is it the largest
Southern
gaming
Hemisphere, I
gaming
think.
event in the Southern Hemisphere?
I think you are correct when
It's
you
pretty,
say
pretty
that.
good.
so.
Southern Hemisphere is a pretty big hemisphere as well.
It
Like
is.
as far as
It's
hemispheres
almost
go,
like
it's one of
half
the
the Earth.
it's one of the biggest ones I've seen ever.
It's the biggest. Now we're looking at this, Pengu, looking forward more so than behind, but you kind of get to get a lay of the land for the bracket at the moment. What are we expecting?
So obviously Dplus CAG gonna be an absolute banger, no doubt about it. Very up in the air. I think anyone can win that. Whoever's better on that day will be the victor.
Yep.
I think match 5 and match 6, so Interforce Fearx and then Scarz PSG, bit of a dud, right? Kind of like a whatever match. But assuming that Fearx and PSG both win, because they have, despite being pretty poor today, they did look better than both Scarz and Interforce. I think match 7. Fearx versus PSG could be a potential banger because now the teams have a little bit more time to gel on the problems and get ramping up and get a bit better performance.
Yeah, the big thing here is that like our 2 lower bracket semi-finals, which is match 5 and match 6, those are both qualification games.
Yeah,
the teams that win those will go and join CAG and Dplus at the LAN in Melbourne. They'll be joining the best teams from OCE and Asia to fight for a spot in Munich. If you lose that game, you're done. So arguably those are the two most important games. But like we said before, we're also fighting for SI points, and that's why the top 3 spots are really important. First place 300, second place 150, third place 50, especially because keep in mind that like Furex made EWC. They got the most SI They got the most SI points out of stage 1.
Yeah.
So they're in theory out of APAC North the team that's most likely to make SI. If they don't get first again,
we're in trouble.
Especially if they don't make the major qualifier, they
Big
don't make
trouble.
the major, very unlikely that they will make SI. And of course, we also have SI spots up for grabs over at the season final. So it's so complicated with how things are this year, but the TLDR of it is, my God, you've got to win your playoffs games, especially for CAG and Dplus, our two best teams in the league right now. Neither of them are on track to make SI because both of them had pitiful performances in stage 1.
That's the beauty of the format. Look, you can say what you want. We're getting qualifiers left, right, and center. We've got LANs coming up.
More
Munich
LANs is
just
never
around
a
the
bad
corner.
thing, Rob.
No, it's not. It's absolutely. I don't think anyone's ever
More.
complained about more LANs. Penga would love more. Maybe more in Australia. Maybe we can get you out here one day. But that is all we have time for here for APAC North for the playoffs. However, the NAL group stages are still going on. They're about to start in probably a couple of hours. But more importantly, we're back for the Asia League tomorrow. We get to qualify one team to PAX, whilst the other will have to fight their way through the lower bracket. That's all we have time for. Thank you very much for joining us. Good night.
涙の色はエメラルドブ宝石